While still in their mother's womb, the two were a pair of conjoined twins. Every day they fought each other for nutrients and survival. The mother's life force was gradually drained by them. After they were born, their mother passed away from exhaustion. From a young age, the two revealed their incredibly aggressive and cruel nature. They would torture servants and slaughter animals, without a second thought. When their father asked why, they simply replied that they did it out of curiosity. As they grew up, Hakwai mastered the Malin Kong, causing anything he touched to explode into smithereens. Bokwai possessed the Bangthan Kong, which could freeze anything with a single slash. During a hunting trip, they massacred an innocent village, realizing his two sons were demons in human skin. The father wanted to uphold justice and rid the martial world of this evil, even if it meant killing his own kin. But it was too late. In the end, even he lost his life at the hands of his two monstrous sons. From that day on, a ruthless pair of twins appeared in the martial world, committing every evil act imaginable. People called them by a name that spread terror throughout the martial arts community. The Hawkbox Song Kui Now. They had appeared in Ho Wen Yak Lung, and the once peaceful village suddenly felt suffocated. Seeing these two bullying the village children right after arrival, Tuma couldn't hold back and stepped up to reason with them, only to be suddenly patted on the shoulder by Hack. Why? His entire body quickly swelled up like a balloon, looking as if it was about to burst, but the young man just let out a single burp, and his belly deflated back to normal. The two brothers stared at the scene, completely dumbfounded, utterly confused. How the hell was this guy still alive? This was surreal. Who on earth was he? This goofy-looking young man's name is Toma, with nothing but superhuman health. He often had to do manual labor to make a living. No work, no food. However, he tended to cause more trouble than he was worth when hired. To wash dishes, he'd help the owner get a whole new set by breaking all the old ones. When transporting lumber up a mountain to build a house, he almost sent the entire village to meet their aunts. Far off in the shadows of the trees, agents from the Volum men were hold their breath, watching. There was no mistaking it. It was them. The Hackbox Songkui, the intel, been correct. Hakwai jutted his chin towards Tiuma. Bakwai, I call dibs on that brat. Don't you dare try to compete with me. Bakwai, with his ice-cold face, smirked contemptuously. I don't want to. So what if I fight you for him? Invisible wave of killing intent clashed between the two brothers. Hakwai let out a cold snort, and then they both said in unison, as if this was a common occurrence. Since we're men, why not settle this with our fists? The two ruthless killers then held out their hands and began playing rock, paper, scissors like a couple of children to decide the winner, while the atmosphere grew as a drawn bowstring. The guards of the Volum decided to intervene. Their captain stepped forward, his voice firm. You two stop right there. Ho Wanak Lung is under the jurisdiction of the Volum Min. The children beside them, still naively unaware of the danger, tugged on his shirt worriedly. Brother Tuma. Those four uncles look so fierce. It seems like they're about to fight. We should hurry and hide the Volum Min captain. Maintained his resolute stance. I'm not sure why you two have come here, but without our permission, you have no right to set foot in our territory. In response to the warning, Hakwai turned to his younger brother with a mocking expression. Bakwai, what are these flies buzzing about? I think they want to send us away. With that, instead they completely ignored the presence of the Volum Min and returned to their unfinished game. Ha. I win, Hakwai cheered triumphantly. Bakwai, ha. Having lost, his face contorted in rage. He took his anger out on those who dared to interrupt his fun, roaring, You insects! It's because of you that I, the captain, remained calm. May I ask, does the Lord of Malin Castle know about this? I fear your thoughtless actions will ignite a war between our two powers. Before he could finish his words, a cold flash of light gleamed. Bakwai licked his lips, his voice cruel, so noisy, buzzing on and on. Let me send you on your way for some peace and quiet. It's all because of you damn pests that I lost it. At rock, paper, scissors, the horrifying sight scared the three remaining guards out of their wits. Their limbs trembled and their faces turned deathly pale. Fuma immediately took action, patting the children's heads to reassure them, his voice low and firm. Listen to me. Run away from here now as far as you can. Then, his gaze towards the two demons glinted with a chilling hatred. The remaining Volum men guards were like turtles in their shells, enraged but powerless. They knew staying here would just make them cannon fodder. This place is too dangerous. We have to lure them away, one of them whispered immediately. The three of them immediately turned and fled for their lives. Oh, running already. Tucking your tail so soon. Bakwai sneered contempt. while Hakwai licked his lips, his smile turning sinister. Then that brat will be my share. Let's just decide it that way. With that said, Bakui channeled his energy, his body transforming into a white shadow that shot forward, hunting down the three from the volume Min. Only Hakwa and Tuma were left. He turned back. Hey, brat, you seem to have some skills. What's your name? Link of an eye. Tuma had vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Hakwai, throwing a thunderous punch straight into his opponent's throat, a sudden and absolute attack. Hakwai only had time to feel a terrifying force hit him. Then his entire body was sent flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut, thrown dozens of meters away. The children, panicked and scattered in all directions, their terrified screams echoing. Their fighting run. Someone's dead. Hakwai scrambled to his feet, dazed by the sharp pain from his throat. He couldn't believe what had just happened. I didn't see his movement at all, just... Now, was I careless? Or am I being toyed with by this country bumpkin? Before his face could even recover from the punch, another black shadow descended upon him, a devastating kick that came with the whistling sound of the wind. Danger! He screamed, in his mind instinctively raising both arms. To block, crack, the gruesome sound of breaking. Bones echoed as excruciating pain walked over him, but Tuma didn't give him a single second to breathe. Like a phantom, constantly closing in, unleashing a barrage of attacks with no openings. You're pretty tough. Tuma growled as another punch landed on Hakkai's chest. Crack! The terrifying force penetrated through flesh and skin, going straight to the bone. Wherever Tuma's fist passed, it left deadly fractures. Hakwai couldn't comprehend it. He couldn't feel a single trace of internal energy from Tyoma's fists, yet each punch that landed made his entire skeleton feel as if it were being savagely shattered by an invisible iron club. Each impact carried a purely brutal force, making him a practitioner of the Malin Kong feel utterly helpless. But the most terrifying thing wasn't the pain, but the fact that he couldn't dodge this entry bumpkin's flurry of fists. Hakwai clutched his cramping stomach, his mind in chaos. It contains a strange hidden energy that directly shocks my dantian, scattering my true chi. If I take another punch, I'm afraid I won't make it out alive. Realizing he was at a complete disadvantage, Hakwai quickly used his lightness skill to retreat and create distance. What should I do? Why can't I see the trajectory of his attacks? From the looks of it, he's definitely never trained in any formal martial arts. He doesn't even have footwork. In his panic, Hakwai tried to analyze the situation, but the more he thought, the more stumped he became. He suppressed the pain and asked in a strained voice, "Brat, who the hell are you?" Tuma casually rolled his shoulders, a faint smile playing on his lips. Your bones are pretty sturdy, aren't they? Are all the people in Malin Than as skilled as you? With that, he rubbed his slightly reddened fist, his gaze suddenly turning ice cold. All right then, that's enough for a warm-up. From now on I won't hold back. Was the ultimate humiliation for Hakwai. His eyes widened as he roared, "Are you kidding me? Have you just been playing with me this whole time?" As soon as his roar, a black shadow shot forward, a punch with the force of a sledgehammer slammed right into his jaw. In that dazed moment, a distant memory suddenly flooded back. In a quiet forest, the two children, the Hackbox Songkui, were sitting on a rock. Hakwai raised his tiny finger, condensing a dewdrop into a large water orb that floated in midair. Look, this is the Malin Kong. Bakwai glanced over, his expression indifferent, and the water orb in Hakwai's hand suddenly burst. Is that your new move? Bakwai asked. Yeah, Hakwai replied, as another, even larger water orb appeared. It's like an explosive, just a bit more dangerous. Before his smug smile could fade, the water orb exploded. Hundreds of water droplets shot out in all directions like a shower of bullets. They pierced through ancient tree trunks, leaving countless deep holes. And Bak Ki had to use all his strength to block the few droplets that flew toward him. Its destructive power was like fire. Works compressed to the extreme and then released in an instant. I call it Manthian Bok Loi. Present, a glint of desperation and madness appeared in Hakwai's eyes. He knew he only had one chance, one touch. Just one was all he needed. When Tuma, lunging forward to deliver the finishing blow, Black Demon mustered his remaining strength, twisting his body to dodge by a hair's breadth. And in that fleeting moment, his hand managed to touch his opponent's chest. The Black Demon pouring all his internal energy into Xiaoma's body and shouting the name of his technique, Heavenly Burst. A blinding light erupted from Xiaoma's body. The black demon's internal energy detonated like a bomb. From within, the ground shook violently. Rubble flew everywhere, and all trees within a 100-foot radius were pulverized into dust. But as the dust settled, the sight before him left the black demon utterly stunned. In the epicenter of the destruction, Xiaoma's figure emerged without a single scratch. His eyes were now as cold as ice, carrying a suffocating pressure. His voice was low. "Is this all you've got?" The black demon's entire body trembled violently, not from his wounds but from a primal fear that was strangling his heart. No. Impossible. How could he withstand heavenly burst? The black demon pointed at Xiao, his voice trembling. What in the world are you?" In response to his question, the space behind Xiaoma rippled and the fan of a majestic ancient jade blue dragon coiled into view, its brilliant golden eyes looking down on him as if he were a mere ant. Heavenly dragon? The black demon was dumbfounded, the warning from a mysterious figure years ago flashing through his mind. Your demonic spirit divine art may be tyrannical, but against a master who doesn't use internal energy, it is useless. If your enemy can absorb your cultivation power, or if your attacks inflict not even a sliver of damage on them, you must flee. Do not try to fight to the death, for those are masters of the transformation realm, beings who have transcended the constraints of cultivation power. Before them, your demonic spirit divine art is as useless as a clay chicken or a porcelain dog. The transformation realm. Should this nobody be a legendary master of the transformation realm? He has no internal energy, no reputation. He's nothing more than a country bumpkin. The black demon's thoughts were a tangled mess, the rage and despair driving him nearly insane. Why would a monster like you hide in this godforsaken place? Who are you? Xiaoma didn't answer. To him, the defeated didn't need to know too much. He lunged forward, his fist carrying the draconic pressure of the heavenly dragon, his cold voice ringing out. It all ends here. Xiaoma's fist pushed forward like a hurricane in that life-or-death moment. Every cell in the black demon's body screamed an alarm. He knew that if he took this punch head-on, the only path left for him was the underworld. This brat's movements are uncanny, but perhaps he isn't skilled in the lightness skill. That's right, the lightness skill. If I can't attack his upper body, then I'll aim for his lower body. A crazed thought flashed through the black demon's mind. Mutual destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a roar and slammed both hands onto the ground. The surging internal energy of his demonic spirit art was channeled directly into the earth, turning the ground beneath Xiaoma into a deadly trap. The earth began to tremble, and Xiaoma frowned, sensing the chaotic energies surging from below. But before he could react, demonic spirit, divine art, thunderbolt, divine, and palm, the black demon poured all his power into the attack, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Boom! The ground beneath Xiaoma exploded, sending a massive column of dust and smoke into the sky, carrying with it dirt, rocks, and terrifying destructive power. A shockwave spread out, creating a deep crater where Xiaoma had just been standing. The earth-shattering explosion. The white demon who was hunting down the Martial Arts Alliance guards was startled and turned back. He smirked, with satisfaction. Did that black demon really need to go that big? But since he did, I can't let myself be outdone. The Martial Arts Alliance guards couldn't help but turn pale at the power of the attack. Damn it, they've almost caught up to us. Realizing the situation was dire, they immediately a signal and split up in 3 different directions to escape. But the white human wasn't about to let his prey get away so easily. His figure moved like a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he blocked the path of a portly guard carrying a trident. Perhaps because of his large frame, he was the slowest of the 3. The fat man looked up, horrified to see the white demon diving down from above like a vicious bird of prey, carrying a chilling, "Can't let that black demon have all the fun." Swoosh, a slash of icy sword energy flashed by. Back on the main battlefield, the black demon's figure staggered out from the thick dust cloud. Covered in wounds and breathing heavily, sweat poured down his pale forehead like rain, a clear sign that the last move had drained nearly all of his power. I poured the entire essence of my demonic spirit art into that one destructive blow. You damn brat. Even if you were a god, you'd be blown to smithereens at the center of that explosion. But his joy didn't even last a second. Right before his eyes, amidst the slowly clearing smoke and dust, a towering figure emerged, completely unscathed, without a single scratch, before he could even process it. Xiaoma swung his fist again. Bam! A sickening crack echoed as the punch, instead of hitting his head, slammed straight into Black Ghost's chin. The terrifying force stretched his neck out, and then his entire head was driven straight into the ground, leaving only his body twitching unconsciously. I stood there coldly, not even sparing a glance at the defeated foe at his feet. White Ghost, after killing one man, continued his pursuit. He stood leisurely on a rooftop, the sword in his hand humming softly, radiating a chilling aura. Did you think splitting up would let you escape me? How naive. As soon as he finished speaking, his body dissolved into thin air, vanishing on the spot. The two remaining guards felt a chill run on their spines, cold sweat pouring down their backs, before they could even realize what was happening. White Ghost appeared right next to one of them. A ghostly voice whispered in his ear. "It's your turn. Swish the sword strike." Too fast for the naked eye to follow, White Ghost was like a deadly shooting star, darting back and forth across the rooftops, hunting his final prey. He stood atop the tallest tower, his eyes scanning the area. Let's see now, there's one last one running in that direction. Suddenly a hand reached out of thin air and grabbed his face. It was Xiao Ma who had peered out of nowhere, one hand gripping White Ghost's head, while the other carried the unconscious body of Black Ghost like a sack of potatoes. A terrifying force erupted from Xiao Ma's hand, crashed the tallest tower. In Huakriong, the symbol of the entire village, was shattered in two by his power, and White Ghost, who had been standing on top just moments ago, was now slammed straight into the ground by that same hand, left sprawled amidst the rubble. White Goat was seething with rage. He trembled, trying to sit up, feeling as if every bone in his body had been shattered. Damn it. What the hell just happened? Why was I pulled down so ridiculously? He looked up and froze. Lying not far away was his twin brother, Black Ghost, planted headfirst into the ground, his body convulsing like a fish out of water. Black Ghost! White Ghost stammered, unable to believe his eyes. What happened to him? As the last of the dust settled, Xiao Ma's figure was revealed, standing as steady as a mountain. He nonchalantly brushed the dust off his shoulder, his gaze as sharp as a dagger fixed on White Ghost. Within him erupting like a volcano. He growled, "You bastards! Is human life really that cheap in your eyes? How can you just take it away so easily?" His sharp accusation was met with a cold, savage laugh. White Ghost glanced at the motionless Black Ghost in the distance, his voice filled with disbelief. "Am I dreaming? Someone like Black Ghost could actually be defeated? I don't care what you two bastards dragged yourselves to Huakriong for," Xiao Ma roared. "It's a country bumpkin like you wouldn't understand," White Ghost yelled back. He swung his sword and charged, but it was too late. Whoosh, Xiao Ma's fist carried more than just muscle. It pierced through White Ghost's flimsy defense, and the terrifying force continued onward, demolishing the solid stone wall behind him. Creating a massive gaping hole, Xiao Ma stood there, majestic and imposing, his voice filled with authority. "Listen up. Don't you ever show your face in Huakriong again, or I'll personally send you to meet your maker." White Ghost slid down the wall, his knees buckling onto the cold ground, his hands still gripping his precious sword as a final shred of pride. Couldn't accept it. Growing up, he had never respected martial arts. In his eyes, it was a lowly thing, stinking of sweat and filthy brawls. It was a far cry from the concept of beauty he worshipped, because the only beautiful thing in White Ghost's world was women. He remembered those moments vividly when a few beautiful young women happened to pass by. Their eyes would light up with a mixture of shock and admiration at the sight of the strange twins, but ironically, beauty was only truly perfect when it was untouchable. In the study all those years ago, Black Ghost had asked him, "You said you despise martial arts, so what are you doing here?" At the time, White Ghost clutched the secret manual in his hand, his eyes burning with a fanatical fire. "If my swordsmanship reaches its peak, I can freeze a cascading waterfall, even turn a raging fire into ice. In the book, can it even freeze fire?" That thought flashed through his mind, and he instinctively turned to look at the flickering candle on the table, then slowly extended his index finger. An invisible stream of cold air radiated out, and the blazing red flame instantly transformed into an exquisite ice flower. He smirked. "So it wasn't anything special after all. I succeeded after just a few tries." That's right. In just one night, Bak Kui had mastered the ice-white divine art. He was a genius among geniuses, but deep within his heart lay a sick desire. He craved to possess beauty and eternal beauty, a beauty that he alone could enjoy. For that reason, he began to freeze women he deemed beautiful, turning them into ice sculptures in his secret chamber. To him, martial arts wasn't about bloody life or death battles. A form of art, and anything he considered not to be art, like Tuma's brutish strength, should be chopped up, crushed, or simply erased. Now, facing Tuma, his artistic rage was awakened. He despised this kind of raw power. Swoosh. Tuma threw a kick, but Bakui glided away as lightly as leaf, his movement technique unusually elegant. He tightened his grip on his sword and lunged down from above, a chilling aura radiating from his blade. It's because of trash like this that my art is tainted. How can I possibly accept it? He roared in fury. How can a country bumpkin like you be stronger than me, a perfect source of— Ward Strike was unleashed, carrying the power to freeze all creation, but it only struck an afterimage. Tioma's figure faded and then vanished into thin air in an instant. Tuma had appeared right above Bakui's head. At this point, Rock-queezed sanity completely shattered. He looked up to the sky, cursing relentlessly. You damn brat, that spot will be your grave. How will you dodge this move while suspended in midair? Ice-white divan. 9 art, mid-level ultimate move, chaotic snowfall. The space around Bakui suddenly crystallized and thousands of beautiful, his flowers bloomed, and from each flower shot out sharp ice swords, weaving into a deadly net. The number of ice swords increased exponentially, from a few to tens of thousands, all screaming towards the same target in the sky. Yet, facing that destructive ultimate technique, Tioma remained terrifyingly calm. Below, Bakui growled, his face twisted in triumph. The tens of thousands of ice swords engulfed Tuma, forming a giant sphere of ice suspended in midair. The smile that had just formed on Bakui's face instantly boom! A massive portal suddenly appeared in the— His entire ultimate move had been blown into another dimension. Tuma landed gently on the ground right in front of him, completely unscathed. Utter fear appeared on Bakui's face. He couldn't believe that his most perfect ultimate technique had been countered so easily. And then another fist was This time, it was aimed straight at his artist's face. Boom, Bakui. I was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew for hundreds of miles, hundreds of meters, crashing through dozens of sturdy city walls before hitting the ground with a thud. Motionless like a pile of rags, the gaping holes that Bakui left behind, Tioma walked out, as majestic as a god of war descending to earth. Thon rank 7 Bakui utterly defeated. Hiding behind an ancient tree, a guard from the Volum men had witnessed the entire horrifying battle. His chest heaved, and cold sweat trickled down the back of his neck. Unbelievable. That young man took down the black and white twin ghosts with a single punch each. How could a master of this level appear in a backwater place like Hoanyak Long? His mind was reeling. Until now, the Volamin and Malin Than had always been at a stalemate, like water and fire, with equal strength, neither side daring to make a reckless move. But the appearance of this mysterious individual had shattered that fragile balance. If this news reaches Malin Than, he muttered, they certainly won't sit still, and all-out war is inevitable. Yes, I must report to the ally leader immediately. I can't delay for even a moment. With that thought, the guard's figure became a blur and quickly vanished deep into the forest. Down below, the old coachman had grabbed the 2 unconscious demons by their collars. Before leaving, he looked up at Tuma, his eyes filled with respect and curiosity, and asked, "Young brother, this old one is just a humble coachman. May I be so bold as to ask for your esteemed name?" Tuma turned back to just 2 simple words, but they carry a heavy, felt a weight of 1,000 pounds. He asked no more questions and quickly dragged the 2 crippled black and white twin ghosts away. After such a devastating failure, he feared that returning to Demon Spirit City, they wouldn't meet a good end. Perhaps taking them to lay low for a while was the best option. Demon Spirit City wasn't just a single city, but a powerful alliance formed from 13 fortified strongholds. Guarding the northern continent, Demon Spirit City commanded 100,000 elite iron cavalry and had a population of over 10 million people, making it one of the most fearsome powers of the era. In a magnificent palace in the central city, a figure was running frantically down the hall, shouting as he ran, "Lord Frenzy Demon, the city lord has summoned you urgently, please wake up." Creak. As the heavy door creaked open, a cold, sinister aura as thick as congealed blood flooded out, enveloping the entire world. Higher room. On a lavish bed, a burly figure, with muscles rippling like blocks of steel, was sound asleep. This was Frenzy Demon, one of the 10 great masters of Demon Spirit Scythe. But when the subordinate's gaze swept to the side of the bed, His face suddenly turned pale, and he stammered incoherently. Could it be Lord Frenzy Deem lying next to him? A woman was nothing but a shriveled husk. His life force was depleted, and the noise woke Kwang. He groggily sat up, looking at his handiwork, then at the woman's body as it rapidly aged, a flicker of self-blame in his eyes. It happened again. I couldn't control my killing intent. The subordinate, trying to suppress his horror, said, My lord, once or twice is one thing. But if this continues, before he could finish, he suddenly coughed up blood. Frenzy Demon's invisible killing intent was eroding his internal organs. He quickly dropped to his knees and pleaded with difficulty. My lord, please put on your armor quickly. Your killing intent. Frenzy Demon sighed. Softly and slowly donned his suit of armor made from 10,000-year-old black iron. Wasn't to protect him, but to protect those around him from himself. He was a monster whose mere killing intent was enough to crush the weak. Anyone who looked directly into his eyes for too long would lose consciousness or even vomit blood and die after putting on his armor. He walked away, leaving the fainted subordinate on the floor behind him, an act he had repeated tens of thousands of times on his way to the heaven. Demon Hall, the meeting place of Demon Spirit City's leaders on the 300 chain. The highest seats, 2 were already occupied, with only Frenzy Demon's place remaining empty. Below, the 2 seats belonging to the black and white twin ghosts were also vacant. Their failure had sent shockwaves through the internal ranks of Demon Spirit City. The 10 great masters of Demon Spirit were also vacant. Spirit City were ranked by the titles of 1 heaven, 2 spirits, 3 demons, and 4 ghosts. The black and white twin ghosts belonged to the 4 ghosts rank and had now been crippled. A gloomy voice echoed from the shadows. Look at the pathetic state they returned in. They kept their lives, but their dantians were destroyed and their internal energy completely dissipated. From now on, they can only be lowly servants. A pity. But what I'm curious about is what kind of martial art could have reduced them to this state. It could only be the bare-handed arts. Another voice replied. The bare-handed arts? The first speaker sounded doubtful. You mean those 2 were defeated by some brute using only his bare hands? The bare-handed. The arts are the most primitive form of combat, using only one's fists, without relying on internal energy. It's the foundation of all martial arts, but also the one most disdained by masters. Another figure, with long hair like octopus tentacles, let out a demonic laugh. Those twin brats failed, so the rankings of the 10 great masters should change. In terms of cruelty and viciousness, they might rank 7th or 8th, but when it comes to true strength, I'm afraid those 2 couldn't even break into the top 20. A sharp crack echoed. The armrest of a throne splintered under his grip. Silence. I don't want to hear any foolish excuses. I want to know the identity of the one who turned my 2 hounds into this pathetic state. Coachman, you witnessed everything. Replying respectfully, his voice trembling, reporting to the city lord. His name is Xiaoma. Xiaoma. The city lord narrowed his eyes. An ordinary name, I've never heard of it. From a dark corner of the great hall, a delicate but mocking female voice spoke up. A stunningly beautiful madam was lazily resting her chin on her hand, a slight smirk on her lips. And what about the flower, Sui? Have you gentlemen allowed her to escape her gilded cage and fly off to some distant land? A subordinate she reportedly reported, My lady, according to our intelligence, Bisui escaped the city 1 month ago. 10 days ago, she was confirmed to have passed through the 3 Mountains Fortress in Ghost Soul Valley. Currently, it has been confirmed that she was hiding in her hometown, Huanak Valley. This news did not to appease the city lord's anger. He let out a cold snort. I need someone to go to Huanak Valley and bring me the head of that wench by 2A. What's wrong? What's with those troubled expressions? Everyone bowed their heads in silence, no one daring to accept the order. Just then, a heavy iron door creaked open and a giant figure completely encased in jet black, spiked iron armor, stepped inside. He was none other than Kwang Ma. His eyes glanced over the 2 unconscious bodies of the black and white twin demons. When the city lord saw him, his eyes lit up. You've arrived at the perfect time, Kwang Ma. I need you to take a trip to Hohenyoke Valley, Kwang Ma. Let out a menacing laugh, his voice as raspy as grinding metal. Hohenyoke Valley, city lord. Are you sure? If I'm the one who goes, I'm afraid not a single blade of grass will be left growing in that tiny valley, the city lord laughed cruelly, his killing intent intensifying. Whether Hohenyoke Valley is annihilated has nothing to do with me. You just need to bring by 2E back. Dead or alive is your decision, as you command. Kwangma bowed his head and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in Huanyak Valley, the atmosphere was completely different. The remnants of the horrifying battle were still visible, but the air was surprisingly lively. The townspeople gathered in small groups, whispering and gossiping about the recent earth-shattering battle. Heavens, if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, would you believe it? That guy fought with just his bare hands for such an ordinary-looking errand boy to be a peerless master. It's truly unimaginable. However, while the townspeople were excited, the Valley Chief's subordinates were stressing out calculating the damages. Reporting Valley Chief, someone who looked like a community secretary, reported, with sweat pouring down his face. The cost to repair the roads alone is estimated at about 500 silver teals. They both looked up at the village's tallest tower, which was now split in two, and let out a long sigh. The cost to repair the houses and other buildings would probably be a similar amount. The Valley Chief rubbed his temples and asked wearily, "Are you certain that the errand boy caused all this damage?" "Yes, I can confirm it. And what was his name again? Some little something I don't quite remember amidst the chaos." Our protagonist, Xiao Ma, was sitting in a corner, contemplating the irony of life. The sky was still blue. The ground was a wreck, and my bastard competitor was still surrounded by a gaggle of young ladies stuffing money into his hands. And as, for me, the hero of the day, I'm still just an unemployed errand boy with a starving stomach. I have a dream that one day, my name will be renowned far and wide, and I'll achieve great things. But dreams can't fill this growling stomach, so I'll just put that on hold for now. It's all because of that parasite. This errand boy business might not be glamorous, but we should at least have some professional ethics. The biggest taboo is setting up shop right next to a colleague. It's like stealing the food right off their plate. Xiaoma glanced at the other guy's sign, which had a cheesy line written on it. "Nothing in this world is impossible. You offer your jade heel, and I shall gently tie your sandal." It was so cringe it gave me goosebumps. He's clearly using flowery language to prey on the feelings of naive young women. A textbook example of a leech in the errand boy industry. He spares no one, old or young. What a disgrace to this noble profession. He gritted his teeth. Heath screaming internally. That bastard. As long as he's in Hohanyak Valley, I won't even have a blade of grass to chew on. If I let him keep this up, I'll be out on the street living on air in no time, putting thought into action. Xiao Ma stormed forward with an imposing aura, pointed directly at the man who had stolen his customers, and boldly declared, "Hey you," but his sentence took an unexpected turn. "Can I have a bite of that?" And, just like that, his heroic image crumbled. Our Xiao Ma, to everyone's utter astonishment, swallowed his pride, knelt down reverently, and held out his hand to beg for a piece of roasted corn from his rival. The kids clutched their stomachs, giggling. One whispered to another, "See? I told you so. Just toss him a tasty treat, and he's guaranteed to snatch it up immediately." Even Xiao Ma couldn't understand his own actions. As he gnawed on the corn, he questioned himself in anguish. Why? Why would a proud man like me, who stands tall between heaven and earth, have to bow and kneel for a simple piece of corn? I can never forgive myself. Oh, the humiliating. Suddenly, an authoritative voice called out from a distance. "Hey, you there!" Xiao Ma was startled, then secretly overjoyed. He chewed on his corn eagerly, his eyes flashing with delight. "Ha ha ha! Too bad for you, kid. You've run into the toughest client in this whole errand-running business. That's the famous head chef of the Dragon Gate Hotel, a true tyrant of a woman. She's the one who made the inhumane rule that if I break a single plate while washing it, she'll dock a whole month's pay. And now she's finally come for you, haha. Your life is pretty much over. No." The tyrant simply extended her foot and said, "Tie my shoelace for me." The kid started whispering again. See, being handsome really has its perks. Xiao Ma was stunned, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe the scene before him. No way. What the hell am I seeing? Can being handsome in this world really get you beautiful women, wealth, and even power? Mom, Dad, I want to be handsome too. In his despair, he picked up a nearby shard of a broken mirror to look at his own face. Crack! A strange sound echoed as if the mirror shard couldn't handle the pressure of his appearance and cracked even more. Xiao Ma was speechless. Now I get it. The problem isn't my name. It's this face. Oh God, why couldn't I be handsome? Just then a group of early menacing-looking men stormed in from the head of the valley. "Hey, you!" Hope once again surged in Xiaoma's heart as he thought smugly. Finally, justice has arrived. These must be the men from the Huanyak Valley Residential Association. How dare a rootless vagrant like you brazenly set up shop here? Get ready to pack it up. Xiaoma was so moved he could cry. Such happiness. This feeling makes me forget all the hard days I've been through. As long as this bastard gets kicked out, I'll believe in justice in this world again. Life is so worth living, but life is not a dream. The Valley Chief, the leader of the group, instead of kicking the other guy out, walked over with a warm smile like a spring breeze. The handsome guy also bowed respectfully to greet the great Valley Chief. It's been a while, sir. Haha. Yes, it has been a long time. I didn't expect my nephew to have grown so much. How has your father been lately? A clap of thunder struck. Xiaoma's jaw dropped and his eyes widened, his brain completely shutting down. Oh my god, I did not see this plot twist coming. Isn't there an unwritten rule in the martial world that to maintain fairness and justice, one must eliminate the three connections: school ties, regional ties, and blood ties? What the heck is happening? The three connections are relationships based on attending the same school, coming from the same hometown, or sharing the same bloodline. While Xiaoma was still bewildered, the Valley Chief's razor-sharp gaze suddenly shot toward him a look that suggested Xiaoma owed him a fortune. His intuition told him that this guy was up to no good, so it was best to play dumb. Thus he put on his most innocent face, waving his hands frantically. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It has nothing to do with me. The Valley Chief frowned, his voice firm. What do you mean it wasn't you? I haven't even said a word. And you're already acting guilty? Valley Chief, sir, it really wasn't me. I swear. He didn't bother for arguing, instead throwing a thick stack of papers right in Xiaoma's face. Read this first. It was a detailed list of all the material damages that Xiaoma's earth-shattering battle had caused to Huanyak Valley. He tremblingly held the paper, his eyes glued to the final number, muttering as he counted each zero. 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Each zero was like a sledgehammer blow to his head. After just a glance at the paper in the Valley Chief's hand, Xiaoma leaped to his feet, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out, his voice cracking with horror. 1,000 taels! Sir, are you kidding me? What kind of compensation costs 1,000 taels of pure silver? Valley Chief, what is this letter? I swear on my 8 heads I can't remember doing anything so catastrophic. I truly don't believe a person like you has what it takes to cause such world-shaking destruction either. Hearing this, Xiaoma was overjoyed as if he'd struck gold and quickly chimed in. Yes, wise Valley Chief. You see, how could it possibly be me? Suddenly the Valley Chief's tone changed. He pointed into the distance and shouted, Little brother, look over there. What's that interesting thing? On reflex, Xiaoma whipped his head around. Whack! Wooden club landed squarely on the top of his head. The unexpected blow made him stagger, clutching his head and crying out in pain. Ah, it hurts! The Valley Chief dropped the club and dusted off his hands nonchalantly. See, all settled. Seeing this, his underlings eagerly rushed forward, clubs in hand. Valley Chief, let us have a try. Thwack, thwack! A few more. Blows rained down. Xiaoma lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. What a pathetic sight the surrounding crowd looked on completely. Bewildered, we must have made a mistake. I think so too. Even though we know martial arts masters can use disguise techniques to alter their entire aura, acting to this extent is just too realistic. Realizing they had the wrong person, Chief Long's men quietly retreated without even bothering to offer an apology. Chief Long, what about the compensation? Just report it to the Wulan Alliance. They left 3 of their men dead here. They'll definitely send people to investigate, and we'll deal with it then. After the group had disappeared, a clear, gentle voice whispered in Xiaoma's ear. Young man, are you all right? Xiaoma shot up a pristine white silk handkerchief. Offered to him, hurry and use this to wipe away the blood. Without even looking at who it was, Xiaoma snatched the handkerchief, muttering to himself as he wiped his nose. Phew, they're all gone. That was a close call. My heart almost stopped. That was 1,000 silver taels. No small amount. If I hadn't played dumb, I would have had to sell my house. I was almost bankrupted. After he finished muttering, he finally looked up to see a stunning beauty standing before him, smiling at him. Who are you? Bisui bowed slightly, her voice like ringing bells. Young master, is it true that for just one silver tael you can solve any problem? Xiaoma has hesitated. That's right. His eyes kept glancing at the dandy, sitting at the next table. How strange. Why is this young lady looking for me instead of that pretty boy? As if reading his thoughts, Bisui asked, Is the person next to you your friend? No. Xiaoma quickly waved his hands. We just happen to share a table. I have no connection to him whatsoever. He turned to the other guy. Hey, she's looking for you, right? The other guy just shook his head vigorously. Bye, Sue smiled. Great. That's wonderful. Then the favor I want to ask is, could you accompany me home? Go home with you. Xiaoma was stunned for a moment. Then a sly grin spread across his face. Go home with her? His mind immediately filled with beautiful scenarios of living with a beauty and playing with a flock of children. Beisui's voice cut through his whimsical thoughts. Young master, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Bisui suddenly leaned close to him, her fragrant breath tickling his ear as she whispered, Actually, you're quite handsome yourself. Oh. Xiaoma was ecstatic. This young lady truly has better judgment than thousands of others, so it was a done deal. That afternoon, the two of them walked side by side on the path to Bisui. Sui's home, you know, Bisui said shyly. The roads in the valley are very dangerous at night. Recently, I even heard about deadly fights, and my home is far away. As a lone woman, how could I not be scared? Xiaoma puffed out his chest. With me here, you can rest assured. To be honest, I've lived here for many years, and I know almost everyone in the valley by sight. So why have I never seen you before? Oh well, this must be fate arranged by the heavens for us, don't you think? Ha ha, Bisui. Pei remained silent, not answering, her gaze subtly drifting down to Xiaoma's feet. His steps were heavy, not at all like those of a martial artist, and his breathing was even showing no signs of internal energy. It's unbelievable. The rumors said this man beat the Heibai Shuangui to a pulp. Suddenly, Bisui had pointed at Xiaoma. What's wrong? He asked. Turning around, she maintained a calm expression, but her eyes were deep and unreadable. But I've also heard that supreme masters, after reaching the state of rebirth, their bodies return to a natural state, becoming like ordinary people no longer needing internal energy. Kalma asked in confusion, his voice a bit flustered. Did my question make you unhappiness? I just want to confirm for sure. Is he a master or not? By the way, I didn't answer. She just glanced at him briefly before walking forward, her voice indifferent but with a hint of a command. Follow me, this way. Yes, a crescent moon hung in the night sky, casting a cold silver light on the trail. They stopped in front of a dilapidated ancient mansion. From within, a wave of killing intent as thick as congealed blood emanated, making one's hair stand on end. This is your house, miss. Xiaoma swallowed hard and stammered. No matter how I look at it, this place looks exactly like a certified haunted house? Feizu gave a faint, enigmatic smile. Just go inside and you'll see. It's getting late. To verify if this guy's strength is enough to defeat the Heibai Shuangwei, the best way is to throw him into the tiger den. Hearing the words late night, a thunderbolt of love seemed to strike Xiaoma's brain. All his vigilance vanished, replaced by a glorious vision of a home and children. A trickle of drool unconsciously escaped the corner of his mouth. How could a lady this straightforward and sincere possibly exist in this world? In his mind, a vivid image of Paitunga in a sheer, delicate dress by candlelight had already appeared. Seeing his dazed expression, Paitunga couldn't help but frown, completely unable to understand what kind of drama was laying out in his blockhead. Her voice cut through Xiaoma's fantasy. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Aren't you coming in? In here now, startled, Xiaoma hastily threw the door open and shot inside like an arrow. But after half a step, he suddenly froze, a troubled look on his face. But we've known each other for less than a couple of hours. Isn't this moving a bit too fast? And what if the lady's parents are home? What am I supposed to say to the two elders? This is all just too sudden. Ka had lost her patience. He was being too noisy. She delivered a merciless kick, squarely in Xiaoma's butt, sending him flying straight into the pitch-black room. Ah, ouch! Xiaoma cried out loudly, rolling a few times on the cold floor. Side, Baito and Ga coldly closed the heavy door, her voice echoing. From within, cold and ruthless. If you want my acknowledgement, it's simple. Just make it out of this den of ghosts and gods alive. Bam! The door slam. Door. I'm shut, swallowing Xiaoma in darkness. Rubbed the growing lump on his head, muttering a complaint. Why did the young lady suddenly... Finally, he couldn't finish his sentence. His eyes widened in shock, staring at the thing sitting imposingly in the middle of the room. Time rewinds to a few days ago. Paitu and Ga had sought out the master of this old manor. An ordinary-looking man was sitting on a wooden chair, leisurely carving a small figurine. Do you know why this place is called the Den of Ghosts and Gods? Because anyone who walks in here on 2 feet can only leave after becoming a ghost. I don't understand why someone from Demon Spirit City would seek me out. This man was the Ghost General. Paitu, Tunga replied, her tone blunt. I wouldn't know about a few years ago. But with Demon Spirit City's current power, there's almost nothing we can't do. Her gaze swept over a handmaiden, standing beside the Ghost General, and she was inwardly astonished. Is that a puppet? It's unbelievably exquisite. Her body movements are no different from a real person's. To be able to carve and perfectly control a puppet at the same time, reaching such a level of dual-mindedness, his reputation is truly well-deserved. The Ghost General, the supreme master of the art of puppetry, she got to the main point. I came here with only one purpose. Before we officially declare war on the Martial Arts Alliance, we need to consolidate our forces. Hearing the words declare war, the Ghost General finally looked up. If it's a matter of such importance, you must need something from me. Once I'm paid, I'll give it my all. Tell me, who do you want me to deal with? He held up the newly carved figurine, a demonic smile playing on his lips. But before we make a deal, if you wish, you can test the extent of my power. Paitu and God nodded slightly. Her voice as calm as an undisturbed lake. Of course, I will abide by the agreement. However, I want you to carry out this job under a different identity, an unknown assassin. Eyebrows of the man hidden in the shadows furrowed slightly. So, I am to act now. Need to rush. Bye, Tu and Ga replied. Just be prepared. At sunset tomorrow, I will bring a test subject to verify your strength. With that, she turned and left. Her white robes drifted gently into the night, but the ripples in her heart had not yet calmed. The Ghost General. What kind of man was he really? The cold, deathly aura he emitted was enough to send a chill straight to the bone. A mysterious smile crept onto his lips. An unknown assassin, you say? Ah, how interesting. Back. In the present, the night was thick and heavy. Stood outside the haunted house, her gaze piercing through the rotten wooden door. Observing every movement inside, she thought, to herself, in a way, that foolish errand boy is the perfect sounding stone to measure the true depths of the Ghost General's power. All I need to do now is simply wait for the results. Inside the house. To kick things off, he summoned a female ghost puppet with hair dragging several feet long and deathly pale skin, which slowly slithered out to scare the test subject. Through the puppet's eyes, he could clearly see that the intruder was just a kid who still smelled of his mother's milk. Xiaoma was startled, but in just a moment he regained his composure. He did something completely unexpected, bowing deeply. My apologies, Miss Ghost. This humble one did not know this was your private residence. Well then, I'll be taking my leave right now. He tucked his tail and tried to run, but another white figure appeared, blocking his escape. This second female ghost looked even more ferocious, with blood-red eyes and a face full of malice. This kid doesn't look like a master no matter how you look at him, the Ghost General assessed inwardly. Sadly, surrounded by the 2 big sisters, Xiaoma became flustered, scratching his head. Ladies, I really didn't mean to come in here. I came to this place completely by accident. None of this has anything to do with me. Xiaoma's naive calmness made the Ghost General suspicious. Could this kid be deliberately hiding his true strength? He decided to greet him more directly. The 2 female ghosts, crawling on the floor, suddenly vanished into thin air, replaced by a sharp wave of killing intent, intangible yet solid, like an icy blade slashing straight towards Xiaoma. Sensing the mortal danger, Xiaoma didn't hesitate. A moment. His body shot up like an arrow, landing lightly on a ceiling beam. Seeing that last blade strike, this was definitely not a ghost. He stood high above and asked clearly, his voice no longer fearful. Who are you two really, the Ghost General? The kid's movement technique was indeed very agile. He didn't answer, but waved his hand and a few more puppets rushed out from the dark corners, like hungry beasts attacking Xiaoma all at once. Xiaoma looked at the puppets with disgust. I already said if you're not ghosts, then before he could finish, the puppets roared and charged forward outside. Baisungja sensed that the battle had truly begun. Suddenly the pupils constricted a deadly blade, or I was slashing straight at her without any warning. Swish. Fortunately, her skills were not ordinary. She do It by a hair's breadth, anger blared up and she yelled into the darkness. I can't believe you'd try to kill even me, Ghost General. General wanted to test her strength. He had always been curious about this mysterious woman. The blade was right at her throat, but by soon God didn't use a weapon. She raised two slender, fair fingers and caught the violently vibrating. Played. You truly are a scoundrel with no business ethics whatsoever, she growled. The Ghost General was shocked to stop my blade without a weapon. Could it be the ultimate technique of the Yihua Palace? Rumor has it that their finger technique can split the heavens and rend the earth, known as the 3,000 Fingers, and the sole successor to that divine martial art today is none other than Isunga. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he saw her fingers move slightly. Clang! An invisible finger force shot out, and the blade in his hand shattered into hundreds of pieces. The Ghost General was a bit confused. Know why she had sought him out, but he knew one thing for sure. This woman was the target that the entire demon spirit city was hunting. Soon, Gaga slowly extended her hand towards the Ghost General. Her voice as cold as ice. Ghost General, you just made a fatal mistake. She began to channel her energy, and the aura around her sharpened. 3,000 fingers, middle finger strike. General didn't back down. He commanded his strongest puppet to charge forward. Sunga's reputation was built upon this legendary finger technique. Flick. A forehead flick, just a gentle flick of finger against the puppet's forehead. The puppet, which had been brimming with ferocious killing intent, suddenly froze and then shattered into pieces. Right in the middle of its forehead was a perfectly round hole, looking just like a donut. Intent from Bisunga erupted violently as she shouted, her voice as sharp as a blade. It's not over yet. 3,000 fingers. Phoenix's 3 claws. Her 5 slender fingers closed into the shape of a sharp claw, striking straight at the Ghost General's puppet. Force pierced through, and the giant wooden puppet instantly disintegrated into pieces. A deep voice rang out, filled with amusement. This girl is truly extraordinary. Seeing no more movement, Baishunga cautiously entered the scene before her. Her stunned the entire crowd of wooden puppets had collapsed. Amidst the wreckage, Xiaoma was holding a small puppet, naively shaking it back and forth. Hey, tell me, how do you guys even move? Bai Sunja couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. Did the controller manage to take control of all these puppets at once? That ability is too terrifying. At the same time, the hidden figure was furious that his entire masterpiece had been destroyed. It seemed he would have to take action himself before things got out of. A dark figure shot up from the sea, beams landing in the wide moonlit courtyard. It was a tall figure, clad in imposing armor. He looked up at the crescent moon, his voice hoarse with excitement. It's been a long time since my blood has boiled like this. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. Without warning, he lunged forward, swinging his saber in a killing blow towards Xiaoma. Fortunately, both Xiaoma and Bisunga reacted in time, dodging by a hair's breadth as the blades scraped past, leaving a deep gash in the ground and shattering rocks and pebbles. Seeing the terrifying power of that strike, Xiaoma dropped his foolish act. His eyes turned serious and sharp. Bisunga, watching from a distance, was also horrified. The power was horrifying. A few strands of Xiaoma's hair were severed by the force of the blade drifting in the air before he could even compose himself. The Ghost General attacked again, his saber techniques weren't flashy, only filled with brutality and an overwhelming murderous aura. Each slash let out a gruesome whoosh. Tearing through the air, Xiaoma moved nimbly, creating a safe distance in just a few steps. Seeing that he couldn't get close, the Ghost General roared and hurled his great saber straight at him. Bam! The saber lunged deep into the ground, shaking the entire area. General landed from the air, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Xiaoma. No matter who you are, you die today, he roared, charged like a mad beast. But before he could show up, his power, a shadow flashed by as a devastating kick from Xiaoma slammed right into his face. The force was so immense that the Ghost General's massive body was sent flying 100 meters, crashing into a stone wall and creating a massive hole. However, as he was just a puppet, he felt no pain, witnessing the lightning fast exchange. Baishunga's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Xiaoma's attack was too fast, so fast that the naked eye couldn't possibly keep up. Could the rumor that he defeated the black and white twin demons actually be true? The Ghost General heavily pulled his body from the rubble and slowly got up. You've got skills, kid, but this body is indestructible. Another earth shatter. Slash was unleashed. Bam! Cracking the ground open again, watching from afar. Baishunga analyzed the situation. A tall figure, heavy iron armor, yet he moved with unbelievable agility. That massive saber must weigh hundreds of pounds. A mere graze would be enough to kill. And yet, that servant boy was able to dodge every attack by less than a finger's breadth. Hundreds of moves were exchanged, but the ghost general couldn't even touch the hem of Xiaoma's clothes. He was like a cunning ape, constantly flipping and tumbling, always evading the deadly blade, which made the general grind his teeth in fury. "Stand still for me," the ghost general roared, swinging his saber in a wide arc to cut off Xiaoma's legs. "Him on general shall," I yelled back, suddenly leaping into the air. Using his own head, he executed the iron head tech, ramming it straight into the ghost general's mask. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound rang out. The ghost general's armored head was crushed flat like a pancake by the devastating headbutt. His massive body staggered and then crashed to the ground. Asuna was once again completely shocked. The ghost general's head. As the giant puppet struggled back to its feet, it raised both hands, grabbed its own flattened head, and with a pop pulled it back to its original shape as if nothing had happened. Xiaoma, astonished, slowly walked closer, a kid with absolutely no internal energy. Yet his martial arts have reached this realm. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Xiaoma curiously walked over and tapped a finger against the iron breastplate. It made a hollow clanging sound. He mumbled, "It's empty." "Then who in the world has been talking to me?" "It was me." The ghostly voice didn't come from the armor, but echoed down from above. They both looked up. Under the silvery moonlight, a slender figure was standing on the peak of the roof, her long hair flowing in the night wind. Such interesting children. For children, Xiaoma's expression soured. He thought to himself, "I'm probably older than your mother." Meanwhile, Basuna was struck dumb. She couldn't believe that woman had been using a single thin, nearly invisible silk thread to control a war machine like the ghost general the entire time. Xiaoma scratched his head, asking in confusion, "So you're there was a time?" Woman interrupted, "when people called me Gigi." Her voice laced with a distant nostalgia. "I'm afraid not many people remember that name anymore." He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before replying, "Honestly, sorry, but this is the first I'm hearing of it." The air fell silent. But in Bai Sunga's mind, it was as if lightning had struck. Gui. She had definitely heard that name somewhere before. She'd heard this name somewhere before. Suddenly, a pure white snowflake gently landed on the back of her hand, melting into a streak of icy water. Bakhtu and Ga looked up at the sky in horror. Snow. How can there be snow in this weather? A terrifyingly cold aura, to the naked eye, was radiating from the woman on the roof, causing the entire surrounding area to begin freezing over. She stood there, her feet seemingly not even touching the roof tiles. Void-stepped, Bakhtu and Ga murmured, her voice filled with terror. Then, as if recalling an ancient legend, she uttered the name that once sowed terror. Could it be the Tianshan Snow Maiden? The white-eyed ghost? Gigi? That woman slowly descended, her hair white as silver thread, her blank white pupils devoid of soul despite bearing the title of 100-year-old demon lord. Her figure was as graceful as a young maiden's, her skin as fair as the first snow, a memory from Demon Spirit City. The Great Hall, the 10 great masters were whispering amongst themselves. I heard someone used a puppetry technique to control the ghost general in Ho Wan Nak Lung. What's wrong? Are you interested too? What's there to be interested in? A weary voice spoke up. I was just thinking of someone else who really enjoys this kind of thing. Gui Gui. That name made the atmosphere heavy. Gui Gui. You mean the Tianshan Snow Maiden, the one who single-handedly painted the entire martial arts alliance red with blood hundreds of years ago? Has it really been a century already? Time really flies. Huan Ma, just how many years have you lived? The man called Huan Ma. When Ma chuckled, I don't remember anymore. After I passed 100, I got too lazy to count. The black ghost, who was tripping tea on the side, suddenly interjected. If it's the Tianshan Snow Maiden, isn't she the creator of the ice-white divine art? He gestured with his chin towards the white ghost. Then you should be calling her your grandmaster. The white ghost really slammed the table. Grandmaster, my ass. I comprehended the ice-white divine art from the secret manual all by herself. Back in the present, Batina couldn't help but shudder. A great demon lord who had vanished for 100 years. Why would she be hiding in a dilapidated house like this? Matter how strong that errand boy was, how could he possibly be a match for a living legend like her? Gigi landed in front of Tuma. Her blank white eyes looked up at the moon, her voice carrying both weariness and extreme cruelty. This is the first time this old woman has stepped outside after 100 years of solitude. So you all had better entertain me. Killing intent in a cold aura erupted simultaneously, spontaneously, making the space feel like it was about to shatter. And yet, Tuma still wore a bewildered expression. I don't understand why I have an obligation to entertain you. His brain started working at full capacity, so this woman is the real master. As for that other girl, the image of the pure, noble beauty. Baktunga in his heart shattered into a million pieces, a scammer using a honey trap to lure me in here. The house is in such a state of disrepair. If this landlady makes me pay for damages, I'll lose my money and get hurt for nothing. The ancients taught that a wise man knows when to retreat. With that thought, Tuma immediately raised his hand, signaling for a negotiation. Hold on. I can completely understand your pain and loneliness over the past 100 years. But first, let me clear this up. He pointed directly at Ba. Tuna, his voice filled with indignation. Over there, do you see that deceitful girl? She's the one who said this was her house and even tried to seduce me. Chewing a froze, completely baffled by what the hell this guy was talking about, Tuma continued to shout. What I mean is, if there are any damages to be paid, it would be more reasonable for you to ask her. Gigi didn't even bother to glance at Tuma, did past him indifferently and flicked her sleeve. Get out of the way for a moment. An invisible force swept Tuma up, sending him flying like a bullet, slamming him into the wall and embedding him deep within it. Concern isn't you, but that little girl over there me bok to, and God took a step back in terror. You should be careful with every answer you give, little girl. If you're not from the direct bloodline of the Shifting Flowers Palace, the family's ultimate technique would never be passed on to an outsider. Tell me, how did you learn the 3,000 fingers? The aura radiating from her was as via the mountain, pressing down on Bak to Enga and causing cold sweat to bead and trickle down her temples. She immediately realized that the woman before her was the legendary Gui Gui, an existence she stood no chance against. Her haze unconsciously shifted towards Tuma, who was lying unconscious. He's lost consciousness. Although she felt guilty, now was not the time to worry about him. She had to escape this place at all costs. But just as the thought formed, a dark figure shot up from the ground like an arrow. The ghost general was attacking again, reacting instinctively. Bisui used her finger technique, but the moment her two fingers touched the blade, she felt something was missing. Off. The blade was no longer ordinary metal. It was enveloped in a sinister, cold yin internal energy. Boom! The ghost general roared, throwing her backward with its sheer force. Bisui landed awkwardly, her arm numb. He didn't give her a second to rest. A relentless barrage of attacks rained down, forcing her onto the defensive. Defending Bisui's mind raced. The ghost general was just a puppet controlled by the fingertips of the old ghost woman. As long as that old woman doesn't stop, I have absolutely no way to escape. The old ghost woman's voice echoed again, 100 years ago when the Yihua Palace was annihilated. I heard that a single female descendant was lucky enough to survive, hiding and taking refuge in Malin City. Perhaps that person is you. A determined glint flashed, and by Sue's eyes there was only one chance. She abruptly stopped, resisting and slowly landed on the ground. She coughed a few times, suppressing the pain, then bowed her head, her voice carrying a hint of reverence. This junior was blind and failed to recognize. Senior, I have been truly disrespectful. If this whole affair could be forgotten, this junior would be eternally grateful. The moment her words ended, her figure blurred, and she launched a surprise attack. She thought that Lo would catch the old woman off guard, but the reality was much crueler. Around the old ghost woman, a dense cold aura automatically condensed, forming an invisible yet unusually solid barrier. The old woman spoke cold. With just a measly little smokescreen and not even a poisonous one. You think you can escape from my grasp? I have no intention of running. Away! Bai Sui's voice shouted from within the smoke. The unique ultimate technique of Yihua Palace, 3,000 fingers. She burst through the smoke, appearing like a goddess of war, all of her internal energy focused into her hand. Creating a brilliant golden aura, this was the third move, the most powerful technique she could execute, strong enough to shatter a 5-clawed imperial dragon granite boulder. The roaring energy claws of a dragon shot forward, carrying destructive power. Bai Sui's voice shouted from within the smoke, appearing like a goddess of war, all of her internal energy focused into her hand. Tua had already pictured the old ghost woman being torn to shreds, but that was only in her imagination. In reality, her full-powered technique couldn't even leave a scratch on the old ghost woman's barrier of cold chi. Seeing the junior's amateurish level, the old woman shook her head, her voice filled with disappointment. You've learned the mystical martial arts of your ancestors, yet this is all you've achieved? What a pity. Before Bisui could even compose herself, she felt something ice-cold press against her chest. The old ghost woman's withered hand had been there since who knows when. White divine art. A familiar technique, but in the hands of the old ghost woman, its power was 100 times more terrifying than the white ghosts. An extremely frigid, chi pierced straight through her body, bone-penetrating yin-wind hand. Boom! The strike made no loud noise. But Bisui felt as if her chest was being crushed. She couldn't breath. The chilling chi surged into her internal organs, freezing every cell, every blood vessel, the bone-deep, freezing pain left her with only a single thought. If I don't dispel this cold chi, I'm going to die. The old ghost woman stood there, towering like an eternal snow-capped mountain, looking down at the dying prey at her feet. The old woman asked coldly again, "Well, are you ready to answer my question now?" Bisui's body trembled violently, her lips purple from the cold. She struggled to force out each word. "I don't know anything." The girl's stubbornness seemed to have exhausted the old ghost woman's patience. The old woman slowly raised her hand. An invisible force lifted Bisui off the ground, tightening around her throat. The old ghost woman remained expressionless, her ancient eyes staring straight at her. Her voice was devoid of emotion. "You don't have to answer." Bisui struggled in vain as the air depleted, her consciousness beginning to fade into darkness. The dark figure hovered in midair, the ghost hag's hoarse voice echoing under the cold moonlight. "You are the last descendant of the Yihua Palace." But why is Bai Lingfei's daughter so pathetically weak? She looked down at Bisui, who, she was choking, her eyes glinting with contempt. "Years ago, your mother was one of only 3 women in the world who dared to face me head-on. The first was a sword maiden, yet she could overpower even the imperial sword, Chen Jianyu, of the 72 plum blossom swords. The second was the clan head of the Tang clan of Sichuan, the 9th heaven's mysterious maiden Tang Xiaorong. And the last one was your mother, the palace master of Yuhua Palace, Bai Lingfei, the successor of the 3,000 fingers." She reached up to rub her left shoulder, her voice filled with hatred. "This shoulder was broken by her, an injury that has tormented me for the past 30 years and still hasn't fully healed." Bisui struggled to reply, each word punctuated by a gasp for air. "My mother's affairs have nothing to do with me. Nothing. Nothing." Gigi let out a menacing laugh, her grip tightening. "Why do you think the Yihua Palace was destroyed? Why did your mother, a true heroine, have to die such a miserable death in the end? Tell me the secret to immortality." "What secret to immortality?" Bisui's face was pale from the lack of oxygen. "I don't know. If such a thing existed, my mother wouldn't be dead." "If you won't talk, then just die," a casual voice called out from below. Hey, Guigui turned, head in surprise to see Xiaoma stand there with a huge grin, scratching his head. "Sorry to interrupt you two while you're busy. Am I free to go now?" The old demoness narrowed her eyes, wondering when this kid had gotten here without her even noticing. Xiaoma continued with an innocent express. "Even though I caused a lot of trouble, it really wasn't intentional. I almost died back there myself. The puppets I broke were just in self-defense. Let's just call it even since you attacked me first and I fought back, so this Help me!" Bisui's desperate cry cut Xiaoma off. "Please save me." Xiaoma glanced at the girl who had deceived him and shrugged. "Sorry, this doesn't really concern me." With that, he waved goodbye and nonchalantly turned to leave, watching his figure walk away. Bisui mustered all her remaining strength and croaked out 2 words, 5 tails. Xiaoma stopped in his tracks, his entire body freezing with only the words, tails echoing in his head. He turned back, putting on a pained expression to start bargaining. "This old woman is pretty strong," seeing a ray of hope. Bisui gritted her teeth. 10 tails, Xiaoma lower. His head, a subtle, satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Old hag, are you really planning to kill her?" 10 tails, we have a deal." Seeing that Beishu's life force was fading, Xiaoma growled, "Let her go!" Gigi sneered contemptuously, "You fool." She flicked a finger, and the demon general puppet on the ground suddenly leaped up, swinging its blade towards Xiaoma's back. But he simply tilted his body, reached out one hand, and gently grabbed the puppet's wrist before giving it a twist. Crack! The puppet's entire arm broke clean off, and the control thread on Gigi's hand snapped. Both women were horrified by his lightning-fast strike. Xiaoma glanced at him, the useless puppet, his voice low, and repeated, "Let her go." She's my client now, and if I refuse, news, you will regret it. The moment he spoke, Xiao Mao's figure blurred, and then suddenly reappeared right beside Gigi. He threw a thunderous punch, which Gui managed to block just in time. If that punch is the best you can do, then. Before she could finish her gloating, a roundhouse kick appeared from her blind spot, slamming right into her ribs. Bam! Guigi's whole body was kicked to the ground like a ragged ball, losing her captor's grip. Bisui fell freely. Are you okay? In an exhausted voice, Bisui Wei quietly replied, thanks to you, under the moonlight. The sight of Xiao Ma catching her was incredibly reassuring. He turned and gently told her, stand back. I'll handle this from now on. In that moment, the image of the valiant young man in front of her made even a proud woman like Bisui blush with shyness. The old woman, Bisui, slowly stood up, brushing the dust from her robes, but her mind was reeling in shock. There was no fluctuation of true qi, not a single trace of internal energy. But where did this pure, raw power come from? How could someone with no internal energy possess such earth-shattering martial arts? She didn't attack rashly, instead just stomping her foot lightly. From the earth, the demon general war machine emerged once again, standing tall like an iron mountain. Gui gently pressed her hand against the puppet's body, and streams of icy white life force poured from her palm into its frame, causing the puppet's eyes to suddenly flare with an eerie light. It was reborn, now several times more powerful. Let's see just how much you can entertain me, you little brat. With a wave of her and the demon general shot forward. It was no longer a clumsy machine, but a steel arrow hurtling towards Xiao Ma at supersonic speed, unleashed a tempest of attacks, each punch and kick packing enough force to flatten a hill. But its opponent was Xiao Ma. To him, those ferocious movements seemed slow and riddled with openings. It looked like stronger, but in essence it was still just a stiff putt. Dodging a vertical slash, Xiao Ma slipped into the demon general's blinds spot and threw a punch. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Xiao Ma's internal energy erupted, piercing straight through the thick iron armor and leaving a gaping hole in the puppet's chest, just as the rumors claim. His fist was like a walking cannon. Seeing the puppet severely wound, Gui immediately made her move. She waved her hand, creating a sharp palm wind to attack Xiao Ma and draw his attention. The moment Xiao Ma threw his hand to block the blow, this figure vanished into thin air, then abruptly appeared right beneath him like a phantom rising from the earth. Her elegant yet cold hand pressed directly against his chest, the bone-penetrating yin-wind hand, a pure white palm imprint carrying the chill of the 9 springs, struck Xiao Ma's chest directly. Vicious cold chi instantly invaded his meridians, sending him flying into the air. Without giving her opponent a moment's rest, Gui leaped up and followed with an even more powerful stir. The netherworld yin palm. Xiao Ma was slammed deep into the rubble by the second blow. Guigi's ethereal figure appeared beside him, her voice cold. You'd better not move. Anyone who takes 2 of my hits in a row will have their internal organs frozen solid by the cold poison. Before she even finished speaking, Xiao Ma slowly sat up and simply let out a gentle breath. A plume of frosty white smoke escaped from his mouth, carrying with it all the cold poison that had just invaded his body. This sight left Gui, an old demon who had lived for 100 years, completely stunned. Her stark white pupils contracted. An astonishment she hadn't felt in a century was clear on her face, which had seemed devoid of emotion. Omar rubbed his chest, his expression still calm. Well, that was a little chilly, but not enough to kill me. Immune to cold and heat. No, this realm is even higher than that. Could this physique be the one that only exists in legends? The Void Spirit Body. The Void Spirit Body is a pure vessel containing no internal energy, but it can absorb and convert all types of energy from the heavens and the earth. She stared intently at Xiao Ma, her voice laced with doubt for the first time. Just what are you? Let's see. I'm not too sure about that myself. Xiao Ma replied honestly. I'm just an errand boy. With that said, he charged forward, unleashing a torrent of fists and kicks on Gigi. To her horror, she realized his martial arts followed no rules whatsoever, as unpredictable as a raging flood. This movement technique, this fist style, there's no mistaking it. It's identical to his martial arts. Could it be? As another punch flew toward her, Gui didn't dodge this time. She raised her hand and caught Xiao Ma's fist effortlessly. Now I understand your true nature. How Ma didn't understand which he meant, but a world-shaking energy erupted from Gigi's body. Snowflakes began to form around her, no longer soft and beautiful, but as sharp as razor blades. The surrounding temperature plummeted below zero. A terrifying blizzard radiated out from her, freezing everything in its path. Bisui only had time to cry out in terror before her entire body was encased in a thick layer of ice. Xiaoma was no exception. Within the silent white expanse, Gigi slowly walked up to the frozen Xiaoma. "You're so much like him," she whispered. The only man who ever made this icy heart of mine stir, Gigi's elegant, ice-cold hand gently touched Xiaoma's face, a name that seemed to have been buried For 100 years of solitude quietly escaped her lips. Failong, memories sudden, flooded back to her. A lovely little girl with silver hair played cheerfully in a flower garden. Her eyes lit up when she saw a beautiful crimson rose. "I used to love flowers so much, but I could never touch them." Her small hand couldn't help it reach out, gently brushing against a petal. Instantly, the gorgeous flower was covered in a thin layer of frost, turning brittle before shattering into pieces. Her mother rushed over. "I've told you before, my love. You should only look at them." Suddenly, on the other side of the stream, the whispers of 3 villagers could be heard. They pointed, their eyes with fear and disgust, and then a panicked scream pierced the air, shattering the tranquility. "Look, it's the snow demoness from the Tianshan Mountains. Why are they down in our village?" The mother and daughter looked at each other in confusion. The mother's voice trembled slightly. "Did they hear us? So what if they did?" Little Gui Gui replied innocently, "We haven't done anything wrong." But a child's logic was no match for adult prejudice. A sharp-edged stone flew through the air, striking the little girl squarely on the forehead. The stone wasn't large, but the force of an adult's throw was enough to cause gooey sharp pain, as a stream of fresh red blood trickled out and tears welled in her eyes. The little girl thought resentfully, "I've always wanted to make friends, but I've never had a single one." Spread like a plague. A few children from Awa village, following the adult's lead, also grabbed sticks and clubs, charging forward, while shouting and chasing the mother and daughter, "Get out, you monsters, go back to your mountain. This is no place for you." Helpless and in pain, the mother and daughter could only leave in silence, carrying an unspeakable sense of grief. That night, in a cold cave atop Tianshan Mountain, the mother gently applied medicine to the wound on her daughter's forehead. Her face remained as gentle as water, but her eyes reflected a profound sadness. "Gui, get a good night's sleep tonight. First thing tomorrow morning, as soon as it's light, we will leave this place." "Why?" Little girl asked blankly, her big round eyes filled with tears. "It's their fault, so why do we have to be the ones to leave?" Looking at her poor, innocent daughter, the mother's heart felt as if it were being crushed. She didn't know how to explain the cruelty of the world. Gui burst into smoked sobs, her cries filled with resentment. "Why do we have to hide? Why do we have to live like fugitives? What crime have we committed? Why? Why do they treat us like this? At that time, too young to understand. I didn't understand why I had to live in the shadows, why I wasn't allowed to touch the beautiful flowers, why I couldn't make friends, and why even crying was a luxury." Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake violently, with debris raining down from the ceiling. "Danger!" The mother panicked, hurriedly pulling her daughter's hand to run outside. They had just escaped the cave and thinking they were safe when a horrifying sight met their eye. Dozens of hunters with weapons at the ready. Their eyes gleaming with greed had surrounded them at some point. "Who are you?" Mother shouted, shielding her daughter behind her. The leader, a scarred man with a cruel smile, said, "Rumor has it that the Snow Woman of Tianshan Mountain possesses an inner core that can multiply one's power tenfold. If you hand it over obediently, we grant you to a swift death." "What in her core?" she screamed in desperation. "We are human. We don't have such a thing." But her explanation, the nation fell on deaf ears, and without another word the hunters roared and charged, channeled all her inner energy, creating a snowstorm to push Gui far away before charging into the life-or-death battle alone. The harsh clang of metal and savage roars echoed throughout the mountain. A moment later, amidst the chaotic storm, the mother's weak voice called out, "My daughter, you're not hurt anywhere, are you?" She reached out a blood-stained hand, trembling as she touched her daughter's cheek. "My daughter is very strong. You can live a good life without me, right? You must be resilient and strong to survive. You must live." "What are you saying?" Gui asked innocently, her eyes welling up. "It sounds like you're about to die. If you live as I've told you." She smiled, her breath growing weaker. "One day you will meet someone who truly understands and loves you, so until then you must live. Promise me, will you?" Gui finally realized her mother wasn't going to be with her anymore. She cried, hot tears streaming down her freezing cheeks. My daughter must stay healthy. With those final words, her hand fell limp, her last breath dissolving into the cold air of Tiangxian Mountain. I can't promise the little girl what... Billed tragically, shaking her mother's body. I can't live without you. I'm begging you, please don't die. Mom, how am I supposed to live all by myself? The leader, though heavily wounded and his he battered, still dragged himself forward with his chipped blade. He stared at the little girl with bloodshot eyes. Don't worry, you'll be reunited with your mother soon enough. In that moment, something inside me died and something far more terrifying was born. I resolved that I must return to this world all the pain it has inflicted upon me. Gui Gui's consciousness faded to black as the extreme agony shattered all her restraints, awakening the terrifying latent power within her. Her entire body glowed with the red of blood and hatred. An inhuman scream. The dream erupted, filled with sorrow, fury, and resentment. Boom, a blizzard of destructive power exploded from her small body, engulfing all the hunters in eternal ice. From that day on, I committed countless sins. The horrified screams of the martial world always echoed in my ears. It's Gui Gui. The demon of Tianshan Mountain has appeared. I single-handed slaughtered the entire martial arts alliance. From an innocent little girl, I became a cold-blooded assassin until I met that man, the only one who made this frozen heart beat again. Guigi's aged hand gently rested on the unconscious Xiao Ma's face. I thought a guess was just a guess. Your form, you little brat. I see the shadow of Failong. You've been missing for so long. Why do you look so much alike? Even if you are Failong's son. The thick ice surrounding Xiao Ma began to crack, the shattering sound growing more and more intense. Then with a bang, the cold energy dispersed, and he completely broke free, letting out a Everleaf. Xiao Ma's eyes glinted with fighting spirit. Then let's start over, but surprisingly, Gui Gui turned away. The killing intent around her also vanished. Forget it, she's said, her voice slightly petulant. I have no reason to fight you to the death, and besides, if my guess is correct, then she flicked her sleeve and the ice on Bisui and Ga also shattered while Gui Gui's Your gradually became blurry. You must have many questions. Don't be hasty. Her words lingered in the air like a mist. Whether you like it or not, you will know everything sooner or later. With that said, her figure completely vanished. Isonga clutched her still cold arm, unable to believe that even someone as terrifying as Gui Gui was just a puppet. Hey! You scammer! Xiaoma suddenly spun around, pointing straight at Baishunga's face. You looked bewildered, blinking innocently. Xiaoma was trembling with anger. How dare you look down on me, Soma? The fact that you tricked me. I will absolutely. A coin was immediately tossed out. Bye soon. Crossed her arms, tilted her chin up, and spoke with a superior tone. From now on, I officially appoint you as my personal errand boy. Thinking Xiaoma's eyes would light up, he instead ignored it. His voice, coming comically serious because of you. This entire valley and I were dragged into danger, as quick as a flat. Xiaoma snatched it all up, cleared his throat, and put on an extremely serious face. Since I've taken the money, I have to work. Speak. Let's start from the beginning. This. A satisfied smile appeared on Baishunga's lips, at Huayue Valley. All figure, clad in pitch-black armor and radiating a terrifying killing intent had appeared. He was Kwang Mo. He approached the young man who usually competed with Xiaoma for business, his voice deep and resonant like a temple bell. It's you. The young man looked up, confused. The errand boy Soma from Huai Valley, Kwang Mo asked. The young man smiled, gently pointing to the temporarily closed sign next to Xiaoma's spot. If you're looking for Obama, please go this way. Kwang Mo glanced at the sun, and in turn to leave, leaving behind a chilling sentence. Tell him Kwang Mo is looking for him. Upon hearing the name Kwang Mo, the smile on the young man's face instantly vanished, and he slowly began to turn his attention toward the situation. Stood up, his gaze turning sharp. A 6th-ranked guard of Maoling City. It seems war is inevitable. Suddenly, Kwang Mao turned, back around, but the young man's seat was empty, in an instant. A cold, sharp point thrust towards his back, a fatal attack, but no. The blade was easily caught firmly between Kwang Mo's bicep and armpit. You be brat, he growled, his eyes suddenly turning bloodshot, and a dark, deathly aura erupted from his body like a storm. Engulfing a corner of the sky, the young man closed his eyes, calmly sensing the overwhelming demonic energy. It looks light, but feels astonishingly heavy, truly worthy of the name mad demons, heaven-shattering. If there were a ranking of the top 10 ultimate techniques in the world, this saber art would definitely have a place. It is also known by the name One Strike Kill. Legend has it that one who masters it can split Mount Tai and part the seas with a single slash, but the cultivation requirements are expected. Extremely harsh. One must be born with a yin-yang body, or possess at least 360-year cycles of internal energy, 180 years, until now. Aside from its creator, the Iron Mountain Saber Emperor, no one has ever been able to master it. In the past, Jiangnan City was a bustling metropolis, with people coming and going like threads on a loom, the sounds of hawking and bargaining filling the air. In the midst of that prosperity, Wu Wansheng, the master of the #1 sect in Jiangnan, was a household name. Wealthiest man in the Central Plains, known to the world as the Golden King. His lands were vast, his gold and silver piled as high as mountains. No amount of wealth could compare to the only son he had in his twilight years. To Wu Wansheng, this child was the most precious treasure on earth. Fei Liu, the 7th-generation sole heir of the Wu family, was like a flickering candle in the wind, born with a constitution weaker than even the frailest of children. The boy's existence was a constant worry that gnawed at Wu Wansheng's heart day and night. The famous physician's words were like a knife stabbing him with a knife, having into his heart. Sect Master. The young master is only barely holding on. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to see the spring of next year. From that moment on, No Van Thuong, one of the wealthiest men in the Central Plains, began a solitary war against fate. His decree was sent across the land. Anyone who could find a divine medicine to prolong his son's life would be rewarded by the Engo family with anything they desired. And so, a journey of burning money to sustain a life began. As soon as Failu was born, the life force of the great rejuvenation pill, the Shaolin's secret treasure, was poured into his fragile body. His first birthday celebration featured not ordinary cakes, but 1,000-year snow ginseng from the peak of Changbai Mountain, which took a millennium to form its essence. At age 3, he consumed the White Mountain 9-leaf grass, a legendary herb said to rejuvenate a 100-year-old woman. At 7, precious treasures like red bamboo, jade marrow paste, and snow lotus seeds from the heavenly mountains became his daily meals. The peak came when he was 10 years old. He was given the Earth Dragon's blood treasure, an elixir capable of reviving the dead. My lord, please stop. The young master can't absorb any more. Though the servants pleaded until they were hoarse, Engo Van Thuong turned a deaf ear, his love for his son having become a blind obsession. The combined cost of those elixirs was enough to buy an entire city. Engo Van Thuong's business empire began to falter and then collapsed. According to the Lord, the 12 cities under our control and all trade rights in the Jiangnan region have been sold. All that's left are a few barren forests, not worth much, but No Van Thuong coldly dismissed it, vowing to continue until Failu could grow up on his own. Finally, on Failu's 15th birthday, a world-shaking transformation occurred after consuming 2 stream inner cores at the same time: the fire spirit core, the 1,000-year core of a fire python, which was extremely yang, and the ice shade core, the 1,000-year core of an ice centipede, which was extremely yin. His body couldn't handle it. Bruised purple veins bulged all over his body. His throat was as dry as a desert, and his groans were nothing but hot air. Water, water! Zhou Van Thuong screamed and panicked, but Failu needed no help. He charged like a wounded beast, throwing himself into the waterfall near his home. A bizarre scene unfolded. For the first 5 days, his body was like a living furnace. The heat radiating from him turned the entire stream into a pot of boiling water, which evaporated until it was dry. 5 days later, the heat vanished, replaced by a hellish cold. The frigid aura emanating from his body froze the majestic waterfall into a giant crystal. When people broke the ice to rescue him, Failu had been completely reborn. Countless elixirs and the 2 streams of yin and yang energy had forged a one-of-a-kind body, the yin-yang body, a perfect constitution for practicing martial arts. Price for that miracle was the complete collapse of an empire from the wealthiest man in the Central Plain. Ngo Van Thuong was now just an old man in a small mud-walled hut. Understand now? Ngo Van Thuong's voice was hoarse. Our family has fallen this far, all because of you. Now on, I'm letting you stand on your own 2 feet, remember that. Just then, a deep, resonant voice like a bell rang out from the doorway. Van Thuong, old brother, are you in there? A man with a sturdy build and the air of a grandmaster stepped inside. It was Tong Dai Hao, one of the 12 elders of the Martial Arts Alliance. Government Thuong was overjoyed. Dai Hao, you're here. After a few rounds of tea, Tong Dai Hao at Filu. His gaze so sharp it seemed to see right through a person's soul. He spoke in a low voice. Strange. The fire spirit core and the ice jade core are two extremely opposing energies. Consuming them at the same time should have caused his limbs to swell and explode, resulting in death. Ngo Van Thuong said proudly, "You wouldn't know. But his body contains the essence of countless divine medicines. There is no child in this world with a stronger foundation than him." Tong Dai Hao, not slightly, his eyes boring into Filu's dantian as if fucking sensing something. Is that how he obtained the yin-yang body? He drained the cup of wine in his hand, slammed it on the table, and made a momentous decision. Van Thuong, I can take him as my disciple and teach him martial arts. But you must understand, this constitution is both a blessing and a curse. The training process could very well kill him. After that fateful discussion, Tong Dai Hao dragged Filu to a towering mountain in Jiangnan. The wind howled furiously, carrying a biting chill, who looked down into the deep, dark abyss below, where swirling clouds obscured the bottomless pit. Fall down there, Tong Dai Hao said in a hoarse voice, and it's certain death. Even a first-rate master would hesitate before this sheer cliff, let alone a brat like you. Without a single word of warning, the old man launched a kick straight into Filu's chest. No need for pleasantries. Survive and climb back up here, then we'll talk. Filu was sent flying off the cliff. His small body plunged into the endless abyss. Only his desperate, piercing scream echoed before being swallowed by the howling wind. That was the beginning of his hellish days. The cursing voice of Tong Dai Hao became the soundtrack to Filu's life. You useless thing. You possess a yin-yang body with internal energy equivalent to 180 years of cultivation. And this is all you can do? You can't even hold a blade properly. Just look at yourself. Listen closely. The heaven-shattering dragon is an unrivaled hegemonic blade, but its raw power and ferocity are precisely what creates so many openings. You must carve this mantra into your very soul. When you need to be light as a feather. When you need to be as heavy as Mount Tai. Memory faded, giving way to the cruel reality Heaven Shatter and Steel Dragon Blade. First form, Black Dragon Slash. Feilu roared, swinging his blade with destructive force wherever the blade passed. The body of Kwang Ma was torn asunder. The villain screamed, agony grinding his teeth. You damn bastard, volume in special opera. Operations team, Captain Feilu. Mission complete. The joy of victory had barely sparked before it was extinguished. Scene before him suddenly blurred, shattering like a mirror. It turned out to be just an illusion. Hit by the soul-killing poison, a strange toxin that caused no pain, it directly attacked the brain, creating sweet hallucinations that let the victim drown in victory and happiness until the moment of death, completely unaware. While Feilu was still in a daze, Kwang Ma slowly approached and snatched the blade from his hand, punched straight into Filu's stomach, the blow yanking him out of his dream. He flew backward, timing hard against the stone wall. The mind-numbing pain brought him to his senses completely, so it was just a dream. A hallucination caused by the poison, even though he was beaten. Black and blue, his insides churning. Filu's hand still gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, not letting go for a second. Kwang Ma looked on with some surprise. Even when your consciousness is fading, you still won't let go of your sword. This kid's will is truly as hard as iron. It can't be underestimated, but so what? You're still going to die, you little punk? He roared. Mustering all his strength, leaped into the air and then plummeted down like a fiery meteor, aiming straight for Filu's small body. Die! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The ground where Filu stood cracked open, forming a deep crater, and thick dust obscured everything. It seemed as if Feilu had been crushed to a pulp. But when the smoke cleared, an unbelievable sight was revealed. Feilu, his legs sunk deep into ground, had used his own blade to completely block Kwang Ma's devastating attack. Impossible. Kwang Ma was horrified. You must have eaten some kind of divine artifact to be able to neutralize the soul-killing poison on your own. Feilu gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing all over his body, his voice hoarse from the effort. It seems my previous level of skill isn't enough to defeat you, is it? He let out a world-shaking shout, channeling all his internal energy to fling Kwang Ma away, then stood up straight. He looked at the monster before him, his mind racing. If his master hadn't fed him all sorts of spiritual pills and miraculous medicines to temper his body since he was a child, he probably would have died just now. You little punk. Don't think poison is all I have. Kwang Ma roared, and as fast as lightning, he appeared. Died Filu, launching a vicious high kick aimed at his temple. Filu quickly raised his arm to block, but the force was too strong and sent him flying. straight into a nearby house. The people inside the house screamed in terror and scrambled to escape in a panic. Failong slowly sat up. From the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression incredibly bitter and tense. This bastard's armor is made from 10,000-year-cold steel, impervious to blades and spears. The strength in his arms is completely overwhelming, and his speed is so fast, the naked eye can barely follow. But the deadliest thing is his poison arts. He's a grandmaster of poison techniques. Ha! You little brat. You're quite sharp-eyed, aren't you? Kwang Ma laughed smugly. In Failong's an image of his past self reappeared the day he exhausted, and covered in injuries, crawled up from that 10,000-fathom-deep cliff. An iron will, forged in hell, flared up once again in his eyes. I must survive at all costs. The first rays of morning sun shone on Failong's exhausted face. He panted and muttered, I finally made it up. Just as he managed to pull himself halfway over the edge of the cliff, a stream of strong liquor splashed right in his face. You've got guts, a hearty voice boomed. This tattered appearance of yours proves you're not one to give up easily. I'm quite pleased, but you certainly wait long enough. That morning, on a windy mountaintop, the master and his disciples sat together, gazing down at the overlapping deep blue mountain ranges. Failong, do you see that mountain over there? The one split in two. It's called the At-Sun. His master, Dai Hao, said in a deep, thoughtful voice, I brought you here because this is the very place where the Theodson, Blade Emperor of old, created the Quanglong blade technique. Failong was stunned. Master, you don't mean Theodson was hit by a single strike from the Blade Emperor's blade, do you? Dai Hao nodded. This blade technique has 9 forms, but with your aptitude, I fear mastering even 3 of them would be a miracle. The difficulty of the later forms is beyond imagination. Watch carefully. The first form, Mak Long Tram. Di Hao's gaze suddenly turned ice cold, his aura surging to the heavens, and this, the second form. Fa Thien Vu, returning to the present. Failong dropped to one knee and plunged his sword into the earth. A blinding aura of sword energy erupted from the blade, forming a circle of light that surrounded him. Of Kwang Ma's pitch-black toxic aura was pushed back by this light. A purified space at the middle of the dead land. Ma stared blankly at the sight, then glanced up at the clear blue sky above. Far from there, on a sunny hillside, Tioma was dutifully playing the part of an errand boy. A large paper fan, waving it to create a breeze for Baktunga, who was leisurely sunbathing. Seeing him fanning absent-mindedly while staring in the distance. Bisui frowned and yelled, Hey, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be fanning? Xiao Ma was and quickly replied, Oh, yes, I'm on it. Despite the battle, the area now resembled a giant arena formed in the middle of the valley, with wind howling through the crevices of the rocks. Kwang Man erode his eyes. This punk used his sword aura to expel all of my toxic chi. Could the rumor about the captain of the Volum Min's Special Operations Squad mastering 5 forms of the Quanglong blade technique be true? And is it him? On the opposite side, Failong took his stand. His body is taut as a bowstring. The toxic aura was only temporarily repelled. That man's entire body is a living mass of poison. If my breathing falters for even a second, I'm dead for sure. Kwang Ma's hands beneath his iron gauze, gauntlets began to glow red-hot like lava. I originally came here just to teach that punk Tuma a lesson, and drag that girl Bokto Enga back, he mumbled. Failong stared intently at those hands, thinking to himself, it's not just his body. His hands are the most terrifying part. A pair of poison hands that can melt iron and shatter steel. They have to be concealed within specially crafted gauntlets. Kwang Ma growled, I never expected you to get in my way. But even if you're the captain of the Special Operations Squad, don't think you can stop me. A long fight would only put me in your way. At a disadvantage. I have to take him down in one swift assault. With that thought, Failong's body became a blur of lightning darting straight toward Kwang Ma. His blade flashed, slashing relentlessly at his opponent. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of strikes were unleashed, but Kwang Ma's armor forged from Van Nianhan Theat was too tough, and it was also coated in a dense layer of protective aura, rendering all of fire. Lu's attacks useless. Just as he was about to unleash a decisive strike, Lu's sword was suddenly caught by Kwang Ma's bare hand. Is this all you've got? He sneered, with a simple flick. Kwang Ma flung Failong into the air, then threw a devastating, eating punch, slamming him headfirst into the ground. Molten hot hands shot forward, aiming to finish Failong off. He hastily backflipped to create some distance, but before he could even steady himself, A kick from Kwang Ma was already upon him. Bam! The terrifying force of the kick sent Failu flying through several stories of a building in midair. With a superhuman effort, he twisted his body and plunged his sword into the ground to break his fall, carving a long trench across the shattered tiles. Although he looked battered, he still radiated an aura of proud defiance, having gained the upper hand. Kwang Ma let out a savage laugh. His voice, like scraping metal, was filled with contempt. Well, well, the famous captain of the Volam Min Special Operations Squad only has the skills of a clawing kitten? Are you two looking down on me so much that you won't even go all out? Failu struggled to get up, the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, making the exhaustion on his face even more pronounced. Seeing that his prey was weakened, Kwang Ma gave him not a second of rest, lunging at him like a savage beast. Failu hurriedly raised his head, his blade to defend, the ear-piercing clash of metal sent sparks flying into the darkness. "What are you hiding? Is there some other plot afoot?" Kwang Ma roared. Each of his punches made Failu's blade vibrate violently. Small cracks began to appear on its surface. Failio knew that if he continued this head-on confrontation, his weapon wouldn't be able to withstand the abuse. "Whatever you're planning," the berserker demon growled, "is meaningless in the face of absolute power." And he finished speaking. Failio suddenly dropped his stance, and a lightning-fast kick carrying a sharp, powerful force slammed straight into the berserker demon's low jaw. The tremendous impact sent the iron helmet flying into the air, revealing a demonic face with long, tangled hair and blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes. "Not bad." The berserker demon licked his lips. "Your blade work is mediocre, but your kicks aren't half bad." He suddenly unleashed a killing move. Demonic Emperor's soul-shattering seal. His hand covered in a layer of deadly purple energy shot towards Failu. He quickly dodged, but the unlucky tree behind him wasn't so fortunate. The berserker demon merely clenched his fist, and the ancient tree immediately shriveled, sap boiling and emitting black smoke as it rotted in an instant. "Let's see how long you can keep dodging." Seizing the opening failure you left after dodging, the berserker demon threw an earth-shattering punch straight into his side. Ack! Sickening crack echoed, sounding like breaking bones. His body was flying, smashing hard again. Another tree, and twisting into an unnatural shape, trembled. Only able to let out pained groans, the berserker demon slowly approached, a thick purple aura radiating from his body. "This poison is called the bone-corroding fire corpse venom," he explained. "Amusement. It drains the life force of all living things. Plants wither on contact, and humans slowly turn into mummified corpses. If I let it spread in just a short time, this entire Harmony Valley will become a wasteland." He leaned down, looking straight into Felios's eyes, which were slowly losing their light. "Brat, what can you do now?" He thought victory was firmly in his grasp, but he didn't know this was the very moment Failio had been waiting for. Failio's dull eyes suddenly bladed with light. They were as cold and sharp as a blade. All traces of weakness vanished, replaced by a terrifying killing intent. Black Dragon Slash, a pitch-black SL-. You see. Ash, carrying the might of a dragon, shot forward. The startled berserker demon dodged by a hair's breadth. But that was only the beginning. I still haven't fully mastered the heaven-shattering steel dragon blade technique, but it's more than enough to send you on your way. Heaven-shattering dance. Phaelius's movements became a blur, his continuous slashes weaving a deadly dance. But the berserker demon, though surprised, with a seasoned master, he roared, knocking Phelis's blade into the air with his bare hands. "You little brat." His eyes were ferocious. "Memorize my face, because it's the last thing you'll ever see, and this will be a pain. You've never imagined." His hand gathered power, the purple energy converging. He prepared to deliver the final blow, but in the face of death, Failio was strangely calm. He looked up at the blade hovering in the sky and whispered, "Only when it is infinitely light yet infinitely heavy can the blade reach a state without limits." Forward. The heaven-shattering dance was just a prelude. It was all to prepare for a single one-hit kill technique. Heaven Shatterings. Dragon Blade, third form, Lightning Blade. As the words left his lips, a bolt of lightning tore across the night sky. The bolt didn't strike the ground but hit the hovering blade directly. The sword flashed with light, vanished, and then reappeared in Fei Liu's hand, all in the blink of an eye. Life was officially over. He collapsed, his eyes wide in disbelief at what had just happened. Seeing the pitch black from the wound, Fei Liu frowned, not expecting that even his blood was filled with toxins. His blade, his voice echoing through the forest. "Special Ops Team, assemble. Take the berserker demon's body and clean up the scene as quickly as possible. From the shadow, dozens of dark figures emerged. Silent and disciplined, they formed two lines and bowed in unison before Failong. The young man's true identity was finally revealed. This victory wasn't luck. It was a life-or-death chess game where Failong had gambled his own life. Tempered since childhood, with countless spiritual pills and elixirs, he possessed a body that was nearly immune to all poisons. The kick that knocked off the helmet was to pinpoint the target for his finishing blow, additionally allowing himself to be seriously injured, and even having his weapon knocked away, was all to lull his opponent into a false sense of security, creating a single opening. It looked like a risky battle, but in reality, it was a meticulously calculated plan, truly befitting the captain of the Martial Arts Alliance's Special Ops team. His true strength is unfathomable, but this position, it seemed that wasn't even his final limit. After in the turbulent probationary period, Xiao Ma was finally promoted from a mere intern errand boy to become Bai Sunga's official errand boy. Breaking his back, pulling a heavily loaded cart, he glanced over at the piles of rubble, the glorious trophies from his great battle. Suddenly, an ice-cold shout cut through his train of thought. "What are you standing there spacing out for? Get moving!" Hearing the order from his boss. Plus, Xiao Ma jolted and frantically started running for his life, looking just like a water buffalo during plowing season. That's just how life is. Misfortune always lurks in the corners you least expect. It's just that your mortal eyes aren't sharp enough to notice it. At a small eatery in the valley, the tragedy was officially sealed. Faizunga elegantly put, to contract across the table to Xiao Ma. He picked it up, printing to read each line. The contract term was 1 month, and regardless of whether there was work, he would receive a daily wage of 1 tael of silver. Bye soon. Ga sat across from him, sipping her tea, her lips curling into a cryptic smile. Well, this could be considered a full-time job with excellent benefits. Tempting, isn't it? Tempting. Very tempting. Hearing this, Xiao Ma's rather simple brain completely shut down, without a moment's hesitation. He hastily dipped his thumb in ink and pressed it firmly onto the paper, sealing his fate. On the other side of the table, Sunja's smile grew even brighter. Clearly, the naive fish had taken the bait. There's a great saying that life is a comedy when seen from afar, but when you get up close, it's a tragedy. And the most famous errand boy in Heiyue Valley would like to tell you all how the tragedy of my life began. It all started with feeding someone. That's right. Spoon feeding by Suga. Don't talk while I'm eating. Can't you wait until I'm finished to speak? She frowned, looking annoyed. It was all her fault, Bai Sueng has. If you were to rank the most evil and vicious employers in the history of the martial arts world, she would undoubtedly be the runner-up, because no one would dare challenge the champion for the top spot. It's a blessing to attend to her during her bath. Please, I advise you not to get your hopes up. Whatever you're imagining will only leave a painful scar on your soul. Every day to do all sorts of god-awful tasks. Washing dishes, sweeping the house, and doing laundry were just the most minor tasks on an endless list. See, bathing in a summer downpour like this is so incredibly refreshing, she said, while I stood shivering uncontrollably in the rain. For the first time in my life, I hated the rain so much. Don't you find the sky today so clear and cool? She asked again, as I was sweating buckets under the scorching sun, clear and pull my butt. I just wish the sky would disappear and leave me in peace. Gulp Xiao Ma. Chugged a bottle of water, finally getting a moment to rest. Whoosh! A porcelain hole came flying, and he hastily put up his hands to catch it. Go to the upstream. Spring and fetch me some water, Bai Sunga's voice commanded. Why there? Water everywhere. Why does it have to be spring water? Such a hassle, he mumbled. I said I want spring water. Do you not understand me? Her face at that moment looked just like a soul-reaping demon. Ah, that's not it. Quickly waved his hands. I just meant there are many kinds of spring water, and I was wondering which type the young lady prefers so I can fetch it for you. On the way, a stranger carrying a wooden barrel walked by, his eyes widening in astonishment as he saw Xiaoma carrying a basin filled to the brim with water without spilling a single drop. Then he also witnessed the boy moving massive boulders and performing other incredible feats. Curious, he approached the group of children and asked, "Hey kids, let me ask you, why does that young man have to do all those terrible things?" The children replied, innocently. "Oh, it must be your first time in Heiyue Valley. How could you not know who Brother Xiaoma is?" At the end of the day, after a ton of hard work, the project was finally finished. A small art Official mountain had been built by Xiaoma's own hands. Phew, finally done. I can't believe moving all that was so exhausting. Often think what a meaningful day today was. It's been a while since I noticed how vibrant and beautiful the sunset can be. But Ma's reality was, oh my god, this day is finally over. Do you all realize? Is this all happened in just a single day? Good heavens, how can one day feel as long as a millennium? His faith. Filled with resentment, he turned to look at Bai Tsunga, who was leisurely sunbathing. People say that even a starving tiger won't eat grass. So why must I, the last arbiter king of, do servants really have to obey the most wicked employer in history like her? No way. If it's not me, then no one can teach her how tough this line of work is. You'd think he was about to start a world-shaking revolution, but instead, he just ran up and showed her the paper. I have to ask, this contract I signed with you. It's not a slave contract, is it? If it's not, then why do I work my butt off all day doing so many things, only to receive a single tael of silver? Baishui lazily opened her eyes, using her long, slender finger to point at a tiny line of text in the bottom corner of the paper. It is a slave contract. Didn't you see the note right here? Xiao Ma Sen hatched the paper from Beishu's hand and skimmed it, his face growing paler the more he read. Beneath his messy signature, a tiny paragraph was added in nearly identical ink. Article 1. In the event, the servant fails to obey the master's command, the servant must pay a penalty of 10 times the contract's value. Article 2. The servant has no legal right to resist the master. Xiao Ma was completely stunned. He finally understood everything. Mo Ling, in a quiet study, the rhythmic rustling of turning pages could be heard. The one reading was the Iron Demon, Zhang Yujun, ranked 4th among the 10 great masters. Nearby, an old man with 3 long scars on his face was sipping wine and asked with a sigh. Wei's glance, another disastrous failure? It was the illusory demon Sima Qing. Even the berserk demon was defeated. Unbelievable. A clear female voice chimed in, belonging to the 9 Heavens mystic maiden, Tang Xiaorong, ranked 3rd, who was casually chewing on a poisonous snake. The one ranked 2nd, the lightning sword Bai, with silently polishing his blade, his gaze as sharp as electricity. Finally, the person seated, in the highest position, the chaotic sky demonic emperor Ling Qinhun, spoke in a deep, heavy voice that carried a terrifying pressure. Could there be a monster hiding in He along? He slammed his hand on the table. We can't let these flies pester us forever. Send my orders to the 13 city lords. In 10 days, we officially declare war on the Wulin. Alliance, Dreamtide Coast, the Purple Sea. An old ferryman stood silently by a wooden bridge, as if waiting. Before long, 2 figures appeared and boarded the boat. The vessel, made from dawn, glided smoothly across the deep Purple Sea. I'm bent down and scooped up some of the seawater. Rumor has it that the waters of the Purple Sea are heavier than normal, and no creature can survive in them. It was true. This man was none other than Da Hao, Fei Liu's master. The other person, carrying a long spear on his shoulder, laughed heartily. That's why no one can cross the Purple Sea without a Danwu wood boat. Da Hao, this is your first time at the new headquarters, isn't it? This was one of the 12 elders of the Wulin Alliance. The infinite divine palm, Shi Jiatian, right? Jahao replied. By the way, Jiatian, have you reached the stage of age reversal? How do you still look so young? Ha ha, are you jealous? You could achieve it too if you wanted. Shi Jiatian replied cheerfully, and then asked, On your way back? Did you happen to see your disciple Fei Lu? A month ago, I saw him leading the special operations team to Q. Along if that was a month ago. I was probably lost somewhere. That kid promised me he would be discreet. According to the latest reports, your disciple crippled one of Moling City's leaders, Shi Jiatian said, his smile fading. Da Hao grew thoughtful. Moline City. You're worried this will be the spark that starts a war, aren't you? 10 years ago, after that heavenly demon assassinated the Northern Sky Martial Emperor and seized Moline City for himself, their power has expanded to a point that can no longer be ignored. 10 years was more than enough time for him to consolidate everything. Da Hao stroked his beard. And now, they've set their sights directly on the Wulin Alliance. Sigh. It seems there isn't a single peaceful place left in the world. Wulin Alliance had quarters in the Grand Hall. An emergency meeting was in progress, although the 12 were summoned, only 5 could make it. Everyone is busy with Jianghu affairs, so I hope you all understand. A bald man, the heavenly dragon elder, Shu Ziqiang, spoke up. A portly elder, the soul-snatching flame king, Qin Longji nodded. Shu Ziqin. John continued. The current situation in the martial world, after the demonic cult and the blood cult were suppressed, has largely maintained the balance established by the previous Flying Dragon Alliance leader. But now, the most urgent problem is the true power of Moling City. Another elder spoke up. According to our intelligence, Moling City's military power is centered around its 13 city lords and the 100,000 troops under their command. If that's all they have, dealing with them shouldn't be too difficult. Shu Ziqiang should be able to do it. His head, his expression grave. That's not the problem. The real issue is their leader. They, Hun Tian Mo Huang, and the 10 great masters under his command, are the real threat. Inside the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. On the enormous military map, Song to House finger decisively pointed to a treacherous, gloomy valley. There's only one place, he said in a low voice. Ghost Soul Valley. Elder Jia Tian continued with a worried expression. If Ghost Soul Valley gets involved, the pressure will be immense. We currently have no spare forces to send as reinforcements. The entire Martial Arts Alliance is stretched thin, dealing with hungry wolves lurking on all sides. Martial Emperor City in the east, the Heavenly Kings, Mansion in the south, and the 18 families of Qinghai along the coast. Is there any place that isn't plotting to tear our foundation apart? In the next video, we'll be back with a new video. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next video. Bye. Bye. Turned his gaze to the head of the table where an old man with snow-white hair sat as silent as a statue. Great Elder, do you have any brilliant insights? The Martial Arts Alliance's Great Elder, the hegemon king of the 7 absolutes, Duangxin Shui, slowly opened his eyes, which were as deep as if they held 100 years of the martial world's turmoil. The master of Ghost Soul Valley, Yaksha, since the era of Failong. He has been one of the first living legends to make a name for himself. Yaksha's martial arts are unfathomably profound. If he joins forces with the Heavenly Demon, the leader of Demon Spirit City, the Martial Arts Alliance is certain to be defeated. He paused for a moment before continuing. To prevent this tragedy, I secretly sent an envoy to Ghost Soul Valley. Everyone was astonished. The envoy was the Elic and his vice-director Li Junyu, according the schedule. He should have already reached Huilong to find a way into the valley. But the Great Elder placed a secret report on the table. The last update indicated that he had mysteriously vanished from his boat at a bus. Installing Riverside NNHUA Long Insta. Part contrast to the tense atmosphere at the headquarters. Xiao Mao was happily feasting on a table full of food. Bai Cao Ni, also known as Bisui, pushed a small, exquisite porcelain bottle towards him. This is a premium sauce, specially recommended by the chef. You should eat a lot. Wow! The treatment for official employees is completely different. Xiao Ma grinned while eating. Unlike when I was a temp, no wonder everyone wants to be a full-time member. Cao Ni gently stirred her tea, her sharp eyes fixed on him. So you're saying your first memory is of that nameless woman? Yeah, that's right. Xiaoma replied, his mouth still full of food. She said, from now on, your name is Xiaoma. She's the one who gave me my name. Do you know her name? No. So you don't know who you are? You just listened to her and came all the way to Huilong? It's true, I don't know who I am. Xiaoma nodded. But I know she is, a good person, unlike someone else who specializes in tricking people. Hearing the jab, Tao Ni frowned slightly. So besides the name, you don't remember any? That's right, that's right. Xiaoma's mind was focused on only one thing at that moment. Oh, pork knuckle, my favorite dish. Looking at the fool in front of her, County's heart was in turmoil. Who was he really? Someone who used only pure brawling techniques, yet could neutralize demonic arts with his physical body. His sense of balance was so perfect he could carry a bowl of water through a storm without spilling a single drop. Plus, he had monstrous strength capable of moving an entire hill. Importantly, he was immune to all kinds of poisons. At the porcelain bottle on the table. Inside wasn't sauce, but a color, odorless, potent poison. She just wanted to test him, but the result only confused her more. Suddenly grimaced. Hey, didn't you say this was a special sauce? I can't taste anything at all. What's so delicious about it? His words. As a reminder, Cao Ni knew she couldn't delay any longer. She put down her teacup, her expression turning unusually serious. Xiaoma, listen carefully. Hopefully now, the Martial Arts Alliance and Demon Spirit City are about to go to war. Hearing about what... Xiaoma finally looked up a little surprised. Overall, Demon Spirit City is no match for the Martial Arts Alliance, Kaoni continued to explain. But their city lord, the Heavenly Demon, is an extremely cunning man. He knows full well that the Martial Arts Alliance has too many enemies right now. and he chose this exact moment to strike. Back at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, an elder spoke up. Great Elder, is the intelligence about Demon Spirit City's impending attack completely accurate? Duan Xinshui nodded. Completely accurate, because this information came from one of Demon Spirit City's highest-ranking leaders. The Great Hall was once again in an uproar. That person proactively contacted us requesting protection in exchange for top-secret intelligence, but our meeting was exposed, forcing them to escape immediately. Right now, that person is also hiding in Huanak Lung. Who is it? The Great Elder placed an exquisite token engraved with a plum blossom on the table. The beloved daughter of the former Dehua Palace Master. Hearing the words Dehua Palace Master, everyone was shocked. Could it be Bok Tao Ni, the young lady of Malin for? On the upper floor of an inn, Liu sat perched by the window, silently observing Tuma and Thao Ni on the street below, beside him. A guard was diligently fanning a charcoal stove, carefully grilling nourishing meat skewers for his captain. Suddenly, a mock voice rang out, shattering the silence. Well, who do we have here? Why does the illustrious captain of the Special Operations Squad look as pathetic as a sick cat today? Fai Lu turned around, and a young man with narrow eyes and a mischievous smile had been standing there for who knows how long. Do you recognize him? It's the same stranger who was wide-eyed with amazement at Tuma's display of strength. Fai Lu frowned. What is it? Don't tell me you came all this way just to stare at my face, huh? The narrow-eyed man replied, seeing you still alive and kicking, I guess that bow fiend is already 6 feet under. But you, why don't you act like Fai Lu at all? You should at least greet an old friend when you see one. The weary face. Guard sighed and answered for his master. Greetings, sir. How may we help you? There, I've been greeted. The narrow-eyed man grinned widely, then casually swiped one of Filu's fragrant grilled meat skewers and began to devour it. You too, heartless jerk, should at least have some common decency, he said, chewing like a hungry tiger. But don't worry. I didn't come here because I missed you or anything. The guard watched helplessly as his captain's nourishing meat skewer vanished at the speed of light, crying silently on the inside. Oh God, those were precious medicinal herbs cooked all night to nourish the captain. Filu just glanced at the guy before, turning away annoyed. So why are you here this time? I'm here to meet the master of... Was Soul Valley the words ghost? Soul Valley made fun. I lose eyes twitch ghost Soul Valley, but before going there, the narrow-eyed man quickly swallowed his meat, and his gaze suddenly sharpened, focusing on the street below. There's something I need to take care of cleanly here. And Hoan Yak Lung, his eyes were glued to the figure of the girl happily chatting with Tuma. He lightly the wooden staff in his hand and his smile turned cold. It's her, Bok Tao Ni. She must die. Around Fai Lu instantly grew tense, however. He remained calm, his voice unwavering. Why, for what reason must she die? Fai Lu, don't you know who that woman is? Let's see. Fai Lu pretended to think. Do I need to know her name? Right, that makes sense. You left immediately after getting the intel, so you definitely didn't have time for a detailed briefing. Listen closely. The one who tipped us off that Malin fortress was preparing for war was her. He paused, his voice lowering with hidden meaning. She is the sole survivor of the Dehua Palace's massacre, and the only one who knows the whereabouts of the legendary immortal grass. Only then did Fai Lu truly understand. That girl, Bok Tao Ni, was actually Bok Tonga, a descendant of the Dehua Palace, and she had risked her life to prevent a devastating war. Even so, what would the final outcome be? No one could predict. Down below, at the dining table, Tuma asked curiously. I don't know much about war, but I have a question, Bok Tao Ni, about your identity. That question sent Tao Ni's memories back to Dehua Palace many years ago. A place like a paradise nestled on a towering mountain surrounded by white clouds. 2 little girls, 2 sisters, were practicing martial arts together in the courtyard. The older sister, with her graceful movements, executed a technique as beautiful as a dance. Wow, big sister, you're amazing. Tao Ni clapped her hands and cheered, her eyes shining with admiration. Tao Ni, you try? By 2. The older sister smiled, her gaze gentle. Tao Ni got into a serious stance, mustering all her strength, and shouted, Hiya! Phoenix's 3 claws, thud! Instead of splitting the clay pot as expected, her technique sent it tumbling down the steps, where it shattered to pieces. Her ultimate technique, Phoenix's 3 claws, looked more like a chicken's kick. The older sister patted her younger sister, Master's head, gently comforting her. It's okay. Everyone's like that their first time? But Tao Ni pouted, her face full of disappointment. Sister, I want to eat chicken feet. And so the two sisters, down at the table. Tao Ni, with her intense love for this dish, ate heartily. Aren't you going to eat, sister? Her older sister rested her chin on her hands and shook her head. Just looking at chicken feet grosses me out. What's so gross about it? It's delicious. Tao Ni replied innocently, still chewing away. I have to finish all these chicken feet to get more strength for my martial arts practice. Hearing this, her sister could only smile in satisfaction. Thou needs arduous training days. Began the divine finger bullet technique, slingshot version. The little girl flicked her fingers relentlessly, but the leaf in front of her didn't even budge. The middle finger striped, forehead flicking version. The phoenix 3 claws, chicken feet version. Day after day, sweat and tears were shed. Finally, one day, her ultimate chicken feet techniques successfully sliced through a delicate leaf. All her hard work had finally paid off. I did it. I did it. Thou Need jumped for joy. I have to show my sister tomorrow, but in the midst of thou and his short-lived joy, the whispers of the guards outside echoed like a bad omen. I hear masters from all over are blocking to the three evils' stronghold. Yeah, the little princess's grand wedding is in 2 days, but I heard another rumor that they're here for the immortal grass. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Assassins! Thauni trembled, hiding behind the door and peeking outside. The figures of the loyal guards fell one by one. Thauni, are you okay? It was her sister, Xiaotian. Thauni nodded in fear. Sister, what's happening? I don't know either. The two sisters hurriedly ran outside only to see their mother, the master of Yihua Palace, Bai Lingfei, fighting alone, surrounded by enemies. Mother, Teen screamed. She turned back, her eyes cold but resolute. So you're just a bunch of blindly greedy fools. Xiaotian, get Thauni out of here immediately. Hurry. She charged into the battle, the light from her sword blazing like a fiery phoenix, blocking all the enemies to create an escape path for her two children. Sisters ran for their lives without daring to look back, running with all their might when they reached a hidden path. Heavy footsteps from behind made them stop in their tracks. An obese man built like a sow carrying a giant spiked mace on his shoulder blocked their path. Where do you two little rats think you're going? He sneered. Teen pushed Thauni behind her, her voice trembling but full of determination. Thauni, you run ahead and don't look back. She charged, straight towards that monster. I ran like crazy. Fear had completely consumed my mind, so much so that I couldn't think of anything else. But when I suddenly came to in the middle of a cold forest, my sister was gone and I was all alone, Sister Xiaotian. A hot tear rolled down Taoni's cheek. The pain of losing her family was like a knife stabbing her. Just then a few figures emerged from the shadows. Looks like we're a step too late. What a pity. The once proud Yihua Palace, destroyed in a single night. A woman from Demon Spirit City approached, staring intently at Taoni. This child looks just like Bai Lingfei. Could she be her daughter? Kid, do you know where the immortal grass is? I lied. I told them I knew. I said that if they protected me, I would give it to them, but there's no such thing as the immortal grass in this world. If it existed, it would have saved my mother and sister long ago. So that's why Demon Spirit. Its city is hunting you, Xiaoma asked. Thaoni nodded, her eyes heavy with sorrow. Yes, you wouldn't understand. On the rooftop Failong used, she dared to risk her life to warn us about Demon Spirit City's movements. She's quite an impressive person, and she even knows the whereabouts of the immortal grass. So why would the Wulin Alliance want to kill her? The narrow-eyed man beside him scratched his head. Said, officially, it's to prevent a bloody war over the immortal grass. But in reality, they just don't want it to fall into anyone else's hands. Just think about it. If the Yaksha of Ghost Soul Valley or the Heavenly Demon of Demon Spirit City got their hands on it, what would be of this world? But the order to kill Bai Thaoni wasn't actually given to me. Feilu was confused. It was an order for you. Feilu, the narrow-eyed man, smiled. But I'm sure you wouldn't do it, right? As soon as to finish speaking, he suddenly attacked. The staff in his hand transformed into a wooden dragon, unleashing the ultimate dog-beating staff technique, and charged straight towards Bai Thaoni. He wasn't the target. Whoosh! A powerful wave of energy shot. Thought through, leaving a huge hole in the roasted pork knuckle that Xiaoma was holding. Xiaoma was stunned. He looked down at the pork knuckle, his precious, and then looked up, his eyes blazing with fury. My pork knuckle! He turned to Thaoni, his voice full of concern. "Hey miss, are you all right?" Bai Taoni's voice faltered, filled with immense sadness and helplessness. "Are they trying to kill me again?" She let out a soft laugh, one that was more heartbreaking than tears. "Huang Lian, or maybe the Martial Arts Alliance, has decided to abandon me. Or perhaps some assassin was hired to take the life of the immortal herb. Whatever. I don't care anymore. I'm used to it," a single clear tear, carrying all her sorrow and loneliness, rolled down her delicate cheek, seeing the normally resilient Bai Taoni, so sharp and composed, suddenly become so fragile. A strange feeling stirred within Xiaoma, an urge he himself couldn't name. Took a deep breath, trying to compose herself, but she had barely uttered 2 words when Xiaoma vanished in a flash. It happened so fast that Taoni didn't even realize the spot in front of her was now just an empty table. Upstairs, the argument between Failong and the narrow-eyed assassin had reached a boiling point. "Hand her over to me. You get out of the way." Just then, an ice-cold voice echoed from the balcony, carrying a killing intent so strong it was suffocating. "It's you, the one who ruined my favorite pig's trotter." Li Kuan-Yue flinched and spun around, sensing a lethal danger aimed directly at him. 2 waves of killing intent, one cold and unyielding, the other arrogant and carefree, clashed in midair, creating an invisible pressure. Downstairs in the inn, patrons started whispering, "What's happening upstairs? Looks like a huge fight is about to start. Oh, these martial world folks can't stay quiet anywhere." Bai Taoni stared blankly at Xiaoma's back, which was familiar, yet felt so foreign now, completely at a loss for words. From a hidden position on the opposite rooftop, several figures were secretly observing. They were the elite guards of the Special Task Force. "We have a clear view from here, but it's a little too dangerous, don't you think?" one of them asked nervously. The man beside him casually took a bite of an apple and replied, "In my opinion, the only real danger is if you actually dare to get involved." "What are you talking about? Can't you see? There are 3 absolute monsters facing off up there." The man explained. "First, there's our boss, Failong, the successor of the heaven-shattering steel dragon blade technique, who has mastered it to the 5th level. The second is Li Kuan-Yue, the vice-chief of the Martial Arts Alliance, who wields the world-famous 36 forms of the dog-beating staff, arts of the beggar's sect. And the last one." He paused, his eyes filled with a sense of dread. "Is some errand boy with an unknown background who defeated the black and white twin ghosts using only his bare hands. I'm telling you, if we meddle in this, there won't be a single piece of us left." Upstairs, Li Kuan twirled his bamboo staff and slung it over his shoulder, flashing a mischievous, "Hey now. It's all just a misunderstanding, a simple misunderstanding, a misunderstanding," Xiaoma retorted, his voice chilling, every word sharp as a knife. "Then why don't you tell me what kind of misunderstanding nearly gets someone killed?" "No, let me rephrase that. Would have definitely killed them. Hey now, no need to be so serious." Li Kuan-Yue maintained his nonchalant demeanor. "Let's just calm down and talk." Xiaoma took a very deep breath, and the air around him seemed to solidify as a pure, primal, killing intent began to emanate from him. "Calm down. Fine. How about you eat one of my fists first, and then we can talk." He clenched his fist, his knuckles popping as his normally kind face twisted into a terrifying, bloodthirsty mask. Whoosh! A punch flew, out with the speed and force of a cannonball. Even though Li Kuan-Yue managed to block it with his staff, the incredible impact still launched him several yards through the air, smashing violently into the wall. That's a pretty good punch, you punk," Li Kuan-Yue sneered, but the playful glint in his eyes had vanished before he could even recover. Xiaoma, moving like a hunting cheetah, had already closed the distance and unleashed a lightning-fast kick. It connected squarely with Lia on Yu's face, launching him straight into the ceiling, burying his entire head in the wooden planks. Guards stared with their jaws on the floor, but Failong alone maintained a calm expression, as if he was completely used to this ridiculous display of strength. Despite this, Li Kuan-Yue managed to pull his head out of the ceiling, his face completely unscathed and now wearing an expression of pure excitement. "This kid is interesting." He landed softly on the floor, brushing the dust off his clothes. "Look, my friend, I don't know what your relationship with Bai Taoni is, but with just this it's nowhere near enough to take me down, is that right?" His tone becoming even more frigid. "Then I'll just use a little more power." Li Kuan-Yue didn't respond, but the bamboo staff in his hand began to hum, and an invisible, double force shot directly at Xiaoma. He smirked smugly. "See this? This is what pure killing intent is. This is true murderous intent. But in the face of such a threat, Xiaoma remained completely unfazed. Li Kuan-yu narrowed his eyes. I'm warning you, make another move and don't blame me for getting serious before he could finish his sentence. Xiaoma's fist shot forward again like a cannonball. But this time, Li Kuan-yu didn't dodge. He spun the wooden staff in his hand, effortlessly blocking the devastating punch. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending out a powerful shock wave. It sent all those patrons in the restaurant into a panic, screaming and scrambling to escape. They're fighting again. These martial artists are causing trouble again. Let's get out of here. Good grief. Why can't we have a single peaceful day lately? It's always fighting, ignoring the chaos around them. The battle continued to escalate. Xiaoma threw a punch. Li Kuan-yu immediately countered with his staff. Thunderclap barrage! He roared, the staff in his hand transforming into a blur of countless after-images. It riddled the wall behind them like a sieve. A devastating kick from Xiaoma met a sweeping blow from the staff heaven, chattering earth-render sky returning staff in the whirlwind of fists and staff. Xiaoma dodged while looking for an opening, and then his chance came. Bam! A deafening crack echoed as Li Kuan-yu took a direct hit. He flew straight into the wall, leaving a deep crater. This one, Xiaomag, around. His killing intent flaring as the price for Bai Caoni's life, despite taking a heavy blow. The man was still able to run his mouth. You two really don't know when to quit. Turing his words, Xiaoma charged again. And this one is the price for my last pork knuckle. Boom. The two verifying forces collided, creating a violent tremor, the air thick with killing intent. It was enough to obliterate any normal person standing nearby. At this point, the smug smile vanished from Li Kuan-yu's face, and he began to get serious. Streams of pitch-black energy carrying a fearsome intent began to radiate from his body. Ultimate intent. The staff in his hands suddenly thrust forward as fast as a black lightning bolt. Thunderclap staff. The attack pierced straight through the force of Xiaoma's punch. The impact so powerful it knocked him back several feet. But interestingly, Xiaoma seemed completely unharmed, and the more he fought, the more his killing intent blazed. He was about to charge in again when Failong's voice called out, "Stop, Xiaoma!" That was one of the 36 stances of the dog-beating staff technique, one of the ultimate killing moves of the ultimate intent, the thunderclap staff. Failong caught a sword that flew from an unknown direction. His tone became incredibly serious. If he had truly wanted to kill you, now you'd probably have an extra hole in your body. To be honest, even I would have a hard time if I let him get truly serious. Hearing this, Li Kuan-yu let out a loud half, and the pitch-black killing intent around him instantly receded. His usual smug expression returned. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd explained that a little sooner? Oh well, in any case, it's been a long time since I've seen such a spectacular show. He pointed at Xiaoma and asked Failong, "By the way, who is this guy anyway?" "I'm not sure either. I only know he's an errand boy here and you along hearing this leak." Guanyak looked bored and turned to leave. Assuming Bai Caoni knows the whereabouts of the immortality grass. If the people from Demon Spirit City or Ghost Soul Valley get their hands on it, Failong, you will bear the full responsibility. I'm leaving. Whether Bai Caoni lives or dies, that's your decision. As soon as he finished speaking, Failong's guards moved in, their cold blades pressing against the man's neck. "What the hell are you guys doing?" he asked, still feigning confusion. Failong slowly approached, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "Li Kuan-yu has never considered me a friend. In his eyes, I have always been an enemy. So I need to find out who you really are." At this point, the man could no longer feign ignorance, but instead of panicking, he flashed a confident smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "What are you talking about, Failong? As the years go by, people have to change, don't they? Can I have a little change in personality?" This explanation only deepened Failong's suspicion. He tightened his grip on his sword. "I must find out who you are." The air grew tense, two swords pressed against one man's neck, yet he remained unnervingly calm. "My friend, if you become so suspicious over a small obstacle, how will you ever improve?" Suddenly his body twisted in an unnatural way, easily as, having the control of the two swords, Failong and his guard were thrown back by a strange force. He said, dusting off his clothes. "You don't believe me? Do you think someone is using a disguise technique to impersonate me? But think about it. Is there anyone in this world who can perfectly imitate Li Kuan-yu's martial arts? The dog-beating staff technique is the ultimate world-renowned technique of the beggar sect. It's not impossible to imitate it." But he paused. his smile turning arrogant, but no one can execute it more perfectly than I can. View was stunned. Those confident words seemed irrefutable. The man continued his brainwashing, so let me ask you this. If you say I'm not Li Junyue, then who am I? The errand. The room grew thick. Failong spoke coldly, his gaze unwavering. I'm not curious about who you are. I just never expected someone in this world could imitate Li Junyue so perfectly. From his appearance to his martial arts. He kicked his foot and the scroll on the floor flew up, landing perfectly in his hand. You said this is a secret order from the Martial Arts Alliance for me. Let's have a look. In the event negotiations with the Ghost Soul Valley fail, Failong must immediately execute Bai Tao Ni. An order from the Martial Arts Alliance. This seal can't be wrong. It's definitely from the Martial Arts Alliance. Failong rolled up the scroll, his eyes as sharp as a sword. But I want to ask you one thing. If you've met Li Junyue, where is he now? Imposter smiled, a smile devoid of any warmth. Let me think, but why should I answer? Your question. I know why you're a fake. Xiaoma suddenly interjected, a look of disgust on his face. Unbearable, disgusting smell on you. If you're wearing a human skin mask, just peel it off yourself. I don't like tearing people's faces off with my own hands. Hearing this, the man burst out laughing. Oh my, how disappointing. Was I found out that easily? But if you two want to know, why not just charge in and find the answer yourselves? So much talk, shall our roared, then let's end this right here. The three of them clashed, and in an instant, half of the inn exploded under their terrifying power. Dust and smoke filled the air, watching from a deep For instance, Tony's jaw dropped in astonishment. They thought they had the upper hand, but no. The imposter single-handedly blocked them. Both, his staff parried Failong, his sword, while his other hand stopped Xiao Ma's earth-shattering punch. That actually stung a bit. The man smirked, and with a single spin, he broke their pincer attack, sending them both flying. Continued at a frantic pace, fists and feet flying, swords clashing and sending sparks. Everywhere. They fought from morning till noon, the air around them torn apart by violent waves of interrogation. Internal energy. As expected, just using this body to fight you two isn't going to work. The man suddenly retreated, thrusting his hands forward and pushed his two opponents away. Fine. If it's come to this, I don't need to hide anymore. A surge of deep blue internal energy erupted from his body, so powerful it distorted the air around him. I will show you my true face. A terrifying aura spread out, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Failong and Xiaoma both realized, man before them was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Careful, Failong warned. If he reveals his true face, everything he said before might be true. His power is absolutely not to be underestimated. The blue light. He began to tear off his clothes and the camouflaging layer of skin. His shirt. Port hair vanished, replaced by long turquoise hair that was silky yet demonic. A completely different man appeared, with a sinister, angular face. His presence so bring relentlessly. Failong was horrified. This aura is already on par with the 12 elders of the Martial Arts Alliance. No, it's still rising. It's far surpassed them. Xiaoma stared blankly at this man, not with fear, but with pure curiosity. Failong suddenly noticed a terrifying detail. His pupils were blue. Could he be the blue-eyed Yaksha? Hearing that title, the nearby guard turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like rain. How can this be? The Yaksha. Why is he here? Batman, one of the 10 great masters of the martial world, the blue-eyed Yaksha. Xiaoma cupped his ear, looking confused, and asked loudly, The Whatcha, is that your name? Swallowed hard, trying to explain to the clueless oaf beside him. That's the Yaksha, the master of the Ghost Soul Valley. He is one of the 10 great masters of the current martial world, a living legend. Oh, is that so? Xiaoma just nodded, his expression completely unconcerned. Sounds like he might be a little strong, I guess. No wonder his fighting is halfway decent. That nonchalant attitude stirred something within the Yaksha. Insolent brat. But why is his body filled with Demon Emperor soul restraining needles? Those evil artifacts are used to seal martial arts and erase memories. Did someone want to cripple him by filling him with these things? And yet he still has this much power. This kid is truly interesting. While the Yaksha was lost in a blindly loyal guard from behind Long stepped forward, unable to hold back. He lunged forward, letting out a desperate cry. Stop! Failure screamed in tear. Sure, but it was too late. The guard's treasured sword shattered into 100 pieces like crystal the moment it touched Yaksha's invisible protective chi aura. Indestructible diamond body, Shuma muttered as a gruesome crack echoed. Both of the guard's arms were twisted like a rope by an unseen force, his bones shattering. A golden aura emanated from Yaksha's body, not for defense but to counterattack, overwhelming the attacker into complete helplessness. Seeing this, Xiaoma turned back to Yaksha with a look of disgust. Hey, old man, I appreciate you keeping your eyes glued on me, but we're in the middle of a battle. What am I supposed to do when you just stare at me like that? Yaksha's face remains completely expressionless. Xiaoma continued to ramble. And for the record, I don't drink anything other than corn silk tea. He then scrapped his head in frustration. Talking to this guy was like talking to a rock. The two just stared at each other, one unfathomably deep, other bafflingly eccentric. Meanwhile, the poor guard was writhing in agony and fatally, who rushed over to check on him. The protective Kiora had completely crushed the bones in his arms. This is no ordinary injury. Leave this to me. You need to get out of here. The guard whispered. Captain, please be careful. Suddenly, Yaksha began to laugh. Haha, corn silk tea. Ha ha ha. His laughter wasn't cheerful, but carried a terrifying power. The sound waves exploded, causing the entire inn to shake as if in an earthquake. Tables and chairs toppled, pillars and beams cracked, and the eardrums of everyone present felt like they were about to burst. Xiaoma just cleaned his ears, looking annoyed. Are you done? Then let's begin. He threw the first punch, his fist connecting squarely with Yaksha's face. But what he felt wasn't flesh and bone, but a wall of steel. A flash of surprise crossed his face. That's right, Yaksha said slowly, his head barely tilting as his body remained as firm as a rock. Men should indeed settle things with their fists. Then he threw a counterpunch, a seemingly slow and ordinary blow, but Xiaoma was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing through the floor and landing on the ground level. The patrons below screamed in panic, trampling over each other as they fled like a disturbed ant colony. Get out of here. If you stay, not even your ashes will remain. At the same time, Bailey Yu decided to join the fight. Our opponent is one of the top 10 masters. Be careful. Your life will be in danger. Fei Liu shouted, as much to warn Xiaoma as to steady his own nerves. From within the cloud of dust, Yaksha's mountain-like figure emerged. You misspoke, he said, coldly. It's not that your lives will be in danger. It's that I will take both of them. Failure. Let out or roar and kick the wooden table toward Yaksha. Simultaneously, he unleashed a fucking flurry of phantom slashes carrying sharp blade energy. But Yaksha simply waved a hand, nonchalantly, and all the blade energy dissipated the wooden table, shattering into 100 pieces immediately after. Failure charged forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing his strongest technique. Black Dragon. He thought this surprise attack would be effective, but Yaksha simply raised one hand, a single arm stopping the blade that carried the dragon's might without a single scratch. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, Feilu's face turned pale with fear. He blocked the black dragon's slash with his bare hand. Yaksha channeled his power slightly, and a terrifying pressure erupted from his arm, crushing Fairly, who until his bones creaked, he was pinned to the floor like a shrimp. Lying motionless with no strength left to resist after struggling to channel his energy until his face turned purple, Feilu barely managed to sit up. I haven't shown you everything. And yet, he roared, throwing blade like a spear toward Yaksha, but as the blade passed through, Yaksha's figure vanished like smoke. It was just an afterimage, like a predator on a chicken. Yaksha grabbed Feilu by the neck, lifting him off the ground, his deep voice filled with contempt. If you have any other tricks, show them to me now. Suspended, in midair, Feilu showed no fear. He reached out and grabbed Yaksha's collar and returned. Turn, a crazed glint in his eyes. Then, how about we perish together? Just then, a cold gleam of light flashed from behind the ruined wall. A lightning thrust Feilu's sword, which had been knocked away, now shot forward like a flash, carrying lethal killing intent aimed straight at Yaksha's back. One might have thought Yaksha would fall as easily as a straw doll. But no. He didn't even bother to turn around. A large, calloused hand reached out. Behind him, tightly gripping the furiously vibrating blade, this absurd play of power stunned Feilu. What in the world is this monster? Yaksha spoke coldly, voice laced with deep disappointment. The heavenly breaking dragon blade, the most dominant blade technique in the world, was never meant for cowardly backstabs. You are unworthy? Crack, he squeezed his hand, and Failu's treasured sword shattered into pieces. He then tossed him away like a broken toy, pinning him right into the opposite wall. How pathetic. "Hey!" A shout rang out from the distance as Oma shot forward like a bullet, throwing a thunderous punch at Yaksha's face, but it was the same. Same old story. Yaksha's massive hand effortlessly stopped the attack. Suddenly, a terrifying rebound force surged back. Xiaoma screamed in agony. His arm felt like it would be torn off, and his whole body was sent flying back dozens of meters. Yaksha unleashed a kick, his foot crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Boom! Floor shattered, unable to dodge. Xiaoma took the full brunt of the devastating blow. He twitched, few times before going limp, his consciousness slipping into darkness. Yaksha glanced down at the barely breathing body at his feet. Still alive. Stop! Stop it! Failu staggered up, trying to stall for time. Yaksha turned towards him, his eyes like shards of ice. Are you all too weak? Or did I simply expect too much? I'm not entirely disappointed, but I don't want this trip to have been a waste. Who trembled. He was utterly powerless. Eternal injuries from the mad demon were flaring up, and his weapon was destroyed. His desperate gaze fell upon Xiaoma, then suddenly wide. Yaksha noticed it too. Within the dust and debris, figures slowly stood up. Xiaoma's voice echoed, hoarse with rage and frustration. It's not over yet. He was now shoulder. A massive pillar as thick as a young elephant. Seeing this, the corner of Aksha's mouth curled into an amused smile. Aha! Xiaoma roared, charging straight at the demon with the enormous pillar on his shoulder. Now the real show begins. Boom! The massive beast smashed right into Yaksha's head, but he just tilted his head, slightly, standing firm like a stone statue, believing that wasn't enough. Xiaoma followed up with a spinning kick to his temple. Bam! The harsh sound of the impact echoed. But Yaksha stood tall, completely unshaken. This brute. Truth frustrated Xiaoma to no end. He just stood there, his entire body and his gaze reeking of death. If you've decided to gamble your life here, the horrifying killing intent radiating from Yaksha forced Xiaoma to instinctively retreat a few steps. Yaksha glanced at him, a belligerent look on his face. I'll accept your challenge to make it fair. I won't use my hands and I won't move from this spot. What's more, I'll give you 3 free attacks. As he spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back like a condemned prisoner. During those 3 attacks, if I use my hands or move even a single step from this spot, I will spare Baikalni's life. Hearing such a good deal, Xiaoma didn't hesitate for a second. He let out a world-shaking roar and lunged forward. You better keep your word. He threw a punch with all as might, its power seemingly ripping the air apart, but he just stood motionless, showing no reaction. 1! He roared, an inhuman sound erupting from his throat. Ha! A terra ha 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 Visible shockwave exploded outwards. This power wasn't martial arts. It was absolute overwhelming force. The shockwave sent Xiaoma flying for dozens of meters, pinning him against the wall. It was no different from the legendary lion's roar. A fierce wind kicked up and even fire. Lu, standing at a distance, felt its effects, forcing him to shield his face. The lion's roar. Xiaoma was blasted, away, landing right next to Chao Ni, who rushed to his side, her face etched with worry. Xiaoma clenched his jaw, dazed by a splitting headache. Just how strong is this bastard anyway? He slowly up and without looking at Cao Ni, said in a grave voice, "No matter what happens, stay out of this." Whoosh! Xiaoma's figure became a white blur, vanishing before Cao Ni's amazed eyes. He moved around, Yaksha at a blinding speed, looking for an opening, but the man stood like an impenetrable stone statue. Xiaoma launched a roundhouse kick at his face, but Yaksha just tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging it, using the same move again. Then he unleashed a kick of his own, his leg shooting out like a steel rod straight for Xiaoma's throat. The single blow sent him flying high up into the air in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in Xiaoma's eyes. He dove down like a cannonball, concentrating all his strength into one fist. You'll regret it if you don't block this. The fist carried a gale force that tore through the air. Yecha narrowed him. Dies. His voice still calm, but now holding a hint of seriousness. This move is a bit strong. The inn's floorboards shattered into 100 pieces like scrut. Yecha had used his bare hand to block that devastating punch. There was no other way. He muttered. But I... The triumphant smile spread across Xiaoma's lips. He roared as the power in his arm erupted once more, directly pushing Ye back, forcing him to crash down to the ground floor. The floor shattered once again. The wind howled. As Xiaoma stepped back to observe the situation, Fei Lu and the guard could only been astonishment at the terrifying scene from beneath. Underneath the rubble, Yecha dusted off his clothes, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This is what you wanted, isn't it? How utterly embarrassing. Xiaoma, his teeth remembering the promise. I'll keep my word and spare that little girl by Cao Ni for today, said while analyzing his breathing heavy. He doesn't know any breathing techniques. His fighting style is impulsive and instinctual, yet a single punch can shape the very ground, he thought to himself. I fear he lost his memories after undergoing a bone-changing body seizure and then being forced into age regression. Or perhaps it's due to key deviation. It looks like we still have some time. Let's play a little longer. EHR suddenly took a stance and shouted, Heavenly Mountain, an invisible PR dash, like a giant mountain descended enveloping them both. Xiaoma immediately felt his entire body grow heavy. What I can't move. But that was just the beginning. Yecha shouted again. 10,000 waters. The pressure intensified man, fold as if an entire ocean was weighing him down. But Xiaoma still stood, firm, his teeth clenched and veins bulging all over his body. Streams of Yecha. Yecha's internal energy were being frantically absorbed by his body. Yecha was astonished. Not only is he withstanding it, but he's also absorbing my internal energy. But all absorption has its limits, and the pressure now has surpassed all imagination. And this is your limit, isn't it? But I'm not done yet. The final blow crushed Xiaoma, driving him straight into the ground, creating a deep crater, just when it seemed everything was over. A flash of blue light erupted from the depths of it carrying a furious aura, primitive and violent. Poured out from it an illusion of a massive, sapphire blue dragon appeared, standing majestically. Its blazing golden eyes stared intently at Yecha. Now this is getting a little interesting. Yeah, Cha muttered, could this be his true key from beneath the ground? Xiaoma slowly rose, his eyes now bloodshot red. His hair stood on end, his entire body enveloped in a swirling, murderous aura. If all the Demon Emperor's soul-restraining needles were removed, I fear this kid's power would be even more terrifying. But right now, he's just a wild beast that doesn't know control. Suddenly, Xiaoma vanished. Bam! Under his punch slammed right into Yecha's face, sending him flying before he could recover. Cover! Xiaoma reappeared like a phantom, launching another attack. This time, Yecha managed to grab his arm. You out of control, wild beast. Stay still. Looking into Xiaoma's soulless eyes, Yecha understood he was fighting purely on instinct. No. He's truly turned into a wild animal. Xiaoma bared his sharp teeth and bit down hard on Yecha's arm in pain. He was forced to let go Xiaoma Rich, treated, and then began moving at a terrifying speed, creating countless afterimages that surrounded Yecha. Perhaps this is all you've got. The moment Xiaoma lunged forward, a single punch from Yecha sent him to the ground. Your movements are too simple and predictable. But the more he was hit, the more frenzied Xiaoma became. As streaks of red light began to envelop his body, showing he had completely lost control. Yecha gathered his strength, his gaze turning cold. Heavenly Dragon, no. You're nothing more than a wild beast now. There's nothing left worth watching. Gaoma charged forward again, but this time he easily dodged it, his stomach with a palm to disperse his violent aura before delivering a final punch. Boom! Xiaoma collapsed. Unconscious, Xiaoma plummeted like a falling star with broken wings, and a thick cloud of dust rose obscuring his figure in that eerie moment of silence. Fei Liu suddenly recalled an ancient story in a primeval forest. There lived a creature who was its lord, possessing an overwhelming power that made all other beings bow their heads. Any creature that faced it would lose its will to fight. Yet there was one kind of beast that always rose up to challenge it. That was the wild beast which fought to its last breath, not for victory, but for honor. What should I do now? Falu stood up straight, his gaze unusually resolute. He asked in a steady voice, Does anyone have a sword I can borrow? Immediately, the volley of swords from the guards were thrown towards him, embedding themselves in the floor. Circle, all members of the Special Force. Forces on my command. Filu's voice rang out, firm and authoritative. First, no matter what happens here, you are absolutely forbidden from joining the fight. Second, and immediately evacuate and protect all civilians within a 1-mile radius. The farther the better. Third, in the event that I perish here, no, that won't happen. I will absolutely return alive. So don't you worry. With that said, the figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling straight toward Dashoa, Black Dragon's ultimate slash, and Earthcleaver. This was no longer just a technique, but a single slash that concentrated all of Filu's essence, energy, and spirit. A jet black slash carrying the will to cleave the universe in 2 shot forward. That terrifying wave of blade energy didn't just pass through to show his body, but also sliced the entire hotel in half. Yet as the most powerful technique of his life, Filu was met with nothing but a contemptuous smile. Dashoa simply lifted 1 foot and stomped down. It was a deceptively simple action, yet it contained an incomprehensible power that completely shattered the blade energy and sent Filu flying like a dry leaf. Last move was commendable, Dashoa said, dusting off his sleeve. Just then, Tuma rose from the rubble, his eyes vacant, muttering a single word, infinity. Dassault furrowed his brow slightly. Infinity. Tuma just held out 1 hand, and at first nothing happened. But then, the space around them began to tremble and the entire inn, which had just been split in 2, suddenly collapsed completely. Completely in an earth-shattering explosion, an invisible pure and destructive force erupted from Tuma's location, caught in the center of the blast. Dashoa revealed a look of astonishment for the first time. That punch was unbelievable. It was enough to make even my adamantine body tremble. Furthermore, this isn't innate true chi, but a much more primordial power. The seed that Guigi said could reshape the martial world. It's truly no ordinary thing. He slowly towards Tuma. You fell unconscious right after unleashing that attack, but a seed is forever just a seed. You'll only be remembered as one of the countless nameless masters who disappeared before they had a chance to shine. His promise to Gigi suddenly echoed in his mind. I have only one condition, the errand boy to you, Mom. From Hoa Noklung, I want to save him. Dashoa looked at the moving to a ma, murmuring to himself, let's see what kind of man could capture the heart of someone like Gui. He could sense that even though Ma was unconscious, the innate true chi in his body was still circulating automatically, guided by a supreme martial intent. If it weren't for the 9 demon emperor soul-suppressing needles restraining him, it's hard to say what might have happened. Without them, the outcome of this fight was far from certain. From the very beginning, you never intended to kill Bak Thao Nhi. Filu's voice rang out from behind him. He had struggled to his feet, his gaze fixed intensely on Dakshua, although I don't know why. Your true purpose in coming here was for this fool, Tuma. Why? Filu pressed on. With your level of power, to disguise yourself as Li Kuan Yat and deliberately show killing intent toward Bak Thao Nhi, all just to stimulate his potential to its very limits. I really don't understand. Dashoa let out a long sigh, the cruelty on his face dissolving into an indescribably complex expression. He decided to tell the truth. 2 days ago, at Kauai Hongkok, a place perpetually shrouded in an aura of death. A report came that Gui, the Thien son Tu yet knew, had arrived. The terrified screams of his coordinates echoed through the valley as a graceful, snow-haired figure slowly entered. Wherever she walked, blizzards and gales arose, and the ground froze solid beneath her feet. Hundreds of Kauai Hongkok's elite assassins leaped down from the cliffs, and countless hidden weapons like throwing stars and daggers rained down on her like a storm of steel. With a few graceful waves of her hand, as if performing a dance, Gigi neutralized all the external defense mechanisms. Then she simply took a deep breath, and a furious blizzard materialized out of thin air, sweeping all the gate guards into the air like dried leaves. A captain who didn't know his place roared and charged with his twin swords, but his fate was already sealed. Gui didn't even deign to look at him. She merely extended a wid. Gui didn't know his place roared and charged with his twin swords, but his fate, third hand, and the captain was slammed to a nearby wall by an invisible force, knocking him unconscious. Everyone, fall back! A veteran soldier yelled, his voice trembling in terror. It's Gigi, the former master of Ki Hon Kok. We are no match for her. Hearing this, Gigi flashed an amused smile. A wise choice. It seems there's still someone sensible around here. With that, shh. Shh, 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 shh. I slowly walked inside, leaving behind a group of guards frozen in fear and a few eerily lifelike human ice statues. Deep inside Ghost Soul Valley, in a damp cave, Li Quan Nguyen was hanging from a cliff wall, looking like nothing more than prey waiting to be slaughtered. Yaksha stood before him. His gaze cold. Yaksha, Liquanyat, growled. Do you intend to openly confront the Martial Arts Alliance? If the Alliance sends someone to investigate my disappearance, what do you think will happen to Ghost Soul Valley? Warning. It seemed to have no effect on Yaksha. He replied indifferently. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Suddenly, a scar-faced subordinate rushed in, his voice panicked, reporting to the Valley Master. Gui has returned. Hearing this name, Yaksha's calm expression finally changed. He muttered, Why have so many uninvited guests been showing up lately? With that, he turned and left, leaving Li Quan Nach alone to face the darkness and solitude. Main hall of Ghost Soul Valley. The atmosphere was so oppressive it could freeze. Yaksha sat on the master's throne, gazing down from above at the small figure standing in the middle of the hall. Gigi, he said in a deep, gravelly voice. I remember you swore never to set foot in this place a second time. What reason brings you back here? Well now? Gigi looked up, a sarcastic smile on her lips. I've simply returned to reclaim my seat. Heavenly Mountain Snow Maiden Gigi, a voice full of resentment rang out from one of the leader's chairs. The one who had just spoken was wrapped in it bandages like a mummy that was Yi. Gui ranked 10th in Demon Spirit City. Gui ignored him, her wither, hand lightly touching a spear propped up nearby. Rest assured, Yaksha, I didn't come back here to fight you for the Valley Master's seat. My reason for returning is the complete opposite of what you think. She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping over each face above. If a war breaks out between Demon Spirit City and the Martial Arts Alliance, Ghost Soul Valley, situated right between the two powers, can hardly avoid being engulfed in the flames of war. You must be having a major headache over this. Am I right, Valley Master Yaksha? Whether you direct Demon Spirit City or join hands with the Martial Arts Alliance, Ghost Soul Valley will suffer heavy losses, and even a single wrong decision could be enough to turn this century-old foundation to dust. The sharp analysis caused the leader's displeased expression to soften slightly. Yaksha narrowed his eyes and asked, So what? What method will you use? But I, Gigi, declare that I can prevent that from happening, and at the very least I can guarantee Ghost Soul Valley's absolute safety in this storm. Ha! Before I reveal my method, I think I should take back the seat that rightfully belongs to me first, don't you? She raised her head, pointing toward the chair carved with the image of a ferocious wolf. Sitting on it was a burly man, built like a boar, wearing a tiger skin cloak with a savage expression. He was Tumlong of the 9 Ghost Soul Killers. An ice spear suddenly shot out from nowhere, aimed straight at Tumlong. He let out a roar, caught the spear, and then leaped from his chair straight to the ground, creating a deep crater. Even when you're nothing but a pile of bones, I'll still remember the name. Gui. Listen up, old hag. There's no place for you in this Ghost Soul Valley anymore. A fierce killing intent if you don't want to find yourself a grave, I suggest you get lost. I don't want to have to lay a hand on an old woman like you. Gui let out a tackle, a chilling, bone-deep laugh. If it were the me of the past, a little brat like you wouldn't even be worthy of a glance from me, let alone a response. Boom! A sound rang out, and the arrogant Tam Lang, who had just been boasting, was now standing motionless. His eyes were wide open, the life in them extinguished, his entire body covered in a thin layer of ice. Before the horrified eyes of all the other leaders, Gigi simply waved her hand, and the human ice statue shattered into thousands of pieces. How pathetic, she clicked her tongue. To entrust the seat of Tham Lang to such a piece of trash, there's really nothing more to say. Yi Gui, the mummy, trembled uncontrollably upon witnessing such a cruel method. Gui said nothing more, her figure gliding up lightly, and settled into the now vacant seat of Tam Lang. Well, isn't there an open spot now? She smisi. Down at Yaksha. Now let's continue our unfinished conversation. The atmosphere in the main hall became tense once more, truly worthy of being the Former Valley Master, one leader whispered. Ha ha, this show is so refreshing. I love it. Another one laughed with delight. Ha ha, so what will you do now? Valley Master Yaksha. This was Juman, Liu Kun, and Po Jun, the three great guardians of Ghost Soul Valley. Yaksha turned back and looked straight at Gui Gui's ghostly figure. You and I both understand each other well? You wouldn't help me for no reason. Speak. What are your terms? I only have one request, Gui Gui replied, her voice still icy. In Yahello, there's a servant boy named Xiaoma. I want to save him. Is it that simple? Yaksha was a bit surprised, then nodded. Fine, I accept. He turned. You've worked hard. Deliver my message to the heavenly demon. I cannot accept the task he gave me to capture Baicao Air and that servant boy. Yigwei looked at Gui Gui with suspicion, never expecting that the heavenly mountain demoness, the one who once blood-bathed the martial world, was actually the former master of Ghost Soul Vassal. As if reading his thoughts, Yaksha chuckled softly. How could I not be curious when a woman like that set such a simple condition? So what is your decision? Just then, the rustling sound came from the pile of debris. Xiaoma, who seemed to have been unconscious, clumsily sat up, shaking his head. I want to ask you something, he said, his voice still a bit dazed. How did it feel to take a punch from me, Failong, standing nearby? Couldn't help but be astonished. No way. Has he recovered already? This recovery ability is unbelievable. Xiaoma stared blankly at Yakshan, his face full of resentment. Hey, I'm asking you answer me. Yaksha looked at him with a complicated expression. Perhaps I'll postpone my judgment of you for today. We fought enough. Why stop? Fighting. Hey, if you want to know. Their Li Junyue is dead or alive. Just go straight to Ghost Soul Valley and find out. With that said, Yaksha's figure began to fade. Xiao Ma yelled, Hey, you're scared of me, aren't you? Afraid you'll lose if we keep fighting? The taunt hit its Yaksha, who was about to leave, froze, his voice growling with fury. You insolent brat, the next time we meet, one of us will not leave alive. Xiaoma gritted his teeth. We'll see who dies. As he finished speaking, Yaksha's figure completely vanished. Only then did Baikao dare to run over from a distance. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The girl collapsed, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. The two men Cider could only stand in silence, not knowing how to comfort her. That night, in a quiet forest, the group set up camp to rest, the flickering firelight illuminating their pensive faces as the fragrant smell of grilled meat filled the air. Xiaoma clumsily handed a skewer of meat to Kaur. Hey, it's not your fault. You did your best. You tried to survive to stop the war. You've saved a lot of people. Even though he was an idiot, his words were surprisingly sincere. If it's not her fault. Fault, Failong suddenly spoke up. Then how should this be resolved? Xiaoma looked bewildered. Failong looked straight at him. Xiaoma, whether you like it or not, you're already too deep in this mess. It's too late to back out now. But why? I'm just a servant boy. Don't you have any idea? Ideas, Xiaoma scratched his head. An idea comes from a thought, and that thought leads to another thought, and it just gets all tangled up. So an idea is both an idea and not an idea. After hearing that, Failong could only shake his head in exasperation. This guy. But there's one thing I know for sure. Xiaoma suddenly became serious. In times like these, action always beats thinking. Kaur looked up at him, a little surprised. Sitting around isn't the way. I just want to go straight to that place called Demon Spirit City and give them a good thrashing. So why don't we just head straight to Demon Spirit City and take care of that heavenly demon guy? Isn't that the fastest and easiest way to end this war? Sho were silent, not knowing how to explain it to someone who seemed to exist outside all the rules of the martial world. You ask me what the martial world is like? In a dense forest where sunlight can't penetrate. To survive, you must constantly step on others to climb up. It's a world where the strong devour the weak, where white bones pile up into mountains. You ask, how do you survive in a place like that? The answer is simple. Become the strongest. Only when you hold absolute power can you control your own destiny. But what is it to be called a master? Ordinary people can train for 100 years, 1,000 years, and still be all talk and no substance. Even in the martial world, for someone who has painstakingly trained for 60 years, few are recognized by the world as masters. Because the core difference lies in two words. Internal energy. Internal energy is not something that can be obtained just by circulating your chi and regulating your breath. It's like trying to grasp the wind. The tighter you squeeze your fist, the emptier it feels. Even if you meditate day and night, your internal energy will. It's not something that can be accumulated naturally. So, what can be done? It's very difficult. The vast majority of martial artists in the martial world gain internal energy through innate talent. A talented individual who meets a great master and has the good fortune to consume a spiritual elixir will see their martial arts advance by leaps and bounds. Talented individuals are 1 in 10,000. They are like morning stars, rare and precious. Because life is unfair, not everyone is a child of destiny. Destiny is someone born with a yin-yang body, a heavenly martial body, or a heavenly slaughter star incarnate. They are masters among masters, and no matter what kind of martial art they cultivate, their achievements will surpass ordinary people by hundreds, in thousands of times. And what if I were to find such a person, the heavenly demon's memory? This child is somehow still alive. He is truly a monster. The man stared intently at the newborn baby, lying amidst the rubble of a village. I've heard of demonic twins who were born by draining their mother's life force, but this boy indirectly destroyed an entire village just by being born. He is no longer an ordinary human. He is the legendary heavenly slaughter star. But that has nothing to do with my search for a successor. However, one thing is undeniable. This kid is a natural-born monster. I took him back to Malin's city 3 years later when I returned from my journey. The once 5-year-old boy had the physique of a teenager. At the age of 7, he became the number 1 master in all of Malin's city. Is he really only 7 years old? How can a child be this strong? Truly a monster, too highly experienced. Martial artists had their weapons shattered by him in a single move. Wait! Stop! I shouted, but it was too late. It was then that I realized I had made a terrible mistake. I had nurtured something beyond my control. A person who grasps the wind creates a hurricane, who grasps thunder, creates a tribulation, who grasps water, creates a tsunami. Ling Chin Hun, I have raised a tiger that now brings disaster. The battle between 2 of us, master and disciple as well as father and son, finally erupted. Ling Chen. What in the world are you thinking? I roared. What am I thinking? He replied, his voice cold. There is only one word. My treasured saber, one of the divine weapons of Malin City, was bent by his bare hands, and immediately after, a force pierced my heart, ending my life. That is he said over my corpse, a unique blade that will help me become the number 1 under the heavens. I want to grasp the entire world with these hands, my soul, and despair. Ling Chen Hun, your dream is too foolish. How can you possibly know how vast this world is? There are as many masters as stars in the sky. Your ambition will one day be your own undoing. But I knew he would just and reply. Isn't that great? The more difficult it is, the greater my achievement will be. I should be rejoicing. He, the chaotic heavenly demon emperor Ling Chin Hun, or as the world tremblingly calls him, the heavenly demon. His dark memories can back as clearly as if it were yesterday. The day he stood atop North Heaven Mountain. At his feet lay the corpse of the North Heaven martial emperor, a man revered as a god throughout the North, and from that day on, he became the heavenly demon of his generation, standing alone amidst a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, arrogantly challenging the entire world. He was the one who dared to stand among thousands of troops and declare that his heart held nothing but the desire for absolute domination to become number 1 under the heavens. After a full day of activity, Xiaoma was sleeping like the dead, his snores echoing rhythmically, who looked at him and then turned to Tao Ni. The heavenly demon's words are utterly absurd, no different from the foolish ramblings of this idiot. However, Fei Liu's side, there is one thing I cannot deny. To extinguish the flames of war, eliminating the heavenly demon is the only and most definitive solution. Eliminate the heavenly demon. Amen. Tao Ni looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. Do you think we are capable of doing that? Fei Liu nodded, his gaze sharpening. So far, I haven't received any reports about the 3 cities of Malin City mobilizing their troops. That means the heavenly demon is still in the final stages of preparation. We have at least 10 days. 10 days to act, to launch an all-out war against the martial world. He will surely have to mobilize all his forces from the 13 strongholds to the great Malin City. In the distant 10th Malin City, a mighty eagle carrying a secret order landed on the city lord's arm. The combined forces of the 13 cities are estimated to be up to 100,000 troops. And to gather such a massive number, it will take at least 10 days. He Lord has sent an urgent report. It's just as expected, Filu continued, as if he could see everything unfolding. We must take Tianma's life before those 100,000 troops can assemble under the flickering campfire. Light. Thaoni sighed. To be honest, I'm not sure if this can even prevent the war. We can only hope. You're confident. Because you defeated Kungma, she looked directly at Filu. But don't forget, Tianma is a master on the same level as Dashoa, and he always has 3 peerless guardians by his side. The strength of those 3 has probably already transcended the human realm. I know, Filu replied. Sighed, his voice calm and calculated. That's why I have a plan. Bok Tao Ni, first, you will use the secret passages of the Yihua Palace to sneak into Malin City and destroy their defensive formation. Then, with your support, I will lead a surprise attack. He grimaced slightly, clutching his still-healing wound. And don't you forget, I am the captain of the Muram Alliance's Special Operations Squad. I have the authority to mobilize 1,000 first-class martial artists at any time. Right now, they are hiding nearby, ready for my command. I will bring all of them to Malin City, but that force alone isn't enough. We need more people. The first is the vice chief of the Muram Alliance, Li Quan. How do we know if he's dead or alive? He's definitely dead. Alive! Filu asserted. In this tense situation, Dashoa wouldn't dare kill him. He has to be wary of the pressure from the Muram Alliance. The second person is the Endin. For one bounty hunter, the top-tier mercenary, not Vongan. Not Vongan? Tao Ni was astonished. He's a immersionary as long as the price is right. He'd dare to charge into Malin City itself. And the last person, Felu's gaze shifted to the sleeping Tuma. Is this idiot? We don't know who he is or where he comes from. But one thing is undeniable. His power is real. If he joins us, our surprise attack will have a greater chance of success. However, before going to Malin City, we must hold off the people from Ghost Soul Valley. We need a bait tempting enough to lure them. Look directly into Tao Ni's eyes, his voice carrying a frightening certainty. And that bait is the immortal grass. Hearing this, Tao Ni was startled, her eyes wide open. So, Bach Tao Ni, you've had it with you from the very beginning, haven't you? Silence fell. Tao Ni was lost in thought for a long moment, then she looked up at the full, mysterious moon in the sky. She gently exhaled a puff of white breath, her voice as light as a breeze, the immortal. Brass, yes, I have it, hearing thou need. Confirmation, Filu couldn't hide his astonishment. She said the portal grass really exists. Well, more accurately, it used to exist. Townies said this while kicking Tuma, who was sleeping soundly on the ground. Tuma smacked his lips, mumbling in his dream, someday, I'll become the world's #1 errand boy. If no one has found it yet, it's probably still there. Tao Ni continued, ignoring the idiot. Tuma started talking, in his sleep again, this time chuckling. Just give me a beautiful wife and I'm ready for anything. Filu couldn't take it anymore, and kicked the idiot, sending him flying several meters straight into the campfire. That place is called the Light, inside the Yihua Palace. Tao Ni continued. If you're not the inheritor of the 3,000 fingers technique, no one can get in or out. His body lay on the fire, starting to smoke, but he remained fast asleep, oblivious to the world. Then it's settled, Filu said. By now, the Muram Alliance has probably finished preparing for the war with Malin City. Of their reinforcements is on its way here. After we rendezvous, I will go to Ghost Soul Valley. So, Bok Thao Ni, you and this idiot Tuma go find Nyat Vonyan Gan, then head to the Leiyu Vault to find the immortal grass. In 3 days, we'll meet at Ghost Soul Valley. The two of them crossed a crystal-clear stream. Tuma walked while rubbing his back, grumbling. That's weird. My back feels hot, like it's been burned. Thao Ni knew exactly why, but just smiled without saying a word. So where is this Not Vongan guy anyway? Tuma asked. Follow this valley for about a 2-day journey, or just half a day if you run fast. Remember, the war will break out in less than 10 days. To stop it, we have to take down Tianma within that time. Speaking of Nat V, on incredible legends circulated about him in the martial world, he could leap over a mountain in a single bound and hold his breath underwater for a couple of hours. No matter what he did or where he was, he would never be able to do it. 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 He went. He never broke a sweat or lost a single strand of hair. People even called him the man with no shadow. A bounty hunter. The bounties only targeted notorious masters of the demonic path. 17 assassinations. All of them. 1-hit kills among his list. Victims was the soul-suppressing demon sword, Li Ho. The one who was once the famous white tiger sword of the martial world but suffered a chi deviation, the ghost. Eagle Patriarch Hachan Hong, a water technique master who could pierce steel with raindrops, and even the fire cloud evil. God, Doc Kothan, one of the 10 southern ghosts of the blood cult, they were all terrifying. Ruthless figures, but not a single one could survive not vote non-second move. Try. Havantum the Bloodflower Demon Hand. Bounty 5,000 taels. Nodvon Gon had been waiting here for 17 days. Has he arrived? A pitch-black object was thrown into the temple and a tall figure slowly walked in. He glanced around. The atmosphere felt a bit unusual. There's a little mouse scared out of its wits, hiding in the shadows. Notvunen thought to himself. Is he trying to scout me out? Found. Without a word of warning, he swooped down, landing right in front of the Demon Lord. Well now, more impressive than I thought. Havantam smirked. It seems the rumors about you are even more accurate than those about the Fire Cloud Evil God. Killing. Intent poured from his body in waves. Comparing me to that old man, you're insulting me. His internal energy erupted, shaking the entire temple, but not Voengon, just nonchalant. Flicked his sleeve, brushing off the falling dust. Too noisy. Havantam was surprised. You don't have a shadow. Could you be the legendary bounty hunter who practices the chaotic world demonic art? Oh, you even know about that? You're more impressive than I thought, too. Notvunen's voice was filled with sarcasm. But how did you know I would come here? Today is the 1-year anniversary of your sworn brother's death. Thon Dien, Thursday. His ashes are kept here. Are they not? Havantam's expoa. Russian changed drastically, and he roared, You bastard! I know you miss your sworn brother, but it's the opposite for me. I never liked his existence. But what can you do? You've seen my face, so I can't let you leave here alive, the black object from before. Or suddenly flew back, and Havantam it with just 2 fingers. It was a marble made of prophy. He clenched the marble, his voice turning sinister. What a coincidence. I've also never let anyone who's seen my face survive. A shadow suddenly appeared right behind the Dia. Lord, silent as a ghost, he spun around in terror, his pupils contracting. This guy, since when? Wait, this silk-thin thread is the entombed T. Before he could finish his thought, an icy sensation tightened around his throat. Urk! He tried to growl. This body has reached the state of being impervious to blades. And spears, impervious to blades, my foot. A cold voice rang out. Besides, this is called Dung Tam Tea. Killing his target, Natvon Gon melted into the darkness. He rubbed his... After relieving some stress, I feel so hungry. How many days have I been starving? With that said, his binfahoso body shot into the air like an arrow, gliding silently. Suddenly, he stopped. A ripples spread across the lake's surface. A single leaf gently trembled. Someone was following him. He immediately landed on a high mound, his sharp eye scanning the surroundings. Who's there? He threw out 3 dying daggers, planting them in 3 different spots as a test, but there was no movement at all. Natvanan frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Just then, a giant shadow descended from the sky. Boom! Natvanan was slammed straight into the ground by an unstoppable force, creating a deep crater. A pair of familiar yet incredibly strange feet appeared right in front of him. I already told you! Tuma scolded loudly, his tone like an adult reprimanding a child. Why do you keep throwing daggers around like that, huh? Try throwing another one. Not Von Nan, coldly looking. Who are you and who are you? Tuma retorted, sensing the absurd emanating from the person before him. Not Von Nan decided not to linger. He channeled his energy, and his body gradually became transparent. Is meeting this guy a coincidence? I can't sense a single shred of killing intent from him. If you're not here for me, then please get out of my way. Just when he thought he was completely invisible, he heard a quizzical. Immediately after, Tuma appeared right in front of him with a reproachful look. Hey you, shouldn't you at least say sorry? What's with just leaving without giving a reason? Oh, Nangan was stunned. He can see me? You can actually see me? Of course I can see you. Tuma replied in a puzzled tone. On a bright moonlit night like this, only a blind person wouldn't be able to see. You. Not Vunen raised his slowly fading hand, a terrifying shockwave running through him. See me? How is that possible? Impossible. I've never even seen my parents' faces, me even once. Memories suddenly came flooding back. Childhood was spent in a pitch-black cave. I don't remember how long I was there, only that my body was all hanging upside down. Once a month the cave entrance would open, casting a blinding streak of light. Along with that light, a book would be thrown down. That was the only moment I heard human voice. By some kind of instinct, I called the owner of that voice, Mother. Mother, how long must I stay here? I want to see you. That voice replied coldly. Good boy. If you want to see your mother, master all the martial arts in those books. And so I trained arduously. eating poisonous insects when hungry, and drinking water collected on the stone walls when thirsty. All my daily activities were done while hanging upside down. 10 years later, I could walk, stand, run, and jump on the cave ceiling as if it were flat ground. Mother. But from that day on, the cave entrance never opened again, and Mother's voice also disappeared. I was left alone in the darkness, scared and lonely. And then I realized I could escape this place on my own when I broke down the cave entrance and stepped outside. I knew I was the only to have survived the brutal trial of the demonic path 7 killings. I heard them whisper this kid has already opened both his Ren and Du meridians. Once he matures, his achievements will be immeasurable. That year, and I was taught the chaotic world's shadowless 3 voids, one of the 10 supreme demonic arts in the world. Legend says, but at 30% mastery, one's aura, scent, and sound will all disappear. With enough internal energy, even one's shadow vanishes. At 50% mastery, the entire body becomes as light as the void, even without using internal energy. Unless one is a transformation realm master, they would never detect the practitioner's presence. Yee. Wu Hun stared directly at Xiao Ma, his body almost merging with the air. Now what? He asked, his voice seeming to echo from the void. Can you still see me? Xiao Ma was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Locked over, casually placed his hand on Yi Wu Hen's forehead with a concerned look. Hey, brother, do you have a fever? The path is as clear as day. How could anyone not see it? Sensing an unfathomably deep. From the person in front of him, Yi Wu Hun jumped back in shock. Damn it, could this guy be? Transformation Realm Master Zhoma rolled his shoulders, acting like a senior lecturing a junior. You need to understand, you can't just randomly throw daggers at anyone walking behind you. That's not cool. Maybe I should teach you a lesson. Yi Wu Hen quickly. He raised 2 jet black orbs, his tone wary. Wait, I want to know. Do you have some kind of special ability? Special ability? Xiao Ma flicked his hair stylishly. Being handsome is my greatest special ability. While Xiao Ma was admiring himself, Yi Wu Hun had already flicked an orb out. Whoosh. Thin, almost invisible threads shot out from the orb, wrapping tightly around the surrounding trees, forming a deadly net. If you want to live, Yi Wu Hun said coldly, then turn around and get out of here now. Xiao Ma got pissed off hearing that. What, you start a fight, don't apologize, and then tell me to leave? Yi Wu Hun spun the remainder, 2 orbs in his hand, thinking to himself, then there's no other choice. I'm sorry, brother, don't blame me for being cruel. Hand dropped and the silk net tightened, slicing cleanly through the surrounding tree trunks as if cut by a sharp blade. Just when he thought he had dealt with the nuisance, a bewildered voice suddenly spoke up from behind. Yi Wu Hen. Huh, what the is this? It looks like thread, but it's super tough. I can't even bite through it. Hey, this looks pretty dangerous. Yi Wu Hen whipped around, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Xiao Ma was standing there, chewing on a few strands of the silkworm thread. How? How is this possible? I clearly infused my internal energy into the silkworm thread. Why did it fail? You? What kind of monster are you? Just then, Bai Cao Ni's voice echoed from a distance. Damn, errand boy. Who do you think you are? Just charging straight ahead. You think you know the way? Wait a minute. Is that brother over there the bounty hunter Yi Wu Hen? Finally, the pointless fight came to an end. In a small wooden cabin in the forest, Yi Wu Hen stood with his arms crossed, his voice full of doubt. What you're saying is completely absurd. Are you telling me that just the 5 of us are going to raid the stronghold of Demonic Spirit City? Oh. Ni didn't answer right away. She calculated silently. It seems he's been earning quite a bit lately, so he's no longer interested in life-threatening missions. This isn't as simple as I thought, said decisively. This mission is not impossible. If so, how much can you pay me? 1,000 taels of gold. Yi Wu. Hoenn was stunned. His squinted eyes widened slightly. All beside him, Xiao Ma's jaw dropped as he shouted, What? 1,000 taels of gold! Oh my god, holy smokes, a reward of 1,000 taels is incredible. Hi. Yi Wu Hen quickly regained his composure. But I don't know if I'll live long enough to spend that money. I need to think about this. Xiao Ma immediately turned and whispered to Tao Ni. Tao Ni, if you give me 1,000 taels of gold too, I promise I'll fight for you with everything I've got. Tao Ni, I don't need 1,000 taels of gold, nor do I need 1,000 taels of silver. Just give me 1,000 strings of cash, and I'll immediately set off to make mincemeat of those bastards in Moling City. Ignoring Xiao Ma, Tao Ni continued speaking to Yi Wu Hen. I've also heard that you and Huan Mo of Moling City have a deep-seated grudge. At the mention of Huan Mo, a glint of hatred flashed in Yi Wuhen's eyes. He was silent for a moment, then said, "That's right." He gritted his teeth. "I want to eat that Huan Mo alive, but no matter how you look at it, this is like throwing an egg against a rock." "But if you don't try," Thao Ni smiled, "how will you know which is the egg and which is the rock?" "Hey, Thao Ni," Xiaoma chimed in again. "My principle is to get paid upon taking the job, but since we're acquainted, I can accept interest-free installments." Thao Ni stood up, not bothering to argue further. "If you accept this deal, we'll meet in 2 days at Guihun Valley." "Wait a minute, Thao Ni, the price is negotiable." Xiaoma trailed out. After her, muttering, all right, I'll take the loss. Have mercy, have mercy. 500 strings of cash, just 500 strings, and I'll complete the mission perfectly." Unable to stand his nagging, Thao Ni turned back and yelled, "Stop talking! As long as you can kill the heavenly demon, I'll even pay you 1,000 taels of gold and 1 tao. With that, she leaped away and disappeared. "Hurry up, we have to reach Lihua Palace by the end of today." Alma stood there stunned. Oh my god, a life-changing fortune is right in front of me. After some travel, they arrived at Lihua Palace. A desolate and ruined scene appeared before their eyes. The air here was gloomy and cold, and a thick stench of death hung over everything. "So this is the place you said has the immortal grass?" Shalma asked, his voice little creeped out. Thao Ni's face held a deep sadness. "Yes, this is Lihua Palace, where I was born and raised." "It looks just like a haunted house," Xiaoma remarked, stroking his chin. "Because my Lihua Palace was annihilated 10 years ago. So where is the immortal grass?" "It's kept in the Leiyu Treasury, a secret chamber located deep underground, filled with layer upon layer of traps and formations. Nothing can get out, and nothing can get in. Any enemy would be helpless against it." They came to a large lake, and the water pavilion in the middle was the entrance to the Leiyu Treasury. But as they got closer, Thao Ni. Pose, the stone vault door, wing. "Thousands of pounds was wide open, so this is the entrance?" Xiaoma asked. "That's right," Thao Ni replied, her voice filled with worry. "But it seems someone has already entered before us. In a dark secret chamber, 2 figures, one old and one, were sitting with their knees hugged to their chests. They were the Mengshan Guai. Few people knew that this old freak was once a legend. He was once the most outstanding disciple of the great Zen master Yi Yuan, known as the Divine Monk, a natural-born genius, proficient in everything from mathematics and architecture to traps and formations, and had mastered the ultimate technique, the Danai Quan Feng Jiao, in his early 20s. After converting to Shaolin Buddhism in just 5 years, he comprehended the principle of overcoming motion with stillness and mastered the immovable, King of Wisdom stance. But just as his martial arts reached their peak, he suddenly disappeared from the Jianghu. The reason was that he had an unbreakable bad habit, stealing. Wherever he went, he stole, and no precious treasure could escape his grasp. Before leaving, he would always leave a note. When the moon wanes, the treasure vanishes, the first freak of Mongshan, at the age of 40. He chanced upon a demonic manual, the Tianma Xingkong, and ironically combined it with his own righteous technique, the Wu Chang Xinfa, a horrifying transfer. Information occurred. The pure heavenly key in his body was thrown into chaos by the demonic art. As a result, he lost both his legs, and the internal energy backlash left his entire body crippled, with not a single strand of hair remaining. That was over 100 years ago. The old freak rubbed his bald head, muttering, "Once I finish this seclusion, I'll re-emerge in the Jianghu and shake the world with my name once more." "Excuse me, master." Guaixiang patted his empty stomach and said listlessly, "But aren't we trapped in here? We got in but can't get out, and there's no treasure in sight. I haven't eaten anything for almost a month." "Useless thing," old freak snapped. "It is common for martial artists in seclusion to fast for 5 or 10 years. You have to understand that what people call martial arts in this world, things like using sound from a flute to disrupt blood and chi, or splitting a boulder with a plucked leaf, are all just exaggerations by novelists and street corner storytellers. Forget it, it's all fiction." He puffed out his chest proudly. "But this master's special ability is based entirely on science. You know how powerful it is, don't you? Its name is, the mechanism array." "Yes, the mechanism array," Kuai Hung replied with a look of dissatisfaction. "That's right, It's not some complex, vague technique like martial arts. It is science, the eccentric elder said passionately. By the way, why are you speaking so fluently today? You're usually such a blockhead. The mechanism array is not something just anyone can learn. Because besides me, no one else in this world knows it. Who am I? You are my master. Correct. And my greatest life's work is the super ultimate heaven and earth. Invincible Asura heavenly net. Heavenly net. What was it again? Ah, the super ultimate heaven and earth invincible Asura heavenly net. Earthly snare 36 thunderclap mechanism array. I created it. A wicked evil old demon, Kuei Hung mumbled. Pow! A fist landed on Kuei Hung's head. Oops, I misspoke. I meant it was created by a person who is both talented and virtuous, a genius of the era. In short, the greatest mechanism array master in the martial world. And what if you shorten it to 3 words? A scientist. Thwack! It was his pipe. A thief. Kuei Hung quickly corrected himself. Master, have you forgotten? You are one of fewer than 10 people in the world who can enter this secret chamber of the Thunder Jade Vault. You created this masterpiece, and yet we can't get out. Isn't it all my fault? It's good that you recognize your mistake. The eccentric elder nodded. But master, if they were famous experts, couldn't they get in here just like us? That's impossible, the eccentric elder stated firmly. The trap is something only I can disarm. Tuma and Thao need. Thao Nyi slowly advanced deeper inside. Tao Nyi explained with a confident expression as they walked. To bypass the mechanisms, in this thunder, Jadavault is no easy feat. If one is a swordsman, they must reach the realm of the heart sword. No sword in hand, but a sword in the heart. If one is a master of external arts, they must at least have mastered the indestructible diamond body and comprehended the air palm. And if they follow the Taomae, the Taoist or immortal path, they must reach the realm of the 5 keys, returning to the origin, and be able to execute void walking. Why would an expert of that caliber show up in a godforsaken place like this? The mechanisms here aren't just formidable, they're also extremely dangerous. Without me, you couldn't have dreamed of getting in. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from the darkness, interrupting her. Thao Nyi, who are you? How did you get in here? A peculiar-looking old man and a short out man were sitting among the treasures, staring at them with eyes full of caution. I'm just an errand boy, Tuma answered dazedly. Thao Nyi glanced at the pair and then around the room, instantly grasping the situation. Looks like you two are trapped in here as well. Her eyes shifted to a jade box on a high stone pedestal, which was surrounded by silk-thin threads, the immortal grass. So you're here for the immortal grass, the eccentric elder sneered. Don't even dream of it. Those are molten silkworm threads. Touch them, and your bones will turn to dust. Just as he spoke, a figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. To the utter amazement of the other 3, Teoma gracefully glided past the matrix of molten silkworm threads, took the box, and landed back on the ground, flawlessly. Is this the immortal grass you were talking about? He held out the box. The eccentric elder was dead. Found it and muttered. I guess you do have a bit of paltry skill, but so what? It just means 2 more people are stuck in here. Found he didn't say a word. She just casually walked to a corner of the wall and yanked a hidden lever rumble. A heavy stone door slowly opened. Let's go. She and Tuma calmly walked out, leaving the master and his disciples staring in bewilderment. The stout man turned to his master. Master, that lever. The eccentric elder coughed, hurried over and pulled the lever. The door opened again. I just forgot about it since it's been a while. Let's go. The master and the disciple hastily snuck out after them. Haha, we're finally out. This is great. Remember, my disciple, stay exactly where I tell you or else. Whoosh, 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 the inevitable happened. The clumsy stout man had stepped on a mechanism, and thousands of poisoned arrows rained down from the walls. Run. After a desperate struggle, dodging, the master and disciple managed to escape. Phew, this is why I told you. The eccentric elder hadn't even finished speaking when the floor began to tremble and razor-sharp spears, and giant stone boulders began to roll towards them. They bolted once again. Suddenly, a large pit opened up right beneath them. Just when they thought it was over, the stout man, quickly, used his own body to get stuck between the edges of the pit. See? As long as you don't touch the walls. Click. The stout man's hands had unconsciously braced themselves right against the wall. Instantly, hundreds of swords fell from the ceiling like a cascade. Like two fish on dry land, they finally made it out of the tunnel. This is the most dangerous place. The old eccentric panted, with tons of explosives buried underneath. You just need to watch your step. Click. The fat guy stepped on another strange tile. Hey master, this tile can spin. Outside just... Xiaoma and Tao Ni stepped out of the Liu pit. They heard an earth-shattering explosion. Pavilion in the middle of the lake blew up, creating a colossal pillar of water. A few minutes later, amidst the wreckage, two soot-covered figures clumsily crawled out. The fresh air outside is great. Let's just focus on staying alive for now, but I'm so hungry. After saying that, they both went limp and sank into the lake. Take. When they woke up, the master and disciple found themselves bound by iron chains, dangling from a tree branch. Xiaoma stood below with his arms crossed and asked, "So to put it simply, you're thieves, right? Does that mean this pile of treasure was stolen?" "Shut up," the old eccentric yelled angrily. "Don't you dare touch anything. Those are all priceless and rare treasures of the world." "Well, is the immortality grass here?" Tao Ni, nervous, opened the jade box, but her face immediately fell with disappointment. Inside wasn't a spirit herb, but a secret manual of the 3,000 fingers. How could she know it was hidden in the Liu vault? Could she be the second young miss of the Yihua Palace Lord? The old eccentric suddenly realized. "Young lady, if you release us, I can tell you the true whereabouts of the immortality grass." Xiao Ma was still skeptical. "A bunch of thieves like you dare to make demands in this situation?" Hearing this, the master and disciple didn't bother begging anymore. "You damn brat! Who do you think you're talking to? Snap!" The seemingly sturdy iron chain suddenly broke like a thread. The master and disciple landed gently on the ground, dusting off their clothes. "You little punk! Did you really think these flimsy iron chains could hold the two freaks of Mang Mountain?" Upon hearing that title, Tao Ni was a bit stunned. The two freaks of Mang Mountain, weren't they the legendary master thieves who retired many years ago? Xiao Xiaoxi. "Ah, couldn't care less." He pointed straight at the old man's face, his tone full of arrogance. "Hey, you smelly old man. Do you really know where the immortality grass is? If you dare to trick us, don't blame this fist for not respecting your age." Ha, the old man cackled. Truly a newborn calf does not fear a tiger. Young people these days are so inexperienced. "Master," the fat young man beside him interjected, "it seems we have no choice but to show this young brother a taste of our true power." As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared right in front of Xiaoma. The old man threw a kick, and the fat guy swung an axe in perfect coordination. But facing the surprise attack, neither Xiaoma nor Tao Ni's expressions changed. They calmly raised their hands, easily blocking both of their attacks. "Hey, old man!" Omar sneered. "You're not just all talk, are you?" "I'm not scared. Oh, ho, not bad." The old man was a little surprised. "Looks like you've got some skill, brat. Then how about this? Great shifting whirlwind kick, thunderclap splitting 3 mountains axe." The master and disciple continuously unleashed their flashy moves, but they didn't even make Xiaoma and Tao Ni budge an inch. Xiaoma let out a huge yawn, a look of boredom on his face. "Old man, let me ask you something seriously. Have you ever had your butt kicked before?" Strange, old man thought to himself, sweat starting to form on his forehead. "Even though I'm past my prime, my great shifting whirlwind kick used at least 50% of my power. So how can this brat block it as easily as scratching an itch?" Seeing the situation wasn't good, the master and disciple quickly retreated. You're pretty good, master. These two are not easy to deal with." The old man cleared his throat, putting on a serious face. "Young benefactor. This poor monk will now perform his ultimate lifelong technique. I hope you'll be careful not to get hit and create bad blood. This old man is seriously nuts." Xiaoma muttered, "You better try not to get hit by me either. Let's see what the benefactor can comprehend from my ultimate technique, Akala's footwork." As he finished speaking, the old man's figure suddenly split into 6 or 7 after images, moving at a blinding speed, making it impossible to tell which was real. This ultimate footwork was called Akala's footwork, and when combined with the great shifting whirlwind kick, It created a kicking style unbeatable throughout history. Xiaoma was immediately put on the defensive. He was repeatedly struck by kicks from unexpected directions. He was kicked into a wall. This old man is completely different from Ya, Xiaoma realized, immediately rushing forward to attack one of the after images. Ha ha, this poor monk is on your left. Young benefactor, but now I'm on your right now. I'm above you. In a flash, I'm below your feet. The old man's image flickered, in and out of sight, making Xiaoma feel like a blind man swinging at the air. He just stood there continuously taking a beating. It is motion, yet it is not motion. This is the ultimate principle of using stillness to counter movement. Young benefactor, I wonder what you have learned from this humble monk's footwork. With just those cat-scratching martial arts of yours, I'm afraid you'll hardly be able to touch the hem of my robe. Immovable Wisdom King steps. Ultimate essence of the Wisdom King's 8 trigrams. Thousands of illusory kicks appeared all at once, surrounding Xiaoma like a whirlwind. Anyone watching would think Xiaoma had been kicked to a pulp. But no. He was still standing firm, his 2 hands having blocked every single one of those kicks. Wait, what? How could this brat possibly block all of my kicks? The old man was horrified. Xiaoma brutally grabbed the old man's ankle, a provocative smile on his face. Old man, thank you for enthusiastically explaining every little detail and for going through the trouble of demonstrating it for me. Your footwork isn't half bad, you know. With that, he threw the poor old man straight into the chubby. The force of the throw so strong that the master and disciple flew through the underside of the bridge and fell into the stream. Xiaoma dusted off his hands, letting out a sigh of relief. Ah, so it's true. When you get old, your reactions really do slow down. In the stream, the chubby guy helped his master up, muttering, "Yes, that's right, master. Are you really that old? I can't believe it. My immovable Wisdom King steps were countered so easily." The old man was still in shock. Suddenly, a series of Xiaoma's after-images appeared around him. Huh. Could this be kicks that are many times faster, stronger, and more illusory, surrounding the master and disciple? How can this brat execute the immovable Wisdom King step so No, that's not it. This footwork is even more powerful than the original immovable Wisdom King steps. How about it? Xiaoma's voice echoed from all around. Still want to fight? Suddenly, he appeared right above the 2 freaks, casually sitting down while acknowledging that the 2 of them were much weaker than Yecha. Yecha? The old man was startled. Ah, great master. Could you please come down? The Yecha you speak of. Isn't he the Valley Master of Ghost Soul Valley? Yeah, that's right. Well then, I'll be taking this bundle of luggage since it was stolen by you guys anyway. With that said, Xiaoma slung the bundle over his shoulder and turned to leave. Hey, old man, you know that bastard? Of course I do. He's one of the 10 great masters of the current martial world. Oh, I didn't expect him to be so famous. But who cares about him? The next time we meet, I'll definitely crush him under my foot. The old freak narrowed his eyes, watching Xiaoma retreating back. Did this brat just say he's gonna crush Yecha? We have to get Ghost Soul Valley today, right? Then hurry up. Xiaoma turned back to urge them on. Failong replied, Disciple, quickly follow that brat. The old freak whispered to Guixiang, Master, are you planning to take back the treasure? What treasure? The old freak snapped. If I'm not mistaken, the footwork that brat just used is the Emperor's Step, one of the legendary 4 infinite forms. It's the footwork created by the Supreme Sovereign Failong long ago, hailed as the #1 footwork under the heavens. We must follow him and see for ourselves. In another hidden corner of the martial world, a discussion was also taking place. Unbelievable. The black and white twin ghosts have been crippled, and the 6th position of the madman is also vacant. His death is still shrouded in too much mystery. I don't know if it's some kind of trap. If the heavenly demon finds out about this, you're worrying too much. The war hasn't broken out yet anyway. Morning sunlight pierced through the gloomy forest, shining on 2 figures sitting under a tree. Are you sure they'll pass through here? The bald man asked coldly. I'm sure, the other one replied, while spinning a ball of water in his hand. Whether they're going to Ghost Soul Valley or Demon Spirit City, this is the only path. They were the Water Ghost and the Plague Ghost, ranked 9th and 10th among the 10 great masters of Demon Spirit City. If we can capture by... Like how where our ranks will surely rise. But what about that Special Forces captain? The guys with me will take care of him, the Plague Ghost said confidently. You just need to catch that girl. Besides, isn't this your home turf? As long as there's water, you're invincible. The water ghost gave a faint smile. Martial world calls me the water ghost for a reason. Once my water arts have reached great mastery, unless it's a supreme master, no one can defeat me. Sunset fell upon the suspension broom. Dangling between two cliffs, Failong was waiting, a bit in pain, patiently. Those two are so late, the sun is about to set. Just then, Shuma and How air appeared at the other end of the bridge. How did it go on your end? Liu asked. Yi Wuhen will come to the meeting point, but we couldn't find the immortality herb. Kor replied, her voice full of disappointment. If we don't have it, what can we use to convince Ghost Soul Valley? We'll have to find another way. We must save Li Junyue. No matter what, as the two were talking, Xiao Ma suddenly froze, his eyes gazing down at the deep river below. He sensed something unusual. Suddenly, a few black orbs flew up from the abyss, along with the figure of Dich Kwai. Watch out, Failong Xiao, swinging his sword to shatter one of the orbs. Tuma didn't know what it was, and instinctively reached out to block. Boom, a thick white smoke enveloped the entire bridge. Not poisonous fog, Failong said warily. Mocking laugh echoed from within the smoke. Ha ha, long time no see. Bak thou ni. White ice tendrils shot from the abyss like snakes, wrapping around Tuma and Failong's legs. But Tuma, who had just learned the old freak's mystical movement technique, easily dodged all of them with a slight twist of his body. Unleashed a sharp sword strike, only hit an icy afterimage of Dich Kwai. Immediately ice tendrils erupted from the ground, binding his legs tightly. Looking forward isn't enough. Dich Kwai's ghostly voice echoed from all directions. At the same time, from beneath the water's surface, a dark figure shot up like a praying crocodile. Tuikui, Bak thou, me reacted instantly, executing the 3,000 fingers technique. Streams of finger energy shooting out like rain. But Tuikui was faster, diving down and resurfacing in a different spot. 2 iron chains out from his hands, binding thou knee tightly. Did you think you could escape In the hands of Malin City's Tuikui, he sneered and yanked hard, pulling thou knee straight down, and the freezing water bak thou knee to my roar. Burdened, without a moment's hesitation, dove in after her. Tuma, go save her. I'll take care of this guy, Failong yelled, his body erupting with sword aura, shattering the ice that bound his legs. You thieves from the monk. On 2 freaks. Watch this for me. Tumo tossed back his luggage bag, his voice echoing. I'm leaving that guy to you. Sean, 2 freaks replied. Got it. See you later. Failong responded and turned to face Dich Kwai. Well then, let's begin. Dich Kwai scoffed. Shouldn't we say, let's end this underwater? Tuikui dragged Thao Nia along brutally. Water filled her lungs, her air was running out, and her consciousness began to fade. He sensed a terror. Horrifying aura pursuing him from above and immediately sped up in your dreams. You have no chance on the show. Or, Tuma ran like the wind along the riverbank, his eyes fixed on the churning one. Potter. He climbed a high cliff and looked down. Tweet Kui was searching for something. A boat. He leaped onto the boat, tossing Thou Ni onto the deck. It's been a while. This brat must have passed out, he said smugly. When you wake up, you'll find yourself in the dungeons of Malin City. Ha ha. His laughter died in his throat. At the other end of the boat, Tuma was standing there, having appeared without a sound, silent as a stone statue. Oh, you managed to follow me all the way here? You're pretty good too, Kui smirked. Tuma paid no attention to his words. His eyes were glued to Thao Ani, whose fate. This was pale and drained of all color. A fierce primal rage erupted in his chest. Even if you caught up. Sam, before Thui Kui could finish his sentence, a devastating kick slammed right into his face, sending him flying 100 meters away and splashing into the water. You bastard! What the hell did you do? As Tui Kui struggled to surface, he realized in horror that Tuma had vanished from the boat. Immediately after, a figure appeared right in front of him like a goat. Tui Kui was smashed headfirst straight to the bottom of the river. He was stunned. Something was wrong. This strength wasn't human. When he looked up, he saw TMA standing on the water's surface, hovering as if on solid ground. Tuki dived deep. Gathering his internal energy underwater. You can't escape from me. He shot up like a torpedo, manipulating 2 currents of water to swirl into 2 ferocious water dragons that coiled around Tiamat. You little punk, you've just dug your own grave. The attack launched. To Amon to the air and to a Kui immediately. Dive down to hide. You can't see me. Let's see how you get back to the boat. From such a distance, if you're not a master of water techniques, you'll just drown. But his fantasy was quickly shattered. He felt something pressing down on his head. It was Tuma's foot. He was using his head as a stepping stone. I won't say it twice. Don't even think about surfacing again, bastard. Utterly humiliated. Tweakwee roared. Ridiculous. Countless chains shot up from the water, piercing through to a mob. But it was only an afterimage. See Tuma moving on the water's surface even more easily than he could. You're a master of water techniques? What the hell are water techniques? First time I've heard of them. Don't know water techniques? Impossible. If you don't know them, how can you stand on water like that? The water fiend frantically swung its scythe and chained to a attack, but they all just passed through Xiao Ma's after images. Done playing around, Xiao Ma grabbed one of the chains. Means then with terrifying force, yanked the water fiend out of the water and straight towards him. Xiao Ma called, coldly clenched his fist, crushing the water fiend. Body of water. Boom, it burst like a water balloon, but immediately reformed. Behind Xiao Ma, its tone filled with amusement. Ah, I know now. You're the errand boy who took down the black and white twin fiends, right? Well, how annoying. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost. With that, the water fiend began. The channel its power, and the water in the lake churned violently. It seems you haven't realized where you're standing, have you? Underwater? What do you think you can do to me? Suddenly of demonic chains shot up from the bottom of the lake, wrapping tightly around. On Xiaoma's legs and dragging him down, the water fiend saw this as a golden opportunity and charged forward with its scythe. Let me have your head, swish, just when it thought it had succeeded. The water fiend was horrible. To realize the scythe in its hand had vanished. After a deadly feeling washed over it from behind, its own weapon was turning back to attack its master. Hastily dodged, but the scythe still grazed it, leaving a deep gash on its already ugly face. Damn it! From beneath the water How Ma erupted in a massive world. Pool formed, sweeping the water fiend into the air. It panicked. What is this? What is this pressure? I can't move. A fist emerged from below. The water's surface, punching it straight in. Its pig-like face, launching it even higher amidst the splashing water. Xiao Ma stood majestically like a water god. He swung his arm, sent the water fiend flying with a single knockout. Punch. The punch created a terrifying shockwave causing the entire lake surge violently before gradually calming down. The water was defeated at the same time. The plague fiend had also fallen at the hands of Fei Liu, was heavily damaged after many fierce battles. He examined the luggage Xiao Ma had recovered and unequivocally, expectedly discovered a pitch-black demon blade. 3 words. Words see Shenmo Dao were engraved on the blade's body, and a cold, evil, dark aura emanated from it. Fei Liu just gave it its swing and his old blade, automatically broken to realizing it was top quality stuff. He swiped it without a second thought. The guards had all gathered, and Fei Liu gave a clear order. Quickly take the treasures stolen by the Mang Mountain duo fiends and distribute them to the people of Heilong. All remaining secret manuals and weapons are to be returned to the Martial Arts Alliance. Yes, sir. Their Fight shout echoed at Ghost Soul Valley. Guigui had found her way to a deep hidden chamber. Before her was a stone coffin, and with just a gentle wave of her hand, the lid, which weighed 1,000 pounds, scattered. Inside, a figure identical to her slowly sat up. Bin opened its eyes. Well, it's been a long time. You haven't changed. One bit that afternoon on a small boat drifting down, on stream by County, slowly regained consciousness. She sat up weirdly. Ah, what happened to me, rowing the boat shall my turn. Turned back. You're awake? Memories of the heavenly demon. Blooded back. After murdering his master, he had quickly taken over Demon Spirit City. With the motto, the strong devour the weak. He went everywhere recruiting subordinates, regardless of whether they were righteous or evil, without asking about their sect, or distinguishing between good and bad. As long as they were strong and ruthless enough, they could join. The black and white twin fiends, a pair of villains who once spread terror throughout the Central Plains, were just 2 of them. The heavenly demon looked at the 2 defeated figures and said coldly, "Your strength is still too green, but you're young and can be trained. Follow me, and I will grant you power." And in Demon Spirit City, evil people like them were as numerous as mushrooms after a rain among his subordinate. There was no shortage of grandmasters and peerless experts. The one ranked second, Lightning Sword, by Zhao Yun, was a curly-haired man with a sick smile. He was a killing machine devoid of emotion. Then there was the Illusion Demon, a complete psychopath, whose crimes couldn't be fully described, even with all the ink in the martial world. Finally, the boat reached the shore, although they couldn't. "Stop the war," County said with a determined voice. "We still have to make them pay for their crimes." Xiaoma asked pragmatically, "So what do you think we should do?" "To be honest," Chao Ni sighed, "with your strength plus Fei Liu Yi Wu Hun and Li Junyue, I'm afraid it's still not enough to confront them head on. Our forces are too thin. You should go to Ghost Soul Valley and Ron. I'll go to Demon Spirit City ahead of you to scout the situation. Cao Ni was alarmed. What are you saying? You're planning to walk into the tiger's den alone? That's too dangerous, Shioma cut her off, waving his hand dismissively with a confident look. It's fine. I just need a little more time to think. He waved goodbye. See you in Demon Spirit City. Oh, don't forget my one-time payment of 1,000 gold pieces. Ghost Soul Valley. The fog was thick and the air was chillingly sinister. Deshoa and Kwai Kwai were walking side by side down a long corridor. Why did you bring this puppet out? Deshoa asked, glancing at the demon general puppet floating behind Kwikwi. You're not planning on using it to take my life, are you? That's my job, Kwai Kwai replied coldly. You need to release Liquanyak. Deshoa was a bit surprised. The reason for releasing him is that, we won't make an enemy of the Martial Arts Alliance. So what about Demon Spear? At City, how will we deal with them? They'll have one of two choices. Either they get Bakthuni and the Immortality Herb, or they get nothing at all. If necessary, we'll face them head-on. Our chances of winning against Demon Spirit City are still higher than against the entire Martial Arts Alliance. I understand. It's a difficult choice indeed. The two of them stopped in front of a heavy, stone door. By the way, Deshoa asked, who was it that used the Demon Emperor's soul control needle on that punk Tuma? It's a secret treasure of the Thean family, Kui Kui answered. As far as I know, only the family head, Thean Tuyet Huang, can use it currently. But why would she do that and then send him to Huanyak Valley? This is truly hard to understand. And, perhaps I can guess the reason? Deshoa mused. She might have seen the importance of the innate true chi within him. Inside the secret chamber, Li Kuan-yak was hanging suspended by chains, seeing the two. He growled. Are you here to release me? Why the sudden change of heart? Deshoa calmly replied. I never change my mind if you want to die. I don't mind sending you on your way. Tell me, what are your conditions? There are no conditions. Kwai Kwai blew a blast of cold air towards the chains, and they instantly froze and shat. With a flick of his finger, it seems you've just decided not to ally with Demon Spirit City, Li Kuan-yak said. Just make sure you relay this message back to them. Martial Arts Alliance does show a toss the staff. Towards him, Li Kuan-nach caught it and asked, but will Demon Spirit City just let this go? Kui Kui smirked. Do we look like we're afraid of their revenge with Soul Valley? How are we going to rescue Li Kuan-nach? Tao Ni worried. With our current strength, dealing with the 9 ghost soul slayers is already difficult, let alone Dixuea. Filu suggested. I'll draw their attention. You two sneak in and save him. I'm not going anywhere, a lazy voice echoed from the shadows as Nat Von Gun appeared. I don't care about saving Li Kuan-yak or whether a war breaks out. My deal with you is only to capture the illusion demon, correct? Thao Ni's expression, and soured. This is bad. Filu said. How much time do we have left? The Martial Arts Alliance's reinforcements will probably arrive tomorrow. Of time. If we want to attack Demon Spirit City, we absolutely need Li Kuan Yu. Just then, a figure emerged from the thick fog. That sounds like a joke. You think you can attack Demon Spirit City with just a few of you? It was Li Kuan-nush. The 4 of them were finally reunited. Filu looked at his comrade and nodded. Is your head still screwed on, right? Weak bones, Philo retorted cold. Sadly, his tone just as sharp. How did you even manage to survive? You shifty-eyed piece of trash. Li Kuan-yak scoffed. I don't need a kid like you to save me. Hey you, are you looking to die? Do you believe I'll rip that filthy mouth of yours apart? A dog's mouth can't sprout ivory. Argument only stopped when Li Kuan-nak suddenly realized others were present. He cleared his throat and turned to the other two with a look of mock seriousness. All right, and who might you two be? We should at least exchange greetings, right? I am Bak Tao Ni, replied indifferently. Over there is Nat Vanan. Li Kuan-nak nodded. Although I'm not sure of your strength, for just the 4 of us to raid Demon Spirit City is nothing short of a fool's dream. Not Von Gon, who had been silent in the shadows, suddenly spoke, his voice seeming to echo from another realm. Why 4? Isn't it 5? Where's the errand boy who's always with her? Hearing the words errand boy, Li Kuan-nak frowned. Errand boy, Thao Ni lay out a sigh. Tuma has already gone to Demon Spirit City. He said he'd go there first to wait for us. Silence fell over them. All 3 masters were stunned. Filu, he was the first to break the silence, his voice filled with urgency and anger. What was that idiot thinking? You didn't stop him. Him going there alone is like throwing his life away. 1. With nothing left to say. The next morning, at the gate of the 7th demonic spirit city, a few guards, yawning lazily when they suddenly saw a figure standing imposingly below. What's that? Hey, look what we have here. That face. Who are you? How Ma looked up and shouted, "Who I am doesn't matter. Get the heavenly demon out here for me." The name of their supreme master. The guards immediately became furious. The heavenly demon? You insolent brat? Who do you think you are, calling the great city lord by his title so casually? If you want to live, shut your damn mouth and get lost. Xiaoma cleaned his ear, looking bored. I knew it. Talking is never the effective way. All right, I'll just do it my way then. I'm a martial artist. Why do I need to waste brain cells thinking about these complicated things? I'll just let my fists through the talking. As he finished speaking before the whole horrified eyes of the guards, Xiaoma threw a punch. Boom! Steel City Gate, which was over 6 feet thick, caved in and shattered into 100 pieces like a cookie, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Xiaoma casually walked in as if strolling through his own garden. Where is the heavenly demon? Screams of panic echoed across the city walls. Enemy attack. The gate has been breached. Archers to your positions. Draw your bows. Prepare to fire. He's no ordinary person. Volley of arrows aimed straight for Xiaoma, but an authoritative voice stopped them. Archers, hold your fire. Leave this one to our iron armor squad. From both sides. Hundreds of soldiers in heavy iron armor, weapons at the ready, warmed out and surrounded Xiaoma. You're the one who broke the G, a captain asked, his voice filled with disbelief. How is that possible? The gate was so thick. I'm here for the heavenly. Him, and Xiaoma repeated. Is he here looking for the city lord? Ridiculous. A large man carrying a horse-chopping saber stepped forward. All of you, stand back. He's the captain of the iron armor squad reporting. Captain, he's alone. The captain was even more confused. All by himself, he shattered the city gate. Does this madman think he can take on the 7th demonic spirit city with his bare hands? He turned to Xiaoma, his voice a mix of contempt and pity. The great city lord, the heavenly demon, is currently in the great demonic spirit city. This is only the 7th demonic spirit city. You've come to the wrong place. Oh, is that so? Xiaoma scratched his head, his disappointment obvious. Well, in that case, just consider me passing through. He turned to leave, but then stopped. Hey, you're not gonna make me fix the gate before I can go. Are you fine, whatever you're all cut from? Same cloth as that heavenly demon anyway. So I'm more than happy to crush all of you at once. Don't let him escape, the captain roared. Everyone charge, who the guards roared. Like hungry beasts, and rushed towards Xiaoma. My apologies, Xiaoma said, softly. Lately I've been having a little trouble controlling my power. A burst of blue and exploded from his body. Boom, hundreds of armored soldiers were thrown into the air like puppets, clattering against each other before falling to the ground unconscious. The captain was dumbfounded. A bunch of simple-minded brutes. A cold voice echoed from the rooftops. The iron armor squad is truly useless. Of figures in red clothes leaped down from above, as agile as wolves. Leave this one to our overwolf squad. Hundreds of iron chains shot toward Xiaoma like bloodthirsty pythons. But it was useless. His movement technique was demonically fast, gliding through the forest of chains like a phantom, sending a chill down the silver wolf captain's spine. Suddenly, Xiaoma appeared right in front of him. So close that he could smell the lingering scent of roasted corn on his clothes. He didn't have a fraction of a second to defend himself as a punch, using only a portion of its power, was thrown. The captain's eyes rolled back, and he was knocked out cold. A few soldiers saw an open, and roared in unison, released the killing chains with the of metal. Xiaoma leaped and the air to dodge, but from above, a massive mace, bigger than his entire body, came crashing down. The mace created a deep crater in the ground the fat man wielded. The mace, who had just struck, laughed triumphantly. Finished in just one hit. Wasn't that too easy? The voice of another captain, from behind, called out, full of worry. I think you might be mistaken. The fat man turned around in doubt, only to see Xiaoma dusting off his clothes, looking at the swarming enemies with an annoyed expression. One after another, they just keep coming. It's so tiring. Spears rained down from the city walls, followed by the archers, just constantly dodging. How long is this going to take, all right? There's no other way. Before he could finish his thought, the fat man's mace came crashing down again. This time, Xiaoma couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the attack. He was sent flying like a ball, crashing straight into a house below the city wall, collapsing the entire tiled roof. As expected, there's no need for modesty. An arrogant voice echoed from the top of the city wall. I find it embarrassing to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Xiaoma staggered to his feet from the rubble, sensing a powerful or from the newcomers. He knew the small fry were done. The fat guy, seeing an easy target, chased after him with his mace. You little brat. This place will be your grave finding. Himself cornered, Xiaoma had no other choice. Deep breath. His eyes. All right, I'll fight you properly. The battle erupted as all three experts clashed. The house they were in began to shake violently for exploding. Earth-shattering impacts echoed endlessly. Captain Yuan Lang, who had just regained consciousness, watched in a daze as dozens of his soldiers flew out of the house like broken puppets. More and more men were thrown out, including the foul-mouthed fat guy from before. From within the wreckage, Xiaoma casually walked out, dragging the fat guy's giant mace. The Silver Wolf captain yelled in panic, "Everyone, charge!" The entire Silver Wolf squad and Iron Armor squad roared in unison, rushing towards Xiaoma. But he just casually swung the mace, making a few dance-like arcs. The entire elite army was swept away like trash. He then casually tossed the mace toward the captain. The captain frantically raised his sword, bored to block, but the immense force drove him deep into the ground before he could recover. Xiaoma appeared in front of him and threw a punch that slammed his face into the dirt, knocking him out for the second time. That day, an entire area had been leveled by Sok. He looked at the defeated general before him. Inside, the remaining subordinates watched from a distance, whispering in terror. Unbelievable. He took down the Iron Armor captain in a single move. His strength must be on par with the 4 generals. No, perhaps even greater. Hearing the whispers, Xiaoma picked up the mate, spun it a few times, and hurled it straight at the gossiping crowd. Woo! Whoosh! The mace flew like a cannonball. You're seeing right through the main castle tower. Inside the tower, the 4 generals were strolling leisurely. Could the men from the Woolen Alliance already be at our gates? One general asked. I thought they hadn't even made it past Ghost Soul Valley. The largest man, wearing a lion head helmet, growled. It would be bad if the Woolen Alliance has arrived. I've already moved most of our forces to the Great Demon Spirit City. He was the lord of the 7th Demon Spirit City, the Lion King. How many troops are left in the city now? Strategist? How many enemies are there? The old strategist broke out in a cold sweat. My lord, it is shameful to say, but the enemy is just one person. The Lion King was stunned. One person, crackle. The wooden ceiling began to splinter. Who is firing a cannon inside the city? Suddenly, the ceiling shattered and the giant mace plunged down, straight for his fierce face. My lord, the Lion King, the other 3 generals, and the strategist all scream, in unison. They thought their lord was done for, but he effortlessly raised one hand and caught the mace that was hurtling down at terrifying speed. Just one guy? The Lion King growled, crushing the head of the mace. I assume the Woolen Alliance sent a master of your caliber. Are you sure he's the only one causing this chaos? The strategist replied tremblingly. Yes, that's right. The Lion King stood on a high platform, coldly observing the chaos. Below looks like a show-off. In the courtyard, Xiaoma, like a whirlwind, not using any fancy techniques, just pure fists and feet punching. And kicking anyone in his way was sent flying like straw. And the more he fought, the more friends he had. He became. His body was now like a war chariot tearing down the city walls. Unstoppable. Xiaoma alone faced hundreds of people. Hundreds of elite soldiers, a sight that made even the Lion King, his eyes in astonishment. Suddenly, Xiaoma broke through the encirclement and appeared right in front of him, throwing a punch that carried a howling gale, while casually asking, "Are you the one in charge here?" Boom! A burly general rushed out just in time, blocking the punch with a giant spiked mace. Although he blocked it, the aftershock still shattered the entire wall behind him. A pup that doesn't fear a tiger. Where do you think you are to act so arrogantly? The general roared, swinging his mace down with a thunderous blow onto Xiaoma's. The powerful strike sent Xiaoma flying, causing him to fall straight to the lower floor of the tower. Huh? The general was stunned. His iron mace was bent out of shape, yet the one who took the hit seemed completely unharmed. From the rubble, Xiaoma stood up, dusting himself off and muttering. Well, that actually hurt a little. Dozens of shadowy figures emerged from the dark corners surrounding, and aiming for his vitals. Countless poison darts flew towards him, but in Xiaoma's eyes they moved as slow as snake. He just slightly tilted his body effortlessly, dodging them all pretty fast though. He casually caught one of the darts, and then a few more, with a single spin. All the darts flew back, embedding themselves precisely into the assassins who had just thrown them. After dealing with the small fry, leaped up to the next floor. Of annoyance on his face, he pointed directly at the Lion King. Hey, I'm here to see the heavenly demon. He's not here, is he? Hearing this, the Lion King roared with laughter. Ha ha, this little brat. He says he's looking for the heavenly demon. I want to hurt you guys. Xiaoma patiently continued. If the heavenly demon isn't here, then get out of my way. How insolent. Another general rushed forward with his blade. But his blade was stopped by Xiaoma with just 2 fingers. You think I'll let you off just for that? Crack. The steel blade was crushed like a cracker in a barrage of other weapons. Rained down, but not a single one. One could touch him. I'm only warning you one. Even if you don't understand the rules of it. Etiquette, the Lion King said coldly. This has gone far enough. He finally made his move, throwing the helmet from his head like a steel. Discuss. I can't believe I, the city lord, have to personally deal with a no. Nobody like you. Listen up. I am the Lion King, the one who once commanded the entire Central Plains. Take this. He let out a deafening roar as his muscles bulged all over his body. Lion's 5 claws, his 5 fingers, transformed into razor-sharp claws, lunging forward with the force of a savage beast. But Xiaoma stopped the attack with just one hand. The warnings are over now. Now the Lion King was stunned. This brat's grip is no joke. Kid, do you dare to compete with me? A test of pure strength without using any internal energy. If that's what you want, I'll play along. Everyone, stand back. The Lion King shouted. The 2 locked hands and a test of strength began. The aura radiating from both of them made the onlookers feel suffocated, unbelievable. Net mumbled, the city lord can break steel with his bare hands, yet that brat is able to hold his own. The Lion King strained with all his might, veins popping all over him, and roared, You brat, I'm going to cripple this arm of yours. His muscles began to swell to an abnormal size. The Lion King's overwhelming pressure erupted, weighing down on Xiaoma like a mountain. The fat guy nearby couldn't help but exclaim in horror, Lord City Lord truly lives up to his name as the Lion King. He looked at Xiaoma, his disdainful gaze turning into one of extreme caution. But the Lion King wasn't faring any better. He stared in shock at the ceiling above Xiaoma. 4 massive cracks had appeared at some point, spreading out like a spider web. The aftershock from their confrontation caused the entire fortress to tremble. The battle seemed to be reaching its conclusion. The Lion King panted heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. This brat. Could this not even be his full strength? Impossible. While he was still in shock, Xiaoma applied a little more force. He gently twisted the Lion King's wrist back. A gruesome crack echoed as the bone-deep pain forced the proud city lord down to one knee, his face pale as a ghost. Xiaoma stood before him, his voice still strangely calm. Are you satisfied enough to let me go now? Those words were like fuse lighting the Lion King's pride. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot with rage and humiliation. He reached for the blade at his hip with his other hand. You insolent brat! Who do you think you are to humiliate me? How could I possibly let you go? Slash. Omar's horror. The Lion King severed his own arm. You brat! Today it's either you or me. I'll chop you into 100 pieces. The 4 generals standing outside didn't dare to interfere. The city lord was right. Even with the war against the martial arts alliance looming, this humiliation could never be forgiven. If they let this brat leave alone, it was feared that the great heavenly demon would slaughter all of them in the 7 demonic spirit cities. Witnessing this madness, expression finally changed. The naive look vanished, replaced by a cold seriousness. It seems being humble and yielding isn't always a good thing. It goes Soul Valley amidst the Yaksha and Guigi were sitting and drinking together, about to perform acupuncture on the 9 severing poison meridians, sealing the 9 streams of true chi with the demonic emperor's soul-controlling needle. Guigi said slowly, I'm afraid even a master who has ascended to immortality would find that difficult. The 9 great earth acupoints, wood, metal, fire, water, lightning, wind, space, and gravity. In this world, there is likely only one person left who knows how to perform this technique, and that is the Tien clan. She took a sip of tea, adding, Moreover, if these 9 needles are not removed in the correct reverse order, the true chi in the body will flow backward, leading to death by bleeding from the 9 orifices. But what if that kid has a special institution that allows him to escape death? Yeah, I put down her cup, her eyes flashing. You mean you must have felt it too? Iggy continued. His physical body is a void spirit body, a constitution that requires no internal energy, yet it can borrow the infinite power of heaven and earth. With your 300 years of internal energy, I heard you tried to use the void grasp technique to remove the needles for him. When you pulled out a few needles, you must have felt his innate true chi. In that moment, even if it was just for an instant, his body would undergo an earth-shattering transformation, and he would lose consciousness. He would become like a newborn infant, yet possess the body and martial arts of a transformation realm master. In that brief moment, he would become like a newborn infant, yet possess the body and martial arts of a transformation realm master. Moment he lost consciousness. The power he unleashed was perhaps the most terrifying thing I have ever witnessed. That kid is truly interesting. Xiao Ma. Ever since my memory was interrupted after the fight with Yecha, I feel like my body has changed. It's lighter than a feather, but my strength flows like an endless waterfall. Body is tougher and my movements are more agile, and most importantly, I can sense things I've never been able to before. What the martial arts world calls, I can feel the smallest currents of energy in the air. Time also seems to have slowed down. Down for me. Every move my opponent makes appears in slow motion to me. Really very slow. I can appear in front of them and vanish to be behind them. Sometimes I'm below, and I'm high above right now. I feel like it would be difficult for anyone to defeat me. Inside the ruined fortress, the remaining soldiers felt a terrifying change. Aura. The city lord's aura is weakening rapidly. What in the world is happening inside? Amidst the winds, the generals fell one by one. Xiao Ma looked at the people lying scattered about, thinking to himself that, even though he didn't deliver any fatal blows, this should be enough to keep them unconscious for a while. But the Lion King, despite being beaten to a pulp, struggled to get up, his eyes burning with a final flame. What is your name? Xiao Ma, Xiao Alma. He gritted his teeth, forcing each word out from his throat. I will never forget this name. Swung his blade in a desperate attack, but Xiao Ma had already glided behind him. Hey, the winner has been decided. Why do you have to be so persistent? You don't understand. And the Lion King roared, tears nearly welling up in his eyes. If I let you leave here alive the heavenly demon, he will slaughter this entire city, leaving no one alive. Hearing this, Xiao Ma froze. The Lion King like a wounded beast, slashing wildly and erratically. My mother and my wife. For his hostages, even my 2 young children couldn't escape his clutches. Each slash was no longer a martial art technique, but a display of resentment, the pain of a helpless man. Xiao Ma slowly began to understand everything. The man before him was not an enemy. He was just a father. A husband trying to protect his family. King panted, exhausted. I'm the only one left standing here, so today if you don't die, then He charged forward again using his last ounce of strength. Xiao Ma no longer dodged. He just stood still, his voice turning cold but devoid of killing intent. I think this is where it ends. The one who must die is the heavenly demon, not you. He looked directly into the Lion King's eyes as he made a promise. You just wait. There will come a day when I take down the heavenly demon and free your family. The Lion King froze, his blade falling to the ground. Take down the heavenly demon. Even if the heavens were to fall, that's impossible. But as he watched Xiao Ma's departing figure, an unfounded belief suddenly sparked within him. And yet, for some reason, I believe this kid can actually do it. Wait for that day? All right, I can certainly wait. After the battle ended, everyone began to help each other treat their wounds. Li Junyu observed the surroundings and came to a conclusion. Even though I wasn't paying close attention looking at the faces of these soldiers, they have no will to fight left. Leo nodded. That's right. Although you were all heavily injured, not a single person died in battle. Could it be that he was controlling his power throughout the entire fight? If so, doesn't that mean he still had plenty of strength to spare? Or what? Impossible. Quanyak shook his head to single-handedly deal with the entire 7th demonic spirit city and still have energy to spare. What in the world did that guy do? We just need to ask the Lion King Maiden theme to find out. For instance, the Lion King, who was bandaged up, stared. Them. Are you people from the Murim Alliance? So, what if we are? Failong replied warily. If you're looking for him, you're too late. That person named Xiao Ma, what happened to him? Her voice filled with worry. The Lion King pointed towards the collapsed city gate. He's gone. He left here about 4 hours ago. Hearing this, the group immediately started to move, with urgency. The Lion King sat alone amidst ruins, somewhat pensive, an earth-shattering commotion without any bloodshed. He wondered if this could be considered a good omen. On the way, the group was in a great hurry. If that idiot, it left 4 hours ago, it'll be hard for us to catch up. Failong analyzed. With his personality, it's very likely he'll just charge straight into the great demonic spirit city without any strategy. Maybe we should also attempt a frontal assault. No way. Thou and he immediately retorted. A frontal assault on the great demonic spirit city is almost impossible. When they reach the outskirts of the great demonic spirit city, The harsh reality proved her words. The drawbridge ahead was guarded by countless master archers, and the main gate was made of 10,000 years. Rolled cold iron, nearly 10 feet thick. Breaking it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. The gatekeeper was the Iron Dean, a monster from whom not even an ant could escape his sight. Li Quan Noch said, his voice grave, "Not to men. In the armies of the 13 cities are gathering here. A preliminary estimate puts them at over 200,000 elite troops. A frontal assault is nothing but the ramblings of a madman." Hearing such a grim situation, Thou Ni gritted her teeth. "But no matter what Xiao Ma does, our job right now is to rush over there at full speed, before them." Soldiers from the smaller cities were gathering in increasing numbers, forming a dark sea of people, so dense it was suffocating, and in the very middle of that sea of people was a luxurious carriage, silent and mysterious. A foot suddenly landed on the roof of the moving carriage. The driver was startled, looking up and growling, "What the hell, who's there?" He grabbed the anger's ankle and pulled him down. "Hey, who are you?" Shoma groggily. I woke up, letting out a long yawn. "What is it? I just did..." He posed off for a bit and we're already here. The driver glanced at Xiaoma's attire. You look like you're from the assassin squad." He scowled. "If you're from the assassin squad, why don't you get lost and lie down in the back carriage?" I was just a little tired. "I don't care if you're tired or not," the man snapped. "Get to the back, now, Xiaoma," replied lethargically. "All right, just a moment." He raised his head and looked forward. As a towering pitch-black city wall appeared like a giant monster, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, this city is huge on the city wall." The Iron Demon squinted, observing the small figure on the carriage, an amused smile appearing on his face. "Oh, to meet an interesting kid like this, it probably won't be boring. Why isn't the Lion King in the rope ranks?" a subordinate asked. The great city lord ordered him to leave a portion of his forces at the 7th demonic spirit city to guard against the Murim alliance. "But it seems we have a guest who arrived earlier than expected." "You mean that kid?" "His name is Xiao Ma," the Iron Demon introduced. "The one who took down the black and white twin ghosts. The errand boy from Hoan Yak Lung." The subordinate was astonished. "Is that the kid from the rumors? He certainly doesn't look ordinary. I can't sense any aura from him at all." "I can confirm he isn't using any internal energy," the Iron Demon replied. "When he took down the black and white twin ghosts, did he use his bare hands? This brat might be even stronger than you. You must be joking, my lord. I am but a mere stableman." The subordinate quickly bowed his head. "I will go report this to Lord Heavenly Demon. I doubt he came alone." With that, he hurriedly left. Iron Demon stood on the wall, his voice booming with orders. "All troops of the 7th demonic spirit city, hear my command. Form up west of the city. The other cities probably won't arrive until tomorrow. Move, now." The mighty army began to move in no one noticing a guy from the assassin squad casually sitting on the carriage roof. "It's really high," Xiao Ma muttered. "But first I have to get inside." "Hey you!" the driver roared again. "Why haven't you gotten down yet?" Of it just then, 2 familiar voices came from a nearby corner. "Master, what should we do now?" "Let me see. Anyway, our purpose is..." Xiao Ma curiously glanced over. "Master, why do I have a feeling we've been spotted?" "It's your imagination. With a perfect disguise like this, who could possibly spot us?" Kuai Hung scratched his head. "You call this perfect? Why do I feel like he's staring right at us? You're mistaken. So why does it feel like he's standing right next to me?" The old eccentric turned around and jumped, and shocked. Xiao Ma was standing right in front of them, a puzzled look on his face. "Hey, are you two following me again? See? I told you." "You so eccentric," Xiong muttered. The old eccentric quickly let out a nervous laugh. Well, your perception is truly extraordinary, little brother. Don't change the subject. I asked why you're following me." Eccentric Xiong was about to answer when the old eccentric blocked his mouth with his staff. "Little brother, it seems you intend to take on this entire great demonic spirit city by yourself?" Xiaoma replied decisively. "I came here to take down the heavenly demon." Upon hearing this, the eccentric mass and disciples' jaws dropped, unable to believe their ears. Every word from Xiaoma echoed loud, out and clear, leaving all the surrounding soldiers stunned. "What the hell am I hearing? Take down the heavenly demon? Who is that guy? Never seen him before." Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, the old eccentric rushed over to cover Xiaoma's mouth. But how could he possibly shut that damn mouth of his? Xiaoma's voice still boomed through the old man's fingers. "The heavenly demon? I'm going to have an audience with him. Oh, for crying out loud, the old eccentric whispered into his ear, his voice filled with panic. Do you have any idea where you are, speaking so recklessly? Annoyed. Amash shoved the old man away. We're already here, so what's the point of hiding anymore? He casually picked up a spear from the ground, bent it a few times and nodded. This hardness should be enough. A scar-faced soldier approached, grabbed Xiaoma's shoulder and growled, "You brat, what did you just say?" Bam! Terrifying sound erupted as the scarf soldier was sent flying backward amidst a cloud of dust. Advantage of the chaos, Xiaoma used the spear as a vaulting pole to launch himself into the air, breaking through the encirclement to everyone's astonishment. Before him now was a wide moat separating the outer area from the main fortress of the demonic spirit city. Xiaoma stood on a rock outcropping, gripping the spear tightly in his hand, posing like a professional javelin thrower. Then he wound up and threw the spear with terrifying force. Here flew like a black arrow, soaring across the moat and thudded into the massive city gate in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoma took a running start and leaped, landing lightly on the shaft of the quivering spear from which he upped again, flying straight up to the towering city wall. Wow, you really don't realize how high it is until you jump up. Here, he muttered to himself and landed gently atop a watchtower. Below, the soldiers were scrambling like a disturbed beehive. A stood next to the giant banner of the demonic spirit city, staring at it for a moment, and the soldiers below seemed to guess his insane intention. Don't tell me that guy is going to. Xiaoma snapped the flagpole with his bare hands, the banner symbolizing the great demonic spirit city's terror, and now flutter down amidst the absolute silence of all the soldiers. He broke the banner that Madman Shall held the broken flagpole in front of him, then coldly let it go, and the banner slowly fell. Witnessing this scene, the eccentric master and disciple could only laugh with delight. I can't believe he actually did it. So damn cool. Before the banner could hit the ground, a figure shot out and caught it. "Hey, you little brat," he said, his voice hoarse. "I assume you're not unaware of what this action of yours means, are you?" Dozens of his coordinates appeared instantly. Surround him completely. Isn't that guy going to kneel and surrender? Xiaoma stood with his hands on his hips. Are you the heavenly demon? The man was. Iron demon. He exhaled a puff of smoke. I am merely a subordinate who finds glory in serving the great heavenly demon. Oh, is that so? Xiaoma immediately lost interest and turned to leave. If you're not the heavenly demon, then sorry, I'm not interested. The iron demon grew furious and unleashed a blast of palm wind. I think I was mistaken. Not only do you not know how to use internal energy, you don't even know how to use your head. Energy blasts collided and Xiaoma turned back, asking coldly, Are you saying you're not going to let me leave? Leave this brat to me? Me, the Iron Demon, ordered his subordinates. All of you, fall back to the gate and tighten security. Without my command, anyone who dares to interfere, I'll personally send them on their way. He threw his cigarette to the ground and crushed it under his foot. Now then, let's see the true power of the one who defeated the black and white twin Goxia. Before he could even finish his cool pose, a fist suddenly appeared and slammed right into his gut. Caught by the surprise attack, he backward trying to counter. You bastard unforgivable. But Xiaoma had already dodged easily, then landed another punch on his face. I don't have time for you. By taking 2 hits, Tuma stood firm, showing no signs of serious injury. He wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and growled, You bastard! Don't you know it's disrespectful not to give your opponent time to prepare? Xiaoma let out a sigh, thinking, This guy's tough. Tuma clicked his tongue, a descending look on his face with the power of that last punch. It seems I have no other choice. Suddenly ripped his shirt off, revealing a physique rippling with muscles as solid as rock. Behold, this is the state of being impervious to blades and swords. He let out a roar and began to channel his energy. Dark red streams of chi enveloped his body, and his skin quickly turned as black as ink. This is the most perfect physical body in the world. Now let's fight. Boom, the two opposing forces crashed into each other. As their hands met, Tuma felt a terrifying force transmit through, which intrigued him a little. Oh, you're tough. Does this kid specialize in external arts? Not bad. The two fighters' fists simultaneously struck each other's faces. Just as the rumors said, this kid's fists contain no internal energy, Tuma analyzed silently. What the hell is he? His fighting style doesn't follow any school or technique. The more I look, the more it resembles the brawling of street thugs. No strategy, no calculation. Only instinct. Xiao Ma might have aimed for a decisive punch, but Tai Ma stood there like a statue. Hey kid, if that's all your punches have got, then don't even dream of beating me. With that, he unleashed a continuous barrage of steel-like fists at Xiao Ma's face. But strangely, the boy stood his ground, showing no signs of pain, though his face was slightly distorted from the impact. He stared intently at Tai Ma, thinking, this guy is completely different from my previous opponents. I'll have to use a little more strength. Xiao Ma clenched his fists and shot Fakag forward like an arrow, delivering a thunderous kick to Tai Ma's side. But his opponent remained standing tall like a bronze statue, not moving an inch. This genuinely surprised Xiao Ma. Tai Ma began his showboating, his tone full of arrogance. In my youth, I painstakingly trained in the bronze armor art, a martial art that turns flesh and skin as hard as steel. You country bumpkin, are these paltry cat-scratching techniques all you have? He stood still like a pun bag, absorbing every one of Xiao Ma's ferocious attacks. Xiao Ma attacked relentlessly, finally mustering all his strength to land a powerful uppercut on his chin. How about that move? I have mastered the bronze armor art to the point of great completion, making my body even harder than tempered steel. He continued his speech, even though his jaw had just vibrated violently. But no matter how tough it was, he continued his speech. If you are, it's hard to withstand a master who coats their blades in astral chi. A devastating punch from Tai Ma, then Xiao Ma flying 100 meters away. He scrambled back to his feet. Is your less really harder than tempered steel? Xiao Ma grabbed a large banner, by his eyes turning cold. I don't believe you're without a weakness. He used the footwork he had picked up, creating dozens of afterimages that attacked Tai Ma all at once, to reach the state of being impervious to blades and swords, he boasted casually. I also trained painstakingly in the elephant's skin art to the point of absolute mastery, making my skin far tougher than steel. No matter how sharp your blade is, you'll never be able to see it. Techniques are. You couldn't even harm a single hair on my body. After saying that, he launched a kick that sent Xiao Ma flying straight into the eaves of the city gate. This flag is the symbol of Moling City and also my life. Don't think I'll let you go easily. Xiao Ma landed lightly on his feet. It seemed the previous blows were taking their toll, and he began to get serious. Know the martial arts you speak of, and I've never formally learned any. But I know one thing for sure. I will never lose to someone like you. He looked Tai Ma straight in the eye. His voice filled with determination. An explosion of killing intent erupted at. Xiao Ma lunged forward, driving a punch straight into Tai Ma's stomach, but his opponent was completely unharmed. You brat! Even a master with over 3 gypsy of internal energy could only dream of breaking through my mastered bronze armor and elephant skin arts. Their fists must contain internal energy to shatter an opponent's internal organs, not the kind of raw brute force you possess. Looking at his arrogant face, Xiao Ma felt extremely annoyed. I almost forgot. But, Tai Ma continued, as if just remembering something important. I also painstakingly trained in another divine art called the Golden Bell Shield. He grabbed Xiao Ma's arm and began, again his counterattack, pummeling the boy's face. The bronze armor art, plus the elephant skin art, and then mastering the Golden Bell Shield on top of that. My physical body. I have become perfectly peerless, indestructible, and unbreakable. I decided to give it a try. Name: the fusion of the 3 strongest external martial arts, creating the Ink Soul demonic art. Right now I'm only using 80% of my power, so my skin is just this dark brown. If I were to use my full power, my entire body would turn pitch brown. Black like ink. Let's go now. Xiao Ma roared, cutting off his speech. Stop your damn rambling. I've heard enough. So this still isn't your strongest state, right? He clenched his fists, his muscles tensing up all over his body, as a wild primal power began to surge. Lately, I've always felt like my body is overflowing with power, to the point where even I don't know my own limits. Streams of blue, whose internal energy billowed from his body, enveloping Xiao Ma in a brilliant aura. This is good, he muttered. Before I face the Tianma, I'll test the limits of my power. That said, a punch-carrying, world-shaking power shot straight toward Tianma's face. Bong, a sound like a giant temple bell echoed throughout the city. But this time, Thiatma didn't just stand there and take it, he managed to raise both hands to block. This fist contains internal energy, he said in shock. The shockwave from the impact spread out in all directions, shaking the entire Malin Thon outside the city. Filu's group had arrived at the meeting point. This well connects to the Jiaosen inside Malin Then, Filu explained. Although there are traps and formations, this is the only way to infiltrate. Suddenly, Tao Ni snapped her head up, listening to the sound echoing from within the city. That's the sound of Tiet Ma's Kim Chung Trao. Xiao Ma must have made his move. We need to hurry. Wait a minute. A guard worried. What if the entrance is blocked? Impossible, Tao Ni said decisively. If the well were blocked, how could there be a fish this big? She pointed to a giant carp swimming in the well below. Captain, what is it? A guard asked Filu using telepathy. Someone is coming. He's carrying a long saber, his hair is a mess, and he's radiating an extra dangerous aura. Not far to the west, Filu immediately warned. The group, everyone, someone's coming. Of leaves grew closer. A figure slowly emerged from deep within the forest, carrying a suffocatingly dense killing intent. Tao Ni recognized him. Oh, long time no see. Bach Tao Ni, he said in a deep, gravelly voice. Bach Xiaovan, she's screamed, her voice filled with indignation. Placed his hand on the hilt of his saber, his cold gaze sweeping over the group of int. Highly unfamiliar faces. Bach Tao Ni, are you colluding with the people from the Volam men again? I'm from the city, echoed once more. That's the Atmo's sound. It seems something happened while I was out for a stroll. Or are you all deliberately holding me here? Filu's group exchanged glances. This was trouble. This situation was completely unexpected, if that's the case. Let's settle this right here and now! Tao Ni suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a full-power palm strike. Just stood there, indifferently taking her palm strike as if it were a mere scratch. You think you can beat me with this flimsy little cat scratch of a technique? He said dismiss. In the blink of an eye, he had spun around, grabbed Tao Ni by the neck, and slammed her hard against a nearby tree. It was too fast. So fast that the other three men couldn't even react. No, he whispered in her ear. How could I not know? Tao Ni replied. With difficulty, but right now you're all alone. Just then, a staff suddenly attacked the back of Bakshivan's neck from out of nowhere. He dodged it with just a slight tilt of his head. I never expected that after 10 years of raising you, this is how you'd repay me, Bak Tao Ni. He glanced over at his attacker. Honored, I didn't expect your excellency to know of this humble one. At the same time, countless threads as fine as spider silk had surrounded Bak's chevaline. About me. You must know me too, right? Not Vonon's voice rang out. The bounty hunter. Not Vonon. Bak Chievan. Suddenly vanished and reappeared on a high tree branch. Your opponent. Is me. Filu's voice called out from a distance. Is that so? No one saw how he moved. They only saw an invisible stream of sword energy shoot out. Filu back several meters the vote. Kim Lee Kwan Nak exclaimed in horror. He attacked without any visible movement. Backcha, 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 backcha. The band sat comfortably on the branch, casually counting 16, 17, 18, 19. Only 20 people in total. Muff, I'll start by cleaning up. The surrounding flies first. His killing intent erupted. Blank. Hitting the entire forest! Stop! Filu roared, his voice hoarse with desperation. All members of the guard unit retreat immediately. Lee Kwan Nag. Assess the situation in an instant. Our formation has been broken. I'm afraid this is not good, but not Von Gan. Gan paid no mind. He just coldly glanced at the chaotic battlefield, then without a word of warning, dove straight into a nearby dry well. I don't care about any of you. I'm here for the Huyenma, his voice echoed up. It doesn't matter who lives or dies. My goal is to sever one of the Thian Ma's arms. Even if it cost me my life, I'll make him pay. Seeing this, Likwanyash no longer hesitated and followed after Engen. On the ground above, a bloody massacre was unfolding. Filu frantically chased after Bakshi Oven. Gaming, run, retreat, you won't make it. It was too late. He moved like a phantom, and wherever he passed, someone would fall. Filu rushed to a young guard's side, yelling, Oot! Get out of here! But it was too late. Captain, you have to run. Oot, don't die! Screamed down Filu's face. But the young man's life had already faded. Filu gritted his teeth, pain and hatred erupting like a hellfire. He left his comrade's body behind and continued to charge after the vile enemy. Bakchiovan, if you've got the guts, fight me. Ha ha ha! Bakchiovan burst out laughing. As long as you're faster than me. Wish 2 more guards fell. Stop. Please stop. I said stop! Filu roared, his voice cracking with anguish, looking at the hellish scene before him. He could no longer bear it. According to intel, Kwang Ma had been taken down by a single knife to the back of the neck. Foxy Oven, you bastard! Oh, so you're that person! Bhakti Oven finally stopped, turning to look at Filu. Excellent. I will definitely kill you, Captain of the Filu Special Forces. He scanned Filu from head to head. Well, what a disappointment. You defeated Kwang Ma with just this little strength? Filu suppressed his grief, his mind racing at full speed. Bakchavan, the lightning sword. He hadn't even drawn his sword. His hands were always in his sleeves, yet he could unleash sword chi at will. No, this isn't invisible sword chi. If he had reached that realm, he would be one of the 10 great masters, so it must be using chi to control swords. Using chi to control swords? Oh, you figured it out? Baxia Van looked amused. I thought you wouldn't even notice, if it's using chi to control swords. He can control multiple swords at once, but even a supreme master can't be without an opening. Attacking from a distance is a disadvantage for me. I have to close the gap. 2 swords are more than enough to send you on your way, Bachkiavan said. As if reading Filu's mind, 2 invisible swords appeared, blocking his path. You fell for it! Filu roared, his body suddenly twisting in an unpredictable trajectory. Heaven-shattering martial. Reverse art. Heaven-defying backstab. This was a suicidal attack. Pouring all his strength into one desperate strike, Bakshavan was shocked and hastily directed his 2 swords to block, but was still sent flying by the force, not giving opponent a moment's rest. Filu vanished on the spot and reappeared high in the air, diving down like a hawk. Raging dragon heaven-shattering saber. Second form. Heaven-shattering D. Dance. Clang clang. The ear-piercing sound of weapons colliding rang out. 2 swords had returned just in time, forming a shield in front of Bakshiovan, completely blocking Filu's ferocious attack. The force of the impact snapped the surrounding trees. Heaven-shattering dance. He countered it with just chi. Filu was astonished. I'm to consider you a real opponent? Bakshiovan said coldly. I think I'll have to use 3 swords. A 3rd sword materialized, hovering beside him, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Inside the Daimalin citadel, the golden bell was still ringing. Tuma looked at Thietma, his expression slightly disappointed. The golden bell's shield? You ring the bell so loudly, yet it sounds so faint. Faint? Thietma roared. Spin, 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 spin. Spinning around and throwing a thunderous elbow at Tuma's face, a barrage of punches, as fast as lightning and as powerful as sledgehammers rained down. But Tuma just calmly parried and dodged. None of Thietma's attacks could even touch him, as if an adult was toying with a child. Tuma looked at Thietma and said. Ma was silent for a moment, then made a blunt remark. Are your punches supposed to be ant bites? He quickly locked the ET mass attack and a terrible force erupted from his point of impact, causing the ground beneath Tuma's feet to collapse into a deep crater. If the skill of a gatekeeper like you is only at this level, then how strong can the Teen Ma you all worship possibly be? Lord Thien Ma is as powerful as the heavens. Thietma answered through gritted teeth, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. In that case, Hima smiled. I'll just have to pull those heavens down hearing this arrogant declaration. Thietma suddenly burst out laughing, a smug grin on his face. You're already having this much trouble just dealing with me, and you still want to fight him with the heavenly demon. Enough trash talk, let's end this here. The 2 behemoths to each other once again, unleashing steel-like fists straight into their opponent's face. But this time, Xiao was clearly tougher and stronger. He stood his ground firmly, while T.A. was pushed back several steps, his eyes filled with astonishment. Impossible in a pure battle of physical bodies. How could I be pushed back? Like a war god in his element, Xiao Ma rushed forward, relentlessly attacking TMO, fists, kicks, elbows, and knees. Wild and instinctive attacks continuously rained down on his steel-like body. This brat's fists hurt to the bone. My internal energy is depleting at an alarming rate. This rate, I'll fall sooner or later. I must settle this immediately. I will use all my remaining internal energy. Even if the heavens fall and the earth cracks, you will not defeat me, Time O'Rourke, but Xiao Ma was faster. Talk too much. Look, your nose is bleeding. Xiao Ma is striking. Speed suddenly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 after-images of him appeared, surrounding TMO. They launched attacks from all directions. He was beaten until he spun like a top. How? How is this possible? My body is supposed to be harder than steel. In the end, you're just a human. A final punch, carrying all his power, slammed straight into Taimo's. Like face, his massive body was punched straight into the ground, creating a giant crater. The aftershocks spread across a wide area. Xiao Ma stood there silently looking at the defeated opponent. Even though you've won, Taimo rasped. You truly are a shameless bastard. If I had any shame, I'd be the one on the ground right now. I don't like it much. But since you've pushed me this far, I have no choice but to unleash the ultimate limit of the dark soul demonic art. Even if you do that, the result won't change, but Taimo remains stub. He staggered to his feet, his entire body beginning to tremble. This is a forbidden technique, and the price is my own life. I haven't fully mastered it. But I will still use it. Ultimate intent of the dark soul demonic art. Great Luo adamantine god. A burst of gloomy, pitch-black demonic energy erupted, and his body turned as dark as the night. His muscles bulged abnormally, turning him into a true monster. Meanwhile, deep beneath Moling City, the group of three was diving through an underground sewer when suddenly a powerful shockwave from the surface traveled down. Sound. It's echoing everywhere. This shockwave will activate the trap formations. As soon as when he finished speaking, a series of razor-sharp iron bars shot down from the ceiling, and a giant stone pillar, made of 10,000-year-old cold iron, also collapsed. It blocked Li Kunyue's path. Damn it. Luckily, we're underwater, so its power is reduced by half. But this is going to be tough. Li Kunyue growled. He signaled to the other two. You two, go ahead. I'll catch up. Realized the urgency as their air was running out, and she nodded. You have to survive so we can meet again. Li Kunyue was left alone, facing the stone pillar. He didn't have enough air to go back, and this thing was made of 10,000-year-old cold iron. It's indestructible, so I'll have to blast to hold next to it. He took out a few small bombs. If I'm going to die, I'll die with a bang rather than drowning. I only have one chance. He planted the bomb, backed away, and took the stance. Dog-beating staff art thunderclap chain explosion. Boom, a terrifying explosion erupted underwater, creating a massive column of water that shot straight up. It shattered the floor of a room above. In that room, a group of people in black robes looking like an evil cult was about to dig into a roasted chicken. Seeing the strange sight, they rushed over to check it out. Sounds like there was an explosion underwater. That's not important. The question is, was the 10,000-year-old cold iron destroyed before he could finish the whole group fro? Their killing intent flaring in front of them. Li Kunyue. It just emerged from the water, panting heavily. Phew, I'm alive. The two sides just stared at each other, speechless. Meanwhile, below, and Yi Wu-hen had finally reached their destination. So what's ahead? Wu-hen asked. He saw giant crocodiles swimming lazily in a large underground lake. Crocodiles? Then this must be Tang Xiaorong's Xiaorong Palace, the gorgeous figure of Tang Xiaorong's. Rong appeared amidst a lotus pond, but her beautiful face was now marred by a long hideous scar. You all, she said in an ice-cold voice. Can it be healed? A handmaiden trembled. Profusely, Palace Master, this subordinate is incompetent. She just flicked her fingers lightly, and the girl fell backward into the lake, where she was devoured by the starving crocodiles. The faces of the remaining three handmaidens turned deathly pale, drained of all color. I'll ask again. Can you fix it? Another person stammered. My lady, perhaps if you were to ask Lord Huan Mo, snap, with another flick of her fingers. He cannot see my face like this. The third handmaiden quickly prostrated herself. Yes, my lady, this servant can fix it. Tang Xiaorong looked at her, a sinister smile spreading across her face. If she could fix it, then what use are you? As she spoke, a venomous snake slithered out from her sleeve, sinking its fangs into the girl's neck. From beneath the lake, Yi Wu-hen and Bai Taoni emerged, just in time to witness the horrifying scene. What a cruel woman, Yi Wu-hen muttered. Tianmo, Lei Dian, Jian, Zhu Tianxuan Envy, and Huan Mo, the four leaders of Maling City, each one is a demon in human skin. Taoni thought to herself, but it's strange. Why are there no guards here? Why would she need guards? This is Tang Xiaorong's Xiaorong Palace, Yi Wu-hen said, with a bored expression. Maybe I should just leave you here. It's best to let a woman fight a woman. What did you say? Taoni fumed. He just waved his hand. And try to stay alive. With that, his figure vanished into the night in the luxury bathroom. The last handmaiden had finished the treatment. My lady, it is done. Skin-changing art truly lives up to its name. How long can it maintain this appearance? My lady, it should last for 1 month. Before she could finish, another snake sank its fangs into the back of her neck. Why, she whispered weakly. Simple. Tong Xiaorong replied. You've seen my ugly face. Did you really think I'd let you live? My lady, you broke your promise. Those were her last words. My lady, the great city lord has arrived. Tianmo walked in without a word, simply smiling at the woman before him. Huanmo Palace. The air was dark and deep. The walls were lined with dozens of stone tombs, and in the middle of the room were many large earthenware jars. Huanmo was busy with one of the jars. I just don't get that Bai Zhao Yun guy, Tang Xiaorong said with contempt. And what in the world are you doing? Huang Mo explained as he worked, his voice chillingly monotonous. I'm raising goo insects. I put a few hundred of them into the body of a child and soak it in this jar after some time. Their flesh and blood will be completely devoured, leaving only white bones when there's nothing to eat. The goo insects will turn on each other. In the end, only one will survive. He reached into the jar, pulled out a giant centipede and tossed it into his maw, chewing it noisily. This type of goo insect is nourished by human essence, and it also eats its own kind, so the flavor is exquisite. It's the perfect snack to go with wine. Tang Xiaorong felt her stomach churn. Want to try some? He offered. She quickly covered her mouth and shook her head vehemently. How can you swallow something so disgusting? The goo insects I eat become parasites in my body, nourished by my blood, so they can communicate with me. I use them to control others. He opens, lid of a stone coffin, and two familiar figures shot up. Your methods are revolting. What should we call them now? They're like Jiangxi, but they can use internal energy, making them the most perfect puppets. Those two puppets were none of them. Then the Heibai Shuangui, suddenly Huan Mola. I think I hear something outside. Tang Xiaorong smirked. We have uninvited guests, the old butler reported with a trembling voice, each word an alarm bell first. Servant calling himself Xiao Ma has infiltrated the city. This means a portion of the Wu Lin Meng's main force has arrived. Wham! Xiao Ma. Alma spun and landed a beautiful hook kick to Tamo's face. Despite the powerful blow, the giant only staggered before standing firm, his expression growing even more ferocious. Fighting Palace Master Bai in the Blood Cordyline forest east of the city from what we've observed. This person is also from the Wu Lin Meng. There is another man whose route is unknown, but he has broken into the Tian Gang Lei Yu. Finally, the old butler took a deep breath. Two people just entered Xiaorong Palace through a secret passage by town, and someone wearing a demon mask. Tong Xiaorong. The master of Xiaorong Palace curled her lips slightly. So that little brat Kaoni has arrived. I wonder if she brought what we've been waiting for. The immortal grass. I haven't had a taste of it yet. Huanmo said, wearily, seeing his subordinate about to leave. He quickly called him back. Hey, you're just gonna leave like that? Then he glanced into a dark corner. I think it's time for you to show yourself. From the shadows, Yi Wuhan slowly emerged, so you knew I was hiding here. Haha, it's more interesting to pretend. I don't know, at Xiaorong Palace in an enchanting hallway. As soon as Bai Kuni stepped inside, a figure glided toward her like a breeze, carrying a strong floral scent. Beautiful. Who could this be? Thou Ni immediately took a defense of stance. It doesn't matter who it is. 3,000 fingers, a single piercing strike, a powerful beam of energy. Energy shot from her finger, but the woman before her suddenly vanished like smoke. You may be beautiful, her voice echoed from behind, but your sins are unforgivable. This is just the beginning. A series of figures with identical faces and clothing began to appear, swirling around Tao Ni like a flock of bats in the night. They were the 10 demon-faced killers, the most loyal and fearsome guards of Duangtu Deng. Then how about this? Tao Ni leaped up, delivering a razor-sharp kick to one of them. She was split into 3 pieces, and then vanished into thin air. Tao Ni was shocked. She had clearly landed a hit. Could it be that my eyes can't keep up with their speed? These people are definitely masters. Your beauty was originally ours. Whispering voices echoed from all directions, like the cries of vengeful spirits every time Thonis' hands touched them. They just pass through empty space. This is insane. They don't to have a physical form. It's like I'm hitting thin air. Go on, wear yourself out. Lowly, a voice giggled. So this is all the 3,000 fingers of the Yihua Palace amounts to. While panting heavily, her clothes soaked with sweat fighting against these things. I can't hit. How can I possibly win? A butterfly, I fly freely on the wind. I am the true butter. Fly! One of them suddenly appeared right in front of Tao Ni, then vanished again. Immediately after, a sharp pain struck her from behind. Tao Ni spun around to counterattack, but she had already disappeared. When you strike, be as fast as a bee's sting. Looking around during a fight will get you killed, little girl. Another one swung her. umbrella to attack from above, but Tao Ni managed to dodge in time. How about it? Do you find us beautiful now? She taunted. Bok Tao Ni, are you a little overweight? Why are your movements so sluggish, surrounded by these phantoms? Tao Ni knew she couldn't go on like this if I can't track their movements. I'm sure to lose this fight, then there's only one way. With that thought, she suddenly broke through the encirclement, shooting off like an arrow. Huh, running away? Get her. What's the worry? We're faster. Does she think she can escape? Thou need dash through a wall. Two of them blocked her path. Hey, where do you think you're going? She didn't answer, continuing to weave past them and dash straight into a vibrant flower garden. The two assassins gave chase but hesitated at the entrance. Did she run into the pavilion garden? If we cause any damage here, the palace master will be furious. The scent of flowers here is so strong. Ah, there she is. They saw Tao Ni standing in the middle of the flower garden, no longer running. What's wrong? Tired of running? Tao Ni stopped, dropped, looked up at the crowd surrounding her, a brilliant smile suddenly spreading across her face. I'm truly grateful to all of you for so enthusiastically escorting me all the way here. In her hands now were two small spheres, prepared as part of a perfect plan, and then without a moment's hesitation, Uni gently tossed them out. The two spheres collided, creating a small explosion. Boom! A thud! White smoke carrying a strong floral scent immediately enveloped the entire pavilion. Is that a smoke bomb? Cough, cough. It's so dusty. This isn't good for my skin at all. One of the female assassins complained. While the group was still confused, a soft thud was heard. One of them had been pierced through the chest by something. She barely managed to cry out once before falling to the ground like a rag doll. Someone's been hit. It's the divine finger bullet. Didn't you yourself say not to look around during a fight? Tao Ni's voice rang out from within the smoke. Thwip! Another one fell. Panic began to spread. Quick! Find that Bok Tao Ni. Where is that damn brat hiding? She's scurrying around like a rat. Suddenly, from behind a tree, Tao Ni's figure glided out. This will be the third one. The divine finger bullet shot out. A razor-sharp beam of energy that flew straight through another one's throat, sending her to meet King Yama. Stop her! As soon as the words were spoken, two more thwips were heard. Ah, two more down. Where the hell is she? I can't see anything at all. In their panic, they hurriedly used their umbrellas and fans, waving them frantically to try and disperse the smoke. Hurry up! Get rid of all this smoke! Gradually, the smoke began to clear, but she was still nowhere to be found. Seen. First, everyone grouped together to defend. Just then, thou, and his voice slowly echoed from above. Your journey ends here. The whole group looked up, screaming and alarmed. She's above us, damn it. These umbrellas are blocking our view from the top of the pavilion. Thou need. Dove down like a flaming meteor, her killing intent surging. Let's see where you can run now. 3,000 fingers. Golden Dragon's 5 claws, whom the remaining 4 took the full force of the attack, but instead of sighing in relief, Tao Ni's face turned pale with fear. Damn, what is this? The shredded remains of their bodies. Bodies didn't fall, but instead floated in the air, then slowly drew together like magnets. They fused and transformed, creating a completely new entity. It was a grotesque giant monster that looked like something straight out of a nightmare. It stood up, looked at Tao Ni, and flashed a chillingly sinister smile. Tao Ni couldn't understand. What's happening? I have become Deep of Wong. Bok Tao Ni. The monster's voice was a horrifying blend of multiple voices. In my eyes, you are nothing but an insect. What kind of martial art? What is this? Why have I never heard of it? Tao Ni was astonished. Take this. Bok Tao Ni. Deep Wang swung a massive arm, carrying the combined power of several masters. 3,000 finger strikes. Gold. Dragon's 5 claws. Tao Ni hastily launched her techniques to block. Boom! The entire court. Yard exploded, the force of the impact launching trees and boulders into the air. Diep Vuong's arms swept through the empty space. But Tao Ni was gone. Her voice rang out from another director. I'm over here! She dove down from above, focusing her finger. Force on a single point, Deep Wong's certain death strike, slice. Wong's giant form was cut into multiple pieces, just as I suspected, using an illusion technique combined with Chimen Dunjia. This is the martial art of the Red Sea Ghost Sect, to think you even recognize. The techniques of our ghost sect. Your knowledge of the Jianghu isn't bad at all, Bok Tao Ni, but knowing about it doesn't mean you can defeat me. I've known how to break this kind of illusion for a long time. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Ni drew a dagger. She sliced a line across her own arm. The sharp pain jolted her senses, allowing her to see through the illusion. Deep Vuong let out a cunning smile. To think you'd wound yourself just to break my illusion. I can see you now. Your true form is hiding inside that giant head. A useless struggle. Doing so will only get you more injured. If you say so. 3,000. Finger strikes, Mandarin duck kick. Tao Ni unleashed a spinning kick aimed directly at Diep Vuong's head. Boom! The head exploded and two or three assassins tumbled out. But suddenly one of them lunged forward. Terrifying speed, attacking Tao Ni's blind spot, unable to defend in time. She was sent crashing to the ground. If you still believe that head was the true form, her voice echoed. Do you still believe that to be true? Tao Ni struggled to get blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. How is that possible? Wasn't that the true form? But if it wasn't, then why does my body ache as if I were truly struck? The 10 phantoms of the 10 informed ghost assassins circled around her, their voices echoing. Your will is eroding, Tao Ni. Did you really think one little cut could break my illusion? Accept your fate. You will die here. A giant hand descended from the sky. Thou need God. In a hurry, but was still hit by the shockwave, a sharp pain piercing her shoulder. This is no good. I absolutely can't tell what's real, and what's an illusion. This pain. But why did it fade so fast? Could it be that everything is fake? Oni tried to think back. When did I fall for the illusion technique? When she transformed into a giant? No, it was even earlier. It wasn't when I entered this forest either. Could it be from the very first moment I laid eyes on her? That I was already trapped in her technique, that's it. 10 ghost assassins, they were just moving around to divert my attention. Tao Ni glanced at one of the 10 phantoms. Its eyes were slightly different. Case. Then there's only one way. The woman, disguised as one of the 10-4, ghost assassin swung her sword and lunged forward at the very moment. The blade was about to touch Tao Ni's neck. She raised her hand and perfectly parried the attack. The assassin was shocked. How can this be? She's still supposed to be trapped in my illusion. Could it be instinct? I can clearly sense the killing intent. Tao Ni thought to herself. Even if my eyes are fooled, my subconscious still recognizes the danger. In that case, every I see is fake. If I can't trust my eyes, I'll use something else. Tao Ni shut her eyes tightly, concentrating all her senses to feel the presence of everything around her. These ghostly figures have no substance. My senses can't detect them, but there's another presence, one that feels very real. That must be her. Tao Ni's eyes snapped open, pointing directly at one of the phantoms that looked identical to the other 9. I see you. You're the real body! She yelled. The assassin was stunned. My illusion. It's been broken? I can't beat her with martial arts alone. I must report this to the princess. Seeing she intended to escape, Tao Ni immediately leaped in pursuit. Running away, it all ends here. A full-powered palm strike hit the woman's back. She let out a horrifying scream. No, I haven't reported yet, you won't get the chance. Just then, a familiar sarcastic voice rang out right beside her. You fight better than I thought, Bok Tao Ni. Startle. Tao Ni turned around, her face pale with horror. It was Duong Tu, hung, casually admiring her own long, slender fingers. But I'm also quite disappointed. Didn't I save your life 10 years ago? Is this how you repay your benefactor? An invisible hand tightened around the Aoni's neck, lifting her into the air. Don't be ridiculous, she struggled to say. For the past 10 years, every single day of my life has been a living hell. Well, I gave you food, shelter, and taught you martial arts. And you call that hell? Duong Tudong sneered, sending Tao Ni spinning through the air with a flick of her. Stop your hypocritical act, Tao Ni roared. It was you people. You're the ones who massacred the Dihua Palace, my mother, and my elder sister. Oh, so you've already figured out the truth? Duong Tudeng replied with a sickeningly innocent look. I thought you were still completely in the dark. That's exactly why I have to live, Tao Ni grit at her teeth. I must live to avenge them. Aang them! Duong Tudeng burst out laughing. Do you even have the power? Since you don't, you had to join forces with that useless bunch from the Martial Arts Alliance, right? Fine. I'll sit back and watch what you all can possibly do. Bak Tao Ni stared directly at me, into Zhuang Tiedong's eyes, her voice firm and resolute. Soon we will stop you from harming any more innocent people. My. Duong Tudong sneered, a smile that was both alluring and malicious. She tightened her grip on Tao Ni's neck, leaning in to whisper in her ear. You want revenge? And you want to save the world? Do you really think you're capable of handling both? Little girl, where is the immortal grass? I don't have it, so you can forget it. Duong Tudong pointed to Tao Ni's chest, then what's that you're hiding in your clothes? If you insist, Thou need grit at her teeth. Then I don't need this anymore. She ripped the secret man from her robes and threw it right in Duang Tudung's face. 3,000 fingers. Heaven and earth net. Thousands of razor-sharp streams of finger chi erupted from the book, forming a lethal net. But Duang Tudung just stood still. As the streams of chi touched her body, they dissipated like mist, and the book itself was shredded into 100 pieces. So it's the 3,000 Fingers manual, she said wearily. This is useless to me. There's no point in taking it. Thio needs I dropped in disbelief. Impossible. I used 80% of my power. And the 3,000 Fingers is an unparalleled ultimate art. How could this be? 2,000 Fingers is indeed a mystical martial art. Duong Tiudung said, as if reading her mind. But to unleash its true power, you need at least 5 Jossi of internal energy. 5 Jossi, that's 300 years of power? An invisible wave of energy erupted from Duong Tiudung's body and slammed into Tao Ni, sending her flying, feeling as if every bone in her body was shattered, defeated in just one. One move? Impossible. I have absolutely no chance of beating her. Consciousness started to fade. Tao Ni felt a freezing aura envelop her body, catching her before she could fall. Your figure appeared. You, get back, Gui Gui said coldly, before tossing Tao Ni to the ground like an object. When Duong Tudong's, Gui Gui. The smile on her face vanished. Long time no see, too yet new. I always thought you were dead, but I never expected to see you here. Is there anything about your face that's worth me remembering? Gui Gui replied, as an icy aura radiated from her body, causing the entire garden to begin freezing. Over. Back to the fight between Tuma and Thietma. The battle seems to be over, to be reaching its conclusion. But the result was not what Thietma had imagined, as he was being overwhelmed by Thietma's relentless attacks, barely able to defend himself. I can't believe it. My Dilaganction has reached a state where it's impenetrable by blades and spears. Yet this brat is perfectly copying my techniques, from my strength and speed to even my smallest habits. And on top of that, he's getting stronger as he fights. What the hell is? Why hasn't his expression changed? Doesn't he get tired? He hasn't even broken a single sweat. This is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. I refuse to lose to a brat like you. Thietma roared, pouring all his remaining strength into a counterattack, but Thietma. I just tilted his head, muttering to himself. So that's how it works. I get it now. This is how you're supposed to use so-called internal energy in the midst of their clay. Flash! Thietma suddenly realized something odd. How strange. There's a difference between his left and right fists. He's Neared, ridiculous, and here I thought you could be my opponent. You're not wrong, Xiaoma unexpectedly replied originally. I wasn't your opponent because I don't understand internal energy, but in that last moment, I suddenly wondered if I focused all my internal energy into one hand. Would it be faster? As he finished speaking, Xiaoma's left fist smashed right into TMO's face. As expected, his left fist was more dangerous. He furiously counterattacked, but Xiaoma swiftly ducked under him, landing an uppercut to his stomach. Bam! Taimo's steel-hard six-pack abs were deformed by the blow. The force from his left hand has already surpassed my power. How can this be? This is my strongest state. Brat, this isn't all I've got! Taimo frantically threw a... But Xiaoma easily blocked it with just one hand. Xiaoma's expression was no longer naive, but terrifyingly cold. He swatted Timo's hand away and followed up with another blow to the face. TMO was sent flying like a bullet. He crashed through several houses before finally stopping. I gave chase, delivered a kick to his stomach, and pinned him to the ground. Timo began to question his own existence. Where in the world did a monster like this come from? How the hell can he channel more internal energy into his left hand than his right? Moreover, his left hand is getting faster and faster and stronger and stronger. Xiaoma channeled all his primal strength into his left arm, every muscle fiber bulging and radiating a wild aura. This is the end. Boom! His fist shot forward, piercing through time, was final defense. He was sent flying backward, his massive body slamming into the 10,000-year cold iron gate. It created a massive dent. The soldiers who witnessed the scene all screamed in horror. It's Lord Taimo. He was defeated? Impossible. How could the invincible Lord Taimo lose? What kind of monster is that guy? How can we possibly be his opponent? Amidst the chaos, Gaoma just stood there, silently looking at his hands. Strange, I could only channel power through my left hand. My right hand still isn't used to it. Suddenly, an old voice spoke from behind, having appeared out of nowhere. I think you've gotten much stronger. Young man, the fact that you defeated TMO truly surprised even me. A few guards were startled. When did he get here? The old man continued. His tone was calm. Before the Great War with the Martial Arts Alliance begins, I think I'll have to find you a different battlefield. If I let you keep fighting here, I'm afraid you'll level this entire fortress. Zhao Ma turned around. So where is Tian Moi? I will lead you. Him myself. The old man smiled. If you're really that eager to die, then follow me. Meanwhile, at the Tiankang Leiyu, you brat, you'll be begging me to kill you sooner. A masked man wielding a blade charged forward. He was Executioner Lu. A chain with a sharp sickle flew out, but Li Kunyue had already vanished. Let's see where you can run execution or meow. Is he using the hat as a weapon? This guy is weird, Li Kunyue muttered. Like you're pretty agile. Another one swung the pair of giant scissors trying to clamp down on him. He was Z. There's no way you can block this. Another man holding a large L tried to trap him from above. He was Chong. After Four missed attacks, Li Kunyue backed away and began his analysis. Lu, Miao, Zhe, Chong, the four great executioners. Their individual martial arts are quite mediocre, but their coordination forms an inescapable net with every move calculated and perfectly synchronized. The one with the bell moves the most freely, but he's also the slowest. The one with the scissors has the most destructive power, but his footwork is the most implistic. I'll send you to your coffin first. The masked man's blade techniques are quite formidable, but I'm sick and tired of dealing with blades. Li Kunyue swung his staff, sending Lu flying. The one using the cat weapon, me, is the most annoying. That weapon can attack from any distance and any angle. Moreover, he doesn't use internal energy, relying purely on wrist strength, making its trajectory difficult to predict with the naked eye. But Li Kunyue smiled. Finally, I figured out your pattern. The remaining four bored and charged in to attack simultaneously, but Li Kunyue had vanished, leaving them looking around in confusion. Hey, let me ask you something. Li Kunyue's voice came from behind them. Do you guys even know who you're up against? The group spun around in shock. Huh? When did you get there? Honestly, a vice chief of the Martial Arts Alliance like me isn't worthy of you all. I wouldn't have been so hospitable. Hearing that title, the whole G group started to get scared. The vice general manager of the Muram Alliance? If it's him, then he's mastered the 36 stances of the dog-beating staff technique. Well now, Leek. Quan Yuk spun the staff in his hand. How should I cook you guys up? I'll just take you all out with one swing to make it quick. The staff in his hand suddenly grew larger, turning into a gigantic Vajra power staff. They couldn't react until only able to stand there frozen and take the hit as the staff swept to cross, sending all four of them flying and rendering them unable to fight. Li Kuan Yek won a glorious victory. The old coachman led Tuma through a gloomy forest after walking for a long time. They arrived at an ancient, simple fortress next to a quiet lake. Tian Ma was sitting on a small wooden bridge, leisurely fishing. The old coachman bowed respectfully and reported, Great Lord. I have brought the errand boy from Ho and Yuk Lung to Ma. He is a disaster, born under a bad omen. At 7 years old, he became the #1 master of Ma Lin Fortress at the age of 20. He personally murdered his adoptive father, who was also his master, the Northern Heavenly Martial Emperor, seizing the supreme position. One of the few supreme masters who can rival the 10 great masters of the Central Plains, he is the Sky of the North. He is the Great Lord of Ma Lin Fortress, Thien Ma. Thien Ma stood before Tuma, eyes filled with both curiosity and contempt. If I recall correctly, your name is Tuma, and today, some fool wants to bring down the Sky of the North. Fool is the errand boy from Hoan Yak Lung. Before he could finish his words, Tuma charged forward. A thunderous punch flew out, forcing Thianma to take a few steps back. He was like a tireless fighting machine, relentlessly attacking, not giving his opponent a single moment to rest. I will never forgive you. As Tumas was about to hit his face, Tianma raised his hand, gently blocking it. Not bad. Immediately, Tianma spun around and threw a roundhouse kick at his head. So fast, Tianma leaped into the air. There, but Tuma stuck to him like a shadow. A barrage of consecutive punches, down like a storm, and throughout the entire exchange, Tianma only defended, never counterattacking. He was finally sent flying, by a punch crashing into a cliff face. Two moths stood waiting, reading, his breathing steady, from the darkness. Tianma's voice echoed out, still strangely calm. So, is this what you wanted to show me? You really aren't one for small talk. A strong gust of wind. Wrong gust. Who out from the cave and Tianma walked out without a single scratch that might be charming to some people. But if this is the extent of your skills, isn't it a bit disappointing to Mei threw another punch, aiming straight for the middle of his forehead, but his fist was stopped by an invisible gust of wind just inches away from the target. My fist can't reach him. You'll be even more surprised. Currents of wind, as if alive, wrapped around Tuma's arm and just threw him away. And it unsteadily gritting his teeth and clutching his arm. It feels like my bones are being twisted. Tianma leisurely floated in front of him, his voice soft yet full of pressure. What, are you scared yet? Yet your martial arts are very strange. You don't seem like someone from the Muram Alliance, but no one would believe you're just an errand boy. The fishing rod in his hand swung slightly, and an invisible force spread out, parting the nearby lake. In two, he glanced at Yuma. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? The fishing rod transformed into a long whip, attacking with terrifying speed. Tuma hastily dodged, leaving deep gashes in the ground wherever the tip of the whip passed. Tianma the whip again, but Tuma had vanished. This kid can even image. Hate Akulanatha's footwork, how strange. Just as Tuma landed on an eave, the fishing line wrapped tightly around his neck from out of nowhere. Tianma tightened his grip. Tough skin and flesh, no less than the iron shirt technique of Tianma. His physical body has surpassed even a grandmaster, yet he has never cultivated martial arts. Who on earth is he? He lifted two into the air. Hey kid, who are you really? What you need to know isn't who I am, Tuma said with difficulty. Even I don't need to know. He tensed his body. His innate true chi erupted and the sturdy fishing line instantly snapped. You must know, Tuma continued, a powerful aura enveloping his body. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Hearing this, the Dinma just scratched his head with a bored expression. This guy spouts such nonsense every time he opens his mouth. I don't know who you are or why you're here, but I know one thing for sure. You're as blind as a bat, aren't you? He suddenly charged forward like a raging bull, sending Tianma flying. Just as he stabilized himself, the heavenly demon appeared right behind him. Xiaoma spun around and threw a kick, but it was stopped by invisible gusts of wind. Well, first, I must make you understand just how vast the gap between us. I'll show you that all your efforts are meaningless, the heavenly demon said coldly, his tone like that of a god judging a mortal. You need to know your place in this world, brat. He lightly channeled his energy and struck Xiaoma's abdomen with his palm. There was no earth-shattering explosion, just a gentle impact, yet it contained an irresistible force. Irresistible force! Ugh! Xiaoma was sent flying backwards, collapsing to the ground. He tried to look cool, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and forcing out the words. I have to admit, you're really strong. The heavenly demon laughed, a laugh full of pity. Is that so? Saying that only disappoints me more. To be honest, I haven't even used 1/10 of my power. The fishing rod in his hand moved slightly, and in the blink of an eye, the tip of the rod had pierced through Xiaoma's shoulder. Air! He screamed in agony, and the residual force snapped several trees behind him in half. The heavenly demon's expression turned cruel. Fighting you is truly boring. I clutched his wound, his mind reeling, thinking how can I possibly defeat him? Come on, show me You've got the heavenly demon, said his voice dripping with condescension. I'll give you one last chance. Hearing this, Xiaoma let out a roar and charged forward like a wounded beast, putting all of his remaining strength into a single punch. But it stopped just inches from the heavenly demon's chest, halted by an invisible wall. At this level, you can't even dream of touching the hem of my clothes. The heavenly demon finally unleashed his technique. Dragon's beard and violation. The air currents around him were bent, forming an invisible vortex that trapped Xiao. The ground beneath his feet seemed to come alive, rising up and devouring his legs. How is this possible? The earthen vortex tightened, and the crushing pressure from all sides rendered Xiaoma immobile. The heavenly demon stood there watching, a sinister smile on his face. You're good at enduring, but you can still feel the pain, can't you? The void spirit body using natural energy to strengthen yourself. A protective aura instinctively wrapping around you. But no matter the constitution, there must be a limit. The earth and rocks had covered half of Xiaoma's body. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself. Come on, just a little more. Suddenly from his chest, a small black needle shot out. The heavenly demon was startled and quickly caught it. The needle closely and fell into deep thought. Emperor's soul-suppressing needle. I can feel a cold energy from it. This needle is used to seal one's chi and blood, and sever their internal energy, with this embedded in you. Or are you still alive? I don't know. Why? I said I don't know. Do you think you're innocent? The heavenly demon's voice turned icy, as if interrogating a soul. As you grow stronger, the blood of those who wish to surpass you will be shed. You'll have no choice but to trample over them, and then you will become a meaningless existence. A beast left with only its instincts. No, worse than a beast. Why don't you answer the hazy image of a girl such as suddenly appeared in Xiaoma's mind, and memories came flooding back. A wild forest, a young boy with the eyes of a feral beast tearing apart his prey. Have you found him yet? It's not clear yet. Young lady, I can't but— Leave it. That rumor wasn't just nonsense, was it? 3 people flew from a cliff, and upon seeing this, the boy immediately bared his fangs and growled. Can it speak? The leading girl asked. Could speak. It wouldn't be like this. Let's capture it first. 2 subordinates rushed forward, and after a struggle, both of the boys' circles were shackled. The other one used a leather whip to tie him up tightly. He thrashed and screamed wild. What a struggle that rope is made from. Heavenly silkworm silk ripped the heavenly silkworm. Rope, which was supposed to be impervious to blades, was snapped by the boy. Subordinates stared, their jaws agape and astonishment. He broke the heavenly worm rope. The 2 chains on his legs were also destroyed with ease. Get back, the girl shouted. The boy was already in midair, swiping down with his hand, 5 sharp claw marks gouging the earth. Luckily, all 3 of them managed to dodge in time. This girl held a silver needle and gently inserted it into a pressure point on Xiaomeng. His head, but he remained unaffected. Could it be that 1 needle is enough? She said nothing and continued to insert dozens more needles into his body, on his head, arms, legs, and stuff, until he was covered in glittering silver needles. Gradually, Xiaoma's eyelids grew heavy, and he fell into a coma. I can't believe it, the girl muttered. I had to use all of the Demon Emperor's soul-suppressing needles. That night, in a silent forest, beneath the full moon, the 2 of them sat by a fire. From now on, I am your master. I will grant you who are no different from a beast a new life. You must find a reason to exist, to live. You must atone with pain for the lives you have harmed, accept the pain and then even more pain. At the very bottom of suffering, a place more terrifying than death itself, you may be reborn. Not as a solitary being at the pinnacle of power, but as a meaningless creature, blending in with the lowest of the low, and then you must choose. You need a name. Don't you, Biran? No. Xiaoma's eyes opened. What name would suit you? That's right. From now on, your name is Xiaoma. The moment he finished speaking, brilliant blue lights suddenly erupted from within Xiaoma's body. A power that had been suppressed for a very long time was finally unleashed. The ground shook violently, sending debris flying everywhere. Dust and smoke filled the air as a pillar of blue light shot straight into the sky, enveloping him. Xiaoma now looked just like a Saiyan warrior transforming. Streams of pure internal energy swirled around his body, a testament to a complete transformation in power. Suddenly, Xiaoma looked at his own 2 hands in astonishment. His body felt as if a 1,000-pound stone had been lifted, lighter than ever before, and even the wound on his shoulder no longer hurt. Tianma witnessed the spectacle and fell into deep thought. In just a blink of an eye, his aura had surged to this level. I never expected the Demon Emperor's soul-suppressing needle was the very thing sealing your power. Ah, you truly are an interesting kid. The moment he finished gloating, Xiaoma appeared right in front of him, landing a surprise punch straight into his gut. How's that for talk? Tianma was sent, and flying backward in agony. If that's the case, adding a little more spice, wouldn't it be more interesting? Xiaoma's punch erupted, with a second wave of power, sending Tianma flying even further. He rushed forward, delivering a few more consecutive punches, slamming his face into the ground, and then dragging him for several dozen more meters. After getting knocked around, Tianma staggered to his feet. From high above, Xiaoma's fierce shout echoed down. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Elma descended from the sky with an incredibly powerful strike. The nearby lake's surface exploded, sending water hundreds of meters away to the air, creating a giant crater in the middle as the water began to part in 2. Kalma landed gently, staring intently at Tianma's despicable face. Absurd! Tianma spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't care what kind of fortunate encounter you've had, but if this is all you've got, you're a long way from defeating me. He swung his fishing rod. The hook shot out like an arrow, swiping past Xiaoma twice. It seemed like Xiaoma would be injured, but no, he had caught the fishing line between two fingers. I think, Xiaoma said coldly, it's time for you to stop this little game. He yanked hard, throwing Tianma's entire fishing rod away. Tianma, fight me seriously. Hearing this, Ma was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. This brat toying with others is my only hobby in this world. Do you think a punk like you can interfere with my hobby? Raised his hand and began to gather power. The air around his hand began to swirl, forming small vortexes. Then a series of other tornadoes formed, roaring around him. 10 forms of the cyclone/furious storms of wind blades surrounded Xiaoma as if to tear him to pieces. He struggled to muster his strength to defend himself. In a moment of extraction, Tianma suddenly appeared right beside him, unleashing a barrage of stormy fist techniques, the friend's demon wind fist. Boom! The shockwave from the terrifying punches was so immense that everything in its path was completely obliterated. Xiaoma was sent flying into the cloud of dust, spinning a few times before land. Unbelievable. This is too absurd. In that case, let's see what happens when I get closer. Tianma shouted, and winds as sharp as razors suddenly formed from thin air, enveloping Xiaoma, locking down his every move. Seizing the opportunity, Tianma landed another critical blow to Xiaoma's chest. Where are your eyes looking? The pitch-black vortexes of the black wind palm roared, spinning straight into Xiaoma's body, but he stood firm as a mountain, completely unmoved. Listen here, he said, slowly, his voice deepening. I don't know what you're thinking, but this isn't nearly enough. In the blink of an eye I'll close the distance with Tianma, grabbing his collar with one hand. Tianma, who had never known fear, felt a spark of terror for the first time. Bam! A hitting headbutt landed. After knocking down the heavenly demon, Xiaomao pressed his advantage, landing another punch that slammed his head straight into the ground. 1 punch, 2 punch. His 3 punches, he delivered a relentless barrage, turning the ground into a deep crater, with only the heavenly demon's legs left sticking out from the earth. Ma stood up, pensively admiring his work, when suddenly the ground began to tremble as rocks and pebbles slowly rose. The heavenly demon's voice, completely unafraid, echoed from underground. I told you, if you don't get serious, you'll die before you know it. Failed triumphant laugh echoed out, ha 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 ha. The heavenly demon slowly emerged from the ground, completely unscathed. The two powerful warriors faced off. Their aura is erupting as a stream of blue energy and a stream of golden energy crashed into each other, creating a storm of power that enveloped the entire region. Boom! The earth shattering. Clashes rang out ceaselessly. Wherever they passed, trees and buildings were pulverized into dust. The entire demon spirit city trembled, as if it were about to collapse. Meanwhile, in a quiet bamboo forest, another battle was unfolding, with flashing sword glint. Fei Liu and Bai Zhaoyun, 2 weapon masters, were dueling with cold, sharp slashes of their blades. Fei Liu attacked with the fury of a storm, but Bai Zhaoyun remained calmly seated on a boulder, using only invisible swords floating around him to parry the blows. How many of those shadow swords do you have? Fei Liu demanded. Bai Zhaoyun didn't answer. He simply flicked his finger, sending a few more swords, hurtling forward and forcing Fei Liu. Didn't I say I'd give you as many as you want? He mocked. Stop playing around. Fei Liu shouted. No matter how many you're hiding, you could strike 100 times and you still wouldn't hit me. The taunt worked. Bai Zhaoyun mobilized dozens more swords surrounding Fei Liu. Then let's try striking 100 times. The swords shot forward like a rain of bullets, but Fei Liu swung his blade furiously, not missing a single one. This technique is light and elegant, its trajectory unpredictable. It must be a sword art. Fei Liu wondered. But why? Is he carrying a long saber at his side? His title is the Lightning Sword, yet I've never seen anyone use a saber to control swords. It's too bizarre. Whatever. First I have to force him to use all of his shadow swords. After a series of clashes, Fei Liu landed on the ground, sweat already beading on his forehead. But it seems you're getting tired, Bai Zhaoyun said coldly. What kind of sword art are you using? Fei Liu pant. Oh, would it make a difference if I told you? The gap in our strength won't shrink just because of that. Zhaoyun smirked. But since you want to know, I'm willing to enlighten you. He stood up, and his aura suddenly changed. My martial art originates from the Haidong Yimin sect, and it's called the Flying Thunder Sapo. Hearing the name Flying Thunder Saber, Failong couldn't hide his astonishment. Impossible. That's clearly the name of a saber technique. It is a saber technique, Bai Zhaoyun sneered, artfully spinning the sword in his hand. People often think saber arts have to be big and heavy, but in my hands it has become a light, unpredictable, and extremely effective martial art. Therefore, a brat like you will never be able to do it. Be my opponent. He flicked his finger and the sword in his hand vanished, only to reappear right behind Failong. Extensing the mortal danger, failure quickly dodged, but other invisible swords continued to appear from unforeseeable angles, attacking relentlessly. As expected, he was still hiding more shadow swords. Failong analyzed as he dodged. He's already unleashed 7 of them. That might be all he had. With that thought, he pointed his saber straight at Bai Zhaoyun. Even if you are a descendant of the Haidong Yimin sect, I deeply regret that I must strike you. Down today. Bai Zhaoyun burst out laughing, a laugh full of mockery. Hey, stop telling jokes. You haven't even touched the hem of my clothes this whole time, and you're already making such bold declarations? If you're aura-controlled, so technique is all you have. Your end will be the same as the mad demons, becoming another vengeful spirit under my blade. He laughed maniacally again. Listen, I don't care if you were intentionally provoking me to reveal all my shadow swords, but I must say you've succeeded. As he finished speaking, numerous other swords suddenly materialized around Bai Zhaoyun, hovering in the air, and radiating a chilling, killing intent. 13. Thunder, lightning 13 swords. Seeing this, Failong couldn't conceal his utter shock. Pulling 13 swords at once with just his aura. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it was possible. Look at any expression on your face, Bai Zhaoyun said, amused. I bet you've never seen anyone use 13 swords before. Have you? Now, use whatever ultimate moves you have left. Consider it my final gift to you before you go to the underworld. The 13 swords, as if had souls of their own, lunged at Failong, like a pack of hungry wolves at a way of Bai Zhaoyun's hand. Not giving you a second to rest, huh? His attitude suggests. Instead, this was the full set of hidden swords. 13 blades was already incredibly unusual, so there was no need to wait any longer. Black Dragon Slash. Failong roared as a burst of pure black blade energy erupted, knocking all 13 swords away, but they immediately regroup. Preparing for the next assault, Failong plunged his blades straight into the ground, channeling the heaven-shattering dance. Technique. A powerful wave of energy radiated outwards, causing the 13 swords hovering in the air to suddenly become heavy and slowly fall. Useless, Bai Zhaoyun sneered. Are you just wasting your internal energy? Failong, who didn't answer, continuing to swing his blade to defend himself. He absolutely couldn't afford to waste his energy on these hidden swords. If he plans to wear me down with numbers, then it's useless against the Death God's demonic blade, whether there are 100 or 1,000 of them. Suddenly, the blade in Failong's hand radiated an aura of death. He swung a horizontal slash. All 13 of Bai Zhaoyun's hidden swords were sliced in half with a single strike. Zhaoyun was stunned, so his intention was to break all 13 swords. But to do that, his internal energy must be nearly depleted. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. He channeled his energy, and the fragments of the 13 swords rose into the air once more. 13 swords of the returning wind and flowing rain. After this drags on, the worse it gets for me. It's time to settle this. Failong took his stance, and the Death God's demonic blade in his hand roared as a pit. Black vortex carrying destructive power began to form around him, heaven-shattering steel. Dragonblade 4th form setting, Sunblade. Sensing the deadly danger from within the vortex, Bai Zhaoyun hastily recalled all the sword fragments to defend himself, but it was too late. An invisible wave of blade energy, more powerful than anything he had ever faced, pierced through his defenses, completely destroying what was left of the 13 swords. Liu panted, each heavy breath feeling like he was dragging lead. He looked straight at Bai Zhaoyun, his voice hoarse. Can you draw your own blade now? After a long moment of contemplation, Bai Zhaoyun's hand finally rested on the hilt of the long blade at his side. He smiled faintly, a chillingly cold smile. Well, in that case, Flying Thunderblade, first art, flashing wind swoosh without any warning, without any sign, he simply vanished. And in the next instant, a lightning-fast slash cut across Failong's body. If you're that eager to die, I'll gladly oblige. His voice echoed from behind him. Despite taking a fatal blow, Failong remained standing, stunned but not fall. He was still in shock from Bai Zhaoyun's terrifying speed. This brat moves pure, desperately on instinct. The sharp blade energy of that flashing wind technique just now somehow failed to cut through his demonic blade. It seems the origin of this blade is anything but ordinary. Bai Zhaoyun thought to himself. Failong gripped the Death God's demonic blade tightly, breaking out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for this demonic blade, I would have been split in two just now. But if I take another hit like that, I'll definitely die. Ai Zhao Yun turned around, his eyes filled with amusement. Hey, kid. I wonder if your luck comes from your own strength or from that blade. How about I test it again? As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger. Every slash he unleashed carried world-shaking power, fast and brutal, giving Fei Liu no room to breathe. Leaped into the air, his face turning ferocious. But even if you are relying on that blade, it means nothing to me, Flying Thunderblade. Second move, Half Moon, streams of lightning entered. You shot out from his blade, crashing down on Fei Liu like heavenly thunder. He could only brace himself and defend. The weight of the attacks forced his feet to sink deep into the ground. Defending for a while, Fei Liu knew he couldn't keep this up. He suddenly sprang up, unleashing a slash to push his opponent back before leaping high and turning to flee. Bai Zhaoyun was stunned for a moment, then smirked and gave chase. Fei Liu had just landed on the branch of an ancient tree when Bai Zhaoyun appeared right behind it, giving him no time to rest. Flying Thunderblade, third move, Raging Sea. This attack carried in even more terrifying power than before. The massive ancient tree was shredded it into splinters, leaving nothing behind. Fei Liu took the full force of the shockwave. Just as Bai Zhaoyun's blade was about to take his life, it suddenly stopped, just inches from Fei Liu's throat. Fei Liu's eyes changed at that moment, becoming calm and profound, yet filled with the killing intent of a demon god. Memories of the hellish day. As with his great master came flooding back, they rushed in. Master, did you say someone split that mountain in two with a single strike? Is that even humanly possible? I can't believe it. The man took a swig of right wine. His voice was hoarse. Disciple, you must believe it. When Thiet Sun Dao Day created the Kuanglong Fathian Dao, he used one strike to split this very mountain. The entire world was terrified. I, your master, swear that few in this world will be your match. The master's voice rang out again, like a warning bell. This kid, why did you learn an invincible blade technique just to use it like a sword technique? You must remember this well. The blade is about overwhelming power. You must use both hands to unleash its full might. You keep making me repeat myself. If I use two hands, won't I lose agility? I've already grasped all the moves. I just need to practice. The great master cut him off. You will never grasp the essence of the Kuanglong Fa Theme Tao if you only follow the minor path and forsake the great path. Its nature is, he disappeared and reappeared. Appeared on the mountaintop, gripping the blade with both hands. His face turned fierce. He brought the blades, break down, and the towering mountain was split in two before Filu's utterly astonished. Eyes back in the present, 5. Silu's gaze no longer wavered. He stopped using one hand and gripped the Grim Reaper demon blade with both. A wild and tyrannical aura erupted from his body. His blade, path, and Bak Chievan's collided. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded outward. It flattened everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. The principle of the Kuanglong Fa Thien Dao, Filu growled, is to use two hands. Akchevan didn't dare to underestimate him. He immediately leaped high into the air, dodging the attack. They both landed on opposing tree branches. Their eyes locked. So you were intentionally using only one hand this whole time? Bak Chievan said, his expression turning a bit solemn. It seems you're not just relying on dumb luck after all. The air between them grew thick. It was suffocatingly tense. You dung, fuck that! When you woke up, a dull ache still throbbing in her neck. The first she saw was the worried face of Li Kuan-yak. Can you speak? He asked. Thao Nyi quickly sat up, looking around in panic. Duong Tu Dong, where is she? In a Their garden, Duang Tudung and Kui Kui were facing each other. To be honest, I'm already past 60. Duang Tudeng sighed. It's hard to keep my skin like a young maiden's. But you're different. If I recall correctly, you've lived for over a century. Your Thien Sun clan ages so slowly, it's endless. Enviable. She squinted. Our grudge wasn't built in a day. I just don't understand why you'd seek me out right before the Great War with the Volum men. The longer a grudge is held, the longer a grudge will last. The deeper the hatred grows, why replied coldly. I believe this is the most opportune time to settle everything. There must be a reason, right? Today I came here to witness Malin Than fall at the hands of one person. One person? Could it be that errand boy? Kui just smiled mockingly. Who is he exactly? Duang Tudong asked, gently blowing a pet from her hand. Soon the entire martial world will know, but you won't need to, because you will die here, Duang Tudong. Oh my, you haven't changed a bit over the years? Kui, don't speak so emptily. I'm not used to it. Around them, frost and poisonous mist began to spread. It turned the beautiful garden into a land of death. Are you planning to use all the secret techniques of the Duongmon, flying daggers, throwing darts, and then the Dulong Fian and the Tichiam Cham? Kui asked. Her hand lightly touched an old wound. You guessed correctly. Hundreds of hair thin. Needles flew out from Duang Tiedong's sleeves, embedding themselves all over Kui's body. Now what? I'm sorry. 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 Love it, elder sister, you're moving so slow. Age truly doesn't lie, quite casually pulled, needles out of her body one by one. You're mistaken. Suddenly, a shadow image of Kui appeared behind Duang Tudong, ice-cold hand piercing through her shoulder. How easy. Duang Tudong staggered, back, clutching her wound. How dangerous. The shadow clone technique. If only I had been a little more careful. Kui drew her. Bang. Bang back Kim, Duang Tudong also took out her rattan whip. How about it? Are the Is you thought you'd forgotten slowly coming back to you? They looked at each other, both a mysterious smile. In the past, a young Kui was walking through a forest when she saw a beautiful woman mercilessly attacking a group of men just as one of them was about to strike stealthily. An ice spike pierced through him. Rong turned back, annoyed. You didn't have to butt in. Gigi was just indifferent. Then don't mind me. Just go your own way. That night, by the campfire, two strangers sat together. Rumors in the martial world spoke of a scared, white-eyed ghost who wandered everywhere. Could that be you? I guess you can't believe the rumors. On the way back to the Tang clan, Xiaorong cheerfully tossed Guigi a heavy pouch of silver, calling it a welcoming gift. She beamed. I'm Tong Xiaorong, the future head of the Sichuan Tong clan. As they walked through the magnificent gates of the Tong estate, Xiaorong whispered softly, Actually, I'm not the clan head yet. My father is gravely ill. To prove my worth, I have to eliminate all the Lulin bandits in the region and behead their 3 leaders. The Lulin 3 killers are basically a test for me. She pulled by the hand. Come on in, sister. My parents will be so happy to know I brought a friend home. That night, in the study, Xiaorong's mother, an aristocratic woman with piercingly cold eyes, said to Guigi, I know you're the Tiangxian Snow Maiden. The martial arts align, hence has a huge bounty on your head. I'll allow you to stay for tonight, but you must understand the Tang clan's position. I apologize for the trouble. Guigi bowed her head in acceptance. Late that night, 3 shadow figures lurked outside Guigui's room. At the same time, a drunken tank, Xiaorong staggered over. Sister Guigi, let's have a drink. Seeing the room was empty, she anxiously ran outside to search for her. It's the middle of the night. Where could she have gone? Of weapons from the back garden caught her attention. A Guigui being attacked by 3 masked ass. Silence. Despite her formidable skills, Gigi was hit, an iron chain wrapping tightly around her leg. As one of them swung his blade to finish her off in that instant, Xiaorong shot forward like an arrow. It's the Lulin 3 killers. she screamed, and seeing their accomplice defeated, the other two froze. You dare follow me all the way. Lady Sichuan! Tang Xiaorong roared, her killing intent erupting. Guigi used her ice. Starts to bind the legs of the remaining two. Tang Xiaorong used her needles to finish them. With the three assassins, she realized something wasn't right about their martial arts. Just then, one of the dying men managed to whisper, "It is said that the Tianshan Snow Maiden's inner core is the finest spiritual medicine." Tang Xiaorong was stunned. She trembling stepped forward and ripped the mask off the person she had just killed. Beneath the mask was a heartbreakingly familiar face. Mo Mother, Xiaorong. Woman, the woman struggled to say. Why did you have to stain your hands with your own mother's blood? And with that, she took her last breath. Tang Xiaorong at her blood-soaked hands, then at her mother's body and let out a heart-wrenching scream. I've killed my own mother. The scream alerted the entire Tang clan, and everyone rushed over. What's going on? Assassins. Wait, that's the Tang sex martial arts. Tang Xiaorong, like a soulless doll, staggered toward the two remaining corpses. Trembling, she removed their masks. They were her twin older sisters. That day, her two sisters died by her own hand. It's Lady Xiaorong, Hong's martial arts. Could it be? That day, the three elders of the Tang clan, the ones who had taught her since childhood, also died by her hand. That night, 137 lives of the Sichuan Tang clan, from master to servant. It was all an act, a cruel play staged to steal Guigi's inner core. And she, Tang Xiaorong, had become the knife in their hands, personally killing the people she loved most. This is all your fault. Now there's no turning back for me. The two women lunged at each other, and a destructive battle began. In their wake, houses collapsed, trees were shattered, and flowers and leaves were sent flying into the air. Countless poison daggers flew twitcha. Were gooey, but she had already vanished, reappearing in midair right above Tang Xiaoru. The pale ice sword hung down with a bone-chilling aura, but Tang Xiaorong spun like a dancer, gracefully dodging the blow. The rattan whip in her hand coiled like a venomous snake, piercing straight through Guigui's body just when she thought she had succeeded. She realized it was only an ice illusion. Instantly, the real Guigui appeared beside her, her eyes filled with killing intent, as she swung her sword in a clean arc through Tang Xiaorong's shoulder. Wounded, Xiaorong quickly leaped onto a nearby tree branch. Guigui stood perfectly still, not even bothering to glance at her opponent. That puppet is such a new— You talk way too much, Tang Xiaorui. Wrong! Tang Xiaorong swung her whip again. Time. Both Guigui and her ice puppet charged forward simultaneously. One was real. One was fake. But which was the original? The whip lashed out. Again and again, one of the two figures, but Tang Xiaorong, had been deceived. The moment the ice puppet shattered, the real Guigui closed in. The white ice sword plunged straight into her left arm. Crack! Xiaorong gritted her teeth through the pain, swinging her whip to shatter Guigui's ice sword. She clutched her wound, laughing menacingly. Now you're all out of puppets to use, dear sister. Guig. Wei remained calm. You can't use your left arm anymore either. Why don't you look down at your feet suddenly? An azure python erupted from the ground, sinking its two venomous fangs into Guigui's leg. By the time she noted, it was too late. She had been too careless. The serpent vanished into thin air as soon as its mission was complete. Now one of your legs is useless too. Xiaorong laughed gleefully. I guess I've gained a slight advantage even with your extreme yin body. Don't think you can escape unscathed after being bitten by the green poison serpent. This is bad. Weak thought to herself. The longer this drags on, the worse it is for me. To deal with that troublesome whip first, she raised her hand, and an extremely powerful blast of ice energy erupted, enveloping her body. Big Wei charged forward. Xiaorong swung, or whipped to block the way. But a giant ice wall suddenly rose up in front of her. Guigi shattered the wall, sending sharp shards of ice flying towards Xiaorong like a rain of blades. She hastily used her whip to defend, but the precious dragon tendon whip was frozen solid. My dragon tendon whip. Ice spikes erupted from the ground again, chasing after Xiaorong. What an annoying martial art. She suddenly stopped, spread her arms, and thousands of poison needles flew out from her sleeves, shattering the ice spikes. But they didn't stop there. Continuing to rush towards Guigui, quickly created an ice shield, but it was quickly destroyed. He had to swing her arms to deflect the last of the needles. Breathing now somewhat ragged. Looks like you're not as strong as you used to be, Xiaorong taunted. Is the leg wound affecting you? I, on the other hand, see that you're getting tired. Perhaps the older you get, the faster you age, and the quicker you lose stamina. Tang Xiaorong lightly licked, poison needle, her tongue bright red, her voice sweet yet cruel. I think I should sew that mouth of yours shut, dear sister. You can, Gui Gui retorted, not to be outdone. If so, then stop with the useless talk and come here to end this fucking video. Fight! The two women, wielding opposing forces, charged at each other, shaking the entire force. Oppressed violently, the battle of Huan Ying and Campi Huanmo, with a body as fat as a sow, moved at an unbelievable speed. He leaped high into the air, clasped his hands together, and slammed down, destroying the ground and creating a deep crater. Well, your movement technique is quite good. He looked towards Yi Wu Hen, who had just dodged the attack. He only glanced for a moment, but he attacked instantly. A punch grazed past, destroying the stone wall behind Wu Hen. He casually picked up a nearby sword, leaped into the air, and brought it down with a devastating strike, but the delicate dragon's silk gently blocked the attack. Oh, Huanmo was a bit surprised. So this is the legendary dragon silkworm silk, which is said to be unbreakable by blades. This divine weapon is also called the Mian Bi Chao Yu. Isn't it? Are you a new lackey created to capture me? Huanmo sneered. Yi Wu Hun didn't answer, simply charging forward, kicking him in his fat belly, but the kick was like hitting a cotton ball, having no effect at all. It's useless. Huanmo forcefully thrust his belly forward, knocking Yi Wu Hen away. Taking advantage of his loss of balance, he swung his sword, but Yi Wu Hen, to figure blurred and then disappeared. What kind of martial art could possibly defeat me? The brat Huanmo slung the sword over his shoulder and said confidently, So what if you've practiced the chaotic world demonic art? Mu Hen remained invisible, observing in silence. Suddenly, Huanmo spun around and swung his sword at an empty space. There you are, swish, was stopped by countless thin but durable threads. Long can pai, you can't hide come. Completely! Huanmo roared, using his strength to fling Yi Wu Hen into a stone pillar, breaking it in two. Now I can see you clearly. He swung his sword, bringing it down with a devastating strike that slammed Yi Wu Hen deep in to the ground, creating a large crater. When the dust settled, Huanmo was stunned. The crater was empty. Hu Hen had vanished without a trace. It seems you're a descendant of the demon seed, but you haven't even achieved half of his power. Yi Wu Hen's voice echoed from all directions. The demon seed, a branch of the demonic cult. Yi Wu Hen thought to himself. You're also one of those brainwashed by the 7 killings demonic path sent here to kill me. Continued to scan his surroundings. In the world of martial arts met, there are 4 great grandmasters who are. They were hailed by the world as Dongsu, the East Master, Tadok the West Poison, Nam Wai the South Healer, and Bak Tien the North Immortal. Dongsu was a divine physician. Tadok used poison to cure all ailments. Nam Wai could revive the dead with acupuncture needles, and Bak Tien was one who could control souls. The story goes that about 200 years ago, during a time when Bak Tien was still wandering the lands, he set foot in Luangchao. The people flocked to the land, the streets kneeling and begging, Lord Bak Tien, please save my child, please heal my eyes. He arrived at the Long Kiem family estate, and respectfully invited inside by the family head. Lord Bak Tien, I will go fetch the medicine. Only a moment later, he returned, and a bedridden old man suddenly stood up and walked around normally to everyone's astonishment. I can stand up now. Bak Tien's medical skills could make the crippled walk and the blind see. But strangely, wherever he went, the children in the area would mysteriously disappear. The head of the Long Kiem family, completely unaware, was still full of gratitude. Thank you, Lord Bak Tien. How can this humble one ever repay this kindness? He didn't know that to achieve immortality through the forbidden art of the Mahon Hong Lin Dai Fap, Bak Tien needed the bodies and souls of children. During the farewell banquet, the head said sadly, My lord, why don't you stay a few more days? There are still many sick people here, just as Bak Tien was raising his wine cup to reply. A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from outside. A servant girl rushed in frantically, reporting something. That made the family head's face change drastically, and he hurried away. It seemed there was a mistake in transporting them. Medicine. He said to Bak Tien, this humble one will compensate you fully. When they arrived at the scene, the sight before them left everyone speechless. Inside a shattered medicine jar was the corpse of a child. To it, a strange parasitic insect was still squirming. Well, what is this? Chilling, killing intent suddenly radiated from Bak Tien. His eyes turned as wicked as a demon's. How many people are there in this family in total? Bak Tien's wicked deeds were finally exposed. That night, after slaughtering the entire Long Kiem family, he vanished without a trace. That same night, a sea of fire engulfed the Long Kiem estate. 397 people died, with only 7 survivors, Bak Tien. The perpetrator changed his name and appearance, beginning a life of wandering, endlessly committing atrocities to sustain his wretched existence. Huang Son's Bak Tien, Tai Tien's master pharmacist, Huang Son's imperial physician. He wore countless identities, but his true nature remained that of a crazed murderer. Hu Yen Ma, a name that made the martial world tremble whenever it was mentioned. The 7 survivors of the Long Kim family called themselves the Madao that Saturday. The feud of their clan's annihilation was passed down from generation to generation with only one purpose: to kill Hu Yen Ma. The children born of their bloodline, without exception, were sent to Long-themed cock a living hell on Earth. Upon turning 5 years old, very few children could survive. And among them, none could master the Hunrei the Ma Kong to confront their enemy. Except for one person, not Vo and Gan. I am your father. I am also your father. We are all your fathers. Those soulless voices haunted his entire childhood. We raised you, so you are the son of all of us. You don't need to know our faces, nor care about our pasts or even our deaths. Not Von Gan's eyes were now brimming with killing and tent as he tightly gripped 2 black orbs in his hand. My father is the body of my father. He lunged forward, throwing the 2 orbs. They burst open into a net that tightly bound Hu Yen Ma. He circled around, after images constantly appearing, forming a deadly encirclement. My mother is the mother of my mother, the 397 lives of the Long Kiem family, and the resentment of the 10,000 children who died at your hands. Today I will use these very hands to exact my revenge. Hu Yanma looked at the broken blade in his hand and sighed. Kid, you've been brainwashed by the Madao that Saturday. You are not their descendant, and they are not your fathers. Wounds began to appear on Hu Yanma, but he still tried to explain. Are you... He's trying to convince me with such absurd words now. Not, Von Gan roared. I don't care. Did you know? Hu Yanma began. Not Vonan dove down from above, but Hu Yanma just leaned back, took a deep breath and unleashed a mighty roar. A terrifying sound wave shot out. Not Vonan had vanished, leaving behind, find only hundreds of tangled, molten silkworm threads that constricted Hu Yanma's body. Today you will definitely die. Nat Vonan used all his strength to pull the 2 ends of the threads tight, unleashing the Unreathy, the Makang, Doi Han En Gan team on the roof of the team. Lai Kuan Yak and Bak Tao Ni were observing 2 earth-shattering battles. Duang Tu Dung shared a deep and bitter grudge. Hatred. Li Kuan Yak said, It's simple. Tao Ni replied, her voice a little tired. Duang Te Dung blamed the demon, believing she had single-handedly annihilated her own sect because of it. Elsewhere, streams of grudges and yellow light clashed continuously, creating explosions that shook the entire area. But who is that servant anyway? I don't know. When he replied, I only know that I can trust him. As soon as she finished speaking, she coughed via tirat. Cough, cough, Bak Thauni. Are you okay? Li Kuan Yak asked with concern. She wiped away the blood with her hand, her gaze still resolute. It's nothing. I can still handle it. You've completed your mission. You should retreat now. No. Thauni's voice was as hard as steel. For me, this is just the beginning. I will end this with my own hands, even if it cost me my life. With that, he dashed off, leaving Li Kuan Yak standing there stunned. The battle between Bungan and Hu Yanma had reached its most intense point. Despite being back by hundreds of Dung Tamti threads, Hu Yanma remained calm. You brat. Not even the Dung Tamti can do anything to me. He grabbed dozens of the threads with both hands, and a surge of green energy erupted. He began to pull back, the threads stretching taut as if about to snap. The long Tamti threads suddenly tightened, yanking Natvonan towards Hu Yanma. The force was so strong it sent him flying, smashing him hard against the stone wall behind Hu Yanma, where he stuck fast. Hu Yanma grabbed the threads and started to shoot, flinging Notvon gone back and forth like a grasshopper, slamming him into the walls and the floor over and over again. Realizing the situation was dire, Notvonan decided to let go of the long Tamti. Tisk. This isn't as easy as I thought, after all. Hu Yanma took a swig of wine and sneered. No matter how well you hide your body, you can't hide your scent. Allow me to introduce you to thee at the corpses, harder than steel, with a sense of smell 100 times sharper than a hound's. 4 stone coffins burst open, and 4 corpses with vacant eyes and dazed yet bloodthirsty smiles slowly rose. They were like wild beasts just unleashed from their chains, roaring in unison and charging towards Natvongan, without a hint of fear. Natvongan brought out his gear, attaching 2 sharp gleaming claws made of pure steel to his arms. The battle began, and he took them all on alone, despite being surrounded. Natvongan moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing in flashes. His razor-sharp claws continuously tore through the iron-like skin of the Theati. It was difficult, but not impossible to slice through. Suddenly, 2 larger coffins were shattered from the inside, and these are the Dakwang Thi. 2 corpses, as fat as sows and wrapped in bandages, lunged forward. They simultaneously threw punches that weighed 1,000 pounds, but because they were so fat, they were quite slow. Nat Von Nan gracefully flew up to evade them, where the ground corroded, releasing a cloud of noxious green smoke. Techniques and their very bodies were filled with toxins, making them truly troublesome opponents. Cockthigh opened their stinking maws and spewed streams of poisonous liquid like waterspouts, not wanting to waste time. Nat Vonan decisively charged forward and sliced them both into multiple pieces. But to his horror, the body parts were still wriggling as if they felt no pain whatsoever. Seeing this, Huya Ma opened the largest coffin. Their memories from when they were alive were not erased. After becoming Chao Hon Ma Kwang Thi, their physical bodies and internal energy are twice as strong as before. In other words, they can think and use their techniques freely. From inside the coffin, often, the Hackbox Song Kwai stepped out, their eyes lifeless but their killing intent overwhelming. Bok Kwei immediately unleashed his Bang Bok Then Kong, the Lian Huan Doth Fach Kim. Just as Nat Vo Nyan dodged the paths of the ice sword, the ground beneath his feet bulged and then exploded. Hack, Quiz Malin Than Kong, the Fichlich Than Chuang, hastily used his lightness skill to fly up, but the 4th Theathi were already blocking his path. Damn it. With this bunch, my concealment technique is useless. Just as the Hackbox Song Quero, in for the kill, a loud explosion erupted. Bok Tao Ni and Li Kuan Yok had arrived just in time to help. You just focus on dealing with Hu Yen Ma. Thou Ni shouted, "Leave these small fries to us." The sound of clashes thundered all around, thanks to his comrades. The burden on Notvongan's shoulders lightened somewhat. Then I'll leave it to you all. Notvongan split it into dozens of illusions, surrounding Huyan Ma, but he simply took deep breath in blue, whoosh. All the illusions were blown away like dandelion seeds, the remaining 2. Get T charged to attack him, Huyan Ma observed and deduced. This must be the real body. He launched an attack that pierced through the bodies of both the corpses and not Vongan, but he had made a mistake. Serious. That was still just a clone. The real Nut Vonan had appeared behind a large pillar, the long-tamed T-threads once again wrapping tightly around his body. How could he make the same mistake twice, the threads, as if alive, wrapped around Hu Yanma's body? Realizing the situation, they both began a life-or-death tug-of-war, pulling with all their might like 2 water buffaloes, but Hu Yanma's STR was clearly superior. This, he growled. This is no different from mutual destruction. If I can kill you, Not Vunan replied, his voice with determination. What does it matter if I lose my life? Because that is I promise to the fathers who have passed. It is the wish and desire of the mothers you have violated. The power born from hatred exploded, and Hu Yanma was finally overwhelmed. His chubby body was squeezed tight by the long tam T-threads, looking like a stuffed sausage, the fat on his body threatening to burst out. Not Von Gan roared, his face full of fury. Therefore, Hu Yanma, today you must die. The Hackbox Song Kwai saw their master in danger and rushed to the rescue. But Li Kwanuch and Bak Thao Ni blocked their path. Atvanan, you know how to finish this, right? Hearing the encouragement, Natvanan all his internal energy into the long Tom T threads. He let out a roar as the threads tightened, crack, snap. The body of the Huyanma puppet was sliced into pieces, and white smoke poured out, and the giant stone pillar collapsed along with it. It seemed like everything was over. But from within the shattered puppet shell, a withered skeletal figure flew out. It was a frail, old man with listless eyes. Hu Yanma hovered in the air before slowly descending. The 3 of them couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Was that Hu Yanma's true form? To use the Suma Huan Hon Ti technique. The Hawkbox Songkwai had now become Jiangxi, standing by his sides. Nyak twirled his staff and sneered. Just a bony old man, let's see how fast you can move now. The staff in his hand suddenly enlarged, transforming into a giant iron cudgel, the Daikim Kwang Ku Luk Bong, A gleaming golden staff pierced through several layers of walls, destroying a corner of the... But Hu Yenma and his two bits managed to dodge it. I never expected the Kaibangs to have such a powerful variation. You've lived for 300 years. Li Kuan Yachts growled. Your life ends here. Suddenly a series of stone coffins and dozens of corpses lunged. Out like hungry tigers, get down! Not Von Nan shouted. He threw a small sphere while simultaneously casting his long tam ti. Terrifying explosion blew away all the corpses and leveled the entire Huyanma palace. When the dust settled, Huyanma and his two puppets had vanished. Our fated connection ends here. His voice echoed from a distance. Back to the battle between the two women. Tudong and Kwai Kwai were both exhausted. They stood face each other, panting heavily, their internal energy nearly depleted. The poison in her right leg was making it go numb. Kwai Kwai thought to herself on the other side. Duong Tudong's left arm hung limp, blood still pouring out, but she managed to force some... You look exhausted, Kui Kui. You're about to collapse too. Hearing this, Duong Tudong gritted her teeth and slammed her hand against an ancient plum tree. Then let's end this here. Her internal energy floated to the tree, causing it to swell up and then suddenly release. Tens of thousands of plum blossoms were blown into the air, swirling around her like a tornado maho with Yan Vu. Duong Tudong smiled triumphantly. You won't have another chance to see such a beautiful sight again. Kwa Kwa was not to be outdone. Pouring all her remaining energy into her Bangba Kim, the sword suddenly transformed into a giant ice flower, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Its blade covered the entire air sky in a chaotic dance of snowflakes, flowers on one side, ice on the other. Two ultimate techniques clashed, creating a terrifying earthquake. As an earth shook, countless wounds appeared all over the two women's bodies, but on their lips was a smile of satisfaction. Blue and red internal energies surged, intertwining before exploding. A two-colored pillar of light shot into the sky, tearing through the night. It was a battle of gods as the faded. The battle reached its conclusion. Everywhere, ice darts shaped like flower petals were embedded in the withered tree trunks. The razor-sharp darts carrying a bone-piercing chill had pierced through Duong Tudong's body. She trembled as she pulled from her shoulder, her gaze towards Kuei. Kuei no longer filled with hatred, but with a crazed jealousy. I'm so jealous of this ageless skin. If I had it, I would be young forever, in another forest. The battle between Failu and Batriuvan had also reached a critical point. By Jiaoyu, Jun had the complete upper hand, moving like a flash of lightning, his invisible sword auras pressured failure to the point of suffocation. Finally, Feilu was cornered against an ancient tree with no escape. Tisk tisk. Bai Hao Yun clicked, his tongue, a look of amusement on his face. He raised his hand, and a terrifying lightning aura gathered in his palm. Boom! The attack sent Faleo flying. Dozens of feet, his body battered and bruised. No other way, he thought in despair. How can I defeat this monster? There's only one way. I have to risk my life, even if it's just to cut off one of his arms. As Bai Jiaoyun calmly walked over to finish him off, a demonic voice suddenly, and Failure's mind. Do you want to? In that badly, Failure was startled, staring intently at the blade in his hand. The blade is talking. Who are you, me? Am I not you? The demon blade suddenly tightened its grip on Failure's hand, a chilling sensation running down his spine. What the hell are you doing? Seeing Feilu muttering to himself, a Jiaoyun interrupted. Hey, brat, did you take too many hits and go crazy? Who are you babbling to? Didn't you just say you were willing to sacrifice your life? The voice in the blade spoke again, full of temptation. Humph, if you want it, then take it, Failure roared. But immediately after, he unexpectedly launched a long slash at Bai Xiaoyun. That's after you helped me defeat this bastard. The surprise attack made by Xiaoyun jumped back. He narrowed his eyes at Feilu, his expression turning serious. A moment ago, your techniques had not a shred of killing intent, but now your whole body is shrouded in a dark aura. You've been possessed by the soul of this demon blade. I don't know what deal you made with it, but I'll show you just how vast the gap between us is. As soon as he finished speaking, spray of blood erupted from Bai Jiaoyun's left shoulder. Failure had appeared, heard beside him without him even noticing. Is there still a gap now? Hit for the first time, Bai Jiaoyun wasn't angry at all, but instead seemed incredibly excited. The lightning aura from his body exploded violently. That's right, now this is getting interesting. The two of them rushed at each other. The ear-piercing sound of clashing weapons rang out. Now I've grasped your movement technique. Bai Jiaoyun laughed maniacally. You borrowed the demon blade's power to keep up with my speed, didn't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Leo appeared right behind him, launching a surprise attack. You little punk. The battle became incredibly fierce, attacked relentlessly, not giving Bai Zhaoyun a single moment to rest. I don't know what this power is, he thought to himself, but I know I've become much faster and stronger. You've changed a lot. Bai Zhaoyun admitted, his own speed increasing as well. Wherever they fought, the trees were shattered. I didn't expect this, but if this is the extent of your skill, then it changes nothing. Bai Zhaoyun began to counterattack, every blow a fatal strike. He raised his hand to the sky, summoning a massive bolt of lightning. Boom! Failure! Was struck by the lightning and sent flying straight into a nearby mountainside, creating a deep crater. He struggled to crawl out of the crater. Dusting himself off, the demon blade in his hand vibrated, and the mocking voice echoed in his head again. Truly, utterly pathetic. The demon, they'd remain stuck to Falyu's hand, as if it were a part of his body. You talk a big game about being ready to sack. Vice yourself, Bai Zhaoyun sneered. But the way you fight is no different from throwing your life away. Use your head. Use those techniques you've never used before. Failure growled, every muscle fiber trembling. My body can't withstand those techniques if that's the case, Bai Zhaoyun shrugged. Then death is all that awaits you. He looked at him with a mocking expression. What's wrong? Are you going to make me wait again? Helyu gripped the blade with both hands, and a wild, tyrannical dark aura erupted, enveloping his body. I won't make you wait any longer, because now I have no path of retreat. It seems you finally, the light. Bai Zhaoyun smiled, a smile full of amusement. He began to channel his power, and dense arcs of crackling lightning enveloped his blade. A memory suddenly flooded back. The day Failong painstakingly trained his blade skills amidst a violent thunderstorm, the sky dark, lightning streaking across it. He roared, swinging his blade, a world-shaking slash that cleaved a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. Immediately after, he collapsed, his entire body severely injured from the backlash. You arrogant brat. The seventh form of the sky-shattering dragon blade art will destroy your body. I forbade you from using it, and I'm warning you again. You must never use the seventh form, your body. How can you possibly withstand this now? Back in reality, the speed of the two had surpassed the limits of the naked eye. All that could be heard were the piercing clashes of metal and the crackling arcs of light. Lightning that leaked out, tearing through the air. The moment he unleashed the technique, the backlash from the heaven-shattering adamant dragon blades struck. Failong cried out in agony, his entire skeleton. Seeing an opening, Bai Zhaoyun followed up with another strike. You bastard! Your physical body can't handle such a tyrannical blade technique. Let's end this here. He raised his blade to the high heavens as countless bolts of lightning converged, coalescing into the form of a giant, and Thunderbird, screeching ferociously. Flying, Thunderblade, final form Thunderbird, that's right. Let's end it! Failong screamed, ignoring his shattering bones, heaven-shattering adamant dragon blade. Seventh forbidden form. Lightning dual severance. The Thunderbird dove down with destructive power, but it was torn apart by an even more tyrannical slash. The power from Failong's forbidden technique was so terrifying that it sliced the very cloud in two. It pierced through the distant mountain, creating a bottomless abyss. Failong's entire skeleton had been completely shattered. Bai Zhaoyun remained standing tall, sheathing his blade. For a blade technique to reach this level. Truly something I never anticipated. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to crack before plummeting straight into the abyss. He had lost. Failong smiled, his face filled with I finally won, then he too, and a fall. Sinking into the darkness, the demonic blade falling with him. No, I can't die yet. A demonic laugh echoed from the blade. KKK. Hey kid, how could you die? Your destiny has only just begun, returning to the final and most frantic bad. Xiaoma slammed a fist straight into Tianmo's stomach, caused him to cry out in pain. He shot off like a bullet, embedding himself straight into a nearby mountain before his enemy could even recover. Xiaoma had already charged forward, landing dozens, hundreds of furious punches on his face. Boom. The more Xiaoma fought, the more ferocious he became. He attacked with such fervor that the entire mountain behind Tianmo was punched into smithereens. After the assault, Xiaoma stood panting heavily, and Mo staggered to his feet, wiped his of blood from his mouth, and looked on in utter disbelief. Beaten so miserably, he was not resigned to his fate. He roared, mustering all his strength. Banked as a brilliant, pure, and powerful golden internal energy exploded around him. He looked just like a Super Saiyan, unbelievable. He growled, to think you could push me this far. He held out both his hands. Created too many vortexes. They looked at each other and then charged were simultaneously. The two ultimate powers creating a terrifying explosion no different from an atomic bomb. Boom. Both were blown far back, beginning the trash talk of the strongest. If we're fighting with energy projection, what makes you think you can beat me? Tianmo sneered. I don't need to know what I have, I replied, his eyes filled with determination. I only know that I've never once thought I would lose to you. In the skies above Demon Spirit City, two colossal ores of internal energy began to take shape. On one side was Tianmo's majestic white tiger, and on the other Xiaoma's raging celestial dragon, the two beasts snarl, poised to tear each other apart. It created a breathtaking spectacle of a dragon and tiger locked in combat. Below them were two hot-headed punks trying to solve everything with their fists. Tianmo clearly had the upper hand. He threw a punch that sent Xiaoma flying like a ball, crashing through several layers of the city wall, before tumbling across the ground, watching from a distance. Huanmo remarked at a glance, it looks like a battle between a dragon and a tiger, but on closer inspection, Tianmo's aura is still a notch higher. The battle continued. Punch thrown, a kick blocked, they fought forgetting time, forgetting fatigue. If these moves are useless, then what about this one, you little brat? Tianmo suddenly grabbed Xiaoma by the throat. He unleashed a thunderous palm strike to his chest and another boom. Xiaoma staggered, looking weary. You were talking big just a moment ago. So why the pale face now? Tianmo sneered, tossing him the ground like a broken toy. Well, let's end this. A barrage of fists carrying a destructive gale raining down on Xiaoma. Tianmo looked down, a hint of interest in his eyes. The void spirit body, a constitution that can endlessly absorb power from nature. It seems that to defeat you, I'll have to use my full power, ending it like this. Isn't it fun? For everyone. Gale, fury, demon fist. A terrifying vortex pierced through Xiaoma, his body tearing apart the shirt he had just bought at the market. Suddenly, a faint, familiar voice echoed in his head. Save me, Tianmo smirked. Let me give you a happy send-off. Guangfeng Mui Baloi. A series of smaller but sharper tornadoes pierced through Xiaoma's body, his bones made horrifying cracking sounds. Please save a... That voice rang out again more clearly this time. Xiaoma was bewildered. What was that sound? It was clear someone was crying for help. This brat, the Enma, was curious at his opponent's carelessness. How dare he get distracted while fighting me? He followed up with a Akfong Trong strike, sending Xiaoma flying into a nearby town. Tianmo slowly approached. I've already told you, you can't defeat me. I will never lose to you. Xiaoma staggered to his feet, tearing off the tattered part of his shirt to reveal a scar. But solid physique. If it's you, you can save us. Who are you? Where are you? Xiaoma screamed in his mind. Your mental strength is so pathetic, Tianmo mocked, even with your Konglin Qi. Your stamina and power are nearly depleted. Streams of natural energy once again surged into Xiaoma's body. I know death is near, but I absolutely will not die by your hands. Xiaoma poured all his remaining strength into his right arm and charged forward. The attack was once again blocked by Tianmo's invisible tornado. But he didn't give up. Xiaoma continued to unleash a storm of punches, kicks. Because of this tornado, my fists can't reach him. Damn it. Tianmo laughed smugly. My martial art has no name. I comprehended it from nature. Have you ever seen a tornado created like this? He gently extended his hand, and a small storm began to form right in his palm, flashing back to the past. In an endless desert, a giant pharaoh, Osha's sandstorm, like a wild beast, was devouring an entire village. Back Tianvo Day, Tianma's master merely observed, coldly, but in the eyes of the young disciple a crazed greed gleamed. At that moment I realized, if I could make this destructive power my own, I would become invincible in this world, the one and only supreme being above the heavens and below the earth. I would even surpass the flying dragons. Present, a miniature hurricane was roaring in Tianma's palm. He clenched his fist, and the tornado vanished. It was a whirlwind. Xiaoma was astonished. Up quiet, Tianma didn't give it. Opponent a second to compose himself. He waved his hand. The ground shook and sharp stone pillars rose from the earth, forming a cage that tightly enclosed Xiaoma. The way to defeat a whirlwind is to crush it. But first, perhaps I should tear you into 100 pieces. Daod Hon Tianma Chuang. The stone pillars under Tianma's control transformed into hundreds of razor-sharp spears, shooting towards Xiaoma like a deadly pitomo. Rain. Although Xiaoma's speed was extraordinary, the sheer number was too great. He couldn't dodge them all. He rolled on the ground in agony. Din Ma landed soft. his eyes as cold as if he were looking at an ant you won't be able to move anymore long to see it too yet. Two small tornadoes formed from the ground, wrapping tightly around Xiaoma's legs. If my legs are bound like this is bad. He leaned over, mustering all his strength to break free. But from the sky, a giant boulder the size of a small hill was being summoned by Tianma, ready to crash down. In that life-or-death moment, the faint voices echoed in Xiaoma's head again. Save us! Who are you people anyway? He yelled in his mind. Please save us. Are you here? You can still talk it. Time like this? Tianma frowned and brought his hand down. Let's end this. Trui Hao Nyat Hua Tuang. The giant boulder plummeted down at a terrifying, buying speed. Xiaoma looked up at the sky and let out a final roar. If you're here, then show yourselves, whether it's 100 bots or 1,000 of you. I'll face you all. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The boulder not only crushed Xiaoma, but also broke through the ground, creating a deep crater, and the shockwave flattened everything around. Tianma stood at the edge of the crater looking down coldly. Sunlight shone into a dark space below. For the first time, that place was an underground prison, where Zhao Ma lay gasping for at the midst of the rubble. Help us! Get up! The voices heard him on. He slowly opened his eyes, the dim light allowing him to see figures behind iron bars. Was that sound you? Give us! A terrified little girl sobbed. Shoemaster! To get up, blood still flowing endlessly. I want to help too, but I don't think I can hold on much longer. Suddenly, his weary gaze turned to one of horror. Why? Why have everyone's legs been cut off? A man in the prison replied, voice full of bitterness. The reason doesn't matter. We were taken hostage for the crime of treason. Just because they were in a bad mood, they chopped off our legs and locked us in here. This is hell. So all the people locked in here had their legs chopped off without a single exception. Anyone. For the first time in countless years, the gloomy prison was bathed in sunlight to those crippled prisoners. This light was also a light of hope, of liberation. And standing in the middle of that halo of light was Xiaoma. Although his body was covered in injuries, in their eyes, he was a god of war fighting for their freedom. In Xiaoma's mind, Bai Kaoni's words echoed, painting the image of an emotionless murderer with unforgivable crimes. He looked at the Lion King and then at his subordinates. It wasn't the outcome already clear? Why did they have to fight to the death? My elderly mother, wife, and child are all being held hostage by T. Mo. Where did I go wrong? All of them will have to die here today. Their deaths are on Tian Mo's hands, not yours. Give me one more day, just one day, and I will defeat Tian Mo and rescue your family. Back in the present. The look in Xiaoma's eyes as he faces Tian Mo was no longer just simple belligerence, but the fury of a judge. He roared, Tian Mo, today you will definitely die. Hearing this, Tian Mo. John Mo let out an arrogant laugh. How ridiculous. Just by you, I know. Shit. Xiaoma cut him off, his voice low and firm. It would be impossible. If I were just a lowly errand boy from Yahello, I used to think so too, but he raised his head, and a completely different aura, both majestic and domineering, began to emanate from him. If I were hailed by the entire world as the #1 under heaven, if my true identity was Failong, would things be different? Hearing the name Failong, the smile on Tianmo's face froze. He frowned, trying to maintain his composure. Failong, a brat like you dares to claim that name. What nonsense are you spouting? But deep down he had already sensed something unusual. Wait, thinking back, this brat, body. He recalled the fatal blows he had delivered, wounds that should have made anyone collapse. Yet Xiao Ma was still standing. Even with a Kong Ling Ji body, he shouldn't be able to recover at such an astonishing speed. Tian Mo's expression became extremely grave, as he voiced a terrifying suspicion. Could it be that you've eaten the grass of immortality? I don't know what that is, Xiao Ma replied. My previous memories are very hazy, but this bot, it always remembers one thing, the martial arts of Failong. Failong's martial arts. Social arts? Ridiculous. I don't know what sins I have committed, but I will atone for them so that I can live on, Xiao Ma said, rolling his satire. Elders, you have also committed crimes no less heinous than mine in the past. But what I can do now is defeat you and return freedom to those people so they can return to their families, because I made that promise, and no matter how difficult it is, I will absolutely keep it. Xiao Ma roared, throwing a punch. Tian Mo quickly raised his hand to block, easily neutralizing blow, but he didn't expect it to be just a feint. Faster, stronger punch was already flying towards him. Tian Mo's pupils contracted in fear. Dangerous. Boom, Shalma. Attack was too powerful, and after a struggle, Tian Mo finally managed to block it. He panted heavily, fully, looking at his opponent in horror, a body covered in wounds. Where on earth did he get such terrifying strength? Tian Mo was truly scared now. Standing before him was no longer just a kid, but the illusion of a colossal, bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted with resentment and disbelief. A heavenly dragon. He can't possibly be Failong. I'll use my full power to deal with you. He roared, spreading his arms and gathering energy into two raging worlds. Winds's soul-shattering ramhorn fist. The two destructive whirlwinds rushed towards Xiao Ma, but he easily neutralized them with his bare hands. This directly stunned Tian Mo. He didn't even realize how strong he had become, seeing himself at a disadvantage. Tian Mo frantically channeled his energy again, needing to buy a little more time. Poured all his internal energy into the two cyclones, merging them into a spinning sphere of energy that looked just like a Rasen shuriken, the great Luo Vajra wheel. Let's see you block this. He threw out his strongest technique, but with just one hand, Xiao Ma managed to stop it. Crack! The bones in Xiao Mao's right hand shattered. He had blocked Tian Mo's ultimate This proved that his strength had increased astonishingly. My right hand, Xiao Ma frowned. Tian Mo gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. He had used the great Luo Vajra wheel, and had only managed to break one of his arms. Clenching his remaining fist, Xiao Ma spoke slowly, his voice booming like thunder. Now you will atone to them. He let out a shout and unleashed his final punch. Couldn't. Refusing to repent, screamed in desperation. Don't say such ridiculous. The two destructive powers collided, creating a terrifying explosion, shaking the entire dark prison, relentlessly through punches, each blow carrying the force of a hurricane. Xiao Ma dodged by a hair's breadth, but was eventually hit by one, sent flying straight in, to a cliff wall, the heavenly demon raid. A hand, a whirlwind forming as his arrogant voice echoed. Do you know who I am? I will use my strongest mark. Art to finish you, the ultimate soul-chasing hot fire spear, was not to be outdone, channeling all his power into one fist, the infinite fist. The two ultimate techniques clashed, yellow and blue light colliding, roar, boring and tearing space apart. One man screamed, the other roared, and finally, amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the heavenly demon's fire, beer shattered, crack, the bones in his were crushed. Xiao Ma's punch, carrying an indomitable will, pierced through all layers of defense, sending the heavenly demon flying. He lay there, his eyes still filled with shock. How can this be? Xiao Ma pressed his advantage, delivering one final blow. Sometimes I remember the massacres, the deaths of countless people, the suffering, the rage, the despair. I don't understand why I feel this way, but from now on, I will search for the answer. Internal energy manifestation, a giant, sapphire blue celestial dragon appeared, opening its mouth to snatch the heavenly demon's body. It didn't attack, but simply carried him upward. The dragon burst through the earth, shattering the dark prison, and soared straight into the deep blue sky. The towering fortress was split in two by its ascent. Boom! The main city gate, made of 10,000-year-old iron, was also destroyed with ease. In midair, the celestial dropped and vanished, and the heavenly demon's body began to fall slowly. The soldiers looked up in terror. That's the heavenly demon defeated. He's lost consciousness. Silence fell over the battlefield before erupting into panicked screams. What happened in there? The Iron Gate has been destroyed. Seeing their cruel ruler lying motionless, they couldn't believe their eyes. Lord Heavenly Demon, that bastard's words came true. The commanding general, after a moment of stun and silence, regained his composure. He drew his sword and shouted, "All troops, retreat! The Heavenly Demon has been destroyed. There is no war." No war. Is it over? My wife and children? The soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. Then their joy erupted. They threw down their weapons, screaming with delight as they rushed into the city to find their families. In the distant mountain peak, the illusory demon and the strange old man stood watching. The heavenly demon really dead? Perhaps. The illusory demon replied, his voice full of regret. I could have taken it. Over his body, a perfect heavenly martial body. But the old man straightened up, his hunchback disappearing as he returned to his true form. Still plenty of other material, and though it's a pity, a corpse like this must be brought back for research. Ha ha ha! The two old humans burst into sinister laughter. It was originally just a small, nameless outpost used to hold back the Northern Snow Tribe. Under one man's hand, it grew into a powerful force that even the Martial Arts Alliance had to respect. Its master, the Heavenly Demon, who assassinated the Northern Heavenly Martial Emperor at the age of 20, was a man with the ambition to swallow the entire world. Today, that ambition has turned to dust. You, Who were the one who did it? A man living under the name of the legendary Flying Dragon, once known as the greatest under heaven. How he lives with the name Xiaoma, an errand boy for Yahello. In Xiaoma's fading consciousness, the image of Tian Shuixiang suddenly appeared. Weird. As ethereal as a snow lotus. He recalled her words after he was subdued, even if you lose your memory. With your void spirit body, you will always be full of innate true qi. Your body is always in a state of transformation. Just breathing is enough to recover. When the 5 elements are locked, all of your power will return. Remember, becoming the greatest under heaven isn't necessarily a good thing. The same goes for regaining your memories. It all depends on your choice. Xiaoma, what world are you doing? Xiaoma dazedly woke up. Midst screams and cries, he mumbled, "Who am I? Ah, no. Failong, why am I here?" In the desolate forest after the battle, the figures of Failong and Bai Xiaoyun slowly appeared. Bai Xiaoyun had vanished. Failong looked towards the great demon spirit city, then struggled to stand up, leaning on his eye. Her demon blade, he staggered a few steps before, collapsing, able only to lie there, as he gazed at the endless sky. From the rubble of the battle between Yi Wu-hen and the illusory demon, another small explosion erupted. Yi Wu-hen emerged, covered in dust, his eyes filled with resentment. "Where's Huan Mo? Looks like He's disappeared," Li Junwei replied, his expression just as grim. "Bye, cow." Ni struggled to her feet. "Are you okay?" "Of course." She gritted her teeth. "This isn't enough to take me down. I won't fall until I see that celestial demon die in the gardens of Xiaorong. Alice with my own eyes." The morning mist enveloped the garden, sunlight filtering through the exquisite ice statue of Tang Xiaorong, creating a tragic beauty. Guigi covered in injuries. Weirdly, my part is done. With that, she vanished into the mist underground. Soldiers and civilians were flooding into the prison. Sobs mixed with joyful cheers echoed everywhere. Mom, Dad still live amidst the chaos, a mother. Carrying Sony Kuai, found Xiaoma. "Is this guy Failong? He just said he might be Failong. I heard Failong disappeared a long time ago. The fat guy." The fat. Carrying his master on his back, stared blankly at Xiaoma, who had been beaten to a pulp. All 365 of his joints were shattered, his internal organs ruptured, yet he was still breathing. The old master glanced at his disciple. "Carry that kid and follow me. Where are we going to?" "His hometown." "Hometown? Who else Failong's hometown?" The old man replied irritably. Is that the hometown of the world's #1, Failong?" The fat guy was astonished. "The missing Failong is from there?" The old master was speechless at his foolish disciple. The final battle was finally over. Yi Wu-hen talked alone in silence. Huan Mo's words kept ringing in his ears. "You are not a descendant of the Longsword family. You look more like a descendant of a demon seed. You're just one of those brainwashed by the 7 kills demonic path." He returned to his temporary home, his mind in turmoil. Am I a descendant of a demon seed? Huan Mo. What basis did he have for saying something I couldn't refute? Could the person I thought I was not be me? He sat there shrouded, in darkness, feeling lost about his own origins for the first time in his life. At the Martial Arts Alliance, space failure had been brought back. The doctor was carefully examining and bandaging his wounds. The battle was over, but the scars, both physical and mental, would remain for a long time. Amidst the ruins of the great demon spirit city, the air was heavy with sorrow. A guard approached Fei Liu, his voice low, reporting, "Captain, out of a total of 999 members of the Special Forces, 37 of our brothers have fallen. The current total number of members is 962, including the wounded." An older weathered guard comforted him. "Captain, please don't be too heartbroken. If a full-scale war had truly broken out, this number would have been much higher. Their sacrifice saved tens of thousands of others." Hearing these words, the burden in Fei Liu's heart lightened somewhat. He took a deep breath, suppressed his pain, and his voice became stern and firm. "Find the bodies of all our brothers, and organize a proper memorial service." The guards acknowledged the order and, "Listen," Fei Liu did not forget to ask, "How are Kione and that squinty-eyed guy?" "The infirmary is treating them both, sir." Inside a temporary tent, Baiku Ni's wounds were being carefully bandaged by the female healer. Li Junyu stood outside and called in. "I really have to thank you this time. Bye, County. Without your sacrifice, we could never have achieved this result. On behalf of the Martial Arts Alliance, I formally thank you." Bai Kauni slowly sat up, her face expressionless. There's no need for that. In the end, I was just fighting to survive. Besides, what are you guys planning to do now? First, we'll rebuild the Demon Spirit City. Then we have to reorganize the entire martial arts alliance. It's going to take quite some time. Well, I'll see you around, Li Junhua said, and hurried off. But after a few steps he turned back, his tone full of hidden meaning. By the way, that errand boy, what if he really is Failong? For you, Bai Kao Ni, wouldn't that be a cruel twist of fate? Bai Kao Ni fell into deep thought, her gaze distant. If it is a cruel fate, then it's truly the most terrible one. Ghost Soul Valley, Gui dragged her tired and injured body back. Yi Chao was already waiting in the main hall. He looked at her and asked, "You look so battered, your opponent must have been Tang Xiaorong, right?" "I suppose so," Gigi replied calmly. "You deliberately hit it, didn't you?" "The truth is that Brad is Failong. If I had known he was Failong, I would have personally." She quickly cut him off. "I wasn't sure either." "Yay, child." I gave a mysterious smile. "Failong, this is truly the most terrible twist of fate of all. At He Yue. In the vault." Sally, the two freaks of Mount Mang were trying to treat Xiao Ma when the chubby one, while gnawing on a chicken leg, said, "Master, do you think he'll wake up? Even if we save him, I'm afraid he'll likely be paralyzed from the waist down." The old freak glanced at the herbs beside them. "Can't you see?" "See what?" "The natural energy of heaven and earth is being absorbed by this kid's body. This flower is a chi liquor, very sensitive to primal energy, and it is already withered in less than half a day." He stroked his long beard, asserting that for whatever reason, this kid was not going to die in the deep blue sky. A messenger eagle was flying towards the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. Inside a solemn study, an elder was reviewing official documents when he received an urgent letter. He opened it to read, and his expression suddenly changed. Without a moment, without a bird cheer, he burst through the door into the elders' meeting room, his voice trembling with excitement. "Alliance Leader Elders, we have urgent news from the Deputy General Manager of the War Music Division." The entire meeting room fell silent. The Deputy General Manager of the War Music Division, along with the Captain of the Special Operations Team, Fei Liu, the descendant of Yihua Palace, Bai Kaoer, the bounty hunter Yi Wu Yin, and an unknown man named Xiao Ma. The five of them defeated the heavenly demon and all the city lords under his command. The war has been prevented. The entire meeting room erupted. In astonishment. Everyone's jaws dropped, unable to believe what they had just heard. Took a deep breath and read the final part of the letter, his voice carrying an unconcealable shock. According to the report, the one who directly defeated the heavenly demon was that unknown man, Xiao Ma. And according to the Deputy General Manager's judgment, this Xiao Ma could very well be the long-lost martial arts legend, Failong, for the desolate ruins where the magnificent Yoa Palace once stood. The chilly autumn wind blew past, carrying the rustling of dry leaves like whispers from the past. She stepped onto the rotten wooden bridge, each footstep bringing back a flood of memories. Over there was where a wildflower once grew, signaling a beautiful sunny day. That was the room where the two sisters used to dine together. That large ancient tree over there was where she first mastered the 3,000 fingers technique. And this collapsed gate was where the fateful battle occurred. Her eerie legs carried her to a simple grave, the Mass of Yihua Palace by Ling Fei. She knelt down, and the tears she had held back for so long finally streamed down her face. "Mother, your unfilial daughter has only now been able to return. Please don't worry. I swear I will personally take revenge on those who caused that past tragedy. And I promise I will rebuild Yihua Palace to be even more magnificent than before." Wei Valley. Day after day, Beitsour continued to search everywhere for a familiar figure. "Xiao Ma, where on earth are you?" "On earth did you go, demonic spirit city?" The city had now completely transformed. Gone was the suffocating deathly atmosphere, replaced by the hustle and bustle of a lively market. "I never thought demonic spirit city could be revived like this," Kaur said to Feilu. "It's like waking up from a nightmare." "Speak," Feilu replied calmly. "Why are you looking for me?" Kaur said. Smiled. "How did you know?" They continued to walk. "It's about the massacre of my clan at Yihua Palace. I heard the Martial Arts Alliance has detailed records of this event. About my mother's death and the whereabouts of my older sister. I want to know everything deep in the forest." Yi Wu Yin was training frantically, every strike filled with rage. "So what if I'm a descendant of the Demand?" "That bastard don't give me that ridiculous crap in the archives of the Martial Arts Alliance." Cowher had read through mountain-high stacks of documents. The demonic sect, the 7 killings of the demonic path, Haimu Peak, The eccentric of Yimu, a dry leaf, blew in with the wind, landing on the page of a book, and out the window, thinking to herself, "Another autumn has arrived. Do you really not plan on coming?" Back Xiaoma, beside the majestic waterfall. Ailu was meditating and training. Suddenly, he snapped his eye, open as a figure shot down from above. "Ruogu, take this, you shifty-eyed bastard." Two lunged at each other, fist and feet colliding, the powerful force splitting the waterfall in two. Nue landed, his expression grave. "That blade is truly dangerous. The death god's demonic blade originally belonged to the white-robed void wanderer, Uzi Swan, one of the 3 heroes of the Martian. Even a great bladesman like him, who fought side by side with the Iron Mountain martial emperor, eventually had his soul consumed by the demonic blade, turning into a crazed murderer. Ruogu, with your current skill level, can you truly control it?" Hearing Kaoer's question, Fei Liu could only remain silent. He had no answer. The cold winter finally arrived, blanketing all of Huayue Valley in snow. Baiku, Nistia, still stood there, where she had said goodbye to Xiaoma. She exhaled a puff of white breath and continued to pay, back and forth amidst the bustling crowd. Her eyes never stopped searching. Then spring came again. The peach blossoms bloomed, and she was still there day after day, waiting for an errand boy, just when it seemed all hope was lost. A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, both teasing and warm, "Hey, you have to pay off all your debts before you can leave." Once people fall into the mire of despair caused by war and disease, they are no longer human. Hunger is everywhere. Whether you die today or tomorrow, it makes no difference. My childhood was hell. Eyed man with a scarred face stared at me. "How old are you?" I didn't answer. "Oh, oh, 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 oh," saying I was worth 1 tael of silver, enough for my mother and younger brother to live for 1 year. I never blamed my mother. I thought selling myself would be an escape from that hell of poverty, but I was wrong. I had only stepped from one hell into another, far more terrifying one. I thought of death hundreds of times every day, but I couldn't die. I didn't have the courage. Among the hundreds of children known only by numbers, children pushed to the absolute limit of cruelty. Only 2 survived in the end, me and a long-haired boy. The commander stood between us and lit a candle. "Engrave this in your minds. Before this candle burns out, if a winner isn't decided, you will both die." The long-haired boy tightened his grip on his sword. "Let's begin. You know we have no other choice." I remained silent. He was right. I had my life and endured so much humiliation to get here. Couldn't give up. We lunged at each other. Not out of hatred, but out of the instinct. For survival. I didn't want to die. The end, the long-haired boy was defeated, his sword broken in 2. He lay there looking at me. "Finish it. You and I both know I could never beat you." I stood there looking at my only comrade, my emotions in turmoil. "What's wrong? Can't bring yourself to do it." He sneered. "Number 17. I don't understand how you made it this far with such a soft heart, all right. If you can't, I'll do it." He picked up the broken piece of my sword. "You must live. Live for my sake, too." With that, he took his own life. That's how I survived in hell, by stepping on the corpses of countless peers. Years later, at Ghost Soul Valley, number 17 was Neek Sorrow. Waiting orders. Gui Gui sat on the ice, her voice majestic. "From this day on, you will be the sake of the Black Moon. Endless night. And from now on, Failong will be your name, the 14th master of the Luton Koch clan." Lord Wangju threw a treasure chest. Sword down in front of me. It was an inauguration gift. 5 years later, 2 gate guards of a law clan suddenly felt a cold wind brush past them. What was that just now? Immediately after, their bodies were torn, pieces by dozens of invisible slashes. In the main hall, a man with the full beard was cleaning his greatsword. He was Mo Jiansheng of the Fire Dragon Saber, a notorious master. An alarm was raised about assassins. He looked up, and before him, he was in his place, stood Failong and the members of Black Moon. Endless night, excellent. One member said, "I will definitely take Mo Jiansheng's head with my own hands." Yechop burst through the door like a hurricane. Instantly, a black shadow leaped down from the rafters, a treacherous slash aimed straight for his neck, but it was just a bait. Every moment Mo Jiansheng made his move, a silent blade had already appeared from the shadows. Swish. A single, neat, and ruthless strike pierced straight through Mo Jiansheng's heart. Pulled out his sword, looking coldly at his comrade Yecha. For us, a single mistake means death. Mission is complete. Yecha quietly followed behind Failong, whispering softly, "Captain, it's not over yet. How much longer do we have to train?" The other subordinates, in its whispered in admiration, "A sword that draws no blood, truly befitting of the captain." taking Mo Jianxiang's life in a single move at the dark and old Ghost Soul Valley. Guigi stood before the dying Old Valley Master. I want to leave. May I? The old man coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Go back. She officially became the 10th Master of Ghost Soul Valley, Shui Nu of the Heavenly Mountain, Guigi. The Old Valley Master looks at his own bloody hand, his voice weak yet full of bitterness. Accept the truth. You have nowhere else to go. I have chosen you as my successor. Guigui bowed her head, hiding the complex emotions in her eyes. Your Grace, I will always engrave it in my heart. Wasn't funny. At all. He leaned back against the decaying throne. I was strong enough to hold the entire world in the palm of my hand, yet I couldn't stop the rot from within, in my body. Have you ever heard of the immortal grass? The immortal grass? That's just a legend. It's real. The Old Valley Master asserted, I have confirmed this information. Right now it's in Lohoa Palace. Guigi, it's time for you to repay your old debt to me, hearing the word debt. Guigi had no words to refuse in a cold, secret chamber. Guigi ordered Failong, the immortal grass. Do you hear me clearly? Kill the master of Lihua Palace by Lingfei and bring it here. If you succeed, Tamlang's position will be yours. Failong stood still like a statue, his voice devoid of any emotion. I want to ask one thing. What is the reason for killing Bailing Fei? As far as I know, Leho Palace has never caused us any trouble. Guigui was a bit flustered, but quickly regained his imposing demeanor. If you don't kill Bailing Fei, how do you plan to get the immortal grass? Besides, this is an order, not a negotiation. You just need to complete the mission. Failong was silent for a moment, then gave a slight nod. He turned his figure blending into the shadows. I don't need Tamlang's position watching Failong's cold. Retreating back, Gui fell into deep thought, his fists clenching. Failong, today you didn't even bother to look at me once. In a bus. In the bustling market, Failong walked silently, observing the bustling crowd. The lively noise of the market was a stark contrast to his deathly silence. From the martial world were gathered here. Could it be that the rumor about the immortal grass has... Suddenly, a clear but urgent voice rang out. Here, my cart is stuck in a mud puddle. Can anyone give me a hand? Before Failong was a girl with a beautiful face, flushed from exertion, struggling to push a cart. He just glanced at me and replied coldly, That's not my business. Why should I help you, the girl? Looked up, beads of sweat on her forehead, and asked in annoyance, What did you just say? If you want others to help, you should try doing it yourself first. After saying that, he coldly turned and walked away. Watching his rude retreating back, the girl stomped her foot in anger. A pretty face with a narrow heart. How hateful. At an inn in the valley, that young lady was resting her feet when she saw a few thugs harassing a female employee. The bald one reached out his filthy hand to put it on the girl's shoulder. Come on, sweetie, just pour us a glass of wine. What's so hard about that? Don't be so cold. Come sit with us. Just as he was about to sit down, the chair was suddenly kicked out from under him. Making him lose his balance, he fell backward with a loud thud. The lecherous bald man yelled, feeling like he had been made a public spectacle. But before he could do anything, a beautiful woman stood before him and gave him a lecture. Looking at your clothes, you must be one of the 4 ghosts of Hanam. How dare you get drunk and harass a virtuous young lady in broad daylight immediately? Dozens of righteous young men drew their swords, surrounding them. I think there's been a misunderstanding, the other one stammered. Don't come any closer. With that, both of them tucked tail and ran. The young lady glanced over. Over it, Failong. You're still leisurely enjoying your tea. She walked over it and slammed her hand on the table. Hey, why didn't you lift a finger to help? Failong just took a sip of tea and replied indifferently. It has nothing to do with me, you cold-blooded bastard, saying that the young lady he also left in a huff on the road. She came across a little girl sobbing her heart out, so she took out a piece of candy to comfort her. It turned out a baby bird had fallen from its nest. With her kind heart, she struggled for a long time before managing to return the bird safely. Watching from a distance, Failong thought, himself, she has a kind nature, but she's more foolish than I thought, because she didn't use her martial arts. The tree exhausted the young lady who sat on the ground panting just then a rough, but stomped on and crushed the newly rescued baby bird. What are you doing? She screamed. A missing-looking man and his subordinate stood before her. You're from the Dihua Palace, so you must know about the immortal grass, right? The children around them ran away in fear. The immortal grass? The young lady frowned. First, you have to apologize to me. But as soon as she finished speaking, art pain shot through her ankle. Unable to use her martial arts, her ankle was sprained. This is bad. Apologize. The leader It seems this young lady doesn't know who I am. Failong standing nearby, still maintaining an indifferent attitude. But just as he was about to leave, the man shouted, "I am Tam Lang, an assassin from the Ghost Soul Valley." His sword swung up, and in that very moment Failong appeared, catching the tip of his blade tightly between two fingers. Tam Lang, has the disease of stupidity infected you too? Failong's eye became a cold, murderous aura radiated from him, making the whole group tremble. "Get lost," he growled, "before I send you to your graves. Glare is making it hard for me to breathe. He's a master. Let's get out of here," they said, constantly fleeing. Failong watched them go with contempt. A bunch of rabble. He turned back to the young lady. "I thought an arrogant person who likes to meddle in other people's business wouldn't end up in a mess like this." She didn't know how to respond. Failong started to walk away. "Be more careful from now on." Just when it seemed like everything was over, the girl struggled to get up, her weak voice calling out from behind. "Sir, if it's not too much trouble, could you help me for a bit?" Before she could finish her sentence, the young lady staggered and fell forward. "I really do want to walk on my own," looking at the woman. For him, who was both strong and weak, Failong sighed, "I really don't know what to do with you." That night, they took felt her in a cave in the foot of the mountain. Failong gently helped the girl sit down, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Why didn't you use your martial arts?" The girl hesitated. "There wasn't any particular reason to use them. It's better not to use martial arts around here." "So you're not from this area? You could say that. In any case, thank you." Suddenly, Failong stood up and moved close to her. The strange man's sudden action startled the girl, and she instinctively recoiled. "Is something wrong?" Failong quickly pulled up, his robe to cover his chest, his expression strangely serious. "It's late at night, and we're all alone. That's the problem." The girl looked bewildered, then awkwardly leaned back to keep her distance. What are you planning to do?" Only then did Failong's gaze shift down to her swollen ankle, which was bruised from the sprain. He slowly explained, his tone remaining cold. "What are you going to do about this injury? If you leave it like this, you might have to amputate your ankle." Hearing this, the girl finally understood, her face flushing red with embarrassment. He began to treat her injury, his movements skilled and precise. "I've used acupuncture to clear your meridians and pressure points to stop the bleeding, so it won't get any worse." After finishing the treatment, he quickly stood up and turned to go outside. Men and women should maintain their distance. "You should get some rest," gazing at the young man's handsome but cold back. The girl's heart unconsciously fluttered. He was skilled in medicine, and his martial arts were superb. It seemed he wasn't a bad guy after all. Some too. At this thought, her cheeks burned. The next morning they continued on their journey. The two walked and talked, the atmosphere. Fear as natural as if they were old friends. "You could just help me walk, you know. That would be even more troublesome." "Is your home much further?" "If we follow this path, we should be there in about 4 hours." Like a young couple, he carried her across majestic mountain passes and over clear streams. "How's your foot doing?" "I think I can walk on it now." Gently wiggled her ankle. Indeed, it didn't hurt anymore, but she wanted be pampered a little longer. "It still hurts a lot." Failong knew perfectly well that she had recovered, but he didn't call her out on it, simply smiling and continuing to carry her. They passed through a fragrant flower garden, where gentle breezes carried the sweet scent. But after walking for an entire day, her home was still nowhere in sight. Failong started to lose his patience. "Miss, be honest with me. Do you even have a home?" Joy spread across the girl's face. She pointed to a magnificent palace in the distance. "There it is. You can see it now, right? That's my home." Failong looked up, and before him stood the Lohoa Palace. He asked in bewilderment, "You're from the Lohoa Palace?" She playfully jumped off his back, her leg completely healed. "Is there a problem with being from the Lohoa Palace?" Seeing this, Failong was even more certain her injury had healed long ago. Maid servants rushed out from the palace. "Lady Sothene, young palace master. What happened to you? Sorry, am I a little late?" Hearing the words, "young palace master," Failong became even more flustered. Sothene shyly turned to look at him, saying awkwardly, "Hey, I don't know how I can ever repay this favor. Don't mention it." With that said, he turned to leave. "Wait." Soten hurried after him. "You must be hungry. Why not stay for a simple meal?" "There's no need." Phelan stubbornly refused, not daring to look her in the eye. "You should worry about yourself first." He hurried away, a self-mocking voice echoing in his mind. The leader of the Black Moon, Voda, A cold-blooded assassin. Getting this flustered just because he was swayed by righteousness for a moment? How pathetic. His cold departing back, so Thien felt a bit annoyed. What a stubborn guy. I should have asked for his name. The maidservant beside her said cheerfully, "My lady, hurry inside. The palace master is waiting for you," as he was about to leave. A thought flashed through Failong's mind. Wait a minute. If I play this right, this is a golden opportunity. With that thought, he turned around, his voice still cold but slightly more polite. "Miss Chu Tien, if you don't mind, may I ask to stay for one night?" And so, the wolf entered the sheep's den. The two of them walked into the Pear Blossom Palace together. The other. As they walked, Failong silently counted in his head. 129, 130, 131, Chu Tien cheerfully explained, completely unaware of the intentions of the person beside her. Passers-by are only allowed to use this path because only women live here. Phelan didn't care, it was 100, for 37 steps to the flower garden, with 33 guards, none of whom were masters worth his attention. This was actually a restricted area, not open to outsiders. 374 steps, 12 guards. He gently to pebble into the grass. It rolled a few times, stopped. Strange, there was no need for so many guards here, unless he lightly stomped on the ground. It was hollow underneath. If so, this lake was just a camouflage to hide some kind of secret chamber. From a distance, a majestic figure appeared. "We have a guest, Chu Tien," a cheerful little girl by Cao Ni ran over. "Sister." The two sisters braced each other tightly. "Why did you take so long to come back?" Chuya was so worried. Bai Ling Fei, the master of the Pear Blossom Palace, cast a sharp gaze towards Failong. This was the first time Chu Tien had invited a man to the palace. "May I ask for this young master's esteemed name?" Failong bowed his head, said, secretly sizing up the woman before him. "The master of the Pear Blossom Palace, Bai Ling Fei. Just because she's a woman, she shouldn't be underestimated. She and the ghost of Ghost Soul Valley are both among the top 10 masters. No, Bai Ling Fei's rank is even higher." She was also observing him. There was no killing intent, but this young man's aura was as gloomy as a moonless night. The three of them sat in the guest room. After thanking Failong for helping Chu Tien, Bai Ling Fei said, "But this place is filled with women. I'm afraid you can't stay for long, young master." "I only asked to stay for one night," Failong replied. "As soon as the sun rises, I will leave immediately." Glanced outside, continuing his calculations. 487 steps from the main gate to here, about 50 steps from this position to here. Her. If I assassinate her now, no, it has to be right now, while her guard is at its lowest. His right hand still held the teacup, but his left hand had quietly crept to the hilt of his sword. At this distance, there could be no mistakes. Now is the time in Failong's mind. The image of him drawing his sword and taking Bai Ling Fei's life with a single clean slash before a horrified Chu Tien appeared. But that was just his imagination. In reality, a voice as cold as ice, but as majestic as thunder suddenly echoed in his mind. "Stop!" A chill ran down Failong's spine, and cold sweat broke out. He looked at Bai Ling Failong. She was still calmly holding her teacup, but the aura she was emitting was so terrifying that it frightened even someone like him. Incredible. I tried to hide all my killing intent, yet she still sensed it. I nearly caused an irreversible disaster. Sensing the danger, Failong quickly stood up. "My apologies, I suddenly feel unwell, please excuse me," Chu Tien explained. "Don't mind him, Mom. He's actually a rather dull person." Bai Ling Fei remained seated, somewhat puzzled. Did he not hear her telepathic message, or was he just pretending not to know? She glanced at her naivety, daughter, and asked, "Do you have feelings for that young man?" Chu Tien looked at Failong, was retreating back, and answered shyly, "Well, I don't really know." In the guest room, Along sat still, listening to every movement, one on the roof, one in each of the rooms to the left and right, and 4 were hiding at the fork in the path. It's almost midnight, and they're still not asleep. Bai Ling Fei is wary of me. I can't just keep waiting like this. He tight, his grip on his sword, his eyes turning cold, as he quietly put on the mask. Being with her daughter might be more advantageous now. Swoosh! The female guard eavesdropping on the roof was taken down without a sound. The 2 guards outside the door met the same fate. Phelan stepped out boldly, facing the remaining 4. Suddenly he vanished, and in just a few moments, all 4 of them collapsed. There's no other way, he whispered. A mission is a mission. He hung upside down, on outside Biling Fei's window, holding his breath and waiting for the right moment. Inside, the mother and daughter were still chatting happily. Chu Tian's clear voice rang out. Mother, I've decided. I want to learn more about him. About Failong. It's not exactly love at first sight. Chu Tian continued, her cheeks slightly blushing. The first impression wasn't the best, but she was still moved standing outside. Those words sent a jolt down Failong's spine, and the blade in his hand suddenly felt incredibly heavy. She has feelings for me. He tried to calm himself. I can't get swayed. I can't let these feelings ruin the mission. But his hand began to tremble. Why is it so difficult to draw my blade? Inside, Biling Fei was silent, but her mind was already elsewhere, as her killing intent radiated outward. He's very close, but why hasn't he made a move? Can he draw his blade, or is it because of my daughter realizing his own unstable state? Failong decided to retreat. Damn it. In this state of mind, I can't face Biling Fei. I'll have to go find the immortal. Bloody herb instead, that man Failong was just here. Biling Fei suddenly cut her daughter off. He couldn't bring himself to draw his blade, but his objective is crystal clear. He's heading for the Thunder Jade Pit. Chu Tian was stunned. What will you do? Biling Fei asked. If I make a move, he will surely die. After a moment of silence, Chu Tian replied, Let me handle it myself. Towards the Thunder Jade Vault on her way, he saw the handmaidens lying scattered about, but none were seriously injured. He didn't use any killing blows. Please, don't do anything foolish. Failong was already before an underwater tunnel, so there really was a passage. Stop. Tian's voice echoed from behind. If you want to enter, you'll have to step over my dead body first. She assumed a fighting stance, her eyes filled with determination. Slowly drew his blade, his voice as cold as ice. You and I only shared a single night. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The tip of his blade was aimed right at Chu Tian, but she wasn't afraid at all. If you're going to kill me, then do it or else you'll die by my hand. She lunged forward, unleashing the 3,000 fingers technique. Boom! The entire tunnel shook as Failong vaulted into the air to dodge the attack. And in the end is still an assassin. His blade flashed, leaving a dark red gash on Chu Tian's shoulder. You bastard! Bastard! Filing Fade descended from the sky, sending Failong flying with a single palm. Strike! Her rage exploded and a dark aura enveloped her body. The terrifying pressure made the air around them feel like it was solidifying. 5 shadow. The figures appeared, surrounding Failong, the 8 immortal guards. Guardians of the Yahello palace. Bai Lingfei had truly lost it. Stand back, she roared. 3,000 fingers. Phoenix's 3 talons. A full-power palm strike slammed right into Failong's chest, its piercing force, destroying everything in its path. He was sent flying, smashing through several ancient trees before coming to a stop, facing the 8 immortal guardians and a crazed Bai Lingfei all alone. This was too much. He had to escape. With that thought, he used his lightness, skill, and disappeared deep into the forest. He withstood one of my palm strikes. Does he have a body-protecting aura? Bai Lingfei wondered in amazement. Failong fled Francois, clutching the wound in his chest. This wound is too serious. I have to get back to the inn first. He thought he had escaped, but as soon as he reached the edge of the forest, a figure in white was already waiting for him. It was Bai Lingfei. She looked at him. Her voice chilling yet tinged with sorrow. Why would a red butterfly stray into a garden of flowers? It must be because it's captivated by their scent. Failong didn't respond, instead lunging forward with the deadly sword strike. But Bai Lingfei just stood there, a gentle current of energy radiating from her body. It was the Yihua Jade grafting art. Failong was horrified. A martial art capable of neutralizing any attack. The captured sword in his hand was unparalleled in its sharpness, but upon touching that current of energy, it vanished like the wind without a trace. Even the sword form itself was broken. This situation was extremely disadvantageous. You know, Bai Lingfei said coldly, that the more beautiful the flower, the more venomous it is. 3,000 fingers, a single middle finger strike, a powerful beam of finger. Her energy 100 times more powerful than Chu Tian's shot forth. Long was struck and sent flying like a moth, crashing straight into the lake. He struggled to his feet. Damn it, that technique is stronger than I imagined. Above, Bai Lingfei shot down like a meteor. You don't have an indestructible body. You won't be able to take a second hit. This power is unimaginable. I have to find a way to escape Failong. Chang channeled his power to create a giant pillar of water, hoping to block her sight. But simply flicked her sleeve, splitting the water pillar in 2, trying to obscure my vision. That brief moment was all Failong needed to vanish without a trace. Palace Master, why did you let him escape? The 8 immortal guardians asked as they approached from behind. This won't end. Just one man, she answered, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. 8 immortals, follow him. I want to know who is pulling his strings. At the Wangshang Inn after his lucky escape, Failong bandaged his own wounds. Looking at the heavily damaged demon-faced armor on the table, he let out a soft sigh. If it weren't for this, I probably would have been a goner. Damn it, this situation is really bad. He weirdly leaned back and drifted off to sleep. At La Jolla Palace, so Thian was having her wounds tended to by the maids. Bucklin Fee stood beside her, her eyes filled with sorrow. His azure heaven fate sword missed your vitals by a hair's breadth. If it had been off by just 1 inch, it would have pierced your heart or lungs. Forget about him. My daughter, he has crossed a bridge of no return. Hearing her mother's words, So Thien was lost in thought. Just then one of the 8 mortal guardians knocked on the door to report Palace Lord. That man is hiding at Vang Huang Inn. I suspect Ghost Soul Valley is behind him. Baklin 5 picked up a portrait of Failong. Ghost Soul Valley? I'm not so sure. This man looks exactly like the leader of the Black Moon Sleepless Night, lying in bed. So Teen overheard every word. Black Moon Sleepless Night. Night, late at Vang Huang Inn, under the dim candlelight. Failong sat silently, observing the situation outside. There were about 20 men surrounding the inn, making it difficult to leave unnoticed. He clutched the wound on his side as a sharp pain flared up. Buklin Fee's palm technique caused more severe internal injuries than I had thought. If I could kill them all, I need to figure out their intentions first. Suddenly, there was a strange noise outside. Failong immediately hid behind, door taking a defensive stance. Waiting. The door creaked open and a figure stepped inside just as he was about to strike. He held back. It was so thin. She stared and gently at him, not saying a word, and Failong was equally stunned. Over and through the window open. With all the windows shut, isn't it getting stuffy in here? Failong stood frozen, replying in a low voice. You took me by surprise. That should have been a fatal blow. Then again, if I just left the windows open, who knows when I'd lose my head. Don't worry, she replied, as long as I'm here. They won't dare to make a move looking at the young woman before him. Failong couldn't help but speak with caution. Look, if you came here to kill me. So Thiem cut him off, her voice clear yet challenging. If you're really looking for a death wish, just go ahead and step outside. My mother will be here in an instant. After all, you're pretty strong. Maybe my mother wouldn't even be able to beat you. Hearing this, Failong had no comeback. I came here. She continued, looking him straight in the eye just to confirm one thing. Did you really intend to kill me if you think? I spared you on purpose. You're dead wrong. Failong replied coldly. My sword only strikes who's in front of it. I don't choose people, nor do I consider their lives. So then put down the damaged piece of armor and smiled faintly. But for some reason it sounds like you're lying. You hesitated. That single moment of hesitation is what saved my life. The word I hesitated struck Failong's mind like a needle. Did I hesitate if you truly wanted to? Kill me! That sword strike should have been aimed directly at my neck or my heart. Shing! Failong drew his sword. Its cold blade pointed straight at Sothian's face. You'd better stop right there. I'm sure I aimed for her heart. No, that's not it. At least my will was to do so. Roll remained calm, showing no fear at all. Do you have the guts to kill me? Go ahead, try taking another step. Is this girl so foolish that she doesn't fear death? 5. Long, she said softly, her eyes full of pity. You're truly a pitiful person calling me pitiful. That's absurd. So, Thiem gentle, pushed Failong's sword aside. You'll deny it. But you can't kill me because there's still a glimmer of war left in your heart. Now put it down. That sword is covered in blood. The life of an assassin only ends in regret. Her small hand touched Failong's cold cheek. If these strange words of yours are just pity, then I don't want them. Just put down your sword and you'll see this world is a much better place than you think. Of course. I know, Failong screamed in his mind. I've walked over tens of thousands of corpses to get this far. But that was never what I wanted. If I deny my past, my entire existence becomes meaningless, just an empty shell. Yes, if I kill this girl, I just have to kill this girl. Well, his blade pressed against Sothian's neck. I'll kill you right here and now, and you think I'll return to that life of regret? If you want to live the life of an assassin so badly, then just do it. Sothian screamed, tears welling in her eyes. Kill me and live forever in a hell of your own making. Failong tightened his grip on his sword, hesitating. I'll do it, crash. Baklin 5 burst through the door. A terrifying aura pinned Failong against the wall. See clearly now? Daughter! She roared at Chu Tian. You actually trust a scoundrel like him? I must see his dark heart for myself. She channeled more internal energy. The wall behind Failong cracked apart, revealing the leader of the Dark Moon of the endless night of Ghost Soul Valley. Boom! They both outside. Failong was completely overwhelmed by Biling Fei's terrifying presence. This cliff will be your grave, to die in a moment, captivated by the scent of blooming flower. Now I understand, Failong muttered, swinging his blade and sending Biling Fei flying back, inside. The truth is, things like flowers don't suit an assassin, so I just need to pluck this one. As the tip of his blade was about to pierce Biling Fei's heart, it was suddenly deflected by a strange force. The ultimate flower-shifting jade grafting technique. With your strength. You think you can pluck this flower? He spun around and counterattacked. If I can't pluck it, then I'll just crush it. Boom, the earth-shattering battle, aged on for several hours. That guy is truly formidable. His martial arts are on par with the Palace Masters. No, it can't be considered equal. The Palace Master seems to be gradually losing her stamina. They fought from the outside, inside in, and from the inside out, leveling everything in their path. The flower-shifting raid grafting is a mystical martial art. But if you can't keep up with my speed, it's completely useless. Wei Long shouted, splitting into dozens of illusions that surrounded by length. But she just stood still. A few gentle waves of her hand dispelled all the illusions. Truly outstanding, but you're not even close to my level 3000 finger. Golden dragons returned from above by Lingfei, shot down like an arrow, giving Failong no chance to react. A full power palm strike landed, smashing him straight into the ground and creating a terrifyingly deep crater. Failong lay there, unable to move as Bai Lingfei landed. Softly, a slender finger pointed straight at his forehead. With your level of strength, this is too quick a death. Failong accepted his defeat. No, it was worse. His internal energy was completely shattered by her palm strike. His chi and blood flow blocked. Just then, a cold voice echoed from a distance. How disappointing by Lingfei. A sharp wave of cold energy shot towards her, forcing her to retreat. You're using your full strength against a mere boy. Lingfei shattered the cold energy with her bare hand, which was immediately coated in a thin layer of ice. Who's there? She exclaimed, in shock. Such powerful yin energy. The Snow Maiden of Tian Shan. Or should I say the Master of Ghost Soul Valley. Guigi. Call me whatever you want. Guigi appeared. But today, I'm taking him with me. Do you think I'm afraid of a monster like you? You wouldn't want something to happen to your daughter, would you? As soon as Bailing faced threats was spoken, she suddenly froze. On a nearby roof, Yecha already had a sword to chew Tian's neck. Tian Air. What are the 8 immortal guardians doing? She turned around, only to see her 8 guardians surrounded by the people of Ghost Soul Valley. If I had known you left the shift, Flower Palace. Guigui said, I would have gone there for the immortality herb long ago. Consider this your unlucky day. Bai Lingfei was caught between a fearless butterfly and a foolish daughter whose heart it had stolen. I only have one daughter. How pathetic. I'll stop here for now, she said. Next time, I will definitely take his head. With that, she took Chu Tian and left. Before disappearing from sight, the girl looked back at Failong, her eyes filled with sorrow. A cursed fate. We should never meet again. A destined connection. We will eventually meet again. 10 days passed, in a dark room. Ghost Soul Valley, Failong sat alone. Why am I still alive? What's the reason to take the lives of others just to prolong this meaningless existence? Why? Why for 10 days? He did nothing but drown in his own torment. Even breathing became a heavy burden, and tears fell endlessly. For no reason. Why am I crying? The image of Chu Tian played over and over in his mind. Chu Tian, does she know? The reason I must live, if only she could give me the answer just one more time. Yicha, don't look for me for now. I have to see her before it's too late. With that thought, Failong rushed out of the room and disappeared into the night at the shifting flower palace. Lingfei went to her daughter's room only to find it empty. When did Tiana leave the palace, Palace Master? The young mistress left 2 days ago in the evening. 2 days and you didn't report. It to me the young mistress ordered us to keep it a secret from you, ma'am crack. She crushed the wooden door. Her hand. Tianair, what are you thinking? Find her and bring her back here. If she resists, just tie her up and bring her back at once. A picturesque waterfall. Failong stood admiring the view through the window when a warm embrace came from behind. Why are you up so early, Chuthian? I'm not sure, he replied. Maybe for this reason he turned and pulled her into a deep embrace, sharing a passionate kiss. Gloomy great hall of the Ghost Soul Valley. The air was thick with a deathly silence. 2 members of the 9 Ghost Soul Slayers, Laktan and Faquan, were whispering amongst themselves. If the rumors are true, he ran away with the young Palace Master of Lois Palace, then that's unforgivable. Kwai Kwai sat on the throne, her rage making the cold air around her even icier. Go find Failong, she ordered, and bring him before me. If he shows even the slightest hint of betrayal, don't bother bringing him back. A familiar yet cold voice echoed from the hall's entrance. Failong stood there, his gaze red. And I have no intention of staying here any longer. You, what are you talking about? About, Kwai Kwai roared, her voice filled with rage and disbelief. My life as an assassin, Failong declared clearly. I think it's time for it to end here. Crack! The stone thrown beneath Kwai Kwai's hand shattered into 100 pieces. Are you insane? You've come this far only to give up now. Do you think you can just walk away from the Ghost Soul Valley so easily? Treated you like my closest confidant, yet you choose death. Dane is right. I've never received any affection from any of you. Or perhaps we should have a serious talk right here. How interesting, you've got guts the size of the heavens, kid. Is this all for the young palace master of Lahua Palace? That's right. The unwavering determination in Failong's eyes made Kwai Kwai lose her composure. Judgment of the Avicii Cave. The entire hall fell silent, every member with wide-eyed astonishment. The Avicii Cave. A death sentence more brutal than death itself. The entrance to the Avicii Cave. It's just a thorn bush. Even someone without martial arts could get through, one person said. You don't know. Another replied. That thorn bush is called the Blackthorn. Its poison will paralyze all 5 senses with just a single scratch. Inside the Avicii Cave, there are countless geysers that spray a power-dispersing poison. Anyone hit by it will be unable to use their protective aura. Failong slowly stepped inside, a foul stench assaulting his nostrils. Power-dispersing poison? My internal energy is scattering, and my senses are going numb. If pricked by a thorn, first my hear will go, then my vision will blur, and finally I'll lose my sense of smell. Just as the rumors said, after only a few steps, Failong's vision went completely dark. All of his senses were sealed. And that's when they appeared, monsters left behind by demonic seeds, soulless corpses that have lived in the Avicii Cave for hundreds of years, unable to die, with only a frenzied instinct for the scent of fresh blood. They have no sound, no intuition. They could only sense the blood on Failong and rushed forward to tear him apart. This is why this place is called the Ghost Soul Valley. Failong snatched a blade from a jiangshi and kicked it away. So you've come? I don't have time for this. Come at me all at once. No internal energy, unable to see, unable to hear, with only a sword in his hand. I have to live. Because that's how I've always lived, in a thatched cottage deep in the fore. Tu Thien sat with her hands clasped, asked in prayer. He will come back. He promised he would, inside the Avicii Cave. Failong was still fighting. Time seemed to stand still, and the more he fought, the more bloodthirsty he became. Anyone who stands in my way must die. Clutching the sword tightly, he could only feel the blade cutting into the flesh and bone of something. He stood his ground, slashing continuously in all directions until nothing moved anymore. Get out of my way, all of you! Suddenly, Failong's expression changed. His blade seemed to have struck something solid. A tall, grotesque figure emerged from the darkness. His sword was embedded in its chest, but the creature seemed completely unfazed. Its stone-like skin clamped down on the blade and slowly snapped it in two. Looking at the young man before it, the creature flashed a wicked grin, revealing a set of sharp, yellowed teeth. Well now, it's been a long time since I've smelled fresh human meat. A flicker of fear crossed Failong's mind, but he still roared, "Get away, I'm warning you." Before the words even left his mouth, a thunderous punch slammed into Failong's chest. He flew like a cannonball, crashing hard against the rock wall behind him. A warning, the monster sneered. I'm the one who should be warning you, you little brat. It amusingly stroked its fake beard, savoring the feeling of bullying others. Outside, the members of the 9 ghosts, bull slayers, were still whispering about the future. The monster's origin: he is Wan Yin Gui, a descendant of the demonic sect, who once aspired to become the strongest in the world. He cultivated the lion's roar to its absolute limit, creating the 10,000 sounds technique, a martial art of absolute destruction. On the other side, Failong charged into battle again, licking his lips as he dodged an attack. I have to consider this, old man. If the meat is too tough, I won't be able to eat it. He spun around and launched a counterpunch, sending Failong sliding across the ground. Later, he left the demonic sect and went to the Central Plains, where rivers of blood flowed wherever he went. But his barbaric acts lasted less than a month before he accidentally encountered a young master. Failong stabbed his sword at the monster's head. Again, but it only made a clanging sound as if hitting steel. Ha ha, what's the point of trying? You're going to end up in my stomach anyway, unfortunately for him. That young master would later become the strongest legend of the modern era, the great Emperor Thitsan. After being defeated, he frantically searched for a stronger martial art, but he couldn't overcome the laws of time. In the end, Wan Yin Gui began to seek the secret of immortality. Wan Yin Gui took a deep breath, his stomach bloating up. Look at this powerful body. Magnificent, he let out a shout, lion's roar, the terror. Terrifying sound waves shattered a large section of the cliff wall. It's rumored that from then on, Wan Yin Gui began to eat human flesh. His goal of becoming the strongest martial artist vanished, leaving only a morbid ambition for eternal youth and immortality. Failong took the full force of the attack. His entire body went numb, and he was completely paralyzed. Tell me, Wan Yin Gui stepped forward. What is your reason to live? If your answer pleases me, I might just spare your life. After everything I've been through, I finally realized I can't live under the sun, a being that is neither living nor dead, like a zombie. Failong remains still. I'm deaf. All my senses are paralyzed, but I can see his foul soul. The monster continued to ramble. Hey you! Why does a young man like you have no life force? Is the dispersing poison taking effect? I can smell his rotten scent. Just like a wild beast. He grabbed Failong's chin. Hey kid, if you want to live, you have to be stronger, right? You're really. Failong's senses were slowly returning, but his internal energy had not yet recovered. Say something. My reason to live, you ask? Failong answered slowly, trying to buy time. If I get out of here, I'll try to find it. The most aesthetic answer I've ever heard. It would be more meaningful for you to fill my hungry stomach. He opened his gaping, foul-smelling mouth, preparing to finish off Failong. I want to ask one thing. Failong suddenly spoke up. What is your reason? To live, the monster froze, as if struck in a fatal weak spot. Why on earth must you drag out a meaningless life in this hideous form? And Gui suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! You're the first person to ask me that. Hey kid, for creatures like us, we don't need a reason to exist. Bon appetit. Just as he leaned down, Failong shouted, I want to confirm one thing. Swish the sword hidden in his sleeve had pierced through the monster's heart, and he quickly followed up with a long slash, realizing he'd been attacked. The monster roared in fury. My body is immortal, how dare an insect like you? At least, Failong replied coldly, his face devoid of I don't want to prolong my life to become a monster like you. The monster's arm had been severed by him. It frantically used its remaining hand to grab Failong by the neck and lift him high. You little brat! The sword in Failong's hand was knocked away, but in his other sleeve, there was still another short sword. Failong coldly pressed the sword. Blade against the monster's neck! I can't die yet because I haven't found my reason to exist. The sharp blade slid across. Go eat in hell. From now on I will search for my reason. Live. Outside, a terrifying explosion ripped through the entire endless cave. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Failong's figure emerged, standing high above and looking down. The members of the Ghost Soul 9 Slayers cried out in terror. Is it all over now? He asked the master of the goat. Valley turned and threw a saber towards Failong. Go, you're free. Take this with you. It belongs to you. Hong took the saber without looking back. Thank you for everything, Valley Master. At the small house in the forest, Sothian saw a familiar figure and rushed out. Failong looked utterly exhausted, and before he could say a word, she threw her arms around him. In that moment, he suddenly realized this was his reason to live. To an assassin? Buck Lin Fai's scream echoed. This is unacceptable, He broke into the palace, stole the immortality herb, and even tried to kill you twice. That's not true, Mother. Sotin retorted, I'm still alive and the immortality herb wasn't taken. What is wrong with you? Why are you defending him? Because I love him if you don't abandon. That thought, I will take his life with my own hands. Being shouted, I'm carrying his child. Bach limp. 5 finally had to relent, but with harsh conditions. I will allow you two to marry, but you both must leave Dehoa Palace. The child born will not be recognized by our bloodline. There will be no wedding ceremony, and the entire Dehoa Palace will keep Failong's identity a secret. The two of them happily left, hand in hand. From a distance, Bak Lin Fai and Thaoni watched in secret, giving up everything for a man. Daughter, are you sure you won't regret this? In a garden of white flowers. Sothin asked Failong, have you ever seen the sea? The sea, I've heard that at the edge of the continent. There's a coast where white plum blossoms bloom all year round, a place so vast that you can run forever without seeing the end, and anyone who goes there will get lost in Huanghua, promise me. We'll go there to live with our unborn child. I promise. They shared a passionate kiss in the middle of the paradise-like garden, Ghost Soul Valley. Kwai Kwai stood in a dark room facing a figure sitting on a chair. Didn't Failong have any reason to punish him? That person asked. Kwai Kwai realized it wasn't the symbol of Liam Vuong. Anyone who passes through the end. This cave can leave. That's the law of Ghost Soul Valley. Laws shouldn't ever. Will he master be the strongest and most ruthless? He sighed and said, This might hurt your pride, but the truth is, Loctan and Faquan are a level stronger than you. Kwai Kwai pulled back and the person sitting there was, I'm Lang. He gave a sly smile. Long time no see, huh? You already left, so why? Have you returned? Probably because I wanted to, he replied casually, and because of the old man's request. By the way, where is Liam Vuong? Who knows? What I do know is that all of the 9 killing ghost souls, except for me, are currently at Dehua Palace. A new conspiracy was slowly unfolding. Hearing the news from Lang, Kwai Kwai couldn't hide her astonishment. She watched his retreating back, her heart filled with doubt. It's incomprehensible. Even if the 9 killing ghost souls managed to get the immortality herb, would they really offer it to Lian Vuong? Impossible. Lian Vuong doesn't have to be killed. Doesn't know the truth about that sacred item. His move this time is too mysterious. She turned to a close. Subordinate, has there been any contact from Deshoa yet? No, ma'am. If there are any incidents at Lohoa Palace, I will report immediately. At Lohoa Palace, smoke and fire were billowing. Doshua stood on a distant treetop observing the situation. All the 9 killing ghost souls were in action. What the hell is going on? Inside the palace, the desperate screams of assassins echoed, "Ah, how do we retreat? This floral scent is poison." On a high platform, Baklip, and Phi and the 8 immortal guardians coldly watched the massacre below. I can confirm that 8 members of the 9 killing ghost souls, excluding Tam Lang, have infiltrated, one of the guardians reported. There's no sign of Luke 2. Hewitt, Liam, Vuong, or Valley Master Kwai Kwai, Qmon's whereabouts are still unknown, and the remaining 4 have been trapped in Bach Nahan Hall. Without the 2 leaders, is this battle even worthy of my intervention? Bach Lin Fai muttered. Suddenly, a masked figure lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. So you were hiding here. I'll take care of this place. Bach Lin Fai ordered her subordinates. You all handle the intruders. Her opponent was Liam Trin, one of the strongest of the 9 killing ghost souls. Now that you've seen me, don't even think about escaping. The 2 flashed, their energy forces colliding, creating thunderous explosions and clouds of dust. Killing you too easily would be boring. Liam Trent sneered in a nearby room. So Thean's younger sister trembled in fear. Through a crack in the door, the little girl saw 2 figures fighting fiercely. Suddenly someone was knocked flying into the room, so Theon was stammering. There, are you okay? So A was too terrified to speak and could only nod. The 2 sisters held and fled. Sister, what's happening? I don't know either. As the 2 of them neared the main gate, they saw their mother, Bach Lin Fi, fighting against countless enemies. All by herself, mother, so Thean screamed. Bach Lin Fi only had time to answer her 2 daughters before continuing the fight. Who little rats blinded by greed? My strength is more than enough to handle you, Tutian. Get So A out of here right now, looking at her mother's resilient figure. So Tien grit her teeth and pulled her sister's hand away. Let's go. Run as fast as you can, and don't look back. The 2 sisters dashed off, like the wind, reaching a secret exit, thinking they were safe. But unexpectedly, a short, fat man carrying a giant spiked mace stood blocking their path. He looked at the 2 girls with a wicked grin. Hey, where do you little mice think you're going? He was Juman, whose whereabouts were still a mystery, so Chun pushed her younger sister behind her. I'll hold this monster off. So, you just run straight ahead, and don't ever look back. With that, she charged toward Juman. His strength was terrifying. With just a light swing of his mace, the stone wall beside them shattered into 100 pieces. Just a little brat like you, he roared. Thinks you can stop me, on the roof of a building in the Pear Blossom Palace. Yaksha tied a secret message to a bird's leg, a message for the Valley Master. A full-scale war like this cannot be allowed to happen, he mumbled. As expected, this is the arbitrary action of the 9 ghost soul slayers, aiming for the immortality fruit suddenly. His gaze froze as he recognized a familiar figure amidst the chaotic battle. It was Captain Failong. From above, Failong observed the entire situation. The 9 ghost soul slayers had begun to move. If they all joined forces, the Pear Blossom Palace would inevitably face annihilation. He had to find Xochian first. For his eyes, Palace Master Bakryong B was in a fierce battle with a burly man. He was Yongzhong, one of the 9 slayers, and both were going all out, wanting to finish the other off quickly. Not bad, you old hag. Yongzhong roared, preparing to deliver a finishing blow, but he had greatly underestimated his opponent. Baek Ryong B was waiting for that moment. A single gentle palm strike sent him flying. "Is my victory so enticing that it drew all 4 of you out?" she said coldly. 3 others emerged. From the shadows one by one. "Baek Ryung-bi is truly formidable," said Nok John. "Oh, the great palace master herself has appeared? Pa Gun and Yum Jung are truly useless. Mugak, this is no trouble at all." Nok John sneered. "That look in your eyes, don't tell me you think you can defeat all 4 of us? Don't even dream of it. You're just like a female dog baring her fangs." Baek Ryung-bi became enraged, her aura exploding. "I don't care what the 4 of you want. Not a single one of you will leave this place alive today." Without another word, all 4 of them charged in to attack simultaneously. One from the left, one from the right, and one from above. They coordinated to form a deadly combination attack formation. Just as Gun's blade was about to reach by Crayon-B, McShadow darted in. Failong suddenly appeared, and a light kick sent PAH Gun flying backward. "Ha ha! Ah, isn't that Failong?" Mugak laughed loudly. "Done with Ghost Soul Valley and now you're here to play in the flower garden? This is getting interesting." Failong turned to Baek Ryung-bi and said respectfully, "If you wish, I can lend a hand. You should go and find So-chi-on." She said decisively, "I'm not so old that I need a brat like you to help me." She began to channel. Her power, her inner energy surging and radiating outwards, her terrifying power shaking the V. "Heavens and earth! I'm counting on you for So-chi-on!" she shouted, and a single palm strike pushed back all 4 of the Ghost Soul Slayers. Failong acknowledged and immediately departed. "Please don't worry. Even if you hadn't asked, I would still save So-chan." "But where is she?" In another garden, Jumun, the mace, building giant, was relentlessly attacking Sokian. "Your skills are decent. If you tell me the location of the immortality herb, I'll grant you a swift death." A maze came crashing down, and So-chian was sent flying into a rock garden. "The immortality herb," she answered with difficulty. "I don't have such a thing." I should have gone after your mother instead of a little brat like you in that case. You no longer have any reason to exist." He raised his mace, preparing to finish her off then a voice as cold as ice rang out. "Are you all right?" The one who appeared was none other than Failong. "You will die in 3 seconds." His eyes were absolutely terrifying. Jumon turned around and burst out laughing, "Hoo hoo hoo. What did you just say, you bastard? How dare you?" Before he could finish his words, Kailong charged forward. Yongwang sword, first form, 6 severing souls slash. He hurriedly raised his mace to block. 6 severing soul slash. How can this brat have mastered the Yomwang sword style? You're just desperately mimicking it to counter my power. Juman roared. Failong didn't answer, continuing with the second form Yomwang sword, second form 6th severing demon C. Each sharp sword strike was like a ferocious wave, continuously slashing at Juman's body. Even though he tried to defend himself, wounds kept appearing. Ugh, this bastard. He frantically swung his mace, shattering the sword illusions. Your imitation is pretty good, but that's as far as it goes. The Yomwang sword is not something the likes of you can dare to use. Without another word, Failong unleashed his final technique, Yomwang sword, third form, Yama's life reaping. A single decisive slash swiftly and cleanly pierced straight through Juman's massive chest. He collapsed, his eyes wide in disbelief at what had just happened. This single move had successfully taken his life. Has Failong gotten this strong? Chutian thought in silent astonishment. Are you okay? He asked. Both headed towards an escape route. You get out of here this way, he said. What about you? The White Palace Master entrusted me with 2 tasks to save you and protect the immortal grass with. That, he turned to leave. Don't worry, I'll definitely be safe and come find you. Wait, Chutian quickly stopped him. Do you know where the immortal grass is? Legend has it, the 10 Absolutes Martial Emperor once brought the immortal grass to the Central Plains and entrusted it to 3 clans for protection, while also teaching them his peerless martial arts. Those 3 clans are the Tianlong sect, the Daigong family, and the Yihua Palace. Flower grafting jade art and the 3,000 fingers technique that I practice were passed down by the 10 Absolutes Martial Emperor. The 2 of them approached a small nearby house. Chu Tian took out a plant root from an ancient vase. Could this be it? Failong asked in amazement. The darkest place is right under the lamp. Chu Tian smiled. Only my mother, myself, and now you know about this. If mother asked you to protect it, it means she trusts you. Before she could, her sentence, a cold blade pierced through her abdomen. Feels so bad about this. A different, sinister voice came from Failong. I have no interest in you at all. My only goal is the immortal grass. He snatched the root and shoved it straight into his mouth. Let's see what this so-called immortal grass actually tastes like. Chutian collapsed, weakly saying, You're not Failong kakaka. Of course I'm not. As soon as he finished eating, his internal energy skyrocketed wildly. Oh my. Does the effect kick in this fast? My 9 yin severed meridians are being cleared and the extreme yang energy in my body is surging. The immortal grass not only grants me longevity, but it's also transforming this body into a void spirit body. 6 absolutes, yum. I'm a king! The real Failong rushed in from outside. Chutian! He stood protectively in front of her, facing the imposter. So it was you all along. You've come at the perfect time. The Yama King sneered. Let me use you to test the power of this new body. You should go, Chutian wisdom. From behind. I'm not going to make it. You have to live. Seeing the two of them distracted, the king launched a full power palm strike. Then you can both die together. Get out of the way. Chutian used the last of her strength to rush forward and block the blow for Failong. When the dust settled, Failong was holding Chutian in his arms. Don't worry, he whispered. As long as I'm alive, he won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. The Yama King First out laughing. How tragic, you bastard. Third, Failong roared, charging straight at the Yama King because I have someone I must protect. The destructive attacks collided with each other, but the young Rama King, who had just absorbed the power of the immortal grass, was completely unharmed. He stopped Failong's sword with just one hand. Too weak, far too weak to test my strength. With a single palm's strike, Failong was knocked to the ground. Failong Chutian cried out his name in despair. Her is too severe for her to move. She could only sit on the ground, helplessly watching the man she loved be defeated. Of the 9 ghost soul slayers appeared one by one, their voices echoing with greed and resentment. The immortal grass, a wall with, shattered the one who ate the immortal grass. Was it you, damn? You Yama King. You used us the 9 ghost soul slayers as bait while you secretly seized the sacred artifact for yourself. Well, this is awkward. It seems we're a step too late. To think that old men like us would be backstabbed by the Yama King. How disappointing. Old Yama King. Since it's come to this, you should at least leave behind the true chi of the immortal grass, right? How about this? Of them suggested, we'll peacefully divide the Yama King's body among ourselves. Whoever kills him will gain immortal power, eternal life, and hold the world in their hands. These absurd words, the Yama King just gave a mysterious smile. Heh. In my opinion, this place is too cramped for a fight. With that, he dashed off and the others hastily gave chase down below. Chutian clutched the dying Failong, her tears falling like rain. Failong, she sobbed, I'm glad you get to leave before me, to take your last breath in my arms. But don't die, you promised, she screamed. I'm sorry, Failong whispered. That prom? I'll definitely keep it in the next life. His eyes slowly closed. No, you have to keep your promise. Take me with you that day. The Lihua Palace, one of the 3 great female lead clans, which had firmly ruled the northern continent for several thousand ago, was wiped off the map of the martial world. On that day, the 8 members of the Ghost Soul, 9 slayers along with 200 assassins, carried out a massacre. 1,388 people, including warriors and their families from Lihua Palace, died at their hands. On that day, atop Tamak Mountain, the Tuyen King and the Ghost Soul 9 slayers had a duel to the death. No one witnessed it. All that is known is that after the battle, one of the 3 peaks of Tantan completely collapsed from the sheer power of the clash. Of the immortal herb remains a mystery, the record of the Annihilator. Of Lihua Palace, the Volumbach Mean. My memory ends there. So Theon's voice rang out. Lihua Palace had fallen, and I too died that day. I was clearly dead. Luke 2 yet Mahi. You are say that the foundation of martial arts lies in footwork. It helps you move your body and evade danger. People call it the light body technique, or more simply, the lightness skill. Just as there are hundreds of schools and thousands of sects of martial arts in the world, there are also hundreds of ultimate lightness skill techniques. But no matter which type, the highest realm always comes down to one word, wind. When the body is as light as a feather. That is the realm of stepping on snow without a trace. Treading on snow and sand without leaving a single footprint. When practiced to the absolute peak, it is the realm of a goose landing on flat sand, standing on water without creating a single ripple. A state people also call absolute stillness, and when one surpasses all limits, reaching the mystic realm, the life and death realms that exist only in legends, that is the ultimate technique of myths. Void walking, stepping through the empty air, like an immortal, without needing any foothold. In that realm, one can ignore all things, whether the heavens and earth shift or the tides rise and fall. As long as the mind is still, the body will be still. The old freak stood beside the roaring waterfall and ordered his disciple, "Son, cut it, have. I've been waiting for you to say that." Master the second freak grinned widely, swinging a sharp axe to sever the rope instantly. Of sharp weapons hidden behind the curtain of water like a school of blood, thirsty sharks shot straight towards the suspended Tuma. The old freak's voice echoed in his mind. If you truly are the great Failong of the past, the #1 person in the world, then you surely still remember the Emperor's footwork, the fastest footwork in the world, which you yourself created. Tuma remained his eyes shut tight, ignoring the forest of weapons rushing towards him. Because for the master of the Emperor's footwork, even when hanging by a thread, one's breathing cannot be disturbed. That movement technique is faster than thunder and lightning. Calling it the fastest footwork in the world is not enough to describe how terrifying it is. You need to be retrained to awaken the instincts that have been sleeping deep within your bones for some reason. You have lost all of your memories. The ultimate purpose of this training is for you to find your true self. In a thatched hut deep in the forest, smoke billowed from the chimney. The three of them gathered around a fire, eating and talking. Tuma, the old freak, took a deep drag from his pipe. "I have nothing left to teach you, huh?" Tuma asked, bewildered. "I thought there was still a lot I needed to learn." The old freak puffed on his pipe, patting a stack of martial arts manuals beside him. "Every single scroll here is a Grandmaster-level treasure, but when it comes to footwork, none can compare to the immovable Wisdom King footwork. In terms of advantage, no sword or palm technique can match the flash wind kick I taught you. As for pure destructive power," he looked at Tuma's hands. "Even if you combine all the ultimate techniques here, they still couldn't surpass your 2 fists. In that case, Tuma's hand." Tuma asked, "With my current strength, where would I rank in the martial world?" The old freak replied calmly, "Tuma, you will soon realize that rankings in the martial world don't matter at all. What you need to be concerned about is not your position among the 10 great masters, but that group, the Ghost Soul 9 Slayers. I know one of them is the great demon lord of the Atmok Demon Forest, the Demon Sword Emperor Laktan. Another is called the Diamond Martial Lord Farora. His combat power could even place him in the top ranks of the 10 great masters. Anyway, I have taught you everything I can. You should leave this place." Before he left, the old man added, "There is one thing I need to ask of you. On your upcoming journey, if you can, please take my foolish disciple with you." "Master, are you talking about me?" the chubby kid asked, confused. The old man pointed his straight at Tuma. "That boy may look a bit simple-minded, but in return, he is a righteous person. I hope you can take him with you. He will be useful. I also hope he can learn something from you." The old man looked deep into Tuma's eyes, his voice growing deeper. "Do you remember the reason Failong became the greatest under heaven was because he always forged ahead alone, with unshakable determination, never knowing how to look back or stop? Xiaoma, you must be like that. Like the person you used to be, constantly moving forward. Go find your memories. Find the girl named Chu Tian. Recover the peerless martial arts you have forgotten. And in the end, you will understand why you became Xiaoma, why you had to live a life like this." Xiaoma was silent. The old monster's words etched deep into his mind just then. Bai Chaoni walked in from outside. "It's time. Take him away." Bai Chaoni. Seeing Chaoni. Xiao. Kaoma unconsciously gave a warm smile. Seeing this, she was a little flustered. Strange. Ever since he found out he might be Failong, the atmosphere between us has been so weird. She cleared the throat, pointed at his face, and announced, "Hey, Xiaoma, I've found the whereabouts of you of the 9 fiends of the Ghost Soul." Wei Bai Kaoni provided information to Xiaoma. He's one of the toughest members of the 9 fiends. In the past, his nickname was the 9 Yin Divine Claw. King Xia. The martial world rumors that he is the most cruel and cold-blooded of them all. According to the records of the Martial Arts Alliance by Cao Ni whispered to Xiao Ma. Years ago, during the massacre of the Yihua Palace, the man named Yu Bi personally took 127 lives. The evidence left behind was the 9 yin divine claw. Those who died at his hands suffered incredibly gruesome deaths. The two of them glanced at a silver-haired old man with a gentle appearance walking down the street. He is a demon in human skin who enjoys torturing the weak with his overwhelming power. Do you see the group of people following him? Xiaoma asked. Those are bounty hunters. Recently, the investigation unit of the Martial Arts Alliance found Yu Bai and tried to capture him, but they were all brutally killed by him. Therefore, the Martial Arts Alliance raised the price on Yu Bi's head to 80,000 taels of silver, a price high enough to drive these bounty hunters crazy. He followed the old man into an eatery. Whatever, Xiaoma said. We have to eat our fill before we talk. He sat down opposite the old man and said while stuffing his face, "Hey old man, I'm Failong. You be squinted at the young man before him. Failong? The Failong I know wouldn't have such crude manners. Kid, are you really Failong? He asked. Xiaoma wiped his mouth. Replied, why not? You might not remember me. But I remember your disgusting face crystal clear. Hearing the taunt Yu Bi started to lose his composure. Young man, if you're here for the bounty, I'll cut him off. No. I just came to ask you a few questions, and depending on your answers, I'll decide whether to spare you or kill you. Hearing this, Yu Bai burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you're overconfident. Go ahead and ask, young man. I'm curious to show, I asked in a barrage while eating like a starving wolf. How is Failong still alive? What happened to Chu Tian? And after you guys killed Bai Ling Fei, killed me, and then killed Chu Tian, why did you, the 9 fiends of the ghost soul, just disappear? The old demon laughed wickedly. You brat, do you really believe you're Failong? Listen carefully, Failong is dead. Just then. Then, a large axe came down from above, sinking into the dining table, and a fierce bald man stood there. Hey old man, are you Yu Bai of the 9 fiends of the ghost soul, nicknamed the 9 yin divine claw? Big brother, if that's you, by the bounty on his head is 80,000 taels of silver, another man whispered. It's really him, Yu Bi. Tapped his fingers on the table, a look of disgust on his face. You found the right person, but your information is a bit outdated. The price on my head was 80,000 taels of silver. That was before. With that, he placed a bank. Note on the table, here's 100,000 taels of silver if you can get the head of the brats. Opposite me, this money will be yours. The bald man licked his lips. 1,000 taels is worth risking my life for. But why should I have to choose? It's best to take both your bounty and this 100,000 taels. He swung his 2 axes and charged, attacking both of them. Eat calmly, dodging with just a slight tilt of his body mean, while Yu Bi had caught the other axe blade between 2 fingers. You pitiful fucker. Fool, the old man said coldly. I gave you a chance. Why didn't you take it? If you don't seize good fortune when you see it, you'll invite disaster. Don't you know that? Crack! The iron axe made of tempered steel was crushed to pieces by his 2 fingers. The bald man screamed in horror. How? How is that possible? 3 bounty hunters glanced at each other, and one of them whispered, There's only one option left. One of us has to get this old man's head. Our lives afterward will be set. Whether we live in luxury or not, all depends on this. After making their plan, the 3 of them roared and charged forward at the same time. Old man, hand over your head. But before they could even get close, a dark shadow flashed past 3. Many dry thuds echoed as all 3 of them had their eyes gouged out, flying backward and slamming hard against the wall, knocked unconscious. The remaining bounty hunt turned pale, backing away in terror. What just happened? I didn't even see how the old man moved. A terrified scream erupted from the crowd. That's the 9 yin divine claw, the signature technique of Wang Shi from the Ghost Soul Vengeance. Did you guys hear that? 9 ghostly hisses. Look at his pitch-black hands. He must have used over 80% of his power. Yu Bi, also known as Wang Xie, turned around with a vile smile. So, youngster, do you want a taste of my 9 yen divine claw? I was planning to hear your answer before deciding. But if that's what you want, then before he could finish, a burst of arrogant laughter echoed from the entrance. Ha ha ha! 9 yin divine claw, a towering figure carrying a giant iron pillar, stepped inside, shattering the entire doorframe. They say anything that falls into your hands gets torn to shreds, but I think most rumors in the martial world are just exaggerated by storytellers. How could that cheap, nonsensical talk fool me? God, could this be the invincible Great Void, Wan Zhongshan? I've heard he has godlike strength, that the 1,000-pound iron pillar is as light as a chopstick in his hands. He spun the pillar a few times and pointed it straight at you by, "Old man, I'll be sending you to your coffin soon, so stop pretending to be calm." Bam! He slammed the iron pillar onto the ground, making the entire inn tremble. "Your head belongs to me, Wan Zhongshan." He went on a rampage, smashing tables and chairs to pieces, but you moved like a ghost, dodging every single blow. "Old man, why do you keep scurrying around like a rat?" Wan Zhongshan roared. "Let's see how long you can run." Errand pillar swung forward, about to hit Xiao, but he simply raised one hand and effortlessly stopped it. This calm action left Wan Zhongshan stunned. Just now you should have been more careful." "Of what's behind you," Xiaomai warned. "Ha ha ha." Wan Zhongshan burst out laughing, pointing behind him. "You mean that sick old cat? I dare him to scratch even a piece of skin off my indestructible diamond body the moment he finished speaking." Which black, claw-like hand pierced through his fat belly. "Indestructible diamond body? You dare to boast with flesh as soft as noodles, you old fox. If you have the guts, don't sneak attack me, fight me. Head on." Yubi disappeared again and reappear, right behind him, wrapping his arms tightly around Wan Zhongshan. "This fool just keeps exposing his weaknesses the more he fights. Now, let's— if this sick old cat can break your indestructible diamond ribs crack with just one finger." Yubi broke one of his ribs. Wan Zhongshan screamed in pain, trying to grab behind him. "You treacherous old bastard. What's wrong? Weren't you just calling yourself invincible?" Yubi became even more amused, squeezing tighter. "This is a duel between martial artists. Life and death are decided by fate. Your skills are lacking yet. You dare call me despicable? Go ahead then, you wretched old man." Wan Zhongshan gritted his teeth. "Even if all my Wan family ribs are broken, I still have to call you a damn bastard." Yubi continued to hold Wan Zhongshan tightly, his voice hissing with pleasure. "To still be able to talk so big in this situation, you truly are an incurable fool. Let's see if you can still talk tough after I break all of your ribs." Crack, crack, crack. He squeezed his hands tightly, and all of Wan Zhongshan's ribs shattered. The giant only managed to let out a tragic "ah" before collapsing, unconscious. "Ha ha. Ha ha." Yubi laughed barbarically. "Don't think it's over. You fool, I will use your own rib fragments to pierce your internal organs and see how you survive that." "Ha ha." Hearing this, the unconscious Wan Zhongshan jolted awake. He hurriedly begged, his voice trembling. I lose, senior. Please spare my life." Yubi glided in front of Wan Zhongshan and snorted coldly. "But I don't feel any sincerity from you. What if I turn my back and you smash me with that pillar?" No, I'll just cripple your eyes first so you can't see where to hit. Let me also cut your leg tendons for peace of mind." "That's right. I should probably take care of all the tendons in your body at once, shouldn't I?" Xiao Ma, who was standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, "Hey, you old bastard, that's enough." "Oh, I almost forgot about you, you interesting brat. Who bat-tossed Van Trong's son aside like a broken toy? Fighting you will be much more fun. You can take this slab of meat's place." He channeled his energy, and 4 more arms sprouted from his back. "Let's see. How should I deal with this punk? Well then, allow this old man to do as he pleases." Just as he finished speaking, a dark figure shot forward. Tuma unleashed his signature technique, the Iron Head. "Face was cold," as he said, "and the thing I like most is beating up scumbags like you." Smack. Devastating headbutt landed squarely on Hu Bat's face, sending a few yellow teeth flying. What? Why didn't I see anything? Impossible. Could it be that I just underestimated my opponent? The old demon staggered, spitting out his remaining teeth. A young punk who only knows how to use his brain for headbutting dares to call himself a flying dragon as his teeth hit the ground. They evaporated and vanished. This punk's head is really hard. Turnabout is fair play. So let this old man show you, country bumpkin, what the true 9-yen divine claw is. He took a stance like a scorpion, preparing to pounce on its prey. But despite his cool pose, he was still headbutted by Kioma. With each headbutt, he lost a few more teeth. The final blow seemed a bit too strong, sending him flying straight into the front wall of the inn, lying there, barely breathing. He began to question his existence. Why can't I see him move? Could his technique be so fast that the naked eye can't keep up? This kid's martial arts are definitely not some back alley trash. You little brat. This old man won't spare you, he roared, charging forward like a mad bull, but Tuma simply raised one hand and effortlessly caught his lunging hand. "So what can you do to me? Didn't I tell you to go all out?" Crack with just one hand. 2. Kuma broke all 4 of Hubat's fingers. He disgusted, instantly pushed him away and turned to leave. Hey, old man, is it because you're too weak, or because I've been training too hard? His 4 fingers were crushed into a pulp. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Tuma looked towards the signing table and shouted Fatty Nikwai and Bakthaoni. Looked up at the same time he pointed at Hubak, and ordered you finish this old guy off as soon as he said that. Nikwai's chubby figure vanished. His speed was now incredibly terrifying, and with a bloodthirsty expression he headbutted Hubai. At unconscious in just a few seconds, Tim Ma stood before Tao Ni, with his hands on his hips and asked, This old demon, should I kill him or let him go? Without a word, Tao Ni picked up Nikwai's large axe and slowly approached Hubat. To kill or not? Wait, is the old man still conscious? I have a few things to ask him. I don't really care. Tuma said, Do whatever you want, because I still have the whole 9 murderous ghost souls to deal with later. Thank you, Tao Ni said, her eyes shining with gratitude. Thanks to you, I finally have a chance to get my revenge. Bok Tao Ni shouldered the axe and coldly advanced on Hubat. The old man still couldn't accept it. The reality of his situation. No, it can't be. How could this old man lose to a bunch of brats? He pushed himself up with one hand, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. It's fine. I still have one hand. I just need a chance. Tao Ni saw through his intentions and swung the axe, smashing his remaining arm. My hand, mock. Okay, Taonan Hubat, Tao Ni declared judgmentally. For the crime of personally murdering 127 people from the Di Hoa Palace, I sentence you to death. He looked up and laughed maniacally. Sentenced me to death? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? He suddenly lunged forward, intending to bite and tear at Thuni with his mouth. You little brat. What right do you have? Before he could touch her, his 2 crippled arms were chopped clean off by Nikwai's axe. What? How can this be? You don't need to feel indebted. You're just one step ahead of the others, the entire 9 murderous ghost souls. I will send them all to hell one by one. Bat was kicked out into the middle of the street, where he lay crumpled. One more thing, Thou Need continued. I'm not the one who will execute you. Killing someone like you would only dirty my hands. You should consider yourself lucky, because there's no shortage of people here who want your head. Pubat looked up and realized in horror that he was completely surrounded by bounty hunters, their eyes like hungry wolves staring at their prey. His body trembled. No, please, take me with you. I'll tell you everything you want to know. It was too late. The bounty hunters swarmed in. How much is the bounty on this old guy's head? 80,000 liang. Enough for us brothers to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Hubat's blood-curdling screams echoed before being drowned out by the frenzy of the crowd. Afterwards, Hubat's dismembered corpse was hung in the middle of the town square, displayed in town for all to see. Who is that demon? I heard that the man named Tuma is the reincarnation of Failong, the greatest master in the world. Is that true? The newly emerged master who defeated the entire Malin's citadel? I don't know about that, but I'm sure of one thing. The master named Tuma is on his way to annihilate all of them, the Ghost Soul 9 Slayers. Woman in the crowd hurriedly asked, Brother, do you know where the great hero Tuma is? But Tuma's group had already left. Strong carriage, Kwai Hung stood guard. All inside, Tuma and Tao Ni were talking. Do you understand now? Tao Ni said, You've changed so much. You have no feeling. Left and you don't remember anything. All you know is being Tuma from Ho Anak Lung. You're nothing like the Failong from before. Tuma said thoughtfully, I don't know either. But I know I can't live like the old Tuma. The only I have left is the moment before I died. They are memories so painful I can't forget them even in death. The thing I want to do most right now is find Sothean to apologize. I couldn't keep the promise I made back then. A young woman had tracked to the edge of a forest. I've come this far. What should I do? Now. It's getting dark and it's easy to get lost in the forest. She was about to give up. Then she saw a thin wisp of smoke rising in the distance. She followed it and found a recently extinguished fire still warm. They can't be far, she muttered. Her eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, Bok Tao Ni's voice broke the silence. Why are you following us? It seems like it's been a few days now. It's not that I was following you. I was just looking for the great hero Tuma. Do you know where he is? Ugh. Tuma appeared right behind me. The girl like a ghost, making her jump and scream. You're looking for me, but I don't. No, you are the great hero Tuma. The girl quickly bowed her head, her voice full of respect. This humble one greets you. My name is Mo Da. Deng Lan, daughter of Mo Dongthu, the master of the northern village's Blade Mountain Sword Forest. 3 years ago, Mo Dongthu was famous in Thanduang City as one of the 3 heavenly cloud swords, one of the 3 absolutes of blade, sword, and spear. It's said that half of the weapons in the northern central plains come from the Mo Dung family's forges. A master like that was killed by some nobody. Mo Donglan nodded, her eyes welling up with tears. After murdering my father, that monster used my father's face to take control of the entire Blade Mountain Sword Forest. This is so hard to believe. Town, he looked skeptical. If that's true, why didn't you go to the Northern Martial Alliance for help? Aren't they your family's biggest client? Did you go to them? Mo Denglan replied, her voice filled with bitterness. But they didn't believe me. That monster's disguise is too perfect. So much so that everyone thinks I've lost my mind. But I know he is absolutely not my father, someone with the power to kill my father in such a perfect face-changing technique. You can count them on one hand in this martial world. It could be the Flower Painter, Grandmaster, Tran Van Lien, the Red-Browed Blood Buddha, Tat Tran Phak, the Yin Slaughterer, Yang Scatterer, Tan Tri Yuan, or Fa Quan of the Ghost Soul 9 Slayers. Kim Kwang Vo Kwang, after some discussion, 2 mobs, pointed at the map. To get to the Demon Sword Emperor Lactan's location, we have to pass through the Mo Dung family's northern village anyway. So they decided to help Mo Dung Lan. Thank you, great hero. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life when they arrive, in front of the Mo Dung estate. Thao Ni couldn't help but be amazed. Your family estate is really huge. Inside, the sound of hammers, forging weapons rang out ceaselessly, and everything seemed to be operating normally. Do the people in your household not know anything? One of the Mangsun 2 freaks asked. That's right, Mo Danglan replied. They don't know my father has been replaced. As they were walking, Tuma suddenly stopped. He heard the clash of weapons from a training area, and without a word, he vanished. To everyone's surprise, in the arena, 2 people were fighting fiercely. Surprisingly recognized someone. The person being pushed into a corner was none other than Filu Filu Thaoni, and the 2 freaks who had just arrived also recognized him. Ah, it's the handsome guy, the old freak muttered. Everyone, that's him. Mo Donglan pointed at the man overwhelming Filu. That's the one impersonating my father, the man with Mo Dongthu's face on the... To a series of slashes, forcing Filu to retreat continuously. If this is all the strength the Special Forces captain has, he sneered, then I think the Martial Alliance is rotten to the core. Dozens of sword cuts covered Filu's body. You still have a hidden technique you haven't used. Show it to me. Stop using this pathetic child's play of a blade. Style. Murong Chu's sword strikes transformed into dozens of vicious pythons made of sword chi, roaring as they rushed forward to surround Feilu from all sides. He struggled to defend himself, inwardly terrified. This was an ordinary flying sword chi normal sword. She couldn't be materialized to this degree. If I'm not mistaken, this is the long-lost realm of the attrition demon armor manifestation. A mix of praise and sternness. At your age, even I would have found it difficult to achieve your current level of martial prowess. However, you have a fatal weakness that I never possessed in my youth refinement. His figure suddenly vanished and closed in on Feilu. He unleashed a technique called Secret Style 15 Swords. Its power undeniable. Without pause, giving me no chance to counterattack. I have to stop his momentum first. Feilu landed, channeling all his strength into a single move, the Heavenly Dragon Shattering Blade. The 4th form, Setting Sunblade, as the Azure Demon descended with the weight of Mount Tai, about to strike Murong Q, the old man. Lightly swung his own sword, using a deft technique to completely neutralize the attack. The stronger and more overbearing your blade technique, the more openings it has. A single gentle sword sent Feilu flying, completely extinguishing his momentum. Unbelievable. My Setting Sunblade was broken by a simple sword exchange technique. I will show you what true swordsmanship is. A single sword that can condense countless strands of sword chi into a single point that is the layered sword aura. This style was originally Murang's peerless 9 heavens flowing with our 36 swords, but I have eliminated all of its weaknesses, creating a dense aura of intermingling blue and purple. Energy surrounded him. 9 heavens flowing water, 108 swords. With your current movement technique, you have no chance of dying. Dodging this attack, overlapping waves of purple sword strikes rushed toward Feilu like a tsunami. Its terrifying power left him frozen in place. Was this sword? All truly unbreakable, a giant sphere. Sword chi engulfed the entire arena. Looks like fate. Liu is in trouble, Li Junwei said with concern. Wow, just look at that, Yi Wuyan marveled. Omar stood nearby, calmly analyzing. Actually, that sword style isn't without its weaknesses. You'll never find them if you just focus on its flashy and colorful display. The question is whether that fellow can figure it out. Using your brain is always better than just relying on brute force. Just then a streak of black flashed from the center of the sword chi's sphere, piercing through the entire technique. In an instant, the technique is completely shattered, revealing the figures of Fei Liu and Murong. You once more, Heavenly Dragon Shattering Blade. The sixth form, Heavenly Dragon Slash, Murong Q couldn't believe. Fei Liu had used brute force to shatter his ultimate technique. But no matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. He thought he could overwhelm Fei Liu, but he was mistaken. The boy's aura grew stronger by the second, as if he'd had a breakthrough right in the middle of the fight. Huh? How can this be? My Azure 5-layered Vajra sword is actually cracking. The paths of their blades clashed, creating an invisible boundary. Murong Q stared at Fei Liu. His gaze is filled with complex emotions. That blade in your hand is no ordinary weapon. If your master, Song De Hao, were here, he would probably laugh in my face for acting so high and mighty at my age. Senior, that's not true at all, Fei Liu quickly replied, retracting his aura. This junior was just fortunate enough to learn from what Senior Murong has taught me. My martial arts are still severely lacking. Murong Chu sheathed his sword and began to lecture. Humility is a virtue, but too much of it becomes insincere. If I were a more rigid man, I might have struck you down without hesitation just now. Suddenly, a small figure holding 2 daggers lunged from out of nowhere, shouting in Murong's face, "Just die already!" As the 2 daggers were about to find their mark, Fei Liu intervened just in time. "Who are you?" A light flick of his hand sent the girl staggering back several times. "Beat!" Murong Chu quickly intervened. "Shave your blade. That's my precious daughter." Fei Liu was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from a distance. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Fei Liu?" He turned to see Xiaoma approaching. "Honestly, I don't even know what to call you anymore. Whatever. I'll just call you whatever's convenient. Is that you?" The errand boy from Heilong. Fei Liu couldn't hide his astonishment in a nearby room. Murong Lan was muttering to herself, her eyes filled with hatred. "You just wait. One day I, Murong Lan, with my own 2 hands, will rip off that disgusting mask of yours and show the entire world the true face of the one who killed my parents. That's enough, Lanter." Murong Q shouted, his voice filled with helplessness. "Please, don't say any more." Looked at his daughter, his heart aching. "Where did my smart, lovely daughter go? Why have you become so crazed in the living room?" Xiaoma asked Fei Liu. "Are you also here to confirm if Murong Chu is real or fake?" "Exactly," Fei Liu replied. "I came to ask him about this green-purple divine demon blade. Everyone in the martial arts world knows Murong Chu is the greatest swordsmith. And what about you guys? After the battle at Demon Spirit City, you completely vanished. Now Xiaoman and I share the same goal," Bai Tower interjected. "We're hunting the Ghost Soul 9 Slayers, the culprits behind the Yahello Palace massacre." "The Ghost Soul 9 Slayers? We happened to run into Murong Lan on the road, so we followed her here. So what do you think of Murong Q, based on his appearance?" "Appearance, voice, and even the Heavenly Cloud 3 Swords technique he used. I'm certain he's the real Murong Chu," Fei Liu stated firmly. "The problem probably lies with his daughter, elsewhere, Murong Chu." On Q is still trying to explain. "Lanner, your mother died from a long-term illness. Stop lying." She screamed, "My mother was poisoned to death, and I know you were the one who did it. Enough." Murong Chu said in despair, "If you hate me that much, if my death can make you normal again, then just kill me." He threw a short sword towards her. "Take it, and kill your father." Murong Lan tremblingly took the sword. "Human, do you think I don't dare to stab you? Go to hell, the blade pit." Murong Chu's chest, and she froze in shock. "Why? Why didn't you dodge? Why?" He looked at her, his eyes still gentle. "Didn't you always want your father dead? Just push it a little deeper." Tears streamed down Moron Lan's face. She collapsed, screaming in despair. "Who are you really? Why do you want to die so Are you doing all this just to make me believe you're my father? I don't know anymore. I'm going crazy." That night, banquet, the conflict between father and daughter was finally resolved. "Thank you all so much," Murong Chu said. "Today is the happiest day of my life. The Murong family is deeply honored to host the heroes who destroyed Demon Spirit City. Murong Lan also guiltily came to apologize to Kaur. Sister Kaur, I'm sorry. It's a small matter. Fei Liu, Murong Qiu turned to him. When I fought you, I could feel a terrifying dark energy emanating from your blade. Weapons like... This has always been called divine blades, but its owner probably cultivated demonic arts their entire life, causing the weapon to gain sentience and a will of its own. It will grant you invincible power. But one day it will also devour its master's consciousness. When things reach an extreme, they reverse. Fei Liu, if you can, you should leave it here. But who could bear to part with such a treasure? Thank you for your concern, Senior Murong. Fei Liu politely refused. But this is something this junior will consider on his own. The fake Murong Lan cheerfully poured wine for Xiao Ma, but was secretly sizing him up. How strange. Even if I push my energy perception to its limit, I can't sense a single trace of internal energy from this guy. It's as if he's a complete martial arts novice. Brother Xiao Ma, she said sweetly, this is red python lotus wine, brewed from snake skin and fresh lotus flowers, with various rare spiritual herbs added. Just smelling it, you can tell it's a masterpiece. The Murong family only serves this to their most honored guests. See, the more I think about it, the weirder it gets. Even if he's concealing his aura, it can't be this perfect. Could he have used a bone-shifting technique to change his appearance? But no matter how I look at him, he doesn't resemble the legendary Failong. What on earth do you people see in him to call him Failong? This dish is called Phoenix Talk Fragrance, made from tender chicken and accented with the richness of pork. She continued to introduce, to create the aroma. The chef ground up over 100 types of precious flower petals. Please, help yourself. Is there a mistake in the intelligence? I can't just judge a book by its cover. Let's assume he isn't Failong, but it's undeniable that he was the one who destroyed the heavenly demon. It's better to be cautious. There's still plenty of food. Everyone, don't be shy. I think I'd have to scheme to this extent just to deal with a brat. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. Look at me, having to disguise myself as this girl, respectfully serving them wine. The thought alone makes me want to snap all their necks. Go ahead and eat your fill, because this will be your last supper, after the meal. The poison began to take effect. One by one, they slumped onto the table, falling into a deep sleep. This fat guy is actually quite pitiful, naively following that brat into the tiger's den. Being this fat, the poison's effect will probably be reduced somewhat. I might need to use acupuncture to fully subdue him. But then again, my acting wasn't half bad, has reached a masterful level. Even if old King Yama himself were resurrected, he probably wouldn't recognize who I am. But Bai Taoni's body was paralyzed. Her consciousness remained clear. How did this happen? My limbs are powerless. I can't move. What's wrong? Trying to wake up? It's useless. She walked over, her voice turning cold. The poison you've been afflicted with is the Black Sleep Ancient Poison. It's refined from a solution of soul-bewitching powder and yellow spirit herb, evaporated into a powder using a special technique, and then stored in a Tai Yi white ice jade vial. Colorless, odorless, and tasteless, it kills without a trace. But there's one thing that makes me curious. Why did the poison take so long to activate? According to my calculations, it should have been much sooner. I was looking forward to witnessing your beautiful faces as you writhed in agony. The Black Sleep Poison is inherently a single comp. It only takes effect when combined with something else, which is the diffused herbal fragrance from this candle. When its scent filled the entire room, you inhaled it, and the Black Sleep Poison inside your bodies would detonate. The most interesting part is that by the time you realize your bodies have lost all sensation, it's already too late to do anything. This is bad. Thought to herself that she had to circulate her chai and blood to expel the poison immediately. As if reading her mind, the woman sneered. What's this? Planning to circulate your energy to detoxify? It's useless, because I will use the meridian. Locking hand acupuncture technique to completely seal all of your internal energy. This technique is even more potent than any pressure point art. It can completely block your martial arts. She leaned down and whispered into Taoni's ear, her voice filled with glee. Those afflicted by the Black Sleep Ancient Poison will suffer an unimaginable torment. You will feel as if tens of thousands of maggots are feasting on every fiber of your flesh, devouring you from the inside out. That torture will last for a full 10 days and 10 nights, until you die from complete exhaustion. The best part is, your consciousness will remain intact, but the pain will make it impossible for you to take your own life. You'll be unable to live, yet unable to die. Able to die. To put it bluntly, you're in the Asura hell, being burned by the flames of Zhao Wuji. She caressed Thou Ni's cheek, but letting you die would be such a waste since you have such a pretty face. How about this? After you die, I'll peel the skin off your face to use for myself later. Aren't you happy to hear that? She stood up straight and burst out laughing. Aha. Imagine opening your eyes in the underworld and realizing your face has been stolen by someone else. How would that feel? Then she Turn to Xiaoma, brother Xiaoma, or should I call you Failong, you little brat? You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. Her voice became fucked, filled with resentment, you punk. If you're going to blame someone, blame yourself. I don't care whether you're Failong or not. The moment you people cornered my husband and led him to his death. This outcome was already sealed, can you imagine? Imagine the pain of seeing your beloved's corpse right before your eyes and being unable to bring it home. Do you understand how my heart twisted and shattered into a million pieces? As she paused, looking into Xiaoma's calm eyes, even in this situation, why are his eyes still so serene? You damn little bastard. What's wrong? Are you still hoping someone will come to save you? Feeling a little uneasy, she took out a silver needle. No, better safe than sorry. I have to use the meridian-locking hand needles on this brat just to be sure. Haha, just thinking about deciding with one of you dies first is already making me so happy. Huh. Wait a minute, come to think of it, where's the other guy? Why don't I see him? She looked around, expression turning to panic. He ate and drank too. He definitely must have been poisoned. Could he have figured it out? No, I can't let a single one slip through the net. While she was frantically searching, a lazy voice spoke up from behind. Hey now, I don't think you need to look anymore. The friend you're looking for had some personal business, so he left right after the meal. The fake Shaolin whipped around. Stunned, Xiaoma had casually sat up and was stretching his shoulders. How? How is this possible? She stammered, unable to believe her eyes. Unless your body is immune to all poisons. Well, you're not wrong. Zhao Ma cracked his neck, the bones popping loudly. My body is, in fact, immune to all poisons. He looks straight at her, his eyes no longer holding their naive look. Actually, I figured out your identity a long time ago. You are Zuo Fu of the 9 Ghostly Kills, the lingering sound matriarch, Lingmei Shui. From the very first time we've met. I found it strange. Why would a young woman like you carry such a dark and gloomy aura? What's even stranger is that your face is so youthful, but your voice is so old. From that point on, I started to suspect. To be sure, I needed to confirm a few things. I heard that the Grand Marshal Uncle of the Martial Arts Alliance recently discovered the whereabouts of Yubai. And everyone in the martial world knows that where there's Yubai, Zuo Fu is sure to follow. If that's the case, I can further deduce that the two of you are plotting to take control of the Blade Mountain Sword Forest. Unfortunately, Yubi, also known as the King's Scorpion Snake, was discovered. To hide your joint conspiracy, he deliberately distanced himself from you, intentionally revealing his location to lure the Grand Marshal Uncle and the bounty hunters elsewhere, creating an opportunity for you to act freely in the Blade Mountain Sword Forest. Shalma paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. There's just one thing I'm still wondering about. Was this your own arbitrary act? Or did you plan this with UB? Ah, no. What's there to discuss? All of this was aimed at a single target, the family head, Murong Chu. Hearing her plan exposed, Zuo Fu's composure shattered. She gritted her teeth, her voice hissing with indignation. So you knew I was acting from the very beginning, and you even played along with my act. Just the thought of you treating me like a fool, laughing at me from the shadows, is enough to drive me insane. You damn brat. The old hag threw the lantern straight at Xiaoma's face. He raised his hand. The blocket and the lantern shattered, releasing a puff of faint white smoke. Zhu Ofu laughed maniacally. Haha, that's the 7 steps powder, a deadly poison. Whoever inhales it will die after taking 7 steps. You'd better not move an inch, Xiaoma asked nonchalant. Is that so? Then he casually took one. 1 step, 2 steps, 6 steps, and then a 7th, seeing him still perfect. Be fine. Zuo Fu was stunned, but just then, Xiaoma suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. and a triumphant smile spread across the old hag's face. "You fool! I told you so." Xiaoma wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gave a faint smile. "It's not that it doesn't hurt, but this isn't enough to kill me." Juofu's expression turned ugly. "Let's say you're lucky, but if you dare to circulate your energy before she could finish her sentence, a powerful wave of internal energy erupted from Xiaoma's body, so strong that it forced Juofu to take a step back. "Let me see what it feels like to have my Dantian destroyed, and all my cultivation wasted." Juofu was horrified. Impossible. He was clearly poisoned. How can his internal energy be this powerful? "I guess I won't be dying as soon as you think." "But you will." Xiaoma grabbed her face, his voice as cold as ice, lingering sound matriarch. "Mei Shui, it's time to show your true face, the disguise." Technique was completely broken. The human skin mask dissolved, revealing a ring. Encircled, emaciated old face. She was slammed to the ground by Xiaoma. "This powerful force, haha, look at this. My opponent is a 100-year-old hag whose martial arts are completely useless, you brag." She screamed from the ground, "You're Failong, the fool who was blinded by love and turned his back on Ghost Soul Valley. You ungrateful traitor, have you forgotten the killing karma you've created? Your hands are stained with the blood of countless people. How are you any different from us?" A dark, gloomy aura enveloped her body. "The number one under heaven. You should be called the number one killing demon under heaven. In just 10 short years, over 600 sects were annihilated because of you, and over 100,000 people became vengeful spirits at your hands. A demon. Like you, even kneeling to atone 100,000 times wouldn't be enough. What are my husband's and my crimes compared to yours? White silk ribbons." White silk shot out from her sleeves, wrapping tightly around Xiaoma. He stood still, not resisting at all, and just asked coldly, "What about you? Do you atone for what you've done? The people who died at your hands, they were also someone's father, husband, mother, or child. They had identities, they had families. Why do you only weep for your husband's death while treating the lives of others like dirt?" The white silk threads, which were as tight as shackles, suddenly snapped under Xiaoma's power. He stood there, his gaze no longer naive but deep and complex. "If I were still curious about my past, I should have returned to Ghost Soul Valley. But instead of doing that, I chose this path, because I want to pass judgment on villains like you with my own hands." "Judgment?" Zuofu sneered, madness clear in her eyes as she lunged forward, her claws as sharp as daggers. "A great demon lord like you thinks you have the right?" Xiaoma didn't dodge. He stood his ground. "That's right," he said in a low voice. "I don't have that right." Zoo of food was stunned. "That's why she—" Ma continued. "From now on, I must walk this path to atone for my sins. If not now, there will never be another chance." He gripped Juofu's wrist and gently twisted it. An irresistible force sent her sprawling to the ground. "It could be a little late, but if you truly repent, I will still give you a way to live." "Repent?" Zufu asked. She laughed bitterly. "Did you know I started learning martial arts at age 7? By the time I was 20, I had mastered the Heavenly Evolution Black Killing Art, which was also when I killed my own father with my own hands. That was over 100 years ago, but it feels like just yesterday. Guess how many similar things have happened in those 100 years, just like you." "I entered Guihun Valley. My hands were already stained with blood. This old body is over 100 years old, so tell me, what's the point of living anymore?" She violently pulled her hand away. Her withered body like a tree demon, as countless white band once again wrapped around her, her killing intent so thick it made the air freeze. "A punk like you dares to grant me life? Who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs? I don't care if you're the world's number one, Failong or not, because the Failong one knew died in the massacre at Lohua Palace." Tufu charged in, attacking frantically, but all her moves were useless against Xiaoma. Every time she was knocked down, she would struggle back up and charge in hopelessly. She froze, her eyes filled with horror. "What is this? Your face." How was the wound? Could it be the immortality herb?" Her voice trembled. "You used the immortality herb, didn't you?" "Don't ask." Alma replied. "I don't remember anything. It's not that I never can." The leader of Guihun Valley's Black Moon Nightless, Failong, had just died, and soon after, a guy named Failong became the world's number one fighter. I thought it was just a coincidence, but then rumors spread that he looked exactly like the deceased Failong. If that's the case, there's only one explanation. That Failong used the immortality herb and was reborn. She looked like the deceased Failong. Looked at Xiaoma with a mixture of fear and greed. The immortality herb created an ethereal spirit body, allowing him to be reborn and change his appearance. If this punk is indeed the world's #1, Failong, then he's the supreme sovereign who single-handedly unified the martial world. Xiaoma raised his hand to touch the healed wound on his face. I've said all I need to say. That day, Tafu suddenly spoke as if to delay her death. Old King Yama thought he had eaten the immortality herb, but he didn't know he had actually consumed a poisonous herb. Memories of a night when Hua Palace was engulfed in flames flooded back. Recalling it, she laughed self-deprecatingly. Both Old King Yama and us, the Gui Hun Nine Slayers, were blinded by greed, losing all judgment. Looking back, it was utterly foolish. Just as Failong collapsed, Tafu emerged from the shadows, her voice filled with fake regret. You disappoint me greatly, Old King Yama. To think you'd ignore the precious immortality herb right in front of you. She glanced at Failong, who was barely breathing on the ground, silently assessing. Is that Failong? His injuries are indeed severe. His dantian is destroyed, his martial arts are crippled, and his breathing is erratic. It seems death is not far off. Death is the price he pays for daring to love Baklin Fi's daughter. She turned to the other dark figures that had just appeared. Honestly, his fate is quite unlucky. Don't you all feel as resentful as I do? Who's there? A hoarse voice called out. It's simple, Tafu sneered. To get the immortality herb back, we just need to steal all of Old King Yama's true ki. Wouldn't that give us its full essence? Since we're all on the same page, why don't we carve up Old King Yama and split the prize? If he dies, I'll gain immortality. Another one exclaimed excitedly, not eternal damnation. All wrong. I'll obtain the greatest martial arts in the world. I don't need any of that stuff. I want this entire world in the palm of my hand. Ha ha ha. Hearing the absurd words of his subordinates, Old King Yama, who was absorbing the immortality herb, suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That's enough. Stop it. This place is too cramped for you to taste my power. Let's find a more spacious place for this king to satisfy you all. And so, the whole group left La Hoa Palace for a nearby mountain, their arrogant laughter echoing through the heavens. Is this newfound power of mine something you people can possibly stand again? The battle was incredibly fierce. After mistakenly eating the poisonous herb, Old King Yama's internal energy surged unbelievably. He took on 3 or 4 of the 9 slayers by himself without any trouble. Make your choice, he roared, as he fought. If you don't want to die here for nothing, then submit to this lord and we'll crush this world under our feet together. He was pinned by 2 of the 9 slayers. What's wrong? Still want to struggle? Old King Yama circulated his energy, and a terrifying wave of power exploded outwards, making everyone break out in a cold sweat. To me right now, your pathetic little martial arts are nothing more than a tickle. Indeed, with just a gentle flick of his hand, he sent the entire group of 9 killing ghost souls flying. Haha, the sheer satisfaction made him laugh like a madman. Thanks to the immortality herb, not only was I cured of the 9 severed blood spirit meridians, but my power has also increased tenfold. To put it bluntly, I am now invincible. But his trait was short-lived as the toxicity of the deadly poison herb began to take effect. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Am I vomiting blood? It was clearly the immortality herb. How could this be happening? If it wasn't, how could it have increased my internal energy so rapidly? This is bad if they see that I'm internally injured. This pack of treacherous beasts won't miss the opportunity. Suddenly, Tapu's voice rang out, full of concern. Hey everyone, I think we've made a mistake. I smell a poisonous herb in the blood. King Yama just coughed up. A poisonous herb? It's the toadstool herb. Whoever ingests it will experience a massive surge in yang energy and a spike in internal power, but only for a short time. After a while, the poison will activate. Their chi and blood will twist, their bones will contort, their flesh will rot, and finally, their dantian will be destroyed, and they'll die from the poison. What a shame, King Yama. Tapu's face filled with contempt. Being made a laughingstock, King Yama flew into a rage. Ridiculous. You think I'd believe you? What I ate was clearly the immortality herb. Baklin Fi's own daughter gave it to me. How could it be wrong? Tafu shrugged. What if that little girl deliberately tricked you, even at the end? King Yama stubbornly refused to believe the truth, and charged at Tafu. If you see the end, 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 the end. Say what I ate was a poisonous herb. Then come here and I'll show you its power. King Yama, Stop being so stubborn. Just look at your condition. The poison has already spread throughout your body. She effortlessly blocked his attack with just one hand. See? You're slower than a snail now. Seeing their chance, the others swarmed in, tearing at King Yama like a pack of hungry hyenas. This will be your grave, King Yama. And just like that, King Yama. Yama was surrounded by them. He was hit by their combined attack and sent flying into a cliff, side causing a cave, entrance to collapse. Being the entrance blocked, they left with their minds at ease. In the end, we still let the immortality herb slip away. If we go back to La Hoa Palace now, I'm afraid there'll be nothing left. That pack of wolves and tigers has probably cleaned the place out. On a dilapidated rooftop, Tafu looked down at the chaos below, where the people of Malin City were cleaning up the battlefield. It's prepared, she said to Tuma, her voice dripping with venom. If you were truly Failong, even 1/10,000th of him, I wouldn't stand a chance. But it's precisely because I know you're the one who defeated Thian Ma that I have even less reason to be afraid. Instead of being scared, she continued, I just need to remember, my goal is to take back the true energy of the immortality herb that you absorbed. As she finished speaking, white silk ribbons shot out from her sleeves, tightly binding Tao Ni and the two freaks, hoisting them upside down in the air. After wandering the martial world, you've changed, she analyzed. You're no longer in your peak state, but first, I must take your companions hostage. The silk ribbons tightened. If you want to save them, you'd better stay back. They deserve to be with a demon like you. It's been a long time, Failong, since that night at Daos on Kim Lam, and now you're telling me to believe those words? Mo Dongthu asked, his voice filled with confusion. If that wasn't Lan He, my daughter, then who was it? One of the 9 killing ghosts sold. Fai Hu replied calmly. Tafu, the lingering sound matron. Lang Mai Hewitt, a top-tier poison master. But her martial arts are the weakest among the 9 kills. Mo Dongthu pondered. Never mind that. Where is my daughter Lan He now? Is she safe? To be honest, the people of the Martial Arts Alliance are still searching, but there's no exact trace of her yet. Mo Dongthu became anxious. Then why are you only telling me the truth now? Because we weren't sure either. Bai Hu explained from the very beginning, we were suspicious about whether you, Senior Mo Dung, were the real deal or not. If we hadn't clashed directly today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have dared to confirm it. How did you know my daughter was an imposter? This was planned a long time ago. After Ma Lin's city fell, a rumor spread throughout the martial world. The one who defeated Tuma, might be the reincarnation of the world's greatest master, Failong. A flashback at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. I find it hard to believe that Failong is still alive, said Li Kuan Yak. But that level of martial arts is indeed not something an ordinary person possesses. The matter of Failong's revival, we need to investigate the source of the rumor first, one of the elders suggested. Lu Tiema now, reporting master. He has vanished without a trace since the battle. Vanished without a trace. Li Kuan Yak, do you have any intel on the movements of the Kwai Han Kusat? Reporting. Laktan and Fa Quan are staying put, while Tafu and Hu Bat are lingering near the territory of the Hong Long. Section. Another elder analyzed, it's quite obvious. If Tuma is Failong, he will go searching for his memories. The fact that he's traveling with Bak Tao Ni shows his main target is the Kwai Han Kusat, and they must be aware of this. From the Volam Min's perspective, what should we do, after all? Kwai Han Kusat are a thorn in our side. If we can use this opportunity to eliminate them all, nothing would be better. Captain Failu, what are your thoughts on this matter? Caught off guard. Failu was a bit flustered. The elder insisted, I want to hear your own thoughts. Failu clasped his hands and replied, respectfully, if it's for the safety of the Volam Min, this junior will obey without question. Later, in another private meeting, Failu reported to a mysterious figure, Senior Murong. I cannot reveal the details of the plan. I only know that 3 months ago, we gathered intelligence on the whereabouts of the Kwai Han Kusat at a deserted riverbank. Fa Quan, one of the Kwai Han Kusat, was casually fishing when a figure appeared beside him. Why do you look so relaxed, as if the world is at peace? If it's about the rumor of Failong, Fa Quan replied without turning his head, then I've already heard it. You've heard it, and you can still sit here fishing? I seriously advise you to go find Dashwa or Lockton instead. Seeing Fa Quan's silence, the man continued to taunt. What's wrong? Did they turn you down? I suppose so. Laktan is now the leader of the Atmak Malam, and Dashoa has become one of the 10 great masters. They're no longer wild wolves, who will come running at the mere mention of Failong's name. Whatever you want, Faquan finally spoke. But remember, none of us can escape his sight. At a tavern in Thuangbak City, Hubat and Tafu were drinking and talking with a few others. We've had to hide and live like rats for so many years just because of that name, Failong. It's infuriating to think about, Tafu said. Why don't we take this chance to team up and take him out? It's better for one of us to die than to keep living like this. What are the others? Think, Faquan and Lactan won't participate, Hubat replied. I'm not sure about Faquan, but Lactan is a definite no. Another man nodded in agreement. He has united the 5 demonic sect families, turning at Makmalam into a powerful force. Rumor has it his martial arts have already reached the state of demonic transcendence. There's no reason for him to get involved in this muddy water. Hubat sighed. Without them, I'm afraid the few of us won't be enough to deal with Failong. No. A masked man spoke up, his voice laced with cunning. I think it would be useless, even with them. At best, we would just be sparring partners for Failong to test his martial arts. Think about it, do we even have a 1 in 10 chance of winning? Perhaps if the entire Volum Min was mobilized. However, he paused, pouring a full cup of wine. That's only if he's truly the world's #1 master, Failong. But as for the man in these rumors, I'm not so sure. I have a plan. The other 3 leaned in. Curiously, you all must have heard of the master of Dao Son Kiem Lam, Murong Thu, the masked man said. His wife recently passed away from a sudden illness, causing a rift between him and his daughter. And Dao Son Kiem Lam is a prestigious clan that values its reputation. Therefore, we just need to pose as his daughter, and we can easily lure Failong into a trap. This junior was sent to the capital city of Dao, which is the capital city of Dao, and to Thuangbak City to investigate. That was about 2 weeks ago. Vailu finished his report. Hearing this shocking information, Murong Thu's entire body trembled with rage. He gritted his teeth. So, I still don't know the whereabouts of my real daughter. That damned wench Tanam Maolang Maihuet dared to impersonate my daughter, plotting to seize control of Daosu and Kiem Lam. How hateful. I swear I will tear her to pieces suddenly. A loud explosion was heard from outside. What was that noise? Filu replied calmly. Lang, my Hewitt must have revealed her true form. It's likely that Van Cook and Vu Cook have also shown themselves. Senior Murong, first, please take this vial of antidote. What is this? This is the antidote for the Hack 3 code. Doc, a unique secret poison of Tafu. Before coming here, this junior already gave it to Tuma and his group. Murongthu took the vial. L hesitated for a moment, then drank it all down. I will take that damn wench's head, Ling Mei Shui, he crushed, vial in his hand. If I find out anything happened to my daughter, I, Murong Chu, will personally hack that wench into 100 pieces. Back at the battle, a short-haired woman with a chilling aura appeared. She was Wen Kuei of the Gosa Dit. Soul 9 kills, Hate Zihua, Zimu Ling, Tisk. I didn't expect you to look so young, or have I just gotten old? Effect and Thao Ni and the 2 freaks were slowly regaining consciousness. Zihua, Thao Ni, was astonished. Isn't that He Zihua, one of the 4 flowers of the martial world? Why can I suddenly open my eyes? The chubby guy was bewildered. Her real name is Zi Mu Ling. Upon seeing a familiar face, she glided over with an incredibly eerie movement. Failong, why are you so surprised? I thought you'd be used to this sort of thing by now. She is a descendant of the Yumo secret palace, the origin of all demonic arts in the world. In the blink of an eye, she was pressing a sharp dagger against Gu Xiaoma. Aren't you happy to see an old comrade? She was also famous for a cruel blade technique called the 9 Nether Soul Reaping Blade. She thought she had succeeded, but Xiaoma vanished like a puff of smoke just as he landed. Another large and imposing figure appeared from behind. Kui, Yama's heaven-shattering blade, 6th form, Heavenly Demon Slash. This man was originally the successor of the Adamant Dragon heaven-shattering blade, but in his youth, he was purged from the sect by his junior brother, Song Dahao, for slaughtering countless people. Later, he joined the Ghost Soul Valley and was taught the King Yama's sword. He combined the 7 forms of the Adamant Dragon heaven-shattering blade with the 4 moves of the King Yama's sword. He created an unparalleled and domineering blade art, naming it Yama's heaven-shattering blade. He is Wukwa, Bangsihi, and one swing of his blade split the entire Dare. I see you're pretty good at flying around, but if I just keep you from touching the ground, you won't be able to dodge anything. He swung his blade relentlessly, growing more frenzied with each strike. Just as expected, a single turn was enough to knock Xiaoma to the ground. He slowly stood up, dusted himself off, his face perfectly calm. Whoa, he's pretty good. The scene. Her jaw dropping in amazement. Huh. Could I have misjudged him? Just now? Xiaoma, Wenkuo, and Wukuo attacked simultaneously, from above and below, but Xiaoma simply took a calm stance as dozens of phantom hand-imaged is appeared, enveloping him. Impossible, both of their attacks were neutralized with ease. That's the power-shifting jade art. Taonie was stunned, and the atmosphere grew tense, although it was modified. Any martial artist could recognize it as the exclusive ultimate technique of the flower-shifting palace. It was only passed down to the palace masters. Ling Mei Shui. What is the meaning of this? Wu Kuo shouted at Zhu Ofu. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? She replied. Her face also filled with confusion. Xiaoma opened his palm, thinking to himself that he wasn't used to it yet. The execution still felt a bit awkward. Ling Mei Shu. They started to feel uneasy. Is this brat's internal energy really that terrifying? But I heard he's never practiced martial arts before. Biling Fei could easily redirect my sword techniques. I just need to practice a little more, Xiaoma thought to himself. Possible. Wukuo roared. At this point, it's either he dies or we die. That's right. When Ku agreed, let's risk it all and use all our innate chi against him. She turned to Wuku, Bangxi Hai. Use the strongest move of your Yama's heaven-shattering blade. This brat is even stronger than the 6 absolutes King Yama of the past. The strongest move is the one that took Biling Fei's life, right? That one move will be enough to take his life. With that, Wuku swung his blade and forward, when Q watched from below. That's first move, seizing the 8 directions. The signature footwork of the flower-shifting jade art, but it seems he hasn't mastered it yet. Moreover, his movements and attacks are completely different from the assassin Failong that I know. The Failong I know, when that allowed while launching probing attacks, specializes only in the ghost's soul. Certain kill 3 swords, 3 killing moves, no more, no less. She slashed once. He never trained his body like. The only thing he focused on was the sword. A single sword she slashed again. Forget a protective chi aura. He never even learned fist or palm techniques after dozens of consecutive attacks. From Wuku, Xiaoma was starting to get tired. Even with a few wounds on his body, he'd never stoop to using you. Kwajope Oke, a martial art he considered to be for women. When Kwa emerged from the ground. Tell me, how could you possibly be that assassin Failong? And if you claim to be Failong, the number 1 under the heavens, Wuku added, then why are you so weak? The two concluded in unison. You don't resemble either of the 2 men named Failong in any way. The psychological attacks seemed to be working. Xiaoma's evasions became a bit more difficult. As expected, I still haven't mastered it. He suddenly lunged down, positioning himself between the 2, attacked frantically, but all they managed to strike were the after-images Xiaoma left behind. Alma's speed had surpassed the limits of the naked eye. He split into dozens of shadows, surrounding the 2 masters of the Guihunjusha. Xiefu cried out in terror, even before Wukui made a move. His eyes had already seen through the next attack. He didn't just see the first move, but also the second, the third, and even further beyond. How is this possible? To him, our Guihunjusha is nothing but a joke. Bai Cao. Me, watching from the sidelines, also felt a storm raging in her heart. Even though it's just an imitation, the Yihua Jade Bouquet that Xiaoma is performing is in no way inferior to my mother's. No, it's even better than that. This is no longer the Yihua J-Poke that I know, but a completely new, ultimate technique. For someone without a Dantian to have a ceaseless flow of qi, it must be thanks to his Kongling Ji. T. The more he fought, the more proficient he became, using Yihua Jiupoke with his hands while performing the Budeng Mingwangbu with his feet. With such strength in Qinggong, the gap between them was now as wide as heaven and earth. Pang Shihei, you old bastard! Why is there no power in your blade strikes? Shifu roared. It's not that there's no power, Pang Shi. He replied, his voice full of bitterness. It's that I can't even touch him. They both realized they had bitten off more than they could chew this time. I'll pour all my internal energy and unleash all the killing moves of the Yanluo Dao. All right, I'll do the same. It was a huge mistake to think they could eliminate this guy easily. He was on a completely different level. Seeing the situation turns hour, Shifu suddenly appeared behind Saoni, pressing a sword to her neck. You brat! Stop right there! There, Xiaoma was unfazed, even challenging him. If you can, go ahead and try to kill her. Huh? What? Ziefu was stunned as a t. 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 Terrifying killing intent radiated from Xiaoma. I'm warning you, old hag, if that sword moves even a single inch, your wrist will fall first. This is not good, Chifu thought, breaking out in a cold sweat. The distance is only 10 steps, and he's not carrying any hidden weapons. I don't believe he's faster than my sword. But why is my hand shaking like this? I can't move. Seeing Shifu frozen in fear, the other two exchanged glances. This has all gone wrong. At this point, we have to escape. The two of us. Immediately vanished into thin air, disappearing. Head to Baishongbei City and you'll find Shantian Peak. If we hide there, not even the heavens will find us. We'll meet again. They had escaped, but as soon as Wenku materialized, he took a swift kick to the face from Fei Li. Immediately after, a blade slash blocked Wuku's path. At the same time, the real Murongchu also appeared, rescuing Kayoni and the two weirdos from Shifu's grasp. Shui, the lingering sound matron, you damn hag, how dare you impersonate my daughter? You deserve to die. Fei Liu quickly used acupuncture needles to neutralize the poison in Kaoni and the two weirdos. But you guys already took the antidote. Well, it still needs time to work. Doesn't it? Tawny replied, then turned to the duo. Hey, fatty, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, you damn witch. Where did you hide my daughter? Speak, Morongchu roared, you senile old fool. Go look for your own wife and daughter. Why are you asking me? Meanwhile, Wenqua and Wuqua still couldn't grasp what was happening. Damn it. We're surrounded. Do you have any other plans, Peng Xihui? That was about to ask you the same thing. Ling Mei Shui. It seems our plan this time has completely failed. Fei Liu looked coldly at the three who were now cornered. There is only one way for you to prolong your lives. Turned around in fear and then froze. Behind Xiaoma, a giant, roaring, heavenly dragon made of blue qi was manifesting. Its eyes blazed with bloodlust, as if it wanted to devour all three of them. Lady Muronglan must be alive. Xiaoma's voice boomed, as cold and majestic as thunder. Otherwise, you can only compensate with your lives. This sound technique, sharper than a northern winter wind, made the hair on all three of the 9 kills stand on end. If any one of you, Xiaoma continued, so much as thinks about escaping, even for a fleeting moment, I will take the lives of all three of you. Just the aftershock of the hack sent them flying out of the house. The three of them scrambled to their feet, their faces filled with rage. That lion's roar just now contained at least 5 Gyozi cycles of internal energy, which is 300 years of power. Damn it! If we retreat like this, how can we still call ourselves the 9 slaying ghost souls? You bastard. From the very beginning you had no intention of drawing your blade to resist. Tuma slowly advanced towards them, his face as cold as ice. It seems you still haven't understood what I've said. Suddenly, he stopped and looked up at the sky. Be careful, the 9 slayers had no idea what was happening. A highly dangerous individual was here. Whoosh, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, plunging straight into the ground, and right in front of Xiaoma. Ah, could that be the Longsword? Everyone was stunned. Wuqua stared at the sword, his voice trembling. There's no mistake, that's it. The 2 words Failong were carved by Lu Jue Yanwang himself back in the day. This sword was forged from 10,000-year green steel, an incredibly rare material that only appears in minuscule quantities during the refinement of 10,000-year cold iron. It is the finest material in the world for crafting divine weapons. Murongchu took the sword, feeling its domineering aura. To forge a sword from 10,000-year green steel, it must be tempered 1,000 times in the furnace, and struck no less than 10,000 times. The blade is 1.5 feet long, a perfect fit for the hand, weighing 2 caddies and 1 tail, neither heavy nor light. Its gleam clearer than the full moon. This is truly a supreme sword, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, slicing through iron as if it were mud, and taking a life without a single drop of blood staining it. An excellent sword. An excellent sword. But the Failong sword disappeared along with Failong back then, so why has it appeared here now? Threw this sword down by Cow Air, was confused. That person must be connected to Failong's disappearance. Xiaoma looked at the sword, his expression filled with confusion. I don't remember anything about him. A figure related to my second death. Yeah, just then, a piercing scream filled with terrifying internal energy echoed from the distance, stunning everyone. Who is that with such incredible internal power? My hands feel like they're about to burst. Oh, my belly fat feels like it's about to spill out. The voice continued, growing closer. The #1 person under the heavens, Failong, who once broke the horns of a golden dragon to use as firewood, and used the claws of a phoenix as a flint. When I heard this story, I didn't believe it, so I went to find him and asked directly. I asked, if you used a golden dragon's horns for firewood and a phoenix's claws to start a fire, then what would you do with the jade dragon pearl and the phoenix wing? But Failong truly lived up to his name. He said, something as precious as the jade dragon pearl I'd sell for travel money, and as for the phoenix wing, I'd give it away as a souvenir. The wine flask he had just tossed into the air hadn't even begun to fall when a large figure appeared between the two sides. It was Tan Lang. An answer like that? Is it cool enough for you? He sneered. At the 9 slayers, Wenku, Wuku, Zhuofu, do you really think you can defeat Fei Long with your pathetic level of strength? Or did you think you could succeed using poison arts and a few cheap tricks? That's Tan Lang, Fei Liu said in a low voice. Lu Jue Yan Wang's son. Then things have gotten complicated. Rumor has it he's the strongest in Ghost Soul Valley. Even Lu Kun, Po Jun, or Ye Cha would find it hard to survive a life-or-death battle with him. The remaining 3 members of the 9 slayers became tense. Tan Lang, why are you here? Thank goodness. With Tan Lang joining us, victory is surely ours. Did you bring the Failong sword? They thought they had found but in the blink of an eye, Tan Lang's hand had pierced through Wuka's chest. Everyone was stunned. Joined you, Tan Lang sneered. Who do you think you are to make decisions for me? Tan Lang, what are you doing when Kui roared? Are you here to avenge the old Yama king? He replied nonchalantly, no. Whether that old man lives or dies has nothing to do with me, then why? He laughed maniacally. Do I need a reason to kill you, this bastard? He's even more dangerous than Failong. Zuofu was terrified. Run. But it was too late. Tan moved with demonic speed, catching them both. Where's the fire? He plunged one hand into the ground, pulling up Wenqua, who was tunneling. Away are you, an earthworm always burrowing down there, you bastard. Let me go enduring this. Be painful here. Let me help you a gruesome crap. The fucking sound was heard. Here's group was frozen in shock. So cruel. How? About it. Why aren't you screaming anymore? Iko! Zhuofu cursed wildly. He tightened his grip on her neck. Your turn will come soon enough. Just then, a sharp sword slash flew towards him, forcing Tan Lang to retreat. Ling Mei Shui, Fei Liu shouted. We still don't know if Murong Lan is alive or dead. She can't die yet. Oh, Murong Lan. Tan Lang glanced at Xiao Ma, then at the Failong sword. Where did you find this sword? Xiao Ma frowned. They say that one who eats the herb of immortality will lose all their memories after dying and coming back to life. If I had known sooner, I wouldn't have gone to such trouble to find you. Did you know? I found the Failong sword while you were dying. He began to recount. At that time, this sword was piercing through your heart. It was the very thing that killed you. Hao Ma was stunned. Who could possibly kill me? This whole is quite mysterious, Tan Lang continued. When I arrived, I only saw that you were already dead. There was no one else there. I think you might have chosen death for yourself, because in this world there are few who could use the Fei Long sword to pierce the heart of an invincible master like you. Tan Lang stared at Xiao Ma for a long moment. You've changed so much. There's not a trace left of the Fei Long of the past. Your martial arts haven't reached the level of the greatest in the world either. Your first resurrection transformed your physical form into a void spirit body, which helped you become #1. The second time you were resurrected, you underwent a complete rebirth, losing your memories and becoming mentally unstable, like a wild beast. Tan Lang shot a sharp, cold gaze at Xiao Ma, piercing through the tattered clothes to notice the marks of soul-suppressing needles embedded deep in the young man's body. He smirked, his tone mocking. So what if you die one more time? Do you think you can come back to life if you lose your head? Or what if you were torn into 1,000 pieces, your spine severed? Would you still be able to resurrect? Then, Xiao Ma's face showed no emotion, remaining as cold as ice. I just want you to answer my question. He forcefully slapped Tan Lang's hand away, his gaze cold enough to freeze the air. Who is he? Who is the one that killed me? Tan Lang frowned slightly, inwardly surprised. It's hard to gauge this kid's level of martial arts. A little caution wouldn't hurt, he said in a deep voice. Fine then, if you're that desperate to know, you must withstand 3 of my strikes without falling. If you can do that, I'll tell you. But on one condition, you are not allowed to dodge. You must stand still and take the hit. It's fine, let's start. Xiao Ma replied without hesitation. From behind, Bai Tao Ni shouted in alarm, trying to stop him. Wait, Xiao Ma, how can you agree so easily that Tan Lang's martial arts are at least on par with Ye Chaz, making him one of the 10 great masters of the martial world? Just one of his attacks would be enough to finish you. Or Bai Tao Ni could finish her sentence. Tan Lang had already shot forward like a whirlwind, landing a heavy punch directly into Xiao Ma's stomach. A man of his word can't go back on it, right? Mighty Vajra fist. The power of this punch was truly terrifying, carrying a horrifying force that tore through the air. Even though Xiao Ma had agreed to take the hit, he was still caught in the explosive energy, sent flying over 100 meters and crashing through several houses along the way. The other three watched in stunned silence, their jaws dropping in astonishment from above. Tianlong watched Xiao Ma's figure fly away, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He quickly shot into the air, there, speeding towards the rubble where Xiao Ma had landed. Then he dove straight down. From above, crashing through the roof and landed amidst the pile of debris. The other three hurriedly followed, not wanting to miss what happened next. Xiao Ma, his body still intact, though his clothes were in tatters, slowly emerged from the wreckage. Tianlong couldn't hide his astonishment at the boy's extraordinary endurance. My mighty Vajra fist just now actually contained 5 Yazi cycles of power, which is 300 years of training, Tianlang said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Taking a punch like that head-on without any defense, the flow of your qi and blood must be in chaos right now. It must be unbearable, right? Xiao Ma gently wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unwavering. You could at least give a guy a warning before you strike, you know? Warning or not, it would have been the same. Tianlang replied disdainfully. Because even if I had warned you, there's no way you could have dodged it. With that, he suddenly closed in on Xiao Ma, his hand striking the boy's chest like lightning. The mighty Vajra pumped. Technique was unleashed again without any warning. Xiao Ma was hit repeatedly, his body battered like a punching bag, but he showed absolutely no resistance. Seeing Xiao Ma completely still, Tianlang wondered, could he have lost consciousness? That makes sense. After all, he took 2 direct hits from the great Vajra 3 ultimates without even activating his body-protecting aura. If that's the case, then this is the end. Tianlang's assault didn't stop. He launched another, extremely powerful kick straight into Xiao Ma's chest, the great Vajra kick. Boom! Blinding arcs of energy erupted, creating a violent earthquake-like tremor. The surrounding house couldn't withstand that destructive power, snapping in half before completely collapsing. And even the ground cracked and warped. Tianlang's power was truly terrifying. All the witnesses to the battle fell silent, unable to utter a word. Standing next to Marongchu, Shifu thought to herself, where is this guy even looking? If I take this chance to escape. Her dark thought had barely formed when Marongchu quickly snuffed it out. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming in that head of yours. You'd better get rid of those foolish ideas. The sharp Failong's sword was immediately pointed right at Shifu's throat. If my daughter Lanner doesn't make it out alive, I will personally take your life. He's just one man, I still have a chance to win. With that thought, Shifu risked a count. Attack. Icy tendrils began to wrap around the Qingfei longsword. Even if this old lady is covered in injuries, I have more than enough strength to deal with a phony like you. Just as she spoke, the expression on Shifu's face suddenly changed, revealing her alarm. In just a moment, all the soldiers of the Wulin Alliance had surrounded her. Senior Murong, please allow us to handle things here. Murongchu looked coldly at Ziefu and said, Did you really think I was the only one here? Returning to the fight between Tianlang, Xioma, Tianlong had noticed the arrival of the Wulin Alliance's Special Forces unit Feilu along with 2 of his comrades had quickly appeared on the eaves. One of them hastily reported, Captain, Tianlang's appearance was not part of our plan. The guard eating an apple added, It's unbelievable. The renowned great hero Failong, the man who once defeated the heavenly demon, was taken down by Tianlong in just 3 moves. The rumors about Tianlang being a master capable of threatening the 10 great masters of the martial world were true after all. Captain, please give the order. Our Special Forces unit is ready to lay down our lives, but Fei Li, who didn't give the order. We don't need to sacrifice our lives needlessly, because Xiao Ma is completely fine. From within the pile of rubble, a hand slowly emerged. Xiao Ma, with slow but steady steps, stood up straight, his eyes fixed on Tianlang, his voice completely calm. If this is the extent of your abilities, then you're nothing special. After taking of Tianlang's earth-shattering blows, Xiao Ma seemed completely unharmed. Seeing Xiaoma still standing and looking astonishingly fine, Tan Lang was deeply shocked. This is unbelievable. He should have been thrown into internal chaos after just one hit from the Great Vajra Fifth. Then, after taking the Great Vajra Palm, his Dantian should have been completely shattered. I'm sure of it. The kid lost consciousness after the first 2 consecutive hits. If so, he took the full force of all 3 of my attacks while unconscious, and without using any internal energy to defend himself. Strangely, he took hit after hit from me without even bothering to use his body-protecting aura. I simply cannot understand how he can take so many killing blows and still stand up as if nothing happened. If I fought the Asbrat bare-handed, I would surely lose every single time, even with a sword in my hand. And even if I managed to cut off one of his arms, I would still have to accept a grim reality, that to resist him is to court death. How could I possibly defeat Xiaoma now? Tan Lang thought bitterly. Back then, when I heard what Huan Mo, the descendant of the demonic sect, said, I didn't believe him, but now I have no choice. He cracked a mistake. Shuma, do you want to know who thrust that sword into Failong's chest? The one who did it was the master of the Ghost Soul Valley, Yecha. Yecha, someone exclaimed. He's saying that the master of Ghost Soul Valley, Yecha, is the one who took Failong's life. Of course, Yecha couldn't have finished you off by himself, because at that time, you were still the strongest under the heavens. Your title of Supreme Being was no joke. On that very day, Ye Ka had emerged from inside and said to Tan Lang, if you're looking for Failong, you're too late. Failong is dead, 2 days ago. I killed him myself. He told me that so clearly, admitting with his own mouth that he was the one who murdered you. Having said his piece, Thom turned to leave. Until we meet again, I'll be looking forward to it. I hope you'll be a different, stronger person by then. Bok Tao Nyi and the other 2 I hurried over to Tuma and asked, Han, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine, Mudongthu replied. The flying dragon sword to Xiaoma. Great hero Xiaoma, please take this sword. After all, it once belonged to you. Xiaoma took the familiar sword, murmuring, my flying dragon sword. It hasn't changed at all. After everything was settled, they began to escort Zuo Fu to a cave where Murong Lan was being held captive for a long separation, and daughter were finally reunited. Loner, still terrified, rushed to hug her father tightly. Soon after, Juofu had to face the consequences for the crime she had committed. That afternoon, Murong Chu and his daughter, later Murong Lan, saw off Xiaoma's group. Please be careful on your journey. Xiaolan sincerely thanked everyone. They said their goodbyes in a cheerful app. The scene shifts to Goso Valley. At this moment, Gui Gui was slowly walking towards a mysterious open room. The door slowly creaked, and at the same time, streams of swirling purple dark energy poured out relentlessly like a river. Gigi quickly circulated her internal energy to withstand the immense power from the dark energy. The power seemed too great, and her hand was burned. Even the extreme cold of my ice-white divine art was scorched like this, proving that his yang energy is truly terrifying. And yet, the candles around him didn't even flicker when he circulated his energy. His martial arts realm has probably transcended humanity, escaping the mortal coil. He has cultivated to the life and death realm. Wait, hasn't he already reached the life and death realm? He glanced at her, Gui Gui. You hear they say the life and death realm is the level of the 10 great masters of the martial world. So it's obvious Yaksha's martial arts realm is at this level too. She replied, news about the flying dragon has arrived. Hearing the name dragon, a hint of urgency appeared in his eyes. Says that 12 days ago, Wenwu, Ku'u, and Yu Bi were killed in Shangbei City, while Zuo Fu was lucky to survive, but was captured by the Martial Arts Alliance. Perhaps Flying Dragon's group is now heading towards the Yimu Demon Forest, but I think it's a bit of a shame that I didn't get the chance to see it. But I think it's a good idea to see it. So, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. Bye, 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 bye. Well, sooner or later he will find his way back to Ghost Soul Valley. Gigi, what do you think the chances of victory are if the Demon Sword Emperor Lu Kun and the Diamond Martial Emperor Po Jun join forces? Lu Kun and Po Jun joining forces? Let me think. But it's very difficult for the Demon Sword Emperor and the Diamond Martial Emperor to team up. Let's just assume they do join forces. It would still be hard for me to predict their chances of winning. If so, what if we add Tan Lang, and if that's still not enough, you can count me in as well. We looked a bit confused. Yaksha, there's one thing I don't understand. For what reason must you fight Flying Dragon? He asked Gigi in return. Do you really not know that I have a reason why I absolutely must fight Flying Dragon? I don't know how I was formed, nor do I understand how this monstrous body was created, but I know the reason I must fight Flying Dragon, because it was I and no one else who pierced the heart of the world's #1 master, Flying Dragon. Gigi, you've lived this long, you must know the legend of this Ghost Soul Valley. That year, the Grandmaster of the Demon Sect, Bi-Chan Po, fought a decisive battle with the 10 Absolutes Martial Emperor of Heaven Beyond Heaven. Their battle shook the heavens and the earth, making ghosts weep and gods mourn, a battle unprecedented in history. She also confirmed it's true. I've never heard of this legend. I heard people say that this mountain range was originally a flat plain, but it was because of the life and death battle between those two that year that it has its current appearance. That's right, before the title of #1 in the world existed. Those two were the strongest supreme masters on Earth. Because of that battle, the western mountain range became a chain of towering peaks, while the southern mountain range transformed into a vast valley. People call it the transformation of Ling Valley. Those two masters fought until the sky. I fell, and the earth cracked. The western part of the mountain range later formed 3 towering and treacherous mountains that later generations called the Three Mountains Fortress, while the southern part became a gloomy valley filled with the aura of death. That is our Ghost Soul Valley. It's been several hundred years since the demon sect vanished from the martial world, and no one knows the whereabouts of Heaven Beyond Heaven, where the 10 Absolutes Martial Emperor once lived. So this legend is just hearsay. It's hard to determine if it's true or not. Yaksha quickly retorted, "No, the story I just told is not just a rumor. 10 years ago, the day I returned alive from that suffocating hell on Earth, I realized that the rumor was actually true." These strange words made Gigi be a little confused because it was in that very place that I met a descendant of the demon sect, honestly. I was also very curious back then, Yaksha. How did you manage to survive being buried under the collapse of the Three Mountains camp? And what fateful encounter did you have that made you as strong as you are now? Actually, I can only say it was fate, because it's very difficult for me to explain what happened back then. Back on the day, the Yihua Palace was annihilated. Chu Tian was sobbing in front of Failong. "You almost lost consciousness at this point. You must live. You have to keep your promise." Having a bouquet of flowers, Chu Tian thought to herself, "Thank heavens the immortality herb is still intact." Just a moment before, the 6 Absolutes Yama King, who was disguised as Failong, couldn't hide his strangeness from Chu Tian's sharp eyes. She immediately used a poisonous herb as a diversion, declaring that it was the rare immortality herb, cleverly hidden beneath the seemingly harmless flower pot. If the 6 Absolutes Yama King had been just a moment slower, the real immortality herb would have fallen into his hands. It was hard to believe that these seemingly simple flower stems were the actual immortality herb. She recalled the words of Palace Master by Ling Fei, who had once revealed to Chu Tian that those seemingly ordinary stems were the immortality herb holding the vase. QTN was still skeptical about this truth. Bai Ling Fei continued, her voice filled with warning. The root of the immortality herb in that vase, despite being rich in yang energy, contains a deadly poison. Anyone who eats it will experience a dramatic increase in internal energy, but their meridians will be thrown into chaos, twisting and contorting, and in the end they will succumb to the poison. So, does that mean the life-saving yang energy isn't in the root, but in the stem instead? Chu Tian exclaimed. That's right. So you must be extremely careful if you want to use it, because if the immortality herb doesn't bloom, it's nothing more than a poisonous weed. Then when does it bloom, mother? Chu Tian asked curiously. I've heard it only blooms once every 1,000 years. Years? Why did you say 1,000 years when I can see it blooming right now? Chu Tian asked, surprised. Ling Fei sighed softly. Chu Tian, your grandmother once told me something. If the immortality herb ever blooms, it means the 1,000-year history of the Yihua Palace will have to face its destiny. In a moment of anguish, Chu Tian whispered, Mother, I'm sorry. With tears welling in her eyes, she turned to Failong and murmured, Eating the immortality herb can bring a person back to life, but it will erase all their memories. But there is one thing I don't want you to forget. You must take me away. Take me to the place by the sea where the plum blossoms bloom year-round, just as we promised. Just like that, she slowly fed the immortality herb into Failong's mouth. You must survive. A while later, Yaksha quietly slipped into the Yihua Palace, surveying the scene. The 8 immortal guardians of the Yihua Palace, could they all be dead? The assassins under the The command slaughtered everyone, not even sparing the dogs and chickens. This isn't a normal sect annihilation, it's a complete massacre. His gaze shifted to the sun, eyed landing on a horrifying sight by Ling Fei with a sword pierced through her chest even if her Hua Jade connection technique had reached the level of grand completion. She could hardly avoid a tragic death when facing the combined assault of the 9 soul ghost slayers. It looks like just a board wound, but I suspect the ones who truly finished Ling Fei off were Lucan's Red Dragon Claw and Demon Spirit Palm. Suddenly a powerful tremor caught Yaksha's attention. It was a violent earthquake coming from the western mountain. Over there. Could it be? The peak of the 3 mountains camp just collapsed? What's going on? I just sensed the killing intent of the 9 soul ghost slayers nearby, and I also felt the aura of the Yama King. Could the Yama King have come here himself? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted Failong and the young palace mistress Qutian lying motionless. Ah, leader. Failong. Placing his ear close to Failong's nose, he realized he had stopped breathing completely. He must be dead. Looking at the sword wound on his body, it's hard to guess who dealt the fatal blow, huh? It was the 9 soul Ghost Slayers, not the Yama King. All of the 9 soul ghost slayers are here except for Tan Lang. In that case, the Yama King must have sensed something was. Yaksha rushed to the peak of the 3 mountains camp to assess the situation. This place has completely collapsed. I fear the Yama King is more likely dead than alive. Strange. With old King Yama's skills, he should have had more than enough power to escape. Escape, right? Suddenly, a faint voice from old King Yama called out. Is anyone out there? Yaksha glanced around, searching. It was a telepathic message from old King Yama. Old King Yama, where are you? Are you trapped inside? Is that you, Yaksha? Hurry and save me. He cautiously moved deeper inside, not knowing when the mountain would completely collapse on itself, which would be extremely dangerous. I can't see. You in here? Where are you, old King Yama? Old King Yama replied faintly. Your voice sounds close. Just come a little deeper inside and you'll find me. It's a dead end here, Yaksha said, his gaze fixed on a giant boulder blocking the path. There's a massive rock in front of you, just get it out of the way and you'll see me. How am I supposed to deal with a rock this huge? Old King Yama continued to press him. Hurry up, Yaksha. We have to get out of here before this mountain collapses entirely. Moving this boulder was completely out of the question. Besides, if I destroy this rock, it might make the mountain collapse even faster. Screw it. I'll just try to destroy it first. If the mountain starts to shake because of it, I'll just make a run for it. Yaksha leaps into the air, unleashing dozens of razor-sharp sword strikes. Just like that, the massive rock in front of him was shattered into pieces. Old King Yama. Come on, help me out. Yaksha quickly moved to support Old King Yama. Old King Yama, what in the world happened? He replied. I fell victim to a treacherous attack by the 9 slaughter soul demons. But let's get out of here first and talk later. Just when he thought they could escape easily, the mountain suddenly began to shake more violently than ever before. The mountain is collapsing! Yaksha clenched his jaw, thinking to himself, no, I can't die like this. Here it comes. Massive boulders began to rain down, completely sealing the exit. How could I have been so foolish? Rumble. Just like that, the 2 of them were buried under tons of rock and dirt amidst a world-shattering roar. A short while later, from amidst the rubble, Yaksha's hoarse voice rang out. I can't die. I have to survive. Even if this is a living hell, I have to get through it because I'm going to be the new leader of the Black Moon Nightless clan. How could I possibly die in a place like this? He slowly came to in the pitch-black darkness under the rubble. Ah, am I still alive? My breathing is ragged and my body aches to the bone, but I'm alive. I'm not dead yet. Eagered through the darkness, he suddenly spotted a strange light emanating from an underground water source. Curious? Yaksha went closer to investigate. Why is this underground spring glowing? What is this place? This is deep beneath the earth of the 3 Mountains Fortress. Ah, that's old King Yama's voice. That spring is called the Jade Dragon Water. Yaksha spoke up hastily, his worried gaze falling upon his senior. Old King Yama, is there any way for us to escape this god-forsaken place? Old man let out a heavy sigh, his voice laced with despair. We're hundreds of yards deep underground. I doubt anyone could find a way out. What's more, my body is already broken beyond repair. Even if I were back at my peak, I'd be hard-pressed to escape. Hearing this, Yaksha felt as if he'd been plunged into an abyss of despair, his mind reeling. Are you saying that our fate is to rot away in this place? But before despair could fully consume him, old King Yama quickly added, "No, we still have the Jade Dragon water, pure spring flowing through here. As long as we drink from it daily, we can sustain our lives." But Yaksha was not satisfied. What's the point of living such an empty existence? If you're certain there's no escape, then I'd rather end my own life before my will to live is completely crushed than to just barely survive down here. Just as yet, Yaksha was about to take his own life. Old King Yama hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, it's not entirely hopeless. If you don't want to die such a meaningless death, I can still offer you a way to survive. Yaksha, I will pass on my entire life's worth of power to you. With my strength, you will undergo a complete metamorphosis. Your power will increase to an unimaginable degree. Both your internal energy and martial skills will reach a level you've never even dared to dream of. To put it simply, this is a legendary ancient art, and if you master it, you will become unmatched, under the heavens, invincible against all living things." And so, at a moment's hesitation, the two of them began the arduous cultivation process. Right now, my blood essence is completely depleted, and even circulating my chi to regulate my breath has become incredibly difficult. But my dantian is still intact. Regardless, I must transfer more than half of my 100 years of internal energy to him. With steely determination, the old Yama King began to focus all his true chi, transferring it stream by stream deep into Yaksha's body. Endure it. You must grit your teeth and bear this. The moment you fully absorb this old man's true chi is when your internal energy will reach an unprecedented level. However, if you cannot withstand this extreme agony, death will come instantly, let alone your internal energy advancing by leaps and bounds. If you desire to live so badly, then you must endure it. Persevere, Yaksha, it's finally done." The old Yama King heaved a sigh of relief. As for Yaksha, he clearly fucked up, felt a surging wave of power increasing exponentially. Is this the internal energy of the six absolutes, Yama King? My body feels lighter than ever before. Just by circulating the chi in my dantian, I can feel my entire body brimming with immense power. While Yaksha's internal energy advanced by leaping and bounds, the old Yama King began to slip into a near-death state, his life force gradually depleting. Meanwhile, at Yahello Palace, the scene was heartbreakingly desolate. Gigi stood silently before the bodies of Failong and Chutian, lost in somber thought. "Did you leave? Go Soul Valley and turn your back on me just to end up with this tragic death? I deeply regret it. I should have tried to dissuade you back then. Because no matter how great love is, in the face of death, it's nothing more than dust in the wind." Wait a minute. Although her breath is faint and intermittent, there are still signs of life. How can I save her life in this state? If only a master physician were here, perhaps the situation could be reversed. But someone like me can only barely keep her alive. A full recovery is another matter entirely. This is the woman Failong chose, and also the daughter of Bai Ling Fei. It's not our first meeting, but well, to meet again is a matter of fate, so you and I have some karmic connection. The only thing I, Gigi, can do is prolong your fading life for a little while. If you have a fortuitous encounter before you die, you might just be able to survive. I will leave the martial world, and perhaps I will never set foot in this mortal realm again. Back inside the dark cave, and to give the six absolutes Yama King some Jade Dragon water bit by bit. Old Yama King. "Are you all right?" The old Yama King spoke with great difficulty. 100 years. It took me a full 100 years to master the Yama sword and the Yama heavenly wheel art, to the stage of grand completion. And yet now, in a single moment, you have absorbed over 50 years of this old man's internal energy. Yaksha was utterly horrible, unable to believe his ears. 50 years of internal energy? You can't be serious. In any case, Yaksha, if you can realize your full potential, you should be able to shoulder this great responsibility in 10 years' time. Back then, this old man observed the celestial phenomena and saw the birth of the heavenly dipper star, carrying the power of the heavens. That is the star that carries the destiny of a peerless hero, revered by all people. But at the same time, the earthly fiend star was also born. The destiny of the earthly fiend star is to plunge all of humanity into an endless Asura hell. Legend says that when the heavenly dipper star was born, the heavenly fiend star was born. The destiny of the earthly fiend star is to plunge all of humanity into an endless Asura hell. Dipper star descends and the world is created. Those born under its fated sign will receive its power and form a physical body of the void spirit. And if the earthly fiend star descends, the gates of the underworld will open and those born fated to it will receive its power and form a physical body of the demonic spirit. But in that year, this old man found it difficult to distinguish who was the human reincarnation of the Heavenly Dipper Star, because on the day the Heavenly Dipper Star descended, 100 children were born into the world, but only a single one survived, and that child was Failong, and on the day the earthly fiend star descended. I also found all 100 boys born on that day, all fighting for survival just like the others, and in the end, only you remained, Yaksha. A look of surprise crossed Yaksha's face. Huh. If you put it that way, doesn't that mean I'm the reincarnation of the earthly fiend star? The old Yama King looked straight at him. Yaksha, perhaps you don't know that your pupils are a shade of green more precious than the finest jade. It was for that very reason that year that I named you Yaksha. For one day, the people of this world will call you the green-eyed Yaksha. The mere mention of that name will be enough to make people would be terrified. This world is incredibly strange, and fate is even more unpredictable. To think that just a single sword would make him and I become a master and disciple. For me to be the master of the earthly fiend star, well, that's fine. After all, there's no more suitable place for a man to cultivate his martial arts. In this deep place, the two of them trained tirelessly day after day, after an indeterminate amount of time. Failong slowly regained consciousness. He slowly, opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. Confused gaze swept across his surroundings. He couldn't understand at all why he was here. Who am I? Why can't I remember anything? Eyes fell upon a sword lying next to him as soon as he touched it. A strangely familiar feeling washed over him. Failong. Could that be my name? Walking on a path with corpses, Failong wondered where this place was, with such a gloomy and deadly aura. Yihua Palace? This place must have just gone through some horrific event. Suddenly the voice echoed in his mind. You must take me away. Take me to the place where the plum blossoms bloom year-round by the sea. Voice grew clearer and more intense, causing Failong to clutch his head and scream. All right, I know, please stop. I'll go there, just please stop nagging in my head. The voice is gone now. The strange thing is, as long as he takes a step, the sound disappears. But if he stops, for even a single step, that voice echoes in his mind relentlessly. However, a place where plum blossoms bloom year-round right by the sea. But once I get to the sea, where am I supposed to find it? It would be better if you could tell me the exact name of the place to make my journey less arduous during those years. Yacha continued to train like a madman at the peak of Huanyak's stronghold. The old king, Yama, noticed that he had reached the pinnacle of the Sword of Yama. That's enough. Stop for a moment. Before it's too late, I need to pass on all of the 6 absolutes of Yama to you. First, will teach you the art of disguise, the body-altering illusionary secret art no matter the face, physique, or voice. As long as you wish, you can disguise yourself perfectly, leaving no trace behind. This is the highest realm of the disguise technique, absolutely flawless. Yacha watched his face transform in an instant, his jaw dropping in amazement, unable to believe the disguise technique could reach such a level. To be honest, RIP This is merely a minor trick, rather than a true martial art. I learned it by secretly observing an unteachable secret technique at the gloomy demon secret hall, and developed it to a new level. Next up is the acupoint shifting grand method. The old King Yama pointed a finger at Yacha, and his body immediately froze. King Yama continued, with just a flick of my finger. Your body is already unable to move. As long as you can shift the original positions of the 36 major acupoints in your body, your blood circulation will also change. When you master Yama's acupoint shifting grand method, you can evade most of your enemy's assassination attempts, and your body will also suffer fewer fatal injuries. Ah, my body can move again. Do you remember when I was poisoned by the 9 soul ghost killers? But I'm still alive, and it's all thanks to practicing the acupoint shifting grand method. Next is the mouth-concealed poison sword. The old King Yama seemed pulling a hidden blade from his throat. If you can master this ultimate technique, there will be times when it will be incredibly useful. The final ultimate technique your master wants to pass on to you is a demonic art which can instantly boost your power to an abnormal level. It is called King Yama's Heaven, Wheel Art. But no matter how you look at it, because it is a demonic art, if you overuse it, you could truly lose your life. Only use it when you fight an opponent you absolutely cannot defeat. And at that moment, you are prepared to perish together with them. But don't overuse it. Now I can finally. But you must promise your master one thing. You must kill Failong. Yachus couldn't understand his words, so he shouted, "But master, Captain Failong is already dead. Didn't I see it with my own eyes? He is not dead, because if the daughter of the Yihua Palace master gave me a poisonous herb, then the true immortality herb would still be in her hands. In that case, there is no way Failong could be dead. Furthermore, it's as if fated, mocking you when destiny brought you here to meet me. You are the incarnation of the earthly fiend star, and to survive such an accident, it's because you were born to confront the heavenly spirit star. One day you and Failong will meet at the pinnacle of the world. At that time, heavenly spirit and earthly fiend, Failong and Yaka, alas, the fate of you two is to fight until one of you is dead." After a long journey, Failong finally set foot in Huanyaklung, looking at a small, strangely peaceful valley. Failong felt a sense of familiarity. The moment he stopped walking, that voice echoed in his head. Again clutching his head, he screamed, "Enough, I hear you, I hear you. Please just stop for a moment. I'm gonna lose my mind if he stopped walking for even a second." The mysterious girl's voice would echo relentlessly in his mind. On top of that, he noticed something incredibly bizarre. It had been at least 4 days since he woke up, yet he hadn't eaten a single meal, had no thoughts of food, nor did his stomach feel any hunger. Stranger, he had been walking for 4 straight days and nights without feeling the slightest bit of fatigue, and he couldn't feel sleepy either. It wasn't that he couldn't feel tired, but rather that with every step he took, the power inside his body seemed to grow too, to an uncontrollable degree. It was as if his body and nature had merged into one, and he even had the feeling that all things in the world existed just for him. While walking through the forest, Failong noticed some people were tailing him. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 people are following me. They started following me after I left Huanyaklung. They'd be mountain bandits? Then again, that wouldn't be too surprising. At some point, Failong began to develop unnaturally sharp senses. He could now hear every single footstep, even from hundreds of yards away. What was stranger still was that it wasn't merely his hearing. Every action, the slightest gesture, and even the fleeting thoughts of his opponents were rendered in his mind with lifelike clarity. He just had to think it, and a vision appeared before him of a towering mountain, its peak strewn, watching majestically into the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, he could vaguely make out 5 strangers who seemed to be waiting for him. Among them, 2 who stood slightly in front appeared to be the leaders. Unconcerned, Failong strode forward, planning to walk right past them. But his dismissive attitude immediately provoked one of the men. The man growled, "You punk! Stop right there!" Failong knew it would be difficult to just ignore them and walk away. Failong replied softly, without slowing his pace. "My apologies, gentlemen. I'm on urgent business and can't afford to stop. What an insolent punk!" Another man snarled. The other 3 immediately stepped forward, completely blocking Failong's path. "Listen here, kid. We're not asking for much, but we can't have followed you all this way for nothing. So just hand over all your money, and you can be on your way." However, Failong kept his pace, moving past them as if their threats were nothing but air. "I know what you want, but I'm just a penniless wanderer. Where do you expect me to get money from?" One of the men angrily swung his sword, placing the cold blade against Failong's neck. "You little punk. Are you deaf? I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Before anyone knew it, Failong had slipped out of his grasp and was standing calmly to the side. Failong sighed softly with a look of helplessness. "Honestly, it's not that I don't want to listen to you. It's just a bit complicated to explain." Seeing this incredible feat, the men started to break out in a cold sweat. What the hell? How can he be that fast just by walking? This guy is definitely The remaining 3 men immediately coordinated, forming a pincer formation to surround Failong. "If you don't want to die, then you—" The harsh clang of weapons rang out, but their blades only cut through empty air. No one knew when, but Failong had already slipped out of their encirclement. He stood a few steps away, holding up his empty hands and shouting, "Hey, take a good look. I've got nothing on me. You won't get a single coin, even if you kill me. Didn't I already tell you guys? I can't stop. It's hard to explain because every time I stop moving, a mysterious woman's voice appears in my head. It tortures me over and over again, and that suffering is 100 times worse than any threat you could make." The biggest guy among them still looked unconvinced. He roared, swinging a huge broadsword as he charged forward aggressively. "Humph! Get out!" In my way, he launched a fierce attack, but none of it could even touch Failong. Not a single hair. Well, it seems wanting them to understand me from the start was a foolish thought. And now another strange thing is happening. The moment they move, I can read and predict every trajectory of their movements. As a result, my body reacts even faster than my thoughts. But this incredibly fast reaction speed makes me feel like this body isn't my own. The mountain band, undeterred, crazily attacked, and wave after wave. "You scoundrels, what am I supposed to do when I never intended to kill them?" Before I even thought about making a move, my hand was already on the hilt of the sword on my back. But when did that happen? Furthermore, why is this sword in my hand so heavy? Damn it. If I hadn't changed the sword's direction quickly, this in front of me would have been split in 2 by a single strike. The sword flashed with a cold light, and the towering mountain behind Failong was suddenly sliced in 2 as cleanly as a slice of cake. I can't believe I split that mountain in 2 with just a casual swing. Even I can't believe. It's happening right before my eyes. Is this because of the Failong sword? No, it's definitely because of it. Who am I really? Although he still doesn't know who he is exactly. Failong knows that as long as the woman's voice in his head hasn't disappeared, he cannot stop. He must continue on his journey. He can't stop for even a single step. To avoid the onset of pain, he doesn't get hungry, so he doesn't need to eat. And since he doesn't eat, he doesn't need to excrete. But when he's thirsty, he quenches his throat with the morning dew, soothing his throat. First with just the dewdrops collected on flower petals. Who is he? Where did he come from? What kind of person is he? To this day, he has no desire to know who his parents are, or if he is the father of any because none of it matters to him. For someone who has lost all their memories, what is there to remember? The only thing he knows right now is that his name is probably Failong, and now he has become a very powerful man. A few assassins hiding in the shadows sneak after Failong, like patient predators. He is the one from the rumors. His name is Failong. He is an assassin from the Ghost Soul Valley, the assassin group that caused the annihilation of the Yahello Palace 1 year ago. Since then, the beaming martial world has placed a bounty of 10,000 taels on his head. One of them whispered, his eyes filled with greed. If we can take his life, The leader will be very pleased. Another one added, "Yeah, we have to take him down before he reaches the Black Lotus gang. Let's make our move then. First strike is victory. Let's go, brothers." One of them didn't wait long, rushing to assassinate Failong from behind with a swing of his sword. His attack was stopped by a single finger from Failong. Few more immediately rushed in, their cold sword aura surrounding him. The desperate screams of the assassins echoed throughout the forest. Just like that, they were defeated by Failong. In just a moment, their broken bodies lay scattered on the ground. The scene changes to the Black Lotus gang. At this time, the gang leader is sitting on an exquisitely carved armchair, listening to his subordinate report on the situation outside. "Failong? Is that the guy? I heard the bounty on his head is as high as 10,000 taels. Compared to the 300,000 taels our Black Lotus gang needs, that's just pocket change. But even a small mosquito has some meat. That little bit of change is enough for us to drink for a few days. So let's go. Hurry up and bring me his head." Failong was walking through the deep forest when the tranquil scene was suddenly shattered as members of the Black Lotus gang swarmed out like ants from a broken nest. I already can't stop walking. I have no choice but to keep moving. I can't even stop for a second. So no matter what happens, I have to keep walking. Because when I do stop, it's because someone is standing in my way to stop me. And at times like that, I always see them end up with broken bones and spilled blood just for trying to stop me. Failong, time and again, took down each member of the Black Lotus gang with ease, as fast as lightning, without expending any effort. Seeing this, the gang leader grabbed his saber and charged like a madman. "You bastard, looks like you've got some talent." Failong looked at him indifferently, his tone strangely calm. "So you're the leader of this group? If so, I'll pass by quietly to save you some face. Just stay." They put and don't do anything, feeling utterly disrespected. The man gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, and roared, "You bastard! I was just trying to spare your lives. Who do you think? QR to talk about saving my face." Failong replied coldly, "I can't really control my own power. Let's just skip the talk." As he finished speaking, a terrifyingly powerful punch from Failong slammed right into the gang leader's stomach. That destructive force tore through a vast expanse of the forest, causing him to collapse without a sin. He voiced a protest, driven by his refusal to ever back down. "Moving forward, no one can stand in my way. Ah, no. More accurately, I can't stop." On an endless green, in February, Gigi was being pursued by members of the Martial Arts Alliance, with injuries, a testament to a long and brutal battle. Anyone who dared to rush her with, instantly frozen solid by her chilling aura. For everyone who attacked, another fell. The two remaining guards quickly realized they were no match for Gege. "Don't blame me for this." Just as those two guards were about to be taken down, a loud noise echoed, shaking the entire area. It was Song Da-Hu, captain of the Martial Arts Alliance's Special Forces unit, who had intercepted her attack just in time. Hearing Song Da-Hu identify by himself, Gigi seemed surprised and asked, "You know me? How?" "I do not know the person who once hunted me down. But why are you doing this to someone like me, who has already left the martial world behind?" Da-Hu gathered his energy and violently threw Gui backward. "Even if you've retired from the martial world, that doesn't mean the crimes you've committed can be erased. You claim to have left the martial world. So why have you appeared here?" The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, yelled, "I'm only here on personal business. I have no intention of returning to the martial world." Song Da-Hu remained, and unconvinced. "Do you really think I'd fall for that excuse? You'd be wise to surrender peacefully." Because the moment the Martial Arts Alliance disbanded, they resolved to hold him accountable for his crimes, as his fate had already been sealed by the prolonged nature of the battle. Too long, Guigi was exhausted and took a critical hit from Song Da-Hu, which sent her collapsing to the ground. The gash was deep, and at this rate it seemed dire, but Guigui's expression suddenly changed as if she had seen something. It was a familiar figure, appearing in the distance. Failong, sensing her gaze, Failong instinctively turned to look toward Guigi and Song Da-Hu, seeing his opponent distracted. Sang Da-Hu seized the chance to attack. "Where are you looking in the middle of a fight?" The Martial Arts Alliance members surrounded Gui as Failong watched them gank up on a single woman. He thought, should I intervene? But then his eyes shifted to the died and saw several men who had already been defeated by Gui. "Oh, it looks like she's no ordinary helpless woman. Maybe I don't need to get in." Fighting surrounded on an open plain like this was extremely disadvantageous. "First, I have to get out of here. There's only one way, and that's to use them." Gigi, Fun, flinging her hand and unleashing 3 sharp cold ice spikes, effortless, falling 3 of her attackers. She then pressed her sharp, white ice sword to the throat of one of the remaining guards, her voice dripping with threat. Song Dahu, if you don't expel the cold energy from your subordinates' bodies in the next moment, they will die instantly. Dahu was forced to stop. His eyes glanced back at his heavily wounded subordinates, and he thought, this is bad. I've already lost 6 men. I can't afford to lose anyone else. I have to save them first and deal with this later. All right, I'll save them now, but you remember this. Guigi, we will most certainly meet again. With that, Gigi immediately fled from the Martial Arts Alliance members and hurried to find Failong. It looks like he went in this direction in a cold voice. Guigui asked him, who are you really, Failong? At the woman in front of him, thinking, isn't this the same woman from earlier? He started to introduce himself. I'm called Failong. I don't know why you're deliberately pretending to be Failong, but I suggest you take off the mask you're wearing, or else you'll find it hard to escape. Death. Oh, so you do know me, Failong said. Gigi replied, I know you all too well, chatted as they strolled across the prairie. But you can't be the Failong I know because your innate true chi is completely different from his. Besides, if you were the real Failong, you would have recognized me, and you wouldn't have just watched me die without helping. To be honest with you, I have absolutely no memories in my head right now. When I woke up, I was holding this sword with the words Failong engraved on it. I assumed it was my name, so I've just been calling myself Failong. You're quite good at making excuses, but I'll tear that mask off you myself. Gigi lunged forward and swung her arm. She rushed towards Failong, but somehow, he had already appeared behind her. I'm sorry, but I can't stop right now. Even if it's just for a moment, I really want to stop. Watching the man's departing figure, Gui fell into deep thought. I've never seen this kind of footwork before. It's incredibly agile and fluid. I have to try again. What if I use 80% of my power and unleash the ice-white divine sword? She shouted. What if I insist that you stop? To her surprise, Gui's ice-white sword shat, with just a light flick of Failong's hand. The power behind it was also absolutely immense, kicking up a thick cloud of dust behind him. Witnessing this horrifying strength, Gui's hand began to tremble. How can this be? My hand won't stop shaking. Even though I used 80% of my power, his power is even greater than Songdaeho's Iron Dragon Blade from earlier. No, it makes no sense. Why would a supreme master of this level need to disguise himself as Failong? Failong used his lightness skill, his footwork gentle, as he approached Gui. You know, looking closely, your face is very familiar. I just can't remember where I've seen it before. Hey, what's your name? Gui's eyes widened and utter astonishment. That's not right. No matter how masterful the disguise technique is, it can change a face but not the eyes. That's it. This is Failong's face. It's Failong's voice and Failong's body. This man, he is Failong. There's no mistaking it. Gui grabbed Failong. Hong's face, yelling in disbelief. What in the world happened? I clearly saw that sword pierce right through you. How can you be perfectly fine now? She quickly stepped back, her eyes filled with disbelief. When I woke up, I found myself in Yahello Palace, and everything before that is a complete blank. If you know about my past, please forget it, because it seems they weren't happy memories. Failong said with an indifferent tone and turned to walk away, leaving Gigi standing stunned as she watched his retreating figure. Could it be that he lost all of his memories? Memories of the day Failong first arrived at Ghost Soul Valley flooded Gui's mind. Failong, from this day forward, that will be your name. And also from today, you will be the leader of the Black Moon's endless night. You are to go to Yahello Palace, kill Baek Lin Fi, and bring back the immortality herb. Once this is done, the seat of the greedy wolf will be yours. Understand? All of you. Go find leader Failong and bring him back to me. If Failong defies orders and disobeys, you are to treat it as an act of betrayal. Failong, are you doing this for the young master of Yahello Palace? Failong, do you know what must be done if you leave Ghost Soul Valley? Fly long. Take this with you. It is your sword, after all. So he had forgotten everything. I had already resolved to leave the martial world, determined never to return. So I didn't want to have anything to do with you. That's why I had no intention of bothering you with our past connection. I just thought that when you finally recall your memories, at that time, if you feel guilt strangling your heart, making even breathing a reminder of your past insecurities, then come find me in Hwaak Valley. And so, Guigi kept her promise. to Failong from that year. From that day on, Guigi spent day after day, year after year, living in seclusion in Hua-Ak Valley. This is the first time I've been out in a very long time, kid. That's right. Before Failong came to find her, Gui had never stepped outside, not even once. Hey kid, who are you really? Look, I don't even know who I am anymore. But then the day came when Failong found her, though his appearance was a bit different. This kid's martial arts are unatomably deep. Looking at his martial arts, they remind me so much of you. Could it be? How is that possible? Now I know who you truly are. Failong. On the 2008, 177th day since Failong entered the martial world on a tower, mountain peak, the figures of two old men sat playing Go. Well, now, his footwork is truly light. His physical power is as heavy as 10,000 pounds, yet his movement is as light as a flower. Truly a rare sight. It's very similar to the ninefold weightless step. Old friend, let's you and I stick to the old rules. Yes, and looking at him, he reminds me of you and your youth. Well, it seems the more time passes, the more I forget the past, in my youth. I faced a great obstacle when trying to ascend to the profound realm no matter how I tried. My body just couldn't overcome it, friend. What are you talking about at your age? I was still suffering from cultivation DV radiation and almost lost my life. But somehow, that guy must have had some miraculous opportunity to reach such a realm at his age. The two of them radiated an immense amount of internal energy, their eyes fixed on Failong. Inside a horse-drawn carriage, a woman was observing Failong carefully. So that's Failong, the man I've been hearing rumors about lately. What I sense from him isn't quite like the rumors, because this man has an extremely peaceful and tranquil aura. That aura is like a true gem hidden under 10,000 years of ice and snow. His internal energy flows throughout his entire body, gathered without dispersing, and circulates without end. With every step he takes, the power of heaven and earth around him is drawn into his body, constantly replenishing it. The more I look, the less he seems like a martial artist, and more like a celestial being. The man in the orange robe sitting in the middle is Thean Kothu. When grandmasters and sages speak of someone in the world who is proficient in music, Go, poetry, and painting, with knowledge of astronomy above and geography below, and even more skilled in esoteric and secret arts, they cannot fail to mention Thean Kothu. Rumored that if he wished, Thean Kothu could conquer the entire martial world with just his brush. But they also say that although the head of the Teen family has no sons and only one daughter, she is an extraordinary woman. The people of the martial world call Thean Kothu's daughter the Golden Fairy, Thean Tuyet Huang. Like her father, Thean Tuyet Huang is not only skilled in music, Go, painting, and calligraphy. It seems she is a master of all arts. However, there is one thing that Thean Tuyet Huang is more passionate about than anything else in the world, and that is martial arts. Thean Tuyet Huang's talent is terrifyingly immense. For any martial art in the world, she only needs to read it once to fully grasp it. Whether it's the strengths or weaknesses, she can point them out clearly, no matter how complex. The mechanisms of the demonic cult or the martial arts of the evil sects. Even hidden weapons, formations, and astronomy, she has studied them all deeply and understands them broadly. In truth, Thean Tuyet Huang has never practiced martial arts for a single day. But it would be no exaggeration to say her theoretical knowledge of it is the best in the world. Thean Kothu approached his daughter. "My treasure, what book are you reading so intently?" She replied with a cheerful face. "Ah, father, I'm studying and comparing the 8 forms of the 9 heavens demonic saber, and the 8 forms of the adamant dragon breaks the heavens saber to see how they are similar and different." Speaking of which, at the gates of the Thean family, martial arts masters were as numerous as a crowded market, visiting daily to ask her to point out the weaknesses and flaws in their techniques so they could supplement and perfect them. On the dueling stage, 2 people were sparring. Team Tuyet Huang analyzed from below. The Flying Thunder Black Spear has changed its moves 12 times. Each move is flashy and beautiful, but lacks power. The variations are many, but unnecessary. A bit like all thunder and no rain. In contrast, the 36 Demons of Doing Swords has few variations, but every move is a killing technique. The only issue is that in a prolonged fight, his internal energy is insufficient and it lacks refinement. In just 2 more sword moves, the demon's subduing swordsman will be unable to contain his overwhelming excitement and will unleash a finishing blow, and the black spear wielder, in a moment of carelessness, will permanently lose his right arm. As soon as the words left her mouth, as if a prophecy was fulfilled, the black spear wielder suffered a severed limb under the sword of the 30s. The surrounding crowd was stunned and amazed by this scene. She said 2 moves, and it was indeed 2 moves, truly making people admire her from the bottom of their hearts. To be honest, this girl's talent for martial arts theory has probably surpassed even her brilliant father. You can decipher almost every cultivation method and martial arts technique in the world. But do you know which martial art in the martial world is currently the strongest? Hearing this, Thien Tuet Huang was momentarily confused, not understanding her father's meaning. He smiled and explained, "Ah, I'm asking you which martial art is number 1 under heaven." This was indeed something that had haunted theme to Yet Huang for a long time. What is the most invincible martial art in the world? From that moment on, Dien Tu Yet Huang decided to leave home and set out on a journey to find the answer to that difficult question. For 10 long years, she wandered far and wide, from the south to the north, meeting countless masters. She set forth in the perilous land of the Purple Sea where few dared to go, crossed the remote desolate northern wastes, and then traversed the lonely Azure Sea. She even ventured to the distant land of Tianzhu, documenting the lost martial arts secrets of the dark aesthetic masters in the secret hall of the shadow demons. Even the one famous demon sect, now just a legend, she was determined to find and explore their martial arts. Finally, after all those years, there wasn't a single martial art in the world she didn't know. It was at this time that rumors began to stir in the martial world about a mysterious figure who roamed undefeated, never knowing the taste of defeat. A thought flashed through her mind how meaningless it was to have spent so many years searching for the world's number 1 martial art. Because every martial art has its own strengths and weaknesses, and the core of martial arts is, lost in thought, she suddenly overheard a conversation between 2 people nearby. "Hey, has that guy Failong finally defeated the jade-faced bladesman Gongsun Kai yet? You're really behind the times. Gongsun Kai's defeat at his hands was 2 months ago. And just about a month ago, the once peaceful blood sect ran into him, and now they're completely scattered. Their sect has been utterly destroyed." Did they say? No, 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 no. The Bloodvine Demon Buddha was beheaded. If I remember correctly, the Bloodvine Demon Buddha had already reached the demon severing realm. Seen to Yed Huang approached Failong and asked, "Great hero, may this humble one ask why you keep moving forward like this?" "I've heard you've been doing this for 10 years, Failong calmly explained. "It's because the voice of a certain woman always echoes in my head, whenever I—" "Stop!" That voice rings out, making my head feel like it's about to split open, so I'm forced to keep walking, to keep moving on like this. But as the long years passed, my purpose gradually changed. Now, my mind is only filled with the desire to find a master strong enough, a master possessing earth-shattering martial arts. Powerful enough to stop my steps, then. "Great hero, can you tell me the name of the martial art you use?" Failong replied, "I don't think it has a name. In that case, surely you must know the basic principles of your own martial art. To be honest, I don't know that, either." Just as the 2 were talking, a group of people rushed forward. "Failong, surrender your life to me. Anyone among us who stabs a sword through that guy's heart will be rewarded with 1 million LAC. Into it," Huang continued with her question. "So, great hero, what do you think of this thing called martial arts?" "Let's see, to me, so-called martial arts are like breathing, like the wind and water. When the wind rises, the water stirs. To be precise, it's like a flow. A flow. That's right. Something that once it starts flowing cannot be stopped, just like the wind and water theme to Yet." Huang witnessed Failong's martial arts and was left speechless with amazement. He had just created a furious gale with a light wave of his hand. Just how high has his internal energy With just one move, those assassins lost consciousness, but great hero, if the wind does not rise, the water does not stir. Without wind, water doesn't flow. Isn't that like a person holding their breath? As if anticipating the question, Failong retorted, "Not at all. If the wind doesn't blow, it's because it's gathering, preparing to become a great storm. And if the water isn't flowing, it's because you can't see its undercurrents. Likewise, if you see me stop breathing, it's not because I'm dead. It's simply because I've paused for a moment." Great hero. You make it sound easy by comparing martial arts to a ceaseless flow. But how can that overcome the ancient philosophies of martial arts that assassin hastily threw hundreds of darts at Failong, but with just a few waves of his hand, they all lost their power and fluttered to the ground? You must understand, no matter how earth-shattering a martial art is, it always has a beginning and an end. Looking at the process in between, we always see countless variations. However, if that flow in the middle is weakened, blocked, or cut off, then everything becomes meaningless. Failong caught one of the hidden weapons and, with a small movement, took the assassin's life. Best you leave this place, because in about an hour, a great battle will take place. In about an hour, at his speed, he could cover about 10 li in an hour. If so, is there some... How can he sense someone's power from 10 miles away? Just as Failong said half an hour later. They arrived at a mountain where two men were sitting and playing Go. Thian Tu Yet Huang was utterly astonished. Ah, wait, could those two be the Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor? The two men you see in the distance, great hero, I can assure you, are the two greatest masters in the current martial world, Sword Emperor Baiyun. 30 years ago, he single-handedly annihilated both the Thian Long Temple and the Dai Luiam Temple in the Qin Kingdom. It was also after that battle that the Sword Emperor's treasured sword changed, now emitting the Samadhi true fire whenever he draws it. The Blade Emperor is no less powerful. Back then, the leader of the demonic cult, the one-armed divine eagle, once dominated the martial world, but he was mercilessly slain by the Blade Emperor, the Great Blade and the Blade Emperor. Emperor's Hand is hailed as the Tu Kimdola, one of the most famous blades in the world. If I'm not mistaken, the martial cultivation of these two masters is currently at the life and death realm. It's no exaggeration to say they are the strongest of this era. Well then, this is a bit strange, Failong said calmly. To me, they're just two middle-aged men playing Go, themed to Yet Huang truly couldn't comprehend. And Failong's thoughts, she exclaimed in shock. What? In his eyes, the world-renowned Sword Emperor and Blade Emperor are just like two middle-aged old men playing Go? Hey, even arrogance has its limits. You can't be so conceited that you look down on everyone. Just as Failong was about to walk on, a deep and steady voice, gentle yet powerful, stopped him in his tracks. Young friend, please wait a moment. Failong glanced towards the two imposing figures before him. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did a young man like you have to reach this realm? The Blade Emperor's voice was filled with curiosity and amazement. The Sword Emperor continued, his gaze as sharp as a sword fixed on Failong. That's clearly the void-stepping technique. An ordinary martial artist can only maintain it for an instant, a second at Yet this kid can float in mid-air, walking as easily as if on solid ground, without touching the earth at all. How can an ordinary person perform such an extraordinary feat? The Blade Emperor. Brother's sword. Could this kid be the legendary heavenly spirit and earthly fiend we've heard about? I also can't explain why this kid possesses the legendary ethereal spirit body. Special physiques are not rare in the world. There are countless types suitable for martial arts, but of all the elite physiques I've ever seen, none can compare to this kid's strange constitution. Even possible, if my guess is correct, that the kid might be a heavenly spirit star descended to the mortal realm. The Sword Emperor analyzed, his voice laced with deep astonishment. Let's see. I'm not entirely sure until we exchange a few moves. The Blade Emperor said, then suddenly slammed his hand on the Go board. Instantly, the black and white stone on the board flew into the air as if they had a life of their own, forming a mystical formation. Since it has come to this, young friend, please forgive our impudence, but what do you say to stopping for a while to spar or discuss swordsmanship with us old men? This is the renown, around heaven and earth throw, a move that can decide life and death. The Sword Emperor looked at Failong with a challenging gaze. Let's see how you'll break it, young friend. Failong looked at, utterly weary, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. I'm just on my way to find a plum blossom garden that blooms year-round by the sea. Is what I'm doing so offensive to heaven and reason that it's impossible to achieve? Why do you people insist on, I'm just on my way to find a plum blossom garden that blooms year-round by the sea? I'm just on my way to find a plum blossom garden that blooms year-round by the sea, blocking my path. Does this mean that once again, if I want to live, I have no choice but to draw my sword? Is that all you want? He continued, his voice filled with exhaustion and sorrow. You all dream of becoming the #1 master in the world. You always pursue the ultimate strongest martial art, one that has never before appeared in this world. For the past 10 years, I've lived on the edge of a blade, constantly fighting you or anyone else. I always wonder, that realm you seek from me, I'm actually curious about it myself now. It's not just you, even I. Always wonder what this martial art I possess is. And since when did I undergo this change, carrying this incredibly strange power within me? What is the supreme realm of martial arts that everyone dreams day and night of achieving? I've heard that the gods hated man, and man, in turn, created martial arts. But I have never heard of anyone reaching the realm of infinity. Suppose one day I ascend to the realm of infinity. Then perhaps I'll tell this little girl all about it. With that, I'll end this video here. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Failong didn't hesitate, just lightly swinging his sword. Before the Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor's chessboard, the object that had just been radiating an overwhelming aura was cleanly split in two by a single sword stroke. Both masters were utterly stunned. But is this the limitless realm? Impossible. Those were just pieces. But how could this happen when I infused them with all of my internal energy? The Blade Emperor exclaimed, his voice filled with both doubt and horror. The Sword Emperor was also stunned. That kid's single sword strike was so fast I couldn't even follow it with my eyes. Besides, no matter if I say it 10 times or 100 times, my body just can't stop. I had some hope for them, but it seems no one can stop me now. Failong said, "You too, follow me," after hearing this. Everyone looked stunned. Follow that guy? The Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor looked at each other, unable to hide their utter astonishment. The Blade Emperor turned to the Sword Emperor with a smile and said, "In that case, old friend, we must decide who goes first." He replied, "Come on, why bother deciding who goes first and who goes second? My sword brother, just let me take the first turn." And just like that, in the blink of an eye, the two masters vanished from their spots, quickly chasing after Failong. Huang looked at the Go board that had been split in two, lost in thought. The Sword Emperor. The Blade Emperor's previous move was clearly a joint attack from two masters of the life and death realm. If I hadn't heard and seen it for myself, I would have found it hard to believe. In just the blink of an eye, the two of them had caught up to Failong even though he was still using void stepping. "Young man, please stop for a moment." But due to his own condition, Failong couldn't stop. The two of them had no choice but to continue following him. As they moved, they started talking. "To be honest, we just want an answer from you, and it probably won't take much of your time," the Blade Emperor said, his tone much more humble than before. Replied, still maintaining his pace. "Seniors, I'm in a hurry, so let's just talk as we go, if you don't mind." "Very well then." Sword Emperor spoke up, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Then this old man won't beat around the bush and will ask you directly, young man. Do you know how to break through the barrier of the life and death realm?" Gazing into the distance, Failong answered slowly, his voice laced with a pensive tone. "Let's see. To be honest, I've only ever just walked, so this life and death realm you speak of, I'm not really sure what it is. So if you two are asking about the martial realm I am immersed in, I can say that when you can perceive everything and become one with nature, you will naturally and completely step into the next realm. In that case, I want to ask one more thing." The Blade Emperor persisted. "How do you know you've reached a transcendent state when breaking through to the life and death realm? How can I explain it?" Failong hummed thoughtfully for a long moment before replying. "It's difficult for me to explain accurately in words because when I reached the next realm, it was a natural accumulation, as effortless as drifting clouds and flowing water. Furthermore, only when you can fully grasp your own realm, when you can see a whole tree in a single leaf and see an entire forest in a single tree, will you then know for yourself whether you have entered that state or not. In that case, what do you see in your eyes right now, young man?" Un replied calmly, his voice without a single ripple. "Before me, I only see two old men blocking my path." That seemingly simple answer made the two powerful experts frown, clearly showing their dissatisfaction. "It seems you have reached a realm that is difficult to describe with ordinary words, a realm far beyond our understanding. Young man, this old man truly cannot comprehend your words unless I see it with my own eyes, confirm it with my own hands, and exchange a few moves with you." His words trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Finally, both old men drew their sword and blade, ready to exchange a few basic moves with Failong. "Young man, forgive this old man for attacking so suddenly." The Blade Emperor was the first to strike with an extremely fast and powerful attack that carried destructive force, one that seemed capable of splitting the majestic mountain ahead in two. However, Failong just flicked his hand, a gentle gesture like brushing away dust, and that world-shaking blade strike was completely diverted, vanishing into thin air. Without giving Failong a moment to think, the Blade Emperor dove down from above, unleashing his famous purple-gold flag blade technique. Once again, Failong simply turned his body gently, like a wisp of wind, and effortlessly blocked the powerful attack. The terrifying power from their techniques destroyed nearly all the surrounding mountains, and in the blink of an eye, the shockwaves spread all the way to where Team 2 yet Huang was standing, observing from afar. Was truly an unprecedented blade technique, capable of crushing and destroying entire mountain ranges. The Blade Emperor was stunned, unable to believe that he had just used his full power in that slash. The Sword Emperor didn't hesitate, shouting, "Brother Blade, it's my turn now, young brother. If you can break this sword technique of mine, this old man can declare one thing with certainty. You are the #1 master in the current martial world." With that, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Hgis. In an Earth 100 annihilation sword, see thousands of immensely powerful swords shimmering with killing intent, relentlessly surged towards Failong. Yet Failong seemed completely unfazed. One could only see Failong really making a few basic movements, and the surrounding air suddenly transformed into a raging tempest, easily neutralizing the entire deadly technique. The Sword Emperor, witnessing this, was utterly astonished, his heart shaken. Could it be that my technique was broken just like that? He couldn't believe his eyes. He broke my heaven and earth 100 annihilation sword C just by executing a sword art with his bare hands. My ultimate technique couldn't even touch his wrist, giving Failong no time to rest. The Blade Emperor moved forward again, mustering all his strength to unleash his final move. "Young man, let's see you block this ultimate move from this old man." He stood his ground, thrusting his blade straight into the earth, causing the surrounding ground and rocks to tremble violently. Seeing this, the Sword Emperor cried out in alarm. "Brother Blade, don't tell me you're going to use a mutual destruction technique." A mutual destruction move is an extreme technique where the user exhausts all their combat power and stamina, trading their very life for it. The Blade Emperor showed no hesitation, eyes bloodshot and filled with bloodlust, roaring, "This is the martial art I've poured my entire life into perfecting. The heaven-toppling lightning. When unleashed, the heavens turn upside down, and when it strikes, the very earth shatters." Powerful stream of inner energy enveloped the Blade Emperor, creating a terrifying energy field. If you, young brother, can manage to block this move of mine, then calling you the current #1 master in the martial world would be an understatement. Even the title of the supreme, unparalleled Grandmaster, unprecedented in the past and unsurpassed in the future, would not be an exaggeration. The final technique unleashed was the Heaven Slaying Single Blade, a colossal slash of reddish-orange energy, as ferocious as a hurricane, that shot straight towards Failong. It sliced directly through the mountain ahead, splitting the majestic peak in two as if it were a cake, and even the sky itself did not escape a similar fate, torn asunder by the blade's path. Yet Huang, standing to the side, marveled to herself. Even the clouds in the sky were cut in two. This slash from the Great Blade Emperor is truly unprecedented, yet he still managed to neutralize it so effortlessly. The Blade Emperor, witnessing such a terrifying sight, was so astonished he was rendered speechless. Suddenly he staggered. The Sword Emperor hurried to his side, anxiously asking about his condition. "Brother Blade, are you all right?" The Blade Emperor managed to reply in a weak voice. "To overcome that brat, I poured all of my inner energy and strength into that last slash. So I'm just a bit exhausted now. It's nothing life-threatening." Failong's deep, calm voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Didn't I say it before? Why must you two insist on resorting to blades and swords? I'm merely a wandering traveler, and I only stopped by to share a bit of my own experience." Failong turned to the Sword Emperor to continue, in his analysis, saying, "Senior Sword Emperor, when you execute the Heaven and Earth 100 Annihilation Sword C technique, each execution involves up to 100 sword arts, and this technique has 7 variations, resulting in a total of 700 sword strikes. However, the greater the quantity, the larger the margin for error. Among those 700 strikes, the 247th, the 309th, and the 370th strikes each have a very easily detectable weakness. Furthermore, when looking at the 4th and 5th moves, there's a distinct gap in their timing. Anyone who pays close attention can exploit this moment to easily counter the sword technique." He then turned his attention to the Blade Emperor. "As for you, Senior Blade Emperor, I have never met anyone with a more powerful saber force than yours. When Senior unsheathes his blade, it can split the heavens above and shatter the earth below. But your swordsmanship lacks the subtlety of hardness and softness, making it difficult to control its release and withdrawal, unable to lift the heavy as if it were light. That's why your blade techniques can't break through, knowing only hardness, but not softness. If Senior wishes to break through the bottleneck of your current realm, you must choose one of two things. First, you must either change the saber you're using, or learn to control the power in your shoulder when you strike. Failong concluded his advice with a sense of, your invitation. If you two still have questions, please follow me. While I may not be able to answer everything, I am willing to help in any way I can. The Sword Emperor pondered for a moment before speaking softly. There are two weaknesses in my swordsmanship. An abundance of techniques, but a lack of follow-through power. Between each technique, there's a gap in time that's easily exploited. But how many people in this world could possibly perceive it? It's just as our young friend said. He has reached the realm we've always dreamed of. The Sword Emperor continued, his voice filled with reverence. That is the pinnacle of martial intent, something that far above surpasses the life and death realm, and is the ultimate state of all martial arts in the world. This young brother is a reincarnated martial god, the #1 person under heaven, an absolute supreme being for all time, and their unexpected friendly spar was witnessed by a woman named Thien Thuet Huang. After that battle, Thien Thuet Huang continued to travel the world for another year before returning home. She began to write a book, recording all that she had seen and heard throughout the land. The martial arts rankings of the world opened with a legend. On the very first page of this wondrous tome, a name. He was inscribed with the utmost respect, the greatest under heaven, Failong. She wrote of him as follows, in this vast world, I alone am the honored one. This is Failong, a man whose martial arts have reached an unparalleled realm. He single-handedly wrote his own legend in the martial world, a master the likes of which has never been seen before, and, I fear, will never be seen again. He has an invincible existence. Keep within the dark Hoanok fortress. Yaksha trained relentlessly. My Yama's sword art has reached its peak, and I've also a tremendous progress with the Yama's demonic wheel technique, becoming far stronger than before. However, at my current level of martial arts, further advancement seems impossible. Possible? Can I truly break through this mountain that's thousands of feet high from deep underground? I don't know. Even if I can, I'm afraid is countless other dangers, but so be it. I have no other choice. I must take this risk, old Yama. Now nothing but a withered skeleton sat silently in a corner. Yaksha began to, his internal energy, incredibly dense streams of dark purple energy enveloped his body. Yaksha roared, I must get out of here. Gigantic cracks began to form on the mountain's peak. A terrifying pillar of energy shot straight into the sky, by tearing space asunder and causing the mountain to explode like an atomic bomb from within a body. Pit. Yaksha's figure emerged amidst a cloud of dust and rubble. He looked up at the sky and sighed. How long has it been since I've felt a cool breeze like this? On day 2899, upon entering the Emtamnin Sam, Martial World Failong Delta. Fatal blow that toppled the Martial Arts Alliance. On day 2931, he unified the entire martial world, forcing the Martial Emperor City to submit on day 116. The blood cults, 10 ghosts were annihilated by his hand, and on a 3217 Failong conquered the entire alliance of the 9 great sects, the 5 great families, and countless masters from across the land. On day 339, Failong conquered the entire alliance of the 9 great sects, the 5 great families, and countless masters from across the land. The heavenly demon divine cult was razed to the ground, and the 9 heavens demonic family was utterly defeated. On day 3400, 1966, Failong had swept away every obstacle in his path. By day 3569, so this is the edge of the Central Plains. In that case, where is that plum blossom forest? Suddenly a few plum blossom petals drifted around Failong, catching his attention. So, is the place that girl? My memories always talked about just over there. I finally reached the plum and peach blossom forest that blooms through all 4 seasons, a truly captivating sight. The scene shifts back to Hua Palace. After many years of cultivation, Yaksha was now clad in a single, simple piece of cloth. He was lurking about, assessing the situation. I'm not sure if Yihua Palace was completely annihilated, but I'm certain the number of survivors can be counted on one hand. All in all, everything is just as I predicted. And just like that, the clothes from the skeleton now belonged to Yaksha. He departed with an incredibly imposing air. Yaksha began to walk down. I can smell the perfume of women, the aroma of food, the scent of people living their joyful lives. Finally, two men caught Yaksha's attention. This is the tavern with the best food on the street. He immediately stepped inside to have a meal. After so many days of drinking nothing but spring water, the sight of countless delicious dishes before him made Yaksha incredibly emotional. Ah, I can still eat? How long has it been? Seeing Yaksha's somewhat weathered appearance, the waiter hesitantly asked, "Pardon my rudeness, sir, but do you have any money?" Feeling looked down upon, Yaksha placed a treasured sword on the table, asking the waiter in an arrogant tone, "This should be enough to cover the meal, right?" Seeing the sword, the waiter didn't dare say another word, and after finishing his meal, he hurried outside and turned into a small alley. Yaksha clutched his stomach and humbled, "Oh, it's been too long since I've eaten a proper meal, so my stomach is having a hard time taking it all in. Anyway, I'll need some time for my body to readjust if I remember correctly. Ghost Soul Valley is in that direction. The atmosphere at Ghost Soul Valley was always chillingly gloomy." A voice rang out. "You're Yaksha? Ah, I remember now. You're a member of the Black Moon No Night Brigade." Glancing at the seats of the 9 fiends of Ghost Soul Valley, Yaksha realized all the members had been replaced. Where is the current Valley Master that you, Tham Lang, are sitting in his place? If I, Yaksha, remember correctly, according to the rules of this valley, only the person appointed by the Valley Master, or one of the 2 previously recognized heirs, has the right to sit on the Valley Master's throne. So how can you be sitting there? B. Tham Lang, seated above, replied with a mocking tone, "Oh, you speak as if you're the one who's worthy and has the right to sit on this throne." Yaksha replied with a firm tone, "That's right. I am fully qualified because I received the true teachings and appointment from the old King Yama." "Oh, so you received that old man's true martial arts teaching. Did you?" Yaksha began to channel his internal energy into the surrounding blades and swords, replying with a murderous tone, "If you don't believe me, a few moves will prove it." The blades, swords, and spears under Yaksha's control relentlessly attacked. Amlong. He began to use his fist techniques to counter. It's been a long time since someone as interesting as you has appeared. The 2 stared at each other without another word. Wanting to reclaim the Valley Master's throne, Yaksha made the first move. Quick as a flash, Tham Lang somersaulted behind the throne to dodge the attack. Attack! It seems this throne is quite sturdy. Not giving his opponent a moment's rest, Yaksha continued to unleash a fierce barrage of attacks on Tham Lang. Angered, he grabbed the throne and threw it at Yaksha to counter. With just one hand, Yaksha caught the throne. Noticing an opening in his enemy's defense, Tham Lang quickly teleported behind Yaksha. He hastily swung his blade, but since Yaksha was prepared, Yaksha easily blocked it with the threat. Seeing that the stalemate wasn't dramatic enough, Tham Lang provoked him. "Hey, these cat-like scratches aren't very interesting, are they?" Yaksha replied, his eyes flashing with a belligerent look. "You're right. It's no fun if it's too easy. Why don't we both go all out and settle this once and for all?" As soon as he, speaking, both of them circulated their surging internal energy and charged at each other like 2 cornered beasts, determined to fight to the finish. 6th form of the Yama sword. Yaksha roared great strength. Vajra fist. Tham Lang was not to be outdone. The 2 powerful torrents of energy collided, creating a world-shaking explosion, shaking the entire Ghost Soul Valley, and causing the ground to tremble violently. Witnessing this earth-shattering scene, the nearby 9 fiends of Ghost Soul Valley couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and took a few steps back. Truly a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Just watching makes my hair stand on end. The person next to him nodded in agreement. That's right. That guy obviously received the old King Yama's true teachings, but I fear his actual strength is even greater. The battle between Yaksha and Tham Lang raged on without pause, from inside the cave to the outside, and then from the outside back in. None of the weaker underlings dared to get close, fearing they would be caught in the aftershocks of the battle. How can their burst of internal energy be so terrifying? If this keeps up, I'm afraid the entire Ghost Soul Valley will collapse. What in the world is happening in there? Whispers spread everywhere, as the 2 continuously unleashed powerful punches and kicks. A thought flashed through Yaksha's mind. Even though I have a slight advantage, predicting the outcome right now is extremely difficult. Tham Lang also thought to himself, frankly, this guy is incredibly dangerous. Even the slightest mistake in a duel is enough to cost you your life instantly. Gradually, exhaustion began to show on both of their faces. Spoke, his voice tinged with surprise. "I really can't believe it at this point. Both you and that Failong. I don't understand how in such a short time your cultivation levels could reach such heights." was momentarily stunned. What? Are you saying Captain Failong is still alive? Don't you know? Not only is he alive, but he's rampaging across the world undefeated and without equal, even the sword, Emperor, the Blade Emperor, and the unrivaled hand from the 4 seas and 8 deserts had to bow before him. That's why he's hailed as the #1 person under heaven. At this point, Yaksha couldn't believe his ears. The #1 person under heaven. Yes, they recalled King Yama's dying words, "You must go and kill Failong for me." But Captain Failong is already dead. I saw it with my own eyes. No, he's not dead. Because if what the Yahello Palace Mistress's daughter gave me, a poison herb, then the true immortality herb would still be in her hands. In that case, there's absolutely no way Failong could have died. The day will come when you two meet at the pinnacle of the world. King Yama's prophecy had now come true completely. In the study, Russia held the ranking list of the martial arts world in his hand, and the one at the top was none other than Failong. This was truly strange. Even if he had eaten the immortality herb and didn't die back then, to become this powerful was simply unbelievable. Were just the words of an old man on his deathbed. Do you really need to sacrifice your own life to fulfill his last wish? A person's life is so short, isn't it? Tanlang said mockingly. Yaksha looked annoyed upon hearing this. Life, how long or short my life is my own business. After hearing that, Tanlang burst out laughing. Nothing, cake, haha, this guy really can't take a joke. But I have to remind you that time the Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor joined forces at the life and death realm, yet he still easily neutralized their ultimate techniques. The books must have mentioned it. He is now unprecedented and has dominated the world. With your current strength, even 100 of you wouldn't be enough to be a warm-up for him. He looked at his own calloused hands. Yaksha fell into deep thought. I lived for 10 years in a hellish cave on that mountain just to train my martial arts. But now that I'm out, I find the gap between me and Captain Failong is this huge. Tanlang was silent for a long while before Actually, it's not like there isn't a way to close the gap between you two. You said there's a distinguished guest visiting Ghost Soul Valley right now. If you want to close the gap with Failong, then come with me to meet him. The two of them walked as they walked. The demon sect? According to what he told me, my old man was a descendant of the demon sect, so naturally, the blood of the demon sect flows in my veins too. The distinguished guest they were about to meet was none other than Huan Mo. He was sitting in a room, chugging wine non-stop. Hey you bastard, if you keep drinking like that, you're going to finish all of Ghost Soul Valley's wine. Huan Mo turned around and said, around with a cunning smile. So, what's your decision? Have you made up your mind? Tanlang pointed out at Yaksha and replied, of course not. I just brought this guy. Someone you might find interesting. Huan Mo placed the giant mint wine jug on the ground and said, if you're not from the demon sect, you can't receive the power inheritance. If you don't want to receive it, then you have to find me another descendant of the demon sect. Just then, as he was fucking past Yaksha, he suddenly realized something and stopped. Wait, you actually have a demonic spirit body. Tanlang also. I'm surprised to hear that Huan Mo burst out, laughing like a madman. Kikeke, ha ha ha. I can't believe I'd find a demonic spirit body here. This must be fate. What do you want from me? Just by looking at you, I can already tell you're very strong. And if you came to me to receive the power inheritance, how much stronger could you possibly become? Yaksha replied, you say I can become even stronger, then can I defeat the #1 person under heaven? Failong? Huan Mo pointed a finger at me, straight at Yaksha's chest. That depends entirely on you. In a garden where plum and peach blossom bloomed all year round, Failong was walking slowly with an incredibly bored expression. I finally arrived, the place you wanted me to go, so why aren't you saying anything anymore? Why can't I hear you anymore? The woman's voice that had always echoed in my head was completely gone. I don't know how to explain it. But when that voice disappeared, instead of feeling relieved, an indescribable pain welled up inside me ever since. Once I woke up in Yahello Palace and wandered the martial world for 10 years, time has passed, and I've never once stopped to rest. Now perhaps I can finally rest. I don't need to go any further and there's nowhere else to go. Beneath an ancient tree, Failong sat in silence, motionless. The river of time flowed on as spring. Past summer blazed, autumn faded, and winter froze, only for a new spa to arrive. After 1 long year, a cold sword tip was suddenly pressed against his face. I heard you've lost your memories, So do you remember who I am? A low voice asked. Failong looked up at the face of the man, and before him, his lifeless eyes responding, "Who are you?" "I don't remember this face at all. You only need to remember that I'm the one who has come to take your life." The man growled. Failong slowly sat up and smiled faintly. "Let's see about that. I'm afraid that's impossible. I've heard rumors that you've mastered an unparalleled martial art named the infinite magnetism style." He stood up, gently pushing Yaksha's sword aside. "The world can call it whatever it wants, but that name is indeed a bit ostentatious. Even so, I can hardly disagree with them." Curiously retracted his sword and yelled, "I don't care what you call it, but from this moment on, I will use all my strength to kill you. If you want to live, then show me everything you've got." Without waiting for Failong to process what was happening, Yaksha unleashed his technique. Yama Sword, First Form, 6 Absolutes, Soul Seaver. Countless lethal sword strikes swirled toward Failong. But with his ultimate footwork technique, the Emperor's Step, nothing could faze him. Couldn't believe his eyes. Is that footwork that has reached the highest realm? The Emperor's Step seems to move, yet remains still. Its essence is to use stillness to counter motion. Is this the ultimate realm of footwork that I've only heard of in legends? He roared, and continued his attack. Let's see how you handle a sword technique that can bend and curve at will. Yama Sword, Second Form. 6 Absolutes Demonic. See the attack. Stab straight through Failong's body. Ha! It worked! Yaksha cried out. But it was merely an after-image. In the blink of an eye, Failong appeared behind Yaksha. Yama Sword, Third Form. Yama's life reaping, the spinning/tore Failong's body apart, but it was just another after-image from behind. Failong gently placed a hand on Yaksha's shoulder. "You're putting way too much force into this shoulder. With a single, almost casual, we'll touch." Yaksha was blasted straight into the ground. "If we can, I'd like to just stop here." "Here," Failong said gently. But that was just wishful thinking. From the bottom of the crater, Yaksha launched another attack. This time, his technique was the Yama Sword, Fourth Form. Yama's heavenly dragon sword. True to its name, each sword strike moved like a coiling dragon and phoenix as they surrounded Failong. Sensing the Ranger, Failong used his lightness skill to escape the encirclement, seeing an opening. Yaksha relentlessly continued, unleashing the next technique. Yama Sword, Fifth Form. Yama's single soul harvest. This move was powerful, but to Failong it was utterly insignificant. Using only a few fingers, he completely stopped Yaksha's sword in its tracks. Thinking about it, this sword stopped. A look somewhat familiar. Failong mused. Yaksha didn't respond, thinking to himself in astonishment, "I can't believe it." He blocked an incredibly powerful strike from my Yama Sword with just his fingers. "It doesn't matter. I still
I still, 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 I still.
Have my 3 strongest forms left. The 6th and 7th forms of the Yama sword were a linked combo, while the 8th form was the ultimate killing blow. Let's see you block this. And then, the next form was unleashed. Yamazord, 6th form, Yama's black windflow. Witnessing this power, Failong couldn't help but praise it. I didn't expect you could create a black dragon tornado just with your sword style. I have to admit, your sword style is truly unique. In an instant, the black dragon wind engulfed them both, forming an arena within the flower garden. Yaksha's figure began to fade from view. After using the 6th form to seal his escape, I'll now use the 7th to close the distance with him. From within the raging storm, Yaksha yelled, "Failong! If you don't draw your sword now, let's see how you plan to block this attack." Yama sword. 7th form. Yama's 108 swords. 8 sword strikes completely sealed off Failong's path in all directions. From above, Yaksha shot down like a flaming arrow. With this technique, where can you run? This is the end. Yama's sword, the ultimate killing move. 8th form. Yama's Thunder Flash Soul Strike. This technique was so powerful and magnificent that the formation Yaksha had just created was split in two the moment it was unleashed. Yaksha was incredibly smug, certain that his opponent had lost, but as the dust settled, he discovered that it was Failong's hand, which had already caught his sword. With just a gentle flick of the wrist, Yaksha was sent flying towards a tree. Struggled to get back up, a thought crossing his mind, my ultimate move. Yama's Thunder Flash Soul Strike. How could he? Is it possible that I can't defeat Captain Failong with my own strength? Failong looked at the man before him and asked, "It seems we've met before, but I don't understand why you're so determined to take my life. Is there no other way? I have no memories now. Though if there was some misunderstanding between us, we can clear the air." Yaksha then suddenly realized that Captain and Failong's movements were much simpler than he had thought. That wasn't really a martial art. It was just the martial principle of concentrating all power into one point. The only thing the captain used to overwhelm me was his vastly superior internal energy. That's right. If I simplify my movements and focus all my internal energy into my sword techniques, it's not impossible for me to win. And to do that, I must shift the pressure points in my body to suppress Captain Failong. Yaksha needed to use the Yama's demonic wheel technique. He believed that if he could truly understand and master the principle of mutual destruction, nothing would be impossible. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This attack had to be infused with all his internal energy for any hope of success. After carefully calculating the entire plan in his head, Yaksha began to execute the Yama's demonic wheel technique. The heavenly mountain Yaksha roared, making it difficult for even Captain Failong to move under the pressure of the Yama's demonic wheel technique. Vantui, it's time. This is the moment I close the distance, and then it will be hopeless for him to even try to dodge. By the time you realize your mistake, it will be too late. Boundless Captain Failong. The pressure Yaksha generated from his technique was truly terrifying. He shot towards Failong like an arrow, screaming frantically, "Just die for me." He thought everything was going according to his calculations, but unexpectedly, Failong shattered Yaksha's sword into pieces with just one hand. Who would have thought that his 9-layered sword aura would crumble under that casual block? But it doesn't matter. I still have my trump card. Yaksha opened his mouth wide, and a short sword suddenly emerged from deep within his throat. This was his secret assassination technique, the hidden mouth. Poison sword. This is the end, he thought, with this short sword. He could finally take his enemy's life. However, Long simply gave him a gentle headbutt, and Yaksha immediately lost his ability to fight. This single blow brought Yaksha to his knee. That's right, seeing this sword technique, I vaguely remember something. Yaksha lay flat on the ground, unable to accept the fact that he had lost. Get up, Failong asked. By the way, what is your name? Yaksha refused to answer. To escape that living hell, I trained relentlessly. I even absorbed 100 years of old King Yama's internal energy. But so what? Standing before him, it was all as meaningless as a passing breeze. Yaksha angrily yelled at Failong like a sore loser. What if I don't feel like telling you, Failong? Even if my soul shatters, I will drag you down with me. So what if you're strong? This technique of mine burns my own life force to take you on. Yaksha's entire body had now reached a limitless state. Yama's demonic wheel technique, primordial unity chi. You have no hope of dodging this. Yaksha gathered immense power in his hands and struck directly at Failong's chest. The force was so incredible that the mountain behind Failong crumbled from the impact of the technique. It seemed like Failong would be defeated this time, but it wasn't that easy. With just his 2 arms, Failong successfully defended himself. Failong calmly asked the stubborn man before him, "Did it ever occur to you that I've been holding back this whole time?" Then with a few flicks of his hand, he easily injured Yaksha. How? How is this possible? It can barely handle this power. It feels like every bone in my body is shattering. Why do I feel so empty and void? Yaksha's vision began to blur. Looking back to an earlier time, Yaksha had a conversation with Huan Mo. If I could become even stronger, could I defeat the world's #1? Failong, Huan Mo pointed directly at Yaksha's chest. That depends entirely on you. He handed Yaksha. He took out a goo poison and introduced it. This is the goo poison queen. Once you swallow it, it will quickly become a parasite and feed on your true chi to survive. However, with your current power level, it's not strong enough to break through your 72 innate chi acupoints. You'll need at least 1 more year before it can pierce through them. Only then will you undergo another rebirth. Hold on. Why should I trust you? Huan Mo said. Whether you believe me or not is to you. But I'll tell you this one thing. If you don't consume this activation pill, the goo poison will never become active. This means that when you truly need it, the decision will be yours alone. So what's the price? There is no price. I'm simply looking for a descendant of the demon sect to help me restore it to its former glory. No! It can't end like this. I can't just fall and lose like this. Was all the effort I put into training in that hell for all this time just to end up with this outcome? No, I refuse to accept this. Yaksha somersaulted backward to create distance from Failong, what Huan Mo had told him. If you are not a descendant of the demon sect, I fear you will find it difficult to withstand its power. Because if the blood of a demon sect descendant doesn't flow through you, you will easily fall into chi deviation, a weakness that is hard to overcome. It's even impossible that you could die a sudden death because the goo poison queen's power grows too quickly within your body. However, you possess a demonic spirit body, so I can't predict what will happen. Who knows? I think it might have an extraordinary effect on you. And just like that, the goo poison queen swiftly crawled into Yaksha's ear. After this goo poison enters your brain, it will share a consciousness with its host. For example, whatever the host feels, it feels the exact same thing. Its food comes from despair, discouragement, loss of will, the desire to give up, and losing oneself to the darkness. But as long as you refuse to submit, as long as you are enraged and dissatisfied with yourself, that is precisely what the goop poison queen loves. The rage that springs from the depths of a person's heart. If at that moment your consciousness and the goop poison queens become one, the result will be better than anything you could ever hope for, because the goo poison queen will grant you a power you can barely imagine. Holding the pill in his hand, Yaksha suppressed his thoughts. In my heart, I never wanted to borrow power from the demon sect, but now I, Yaksha, have been pushed into a corner. I swallowed it, but I don't feel any changes in my body. Could Huan Mo have tricked me at that very moment? The goo poison queen began to profoundly affect Yaksha's brain. The internal horse in his body suddenly surged, flowing relentlessly through every nerve. A violent headache struck so intense that Yaksha had to clutch his head and scream. My head feels like it's going to explode. Why is this pain so terrible? It seems I can't take it anymore. Blue vein and blood vessels bulged on Yaksha's face as he screamed madly on the spot. This pain feels like it's going to steal my consciousness. White smoke billowed violently from Yaksha's body. When he opened his eyes and mouth, a thick, heavy aura overflowing with rage and fury instantly caught Failong's attention. Before he could understand what was happening, a streak of green light shot forward with lightning speed as Yaksha lunged and threw a powerful punch at Failong. The result was the same. Failong easily blocked the attack, shifting slightly from his original position. Oh, his punch seems heavier now. At this point, Yaksha had almost completely lost his sanity. I will definitely kill you. Yaksha's attacks came in a relentless barrage, as powerful as cannon fire. While Dada, Failong carefully observed his opponent's actions. His eyes are strange. It seems he's completely lost his consciousness. Looking at this, his true chi is probably running wild, and his internal energy is flowing in reverse. He's suffering from chi deviation. When Yaksha was no longer in control, Failong had to make a move to restrain him. After a critical blow, Yaksha was sent flying straight into the cliff face opposite them. From within the rock wall, Yaksha slowly emerged, saying in a hoarse voice, "Hitting me as useless because I will definitely kill you, Failong." The force of the next blow was truly too strong, making Failong feel as if a blade of sword chi had just grazed his head. How strange. Without his consciousness, he can still attack so sharply. If this continues, I'm afraid his 8 extraordinary meridians will be completely destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Even if he's lucky enough to survive, I fear he'll just become a madman, a shell of his former self, or foolish for the rest of his life. His life! I truly want to help him, but with my limited knowledge, I don't know how. Yaksha was becoming increasingly ferocious, his internal energy growing exponentially, which astonished even Failong. His internal energy was running and rampant, the backlash growing much stronger than before. Yaksha's piercing scream grew louder, shaking the very heavens and earth. If he was left like this, I'm afraid it would only become more dangerous. Failong struck the back of Yaksha's neck, intending to knock him unconscious, but because the pressure points on his body had shifted, the move was completely ineffective. Wait a minute, I can buy some time to figure this out. Out! Yaksha suddenly landed a bone jar in his mouth. Elbow strike right into Failong's stomach. This surprise attack sent Failong flying 100 meters, and before he could recover yet, a Cha charged forward to attack again. I will definitely kill you. Failong rolled a few times to regain his balance as Yaksha, like a madman, charged at him like a bloodthirsty beast. Failong realized there was no more time to waste. It seems I can't drag this on any longer. I have no choice but to cripple his martial arts with that, said. Failong began to use the Yi-Yang finger technique, completely sealing the pressure points in Yaksha's body to cripple his martial arts. Taking the full force of the blow, Yaksha collapsed. Unconscious, I have severed the 36 major pressure points in your body. You can no longer use martial arts from now on. Just when it seemed he was defeated, Yaksha suddenly stood up as if nothing had happened. Smoke billowed from his mouth, like a burning furnace. I am the green-eyed Yaksha, the earthly fiend star descended to the mortal realm. Will you stand with me at the pinnacle of the world? Failong looked at him and wondered. Oh, has his consciousness returned? But how is this possible? Why hasn't his power diminished at all? This is highly unusual. I clearly crippled his 36 major pressure points, so he shouldn't be able to use his internal energy anymore. So why has his internal energy not only remained, but actually increased? Yaksha was still not resigned to defeat. Even after borrowing the power of the demonic sect, he still couldn't hold a candle to Failong. The angrier he became, the more his internal energy surged. No matter how hard I try, I can never keep up with you. At this point, it seemed he had been completely corrupted. Failong, sensing the danger, quickly tried to reason with him. Wait a moment, listen to me. How are you still completely unharmed? Yaksha began to gather his power. Like Son Goku's Kamehameha wave, this move of mine will end everything. Ignoring his actions, Failong continued to speak. Could it be that you've shifted the positions of your pressure points? That's right. I've heard of a martial art like that. It must be the one you're cultivating. A blood-red orb of immense power had now formed in Yaksha's hands. The Yama demon wheel art. So that's what it is. It seems there's no shortage of martial arts in this world that I've never known. Who knew in Supreme Will, who knew in One Chi Art Boom this technique was incredibly powerful, destroying an entire beautiful plum blossom garden. Its area of effect was massive, sending pet and debris flying into the air, swirling together, failing. Song's voice echoed from within the chaos. Well, that last blow really hurt. Seeing that Failong was still completely unharmed, Yaksha found it hard to believe. That last move completely drained all my strength, and now I don't have a single bit of internal energy left. My body feels like an empty shell. Is this really how it ends for me? Failong approached, his tone low and sermon-like. This is merely the karma you've sown for yourself. To wield such a demonic power, you must pay a corresponding price, right? Everything in this world comes at a cost. You need to understand that from the very beginning, the source of that power never belonged to you, but since you've regained your senses, I will spare your life. Go back and train with all your might, and you will have another chance in the future. At that moment, was as if Yaksha had an epiphany. realizing that this man, Failong, was a god. No, to be more precise, he was a martial god. Let's go. I'll follow you. A sudden thought interrupted him. Come to think of it, it's quite strange. I've been here for almost a year now. Why haven't I heard that girl's voice echoing in my head anymore? Oh well, I've already tried my hardest. Perhaps there's no reason for me to linger here any longer, but where would I even go? I have no place to return to anyway. Suddenly a gentle, email voice called out. Failong. He instantly recognized that voice, the girl whose words had been echoing in his mind. So you finally thought about leaving. I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. Miss, are you the girl whose voice has been echoing in my head? Failong asked, his eyes filled with both doubt and anticipation. Perhaps I am, she replied. Actually, since I can meet you like this, there's one thing I've been wanting to ask. How on earth did your voice end up in my head, and why did it constantly urge me on? A look of disappointment was clear on Failong's face. You really don't remember anything? Have you forgotten even me? The girl's voice trembled, her eyes welling up with tears. I'm sorry, but what is your name? Failong asked. The void in his memory made him feel guilty. The girl replied, her voice choked with emotion. I am Chu Tian, the eldest daughter of Bai Ling Fei, the master of the Yihua Palace, and it's because of you that the Yihua Palace suffered a massacre. Hearing this, Failong became more and more agitated, his heart pounding erratically. The Yihua Palace. Isn't that the first place I woke up? That's right. Everyone who died that night died because of you, Chu Tian said, her eyes filled with resentment. Failong was stunned, silent by this shocking news. Huh? Because of me, if it weren't for you? If you hadn't appeared before me, the immortal grass wouldn't have been lost. My mother and everyone else wouldn't have had to die. And yet you say you've just forgotten. How could you bring yourself to say such words? As these words reached his ears, Failong's head began to throb violently, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Ah, my head. What is this memory? Chu Tian. Chu Tian? But you were clearly dead back then, the moment he finished speaking. A cold, short sword plunged straight into Failong's chest. That's right. So you should die too and go be a pair of immortal lovers in the afterlife. Why would you? Failong quickly grabbed the imposter's hand. You're not Chu Tian? Seeing the danger, the person struggled to break free from Failong's grasp. Don't even think about surviving this. Failong, even though that's didn't pierce your heart. It has punctured your liver and lungs. After a moment of silence, Long calmly pulled the short sword out of his chest with his own hand. That really hurts, but I still have to thank you. Yaksha, thanks to you. I've remembered a part of my erased memories. I've recall those fragments, and even though they're small, I'm very happy, because now I can finally die. Failong was truly heartbroken at this moment. In truth, on that day I didn't die just once, I died 2 times. After waking up, Failong saw Chu Tian frozen in ice, sitting there motionless. Again, what is this? Ah, how can this be? Could it be you used the immortal grass to save me? Hong hurriedly lifted his shirt, and saw that the wound on his chest had indeed vanished without a trace. He screamed. But why did you save me? You should have been the one to live. Why did you save? Give me, what's the point of this wretched life of mine? With you gone, what reason do I have to live anymore? Why was it you who died and not me? Why did you save me? Phelan's spirit seemed to shatter into a million pieces. In the end, why? Just why? At that moment he realized that with her gone, his whole world had disappeared. What was the point of him being alive? The sole reason for his existence was for her. 2 streams of tears rolled down Phelan's cheeks. If you're no longer in this world, what value does my life hold? In that case, can we die together? I will choose the most painful death in this world. Oh, Chu Tian, when I die, you must forgive me. Immediately, Failong ruptured 3 major acupoints in his body, seeking to end his own life. This was the most painful death Failong chose for himself, as an act of penance and a wish to be reunited. However, when Phelan opened his eyes once again, whether it was so thin or anything that had happened, his mind was a complete blank, remembering nothing except for the 2 words Phelan carved on the blade of his sword. Long reached behind him, drew his Failong sword, and threw it It's Yaksha! Kill me, Yaksha! Use that sword and remember to strike true this time. 1 strike straight through my heart after I'm dead. Sever my head and throw it into the sea. Do this to make sure that I can't be revived ever again in any case. Thank you for letting me see Sothin's face one last time before I die. Sothin, please wait for me. Just a little longer. This time I will definitely be reunited with you. Watching the Before him collapse in despair, Yaksha spoke in a low voice. For the past 10 years, I've lived a life no different from hell. The same, Captain, living in constant regret over the death of the one you loved. This is our shared fate, Captain. If one day you could be revived, I would want to defeat you with my own true strength, not by a stroke of luck. By that day, I, the blue-eyed Yaksha, will have gained power far beyond what us now. And so Failong died once again, beneath the plum and peach blossoms that bloom through all 4 seasons, like a tragic cycle of reincarnation. Tham Lang arrived at that moment, his face filled with doubt to confirm if Failong's death was real. How strange. Doesn't make any sense. With Yaksha's current martial skills, how could he possibly have killed you? But regardless, I'll just take this 5-long sword for now, since this sword was supposed to be mine in the first place. Immediately upon returning to the Ghost Soul Valley, Yaksha officially ascended to the position of Valley Master, Tham Lang. The Valley Master passed this position to me before he went into seclusion. If anyone among the 9 Slayers of the Ghost Soul disagrees, step forward and I will face your challenge. Under Yaksha's cold, sharp gaze, not one of the 9 Slayers of the Ghost Soul dared to voice any objection. Seeing that everyone remained silent, he calmly sat down on the imposing Valley Master's throne. If no one has any objections, then I, Yaksha, will take this position. 1 year later, in a small town, a few martial artists gathered, whispering amongst themselves, "Hey brothers, have you heard the news? Ever since Failong vanished from the martial world, a strange, wild man has suddenly appeared, with an appearance identical to his. What? Could it be that brother Failong suffered from cultivation, deviation, and turned into that wild man? Is this rumor true?" Thien Thuy Huang happened to be passing by and overheard the rumors, causing her to fall into deep thought. Years since Failong disappeared from the martial world, yet now there were rumors of a wild man appearing in the last place he was seen. As for the martial world's rumors about Failong suffering from cultivation deviation during his training, I absolutely refuse to believe them. However, I still need to confirm it with my own eyes. And so, Thien Thuy Huang began to pack her belongings, leaving home once again. Thien Ko too looked at his daughter and asked, "My treasure, where are you planning to go this time? Bringing your acupuncture needles along?" She replied, "Father, this time I intend to search for the whereabouts of the missing Failong. He suddenly vanished in that area, and then a wild man appeared. I really want to know if Failong truly suffered from cultivation deviation. Aren't those the demon Emperor's soul-controlling needles?" "Yes, Father. If Failong has truly fallen into a state of cultivation deviation, I'll have no choice but to use the Demon Emperor's soul-controlling needles to subdue him. As long as I master this needle technique, there's nothing to worry about. It's just that if I want to remove the needles to release his power, I must remember." "Yes, Father. I know the needles must be removed." Removed in the exact reverse order they were inserted, with absolutely no changes. And if I were to remove all the needles at once, he would immediately suffer a relapse of his cultivation deviation. Thien Thuy Huang seemed extremely confident in her abilities. "Don't worry too much, Father. I've thought everything through. Even if Failong has fallen into cultivation deviation, perhaps it could be a good thing. Because major powers like the Heavenly Demon Fortress, the Yimu Demon Forest, the Demon Emperor Fortress, the Golden Fortress, and even the Martial Arts Alliance are re-emerging in the martial world. They are fracturing everything, plunging the entire martial world into chaos. Perhaps he can bring about a great change for everyone. I have used the Demon Emperor's rolling needles to seal all of his pressure points, making it difficult for your chi and blood to circulate. The person before, nor me now, is not the assassin Failong of the Ghost Soul Valley, nor is he the number 1 under heaven, Failong, but someone who has completely lost his memory. I can't be sure if this is chi deviation, but I know one thing for certain: this being is completely different from the supreme flying dragon I once knew. He's just like a wild beast newly born into this world. And although it seems his consciousness has just awakened, I'm sure he can still understand my words. Well, I must first make sure he understands. Listen, from now on, I am your master." The two of them sat by the fire, talking all night. "You are not a wild beast. I will give you a new name, but you must find your own reason for existing. What is the meaning of your life? You will not live like you did in your first life, not by treading on mountains of bones and seas of blood just to survive, nor by becoming a lonely, revered figure, shunning the mortal world. In this life, You shall live among the lowliest and most humble people to truly understand life. However, how you choose to live from now on, is your choice. Perhaps I should also give you a new name for a fresh start. Back in the present, Xiaoma's group had set foot on a high mountain. Fatty looked extremely excited. Hey, are we here? Yeah, we've arrived. It's right down there. The land ruled by the demon sword emperor Dugu Tian of the demonic cult of the 5 elements. That is the Yimu Demon Forest. A woman's voice rang out. Ma, why? Why are you so late? You've already seen the master. Why haven't you come to pay your respects? Can't you hear me clearly? Or have all your memories returned to you now? Xiao Ma. No, I should. While you feel long, may I ask who you are? Xioma turned and asked Thao Ni. Are you curious about who that girl is? Yes, I'm a little curious who she is. Tian Shui approached the 3 of them. Your name is Bai Thao Ni, correct? I am Tian Suesiang. Tian Suesiang. I am also known in the martial world as the Golden Fairy, Tao Ni. Found this title familiar. The Golden Fairy? Isn't that the person who pens the hero rankings in the martial world? She is the #1 woman of the current era, and also the daughter of the world. Renowned sage TNGZ, I was originally planning to greet you all, but I don't think the gentleman over there is quite so patient. They glanced over and saw a man standing imposingly, holding a long spear. When I arrived, he had already been waiting for quite some time, probably for more than half a month. So, who is that gentleman? In the past, he was known as Po Jun of the 9 Assassins of the Ghost, Soul, but now people call him the Vajra Martial Lord by Yun Tian. That was the man with the fierce face covered in scars. From the very beginning, Po Jun by Yun Tian was never a good fit for the title of one of the 9 Assassins of the Ghost Soul. He is a true warrior, and the only thing he cares about is the martial path. Thus, the reason he joined the 9 Assassins of the Ghost Soul was to learn the Yama sword from the 6 absolutes of Yama, aiming to make his spear technique stronger and more precise. This year, he also joined due to the immense temptation of the immortality grass, knowing that consuming it would make him stronger. Although his martial prowess was even greater than that of Lu Kun and the Valley Master at the time, Gui Gi. Later, through some unknown fortuitous encounter, he went on to defeat the red-eyed blood ape of the old blood cult and the capital's #1 sword, Cyutn. From that moment on, the world hailed him with the illustrious title of Vajra Martial Lord that he holds today. My spear technique is called the Immortal Soul Returning Spear. It possesses a sharpness equal to a sword, yet carries a power far superior to a saber's. When used, this spear technique is not bound by any fixed form or move, but can transform unpredictably, flowing fluid. With the user's emotional state, no sooner had he spoken than Bai Yun Tianvi violently swung the spear in his hand, thrusting it straight at Xiao Ma. Caught off guard, Xiao Ma received a long gash across his face. I believe that's enough of an introduction. Now then, Failong, show me your true strength. Everyone, fall back 100 feet. The moment Xiao Ma shouted, Po Jun unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on him. However, this time, Xiaoma easily dodged them using the Qin Emperor's demonic banner technique. The spear looked rigid, yet it concealed an unbelievable flexibility. Phoenix nods its head. This move was like tens of thousands of spears simultaneously, closing in, trapping Xiao Ma completely. However, to him, with his Supreme Emperor's steps footwork, they were nothing more than a passing breeze. Below, Tian Shui Sheng couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Oh, that's no ordinary immortal soul returning spear. Yet he can combine those basic forms to create such unpredictable variations. He is truly a master. A barrage of Sinim Asal moves was unleashed relentlessly. White Snake plays with the wind. Realizing his spear techniques were being easily neutralized, Po Jun immediately recognized it as the flower grafting jade martial art. Oh, jade. Jade? A martial art capable of redirecting an opponent's attacks. It may look simple, but it's incredibly effective, although he's not on the same level yet. Lin Fei. But this is more than enough. The 2 of them, one on all, and one on defense, battled relentlessly in midair. At a glance, the attacks from both sides seemed quite impressive, but it was still hard to predict the outcome. On one side, Bai Yunjiao had yet to truly unleash the full power of his immortal soul-returning spear. Truly, your current form is completely different from the Failong of the past. On the other side, Xiao Ma had also yet to display his full strength. That's right. I am a different person now, Bai Yu. Hao looked incredibly intrigued. He soared into the sky, shouting loudly. In that case, let's see how you handle one more move. Vicious Dragon emerges. The technique's incredible speed momentarily surprised Xiaoma, yet he still managed to evade it with ease. Returning horse, spear. The spear under his control relentlessly attacked Xiaoma. With an opening this big, how do you plan to dodge? From high above, he plummeted down like a ballistic missile, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. But then nothing happened. Hyun Zhao's face was filled with regret. What a shame. It seems I truly can't defeat you at this level. No, I don't think you're actually trying to kill me. Tian Shuisheng, standing to the side, also found it odd. Does he really think he can defeat Xiaoma using just the ordinary 6 harmony spear? Or is he planning to adapt his techniques based on Xiaoma's reactions? If that's what he's thinking, I'm afraid he's mistaken. Because Xiaoma's martial arts have always been formless and unpredictable. Xiaoma looked at him boldly and replied, If you insist, then I'll show you my true power as well. Whether in the past or the present, Xiaoma's martial prowess was truly undeniable. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Before Bai Yunzhao could even react, he took a direct kick to the head, sending his body flipping through the air. Bai Yunzhao clearly felt himself being overpowered. Xiaoma launched another fist, but this time he managed to block the attack with his spear. However, the immense force caused the ground beneath him to collapse, creating a massive crater from within the thick cloud of dust and debris. Bai Yunzhao gritted his teeth and spoke. It is rumored throughout the land that someone can manifest the form of the universe with a single sword finger. But that is something absolutely impossible in reality, as it surpasses the limits of human capability. However, I know that Failong's limitless sword transcends even that realm. It is said that facing the limitless sword is like gazing upon countless stars in the night sky, like an endless cosmic ocean. I truly wish to witness it with my own eyes. In my heart, I must know if such a sword art truly exists in this world. I have dedicated my entire life to mastering the immortal soul-returning spear, yet I have still not reached the ultimate realm. But today, through this battle with you, I will finally perfect the immortal soul-returning spear by Yunzhao, stored into the sky, spinning several times to create an immense, swirling vortex of dark energy. Immortal soul turning spear. First form, 13 lightning flashes. Powerful arcs of lightning energy erupted ceaselessly from his spear. Soul-returning spear, second form, coiling dragon's tail. He'll struggle to maintain his balance. Let's see how you dodge this one. Immortal soul returning. Third form, plucking leaf-flying spear. Bai Yunzhao's hands moved like a phantom, creating dozens of illusory spear after images. Xiaoma continued to evade each of his techniques. Excellent, he's revealed an opening. Mortal soul returning spear. The final move, 18 lightning spears. In the air, there is no ground to leverage your strength. How can you possibly maneuver the 18 lightning spear? Fears attack from all 8 directions, leaving no escape. How will you avoid this? For that reason, you absolutely cannot evade this spear of mine, just as Bai Yunzhao predicted. Xiaoma was struck by the attack, but it seemed he had no intention of letting him off the hook. He dove down again like a starving tiger, his face a mask of extreme bloodlust. Victory is mine, however, Xiaoma effort. Endlessly stopped his attack with a single hand. In the end, it doesn't matter how sublime your martial arts are. If your internal energy isn't profound enough, they are ultimately useless. Just like that, Xiaoma effortlessly shattered Bai Yunzhao's spear into pieces, huh? Is the gap between us really this vast? Xiaoma slowly unsheathed his sword. A moment ago, you said you wanted to see my swordsmanship. Yes, in that case, I shall grant your wish to be seen. This moment, Bai Yunzhao was breaking out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? Even the Demon Sword Emperor would have had trouble taking that last move. Xiaoma now eliminated a chillingly terrifying aura, his voice laced with frosty intent. Then, for the sins you have committed, you will pay the price with an arm. Flying Dragon Sword remained still in its sheath, but its invisible sharpness seemed to tear the very air apart, with just an impossibly movement. Xiaoma took one of Bai Yunzhao's arms, causing him to lose his balance, and plummet down the deep chasm behind him. He lost an arm in a single moment. Move. He's that terrified. Should we save him? A worried voice asked. The Diamond Martial Lord calmly replied, There's no need. Just leave him be. In this world, a true master won't die so easily just from losing an arm. Just a little over 1 year ago, he fell into a state of chi deviation. living a feral life like a wild beast, and yet. But now Xiaoma's martial arts have reached the level of the 10 great masters of the martial world. His progress has far surpassed everyone's imagination. The group began to stroll through the bustling, crowded market, while Thao Ni was lost in deep thought about things she had once heard. I heard that tian 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 tian. Xuxiang was the one who found Xiaoma during his qi deviation, and she was also the one who used the demonic emperor's soul-controlling needle on him. After that, she even took Xiaoma to Yahello. If all of this was part of her plan then, the chubby guy, in contrast, was completely mesmerized by the fragrant grilled meat skewers on the street, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Oh man, is so tempting. From the very beginning, she probably knew exactly who Xiaoma was, because Yahello is the former homeland of Failong. If that weren't the case, there would be no other reason. I really can't figure out her intentions. Something feels very off. Behind them, the second oddball was like a walking food stall, clutching 2 large pork knuckles, devouring them as if he'd been starving for days. First, I've got to finish off this pork knuckle. A pork knuckle in my left hand and a chicken leg in my right, haha. He laughed heartily. Thao Ni pondered for a moment before deciding to push her worries aside. All right, never mind. For now, we just need to figure out why she's here. The group entered a restaurant, where the second oddball had somehow already snagged a good table for everyone. Everyone over here, I saved us a spot. Townie looked at him and shook her head in exasperation. Ugh, when did this chubby guy even sneak in here? Nearby, Tian Shixiang bowed respectfully to Xiaoma. Great hero Failong, I, Tian Shixiang, must first apologize for my past disrespectful actions. Xiaoma didn't seem too bothered and replied softly, You don't need to worry about it. I was suffering from qi deviation at the time anyway, so my mind was unstable. Great hero, do you truly not remember anything from that time? Tian Shuixiang asked probingly. Xiaoma replied slowly. I've recalled nearly all the memories of my life as an assassin, but the memories after that are quite hazy. Could it be selective amnesia? So, what should I call you now? She asked. Just call me I'm tired of shouldering the title of Failong, by the way. Was there a reason you were looking for me? Sheng replied. To be honest, great hero, I didn't know you would be coming here at first. I just happened to hear news of your appearance and decided to wait patiently. Currently, the martial world is in an uproar over an incident that concerns me even more than the return of Failong. Tian Shuixiang paused for a moment, then continued, her tone growing serious. The other morning, the Shuishan sword, Lord, the master of Wu Huang Fortress, vanished under mysterious circumstances. Although Wu Huang Fortress and the martial arts alliance have been locked in a fierce battle for the past 1 year, there is no reason to believe the Shuishan sword lord was assassinated by an agent from the martial arts alliance, and there were no signs of betrayal from within Wu Huang Fortress. However, the most bizarre thing is that every month since the Shuishan sword lord vanished, other great masters also disappeared along with them. From the living soul, great immortal of the Sichuan king's mansion, to the sect leader of the Haidong First Sect, Luanghu Din, Thao Ni, who was nearby, added, From what I know, the city lord of Vohong City, the Snow Mountain Sword Lord, possesses martial arts that are in no way inferior to any of the 10 great masters. Add to that the living soul, great immortal, and the sect leader of the Haidong First Sect, and although they might be a bit weaker, they are still renowned masters of the martial world. Could it be that all of them were they all kidnapped by some force? Tian Shuixiang immediately dismissed the idea. No, they're all dead. When they were found, their bodies were mangled beyond recognition, looking as horrifying as demons. I couldn't believe that master-level experts like them could die so easily. But it's the truth. I confirmed their deaths with my own eyes. After an autopsy, a strange discovery was made. There wasn't a single trace of true qi left in their bodies. For experts of their caliber, even after being dead for some time, a portion of their innate true qi should have remained. But looking at the state of these bodies, they were nothing but skin and bones. It's clear that only one martial art could cause such a scene, and that is the star-sucking great art. There's no doubt about it. But I heard the star-sucking great art has many side effects, especially when used against experts of the same level. Tian Shuixiang nodded in agreement. That's right. This technique is very difficult to use effectively against an opponent of equal or greater strength, because merging another's internal energy with your own is extremely difficult. If it fails, the star-sucking great art not only fails to enhance one's martial arts, but on the contrary, in many cases, the absorbed internal energy clashes with one's own, causing the user's die. If what you say is true, then the person who killed them must have a much higher cultivation level. In the current martial world, figures stronger than them can be counted on one hand. The Demon Sword Emperor, Dugu Tian. You suspect him, don't you? Exactly. From the of the corpses, we discovered traces of the Red Dragon Claw, which is the Demon Sword Emperor's exclusive martial art. However, there's something a bit strange. Everyone knows that Dugu Tian has never cultivated the star-sucking great art. At that point, we thought that besides the Demon Sword Emperor, someone else must have teamed up with him to kill these masters. Great hero Xiaoma, there is an important matter I wish to ask for your help with. I wonder if it would be convenient. Tian Shuixiang's words left Xiaoma still feeling confused, unable to grasp what was going on. She continued, her tone becoming serious. If you were to clash with the Demon Sword Emperor Dugu Tian, I wouldn't dare comment on a life-or-death battle between you two. I only ask that you, great hero, help me confirm one thing, whether or not there is a strange goo poison inside the Demon Sword Emperor's body. Poison, Xiaoma repeated, his eyes showing confusion. Yes, because this matter is not only important to me, but is also closely related to the safety of the entire martial world. It seems to be the clue leading to the recent mysterious deaths of many masters. Hearing this, Xiaoma nodded in agreement without hesitation. All right, I will personally confirm the goo poison myself. Tian Shuixiang sighed softly and response. I'm afraid that after hearing what I'm about to say, great hero, you might not feel the same way. Then what is it you're going to say? I came here to bring you the answer you've been searching for all this time but could never find. The answer I couldn't find, Xiaoma was stunned. That's right, the answer to why you are still alive. What did you say? The reason I must live my reason for existing. Yes, the reason you live is for her. Chu Tian is still alive. Hearing that beloved name, Xiaoma looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes wide and his voice trembling. You're saying Chu Tian is still alive? With a firm expression, Tian Shuixiang confirmed. That's right. I only learned of this recently myself. The two freaks standing nearby were still confused, not understanding who Chu Tian was, but Xiaoma had completed, lost his composure. Chu Tian, where is she now? Where do you think she is? At the Demon Sword Empire? Cawthon's place, right? Correct. As soon as he heard the confirmation from the Shuma instantly turned into a gust of wind, vanishing from everyone's sight to their utter astonishment. Well, I suppose... Shuma instantly turned into a gust of wind, vanishing from everyone's sight to their utter. We should slowly get going too. Tian Shuixiang turned to the two freaks as a blinding streak of light shot past outside at a terrifying speed, tearing through the air. It was none other than Xiaoma, so fast that two passers-by didn't even realize what had just happened. Huh. What was that just now? One person asked. Probably just the wind. The other replied nonchalantly. Xiaoma glided across the road. The river's surface, lightly stepping on the green lotus leaves without creating the slightest ripple. I felt like someone just stepped on the lotus leaves. A person standing by the lake wondered. He crossed towering mountains gazing out from the peak. That's the place, before Tuma's eyes. A majestic ancient fortress stood tall amidst the overlapping mountains. The guards on duty immediately noticed that a stranger had broken in. They immediately started jouting and swarmed forward like a disturbed anthill. Intruder! An assassin is here, brothers. Follow me and capture. For him. But in the face of Tuma's blazing, furious gaze, they were nothing more than annoying flies. The moment he landed, Tuma unleashed a palm strike, sending a row of guards flying several yards away, standing amidst the circle of enemies. Tuma coldly warned. If you intend to stop me, I advise you to think about your own lives before throwing them away. For nothing. They looked at the man before them and couldn't help but shudder in fear. His aura was terrifying. The latent internal energy in his body is just too immense. Without a doubt, this man is a peerless man. Faster. His aura alone is enough to overwhelm all of us. What in the world are we doing? Just standing here watching him walk in. Looking at the wooden sign hanging on an ancient tree, Tuma whispered. So this is the entrance to the Atmok Ma. Our martial arts are no match for great hero Tuma, so we have no choice but to follow him. I'm afraid by the time we get there, he'll already be fighting the Demon Sword Emperor Cawthon. The two oddballs scratch their heads and ask, Atmok Malam, The Hakfong Ma clan, the Thiat Qian Ma clan, the Bak Kot Dien Goots, and the Vandok Ma clan are collectively known as the 5 great demonic clans. In the past, they were the 5 guardian sects of the mighty demonic sect, and now they are the 5 great demonic clans. People often, I don't think the current demonic sect is just a small offshoot of the old demonic sect, but in fact, the opposite is true. The origin of the demonic sect's martial arts is the demonic art from Thien Noi Thien, which is why they say, the demonic arts that martial artists currently practice, and even the old arts of the demonic sect, are merely derivatives of the original demonic art. Up above, a group of people dressed in bright red attire, apparently from some kind of sect, are secretly observing Bok Thao Ni's group, one of them helping a piece of paper. That girl's face matches the drawing exactly. But why is this so strange? The intelligence report said it would be 2 men and 1 woman. Now only that So over there matches the rumors. Let's see. He has a dumb-looking face. Yep, and his internal energy seems weak too. Down below, Thao Ni continued her conversation with Thayan Tuye Huang. The clan heads of the 5 great demonic clans have all reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, making them some of the world's supreme masters. And yet, the Demon Sword Emperor Lactan was able to unite them under his command. So just how formidable of a figure is Dash Kothin, after Thien Ma City, fell at the hands of great hero Tuma, now in the northern plains. The Demon Sword Emperor is the most dangerous and evil demonic leader in this region. Rumor has it in the martial world that, aside from the green-eyed Yaksha, one of the 10 great masters, who could be a match for the Demon Sword Emperor, there is no one else in the current martial world worthy of facing him. Once we get out of this cave, we'll be back. We'll be at the residence of the Demon Sword Emperor, Doc Kothin. How strange. I've been walking for a while now, and haven't encountered any difficulties. Thaoni also started to notice something. Was off. If that's the case, there are only 2 possibilities. Either they don't consider us worth their attention, or they're waiting for us to walk right into a trap. Suddenly, Theme 2 Yet Huang coughed. It seemed their group had been hit with a poison gas. Since when? Cough, cough. Why does my throat feel like it's being choked? It turns out, the mist over the lake and the thorny vines in this cave were all poisonous. A few assassins, cloaked in red, stood blocking their path and spoke in a mocking tone. This bunch? I thought they were assassins targeting the Demon Sword Emperor, which made me tense up thinking they were formidable. But what is this? It was a piece of cake suddenly. A loud explosion echoed. The leaders turned to see a thick cloud of dust, rising from behind the fortress. In the middle of the dust, Tuma appeared. He had just single-handedly broken through their encirclement, wiped out the grunts and smashed through an entire wall, looked at each other, seemingly unfazed. Could this guy be the one from the rumors? Failong? That loudmouth! There's no way he's the #1 under heaven. Failong, it must just be a coincidence. Xiaoma walked in like a god of war, his eyes cold, radiating a palpable killing intent. Where is Tien? They jeered, acting unconcerned. Chu Tien, you say? Isn't that the girl the cult leader just brought back? I thought you were here for the cult leader. Turns out you're just looking for a girl. A scrawny guy from the Hell Demon clan stepped forward. Brat, you dare to come in here alone? Their attitude enraged by Xiao. Ma, you scum of the demon cult deserve 10,000 deaths. But if you tell me where Chu Tian is, I will spare your lives. I'll count down from 10. And when the time is up, this place will be your grave. Xiao Ma's shout shook the very heavens and earth, but the leaders remained seated. Does he think we're easy to bully? Telling us he'll count to 10, the annoyed... One Duma rushed forward. Let me see what you've got. He launched a palm, strike full of toxins, straight at Xiao Ma's face, who didn't move an inch. Xiao Ma effortlessly used the Yi Huaju technique to redirect the attack, grabbing his wrist and flinging him far away. Xiao Ma begins the countdown. The remaining 3 were stunned. Is that Yi Huaju? Be careful, I didn't expect our visitor to be this skilled. All 3 of us, let's go. The 3 of them simultaneously unleashed their strongest fist, blade, and spear techniques, but strangely, really every blow that landed on Xiaoma felt like a mere scratch, not leaving a single mark. What? Is this the Jinzhong Zhao, or the Shangpi Gong? They looked at each other in horror. 9. Xiaoma continued his Old Count, realizing his body was as hard as steel, they retreated in fear. Impossible. Yi Huaju and Jin Zhongzhao are 2 different martial arts. How can he use them at the same time? By now, Juan Dumas was furious. He roared, channeling all his poison energy, his hands turning pitch black. Use your ultimate techniques or we'll all die here, just like he said. The other two also realized the danger. They gathered all their strength, preparing to unleash their most powerful attack. Tai splitting light spear, 9 palaces divine movement sword. 7. The entire group of enemies attacked simultaneously, unleashing all their deadly techniques, but Xiaoma simply held out one hand, creating a whirlwind that blocked everything. They began to panic. Huh? That's the martial art of the Tian Mo, one of them exclaimed in terror. That's right, it's the Zhao Longquan Feng. Xiaoma, coldly, continued his countdown, and with each number an enemy fell. 6, he had, with lightning speed, taking down with the Haifeng Zhang palm before suddenly appearing behind a giant and unleashing a powerful fist. 5. The fat Wanduling was hit by a spinning kick and sent flying. The one using fist techniques managed to land a lucky blow on Xiaoma. You should watch your feet for more. Immediately, Xiaoma palliated from above with the Tai Tu Gong, sending him to meet his maker. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, mused, "Your martial arts are truly strange. A mix of Shaolin and Tian Mo. Is that sword on your back real or just for show?" 3. Alma cut him off. "Sorry, I'm busy." But the man remained calm. "I am a swordsman, and I cannot resist the sight of a sword. I want to use my final move to fight you. If you can block it, your strength could rival the 10 great masters." He radiated an intense killing. "Aura, you want to know where Chu Tian is? Defeat me first." With that, he unleashes his most powerful ultimate technique, Wanjiangyi Yi. Terrifying wave of sword energy shot out, slicing the entire building in half. Xiaoma remained calm in the face of this destructive move, too. Simply threw a punch. That simple punch not only shattered the sword energy, but also broke his opponent's sword into pieces. The Wugi Quan. The swordsman took the full force of the punch. His face deformed as he was sent flying through several walls, out of the building and straight into a distant mountain. 1. Xiaoma finished his countdown. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bai Taoni's group of 3 was still poisoned. The chubby guy kept clutching his neck, getting scolded by Taoni. "The poison isn't in your neck, so why are you grabbing it?" He then realized he was fine, happily rubbing his belly before rushing out to deal with the 2 guards, easily obtaining the antidote. "I hate liars the most," the second guy said as he threw the off the mountain, returning to Xiaoma. After destroying the building, Xiaoma saw 2 people calmly sitting and drinking wine in a room, completely unaffected by the earth-shattering battle that had just occurred. Xiaoma was inwardly astonished. His last punch had enough power to shatter a mountain, yet the wine cups on their table didn't even tremble. Did his power only manage to graze the hem of their clothes? He asked coldly. "Are you the Demon Sword Emperor, Dugu Tien, a powerhouse on par with the 10 great masters? You're stronger than I thought." The man who was asked took a sip of wine, and glanced at Xiaoma and said, "That's what I wanted to say to you, taking down all 5 elders of the demonic cult so quickly. Are you Failong reborn? Here, have a drink with me." The demonic sword emperor tossed a cup of wine towards Xiaoma. The cup flew swiftly without spilling a single drop. The technique was so masterful it briefly surprised Xiaoma. He reached out, caught it, and downed it in one gulp. Seeing this, the demonic sword emperor laughed and asked, "Aren't you afraid I poisoned?" "Isn't it?" Xiaoma coldly crushed the cup in his hand. "I was just thirsty. Why overthink?" "Tit." The demonic sword emperor nodded. "Actually, I've long heard of your legendary reputation as Failong in the martial world, and have always wanted to meet you. Then I heard that some nobody in Huok Valley defeated the heavenly demon. I was very skeptical, and then I heard that person was actually Failong, which I found even more unbelievable. But when I found out you were hunting the 9 soul ghost slayers, I grew very eager, and now I finally met you." He looked deep into Xiaoma's eyes. "Though your appearance has changed, these eyes are unmistakable. You are the Failong from all those years ago." Xiaoma didn't care. He just pointed to the mysterious young man standing behind the demonic sword emperor. "So he is." But the demonic sword emperor cut him off. "That is my master, the one who granted me this power, and sooner or later he will unite the martial world." Xiaoma ignored him and got straight to the point. "I heard Chu Tian is here. Where is she?" "Oh, so you came here for that girl." The demonic sword emperor laughed loudly and called out, Chu Tian, come out from inside. The room. A female figure emerged. It was Chu Tian. Xiaoma was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He stepped forward, his trembling hand reaching out to touch the girl's cheek. Chu Tian, is it really you? I clearly remember seeing your body. How are you still alive? But Chu Tian just stood there, her eyes lifeless. Seeing Xiaoma's guard was down, the demonic sword emperor immediately attacked. Orphan palm strikes sent Xiaoma flying into a wall. A bit too hasty, aren't you? Despite the surprise attack, Xiaoma seemed not to care, looking only at Chu Tian in anguish. Looking at me like that. Don't you recognize me? The demonic sword emperor thought to himself. This guy has not only lost his composure, he seems to have gone mad. He continuously launched sword attacks. But strangely, the strikes either passed right through Xiaoma or were instinctively dodged by his body, even though he wasn't defending himself at all. Xiaoma kept trying to talk to Chu Tian. It's me, Failong. You promised to be with me for the rest of our lives. At that moment, he noticed some unusual. Chu Tian's body was still warm and she was still breathing, but her eyes were completely empty. He turned angry. To the demonic sword emperor. What did you do to her? The demonic sword emperor sneered. It seems you still don't understand the situation, do you? You're in no position to question me. He unleashed another fatal blow with all his might. But this time, Xiaoma was different. Clang. He drew his sword. Single light parry sent the demonic sword emperor flying several yards away. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Xiaoma's voice was as cold as ice. The demonic sword emperor did a flip in midair and land, a look of astonishment on his face. He knew he couldn't hide it any longer. Fine, I'll tell you. That girl has a goo poison inside her. It controls her mind and corrodes her inner energy. In this world, only my master can cure it. Xiaoma looked straight at the leader and asked coldly, So all I have to do is take him down, right? That's right, Blue Zune sneered. But first you'll have to get through me. Such a battle-hungry fool. Enough talk, let's fight! The two immediately rushed at each other. A flash of swordlight erupted, and the force of their clash created a massive explosion, demolishing a nearby house. Fell back and signaled, If you want to fight me, clean up your little minions first. Immediately, the remaining three charged at Xiaoma, one of them launching a kick straight at his stomach. They've been poisoned. They've lost all reason. Lu Xun explained. They'll attack until they're dead. This poison also boosts their martial arts, so each one is now as strong as you. Even if you cut off their limbs, they won't stop. Xiaoma Swift used a deflection technique, skillfully parrying all of their attacks. He was figuring out how to take down all three when he suddenly posed, seeing Chu Tian pouring tea for Lu Xun. What are you doing? He yelled. Just as Xiaoma was about to step forward, a steel light hand shot up from the ground. It grabbed his leg tightly. Immediately after, a fourth man burst, the earth, delivering a devastating punch. The blow was so powerful it sent Xiaoma flying through several walls. Thanks to his agile movement, he quickly regained, and his balance. Now all four of the poison men charged madly, surrounding Xiaoma. Xiaoma's rage exploded. He roared, Today this place will be your grave. His killing intent was so immense that cracked the ground around him. Seeing this, Lacton calmly sneered. The four of them have formed the Asura, Myriad, Annihilation, Thunderbody formation, the demonic cult's strongest killing array. Once you're inside, it will drain you of your blood until you die. There's no escape. The pitch-black vortex formed from the array, threatening to swallow Tuyama. But Lactan's boasts didn't faze Tuma in the slightest. He just replied coldly, Is that so? Then I don't need to hold back anymore. Just as the four of them charged, an earth-shattering boom resounded in the blink of an eye. All four were sent flying by Tuma, each defeated with a single blow. Tuma grabbed one woman by neck, his foot stepping on another, and said contemptuously, A killing array that drains blood until death. Why do I see them all taken down at once? Lactan's jaw dropped and astonishment, thinking to himself, Impossible. Even if the formation was weakened, how could he break it so easily? Did he see its weakness from the very beginning? Now, is it your turn? Tioma looked at Lactan. Draw your sword. Lactan finally stood up, took it, stance, and began to boast again. This is the Emperor Breaking Blade Art, a technique created specifically to counter the demonic cult. It's extremely difficult to master, requiring profound internal energy and exceptionally high comprehension. Without understanding its core, even 100 years of practice would be useless. This is the Emperor Breaking Blade Art. Over 30 years ago, it astonished the world when used against the demonic cult's leader. It has 12 variations. Mastered to its peak, it can break any martial art, even the Sword Emperor's ultimate technique. Locked on roared. Now, try and block this. The first form, swiftness. His blade strikes were unpredictable, completely surrounding Tuma, shift. 3 large slashes transformed into countless smaller ones, attacking Tuma from every direction, trapping him. Tuma, 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 Tuma. Could only stand and endure the blows. Are you trying to imitate Bak Lin? He's flower-shifting, jade-grafting. Locton sneered. You think that cheap martial art can lock the emperor-breaking blade art? I was the one who killed Baklin Fi with a single slash. He pressed his attack, the light from his blade tightening its grip on Tuma. It left him unable to move and severely injured Tuma. Thought to himself, this blade art is terrifying, with not a single wasted move, focusing only on efficiency. Compared to it, the martial arts of the demonic cult's 5 families are mere Let's see how long you can last. He thrust his blade straight into Tumor's abdomen, him into the air. Annihilate, locked on. Launched another finishing blow from above, but he suddenly paused. It was strange. This kid somehow always managed to dodge the fatal blows. At the last second, he's the first person to withstand the first 8 forms of my art. But in the end, he must die. Slowly got up, wiping blood from his mouth. I don't know why, but I know one thing for sure. Anyone who stands in my way will eventually kneel. With that, he charged forward. This time, Lactan's blade art was completely useless. Using the Divine Emperor's step footwork, Tuma dodged every single slash. How is this possible? He looked like he was on the verge of collapse, yet he dodged everything? Lactan was bewildered. You're wondering why I haven't collapsed, aren't you? Tuma suddenly appeared right in front of me. Of him. It's simple, because I can't lose. Bam! A devastating punch from Tuma landing squarely on Lactan's face, sending him flying. Impossible. The Emperor-breaking blade. Art couldn't take him down? Why didn't I see that punch coming at all? Lactan broke out in a cold, wet no, I cannot be humiliated like this in front of my lord. Suddenly a cold voice came from behind him. You have greatly disappointed me. Lord! Lactan pleaded in a panic. Please wait a moment. Your subordinate still has the final 4 moves. My injuries are not severe. Please give me another chance. But it is too late. The Lord suddenly placed his hand on Lactan's chest. You are out of chances. He then used the stars. Sucking great art. Ah, my lord, you. All of Lactan's true and energy was drained away, his body shriveling in agony. I told you your life was a gift from me, and now I am simply taking it back. In an instant, the illustrious Demon Sword Emperor locked. Ton was reduced to a withered corpse. The Lord's power increased noticeably. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, Thou Ni and her group were heading inside when they noticed something strange. Why did the Demon Sword Emperor's aura suddenly vanish? Impossible. A master on with the 10 great masters of Murim can't just... There were only 2 possibilities. 1, Tuma was overwhelmingly powerful, or 2, he had lied. Thao Ni turned to question Thien Thu Yet Huang, saying, My older sister, the daughter of the flower-shifting palace's master is here. I don't believe you. You don't believe me. It's not that I don't believe you. It's because my older sister is truly dead. Hearing the words older sister, Thien Thuy Huang suddenly realized the identity of the girl in front of her. Thao Ni continued, her voice filled with suspicion. If you truly are the golden fairy themed to Ye Huang, who knows everything under the heavens, then how could you? You don't recognize me. Don't. I am the daughter of Bak Lin Fi, the sole survivor of the Dihua Palace massacre. You appeared suspiciously, knowing exactly where we were. And you even deliberately provoked Xiao Ma with news about my sister. Who are you really? Wait. Team 2? Yet Huang interrupted. Are you sure your sister is dead? Tao Ni clenched her fists, her voice trembling with anger. I'm sure I investigated the... Surely my mother died with 17 fatal wounds. Her neck pierced by the red dragon claw, and also struck by the Lin Trong palm. The people from the Martial Arts Alliance said they couldn't find my sister's body. They only found traces indicating that Gui Gui had used an ice seal to preserve a glimmer of hope. But before that, she was struck by a sword from Luke Tuyet Dien Vuong. His poisoned sword is incredibly wicked. Anyone struck by it would have their body rot instantly, even if the ice seal was broken. No one could have saved her. There's no way she's still alive. Inside, the battle was over. Emperor Doc Cawthon was nothing but a dried-up skeleton, Xiao Ma asked coldly. Who are you? Who am I? That's not important. The man leisurely made a wine cup float. What's important is, why are you and I confronting each other here? Cut the crap. Crap, who are you? Jiaoma said impatiently. Many have asked me that question, but no one has survived to see my true face. How laughable. The one I've struggled so hard to find doesn't even know who I am. I had to live in hiding, concealing my power all because of you. Because I once witnessed you shatter the ultimate techniques of the Sword Emperor and the Blade Sovereign with a single move. At that time, you were the strongest person under the heaven. The man paused, then continued. In fact, you should be thanking me. I was the one who made this girl's frozen heart beat again. In this entire martial arts world, only I could save her. I just want to know one thing. Xiaoma growled, is Sothine really still alive? Alive? She's just a walking puppet now. Her heart only beats because of the goo poison. If the goo poison is removed, she will die. So Theme is just a toy. You, the man, laughed maniacally. No, she's the toy for me to taunt you with. Boom, a punch from Xiaoma, who strayed into the man's face. Back outside, team. To yet Huang calmly faced Tao Ni's threats. Tao Ni, I understand your suspicion, but I am themed to A Wang. My meeting all of you here was a coincidence, and I had no ulterior motives when I spoke of your sister. I am only affirming one thing, your sister is still alive. If you don't believe me, you can go inside and see for yourself. Back to the fight. Cao Ma's fist landed, but the mastermind remained standing without moving an inch. He smirked, using your left hand again. The Demon Emperor's soul-restraining needle must have sealed the power of your right hand. With that said, he grabbed Xiaoma's arm and used the star's sucking great art. Xiaoma cried out in pain and quickly hawked his hand away to create distance, but the difference in STR strength was too great, and the man immediately closed in again, placing his hand on his chest and continuing to absorb his inner energy. Ma threw a kick to push him back, but the mastermind, with his small frame, moved with extreme agility, easily dodging and counterattacking. Just a few moves, he completely overwhelmed Xiaoma, landing another palm strike that cratered the ground. He looked down and said coldly, "Why are you so weak? Could it be because of the Demon Emperor's soul-restraining needle?" Suddenly, Xiaoma's presence vanished, startling the master. Mind. Damn it, he tricked me to go save Sothine. He dashed like lightning toward the Thanfei longsword, but it was too late. Did you think you could escape by now, Shall? I had already freed Sothine, but because she was still under control, she turned and attacked her own lover, caught off guard by the attack. Shuma had no time to defend and was sent flying. Through several rows of trees, Sothine continued to charge forward unconsciously. Thaoni's group, from a distance, heard the commotion and immediately recognized Sothine's martial art. That's the martial art of Dihua Palace. Jai Twang burst into tears. Sister, are you really alive? Xiaoma Lake lapsed on the ground after taking the full force of his lover's blow, as the mastermind slowly flew over, gloating. It's useless. I've planted a goo poison in her. She will be my puppet forever. Take the goo poison. Out and she dies. You're powerless. Who said I've given up? Holding the Failong sword, Xiaoma slowly got to his feet. I just have to defeat you, right? Ha, even if you kill me, the goo poison won't disappear, he sneered. I don't care about the outcome until I've acted. Xiaoma drew his sword. Let her go. He swung his sword gently, but its hour split a distant mountain in two. The mastermind was slightly surprised. That's some pretty strong sword chi. Xiaoma charged forward, attacking frantically, but none of his strikes could touch the man. Your power is too weak. Now, the mastermind mocked, your sword is just grab metal to me. Xiaoma suddenly switched, left hand gathering his strength for a punch. How about this then? The man easily. He blocked the ordinary punch with his hand and delivered an uppercut, straight to Xiaoma's chin. How disappointing. You're not even a match for my puppet now. He grabs Xiaomao's arm again and continued to use the star. First, I'll cripple this precious void spirit body of yours. Just when it seemed he was at a disadvantage, Xiaoma suddenly swung his sword and slashed at him. Man dodged, but his arm was injured. At the wound and said coldly, that is your weakness. When you use the star-sucking great art, you enter a state where you cannot defend yourself. The demon lord placed his hand on the wound, circulating his chi to heal it. You're right, he admitted it's a weakness of the star-sucking great art. But so what if you know? The difference in cultivation between us is too vast. Don't hope for a second stroke of luck, Xiaoma replied, his voice full of pride. I've never relied on luck. Defeating the heavenly demon a year ago might have been luck, but it's different now. I've trained relentlessly. I once thought I was on par with the 10 great masters of the martial world, but today I have to thank you. Thank you for showing me just how arrogant I've become. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Shuma. His innate true chi condensed, forming a giant heavenly dragon that roared fiercely. I can't believe his true chi actually took the of a dragon. The demon lord was astonished from the edge of the forest. The other three also witnessed the shocking scene. It was Chai manifestation ascension, true chi gathering to form a dragon. Suddenly, Bai Thao, he saw Chu Tian. She burst into tears and shouted, "Big sister, are you really alive? Why do I remember you died, sister? It's me, Thao Ni. Why don't you recognize me?" Chu Tian remained expression. She coldly raised her hand and aimed straight at Thao Ni's chest. "Big sister, what are you doing?" Something. Thao Ni was horrified. Just as the attack was about to take her life, Tian Shuxiang swung her rat-tan whip, striking Tu Tian's hand hard. "Get out of the way!" Boom! Although deflected, the strike was still powerful enough to destroy an entire section of the forest. Thao Ni was thrown back by the aftershock, and Tian Shuxiang quickly used her whip to pull her back. "Sister, why would you do that to me, Thao Nisabt? Your sister is being controlled by goo poison," Tian Shuxiang explained, "and if I'm not mistaken, the one controlling her is that young man over there." While the young man, the master of the Demon Sword Emperor, looked at Xiao Ma's heavenly dragon with extreme amusement, he burst out, laughing, "Haha, the power of a heavenly dragon. Interesting." With that, he took a deep breath and blew out a terrifying gust of wind immediately swept towards Xiao Ma. Its power was enough to send both Tian Shuisheng and Bai Taoni flying, just in the nick of time. The two freaks appeared and saved them. "Single breath is that powerful? Who on earth is that young man?" Tian Shuixiang replied with a grave expression. "That move is even stronger than the lion's roar. He is the ancestor of Gu refinement arts and a master of the star-sucking great art throughout the entire history of the martial world. There has only been one person like that, Wan Yin. Wan Yin Gui. Wasn't he defeated by the great emperor Tiaishan and vanished? That's right. Tiaishan. Shui Sheng began to recount the story from long ago. He once murdered Liu Yao Hong, the lover of the demon sect's grandmaster, to steal the Purple Cloud Absorption art manual. The entire demon sect. He committed countless atrocities until he was defeated by the great emperor, Taishan. But because he had the appearance of a young man, the great emperor spared his life on the condition that he never set foot in the Central Plains again. Wan Yin Gui went into seclusion in Ghost Soul Valley. It wasn't until 200 years ago, when the great emperor Tia Shan passed away, that he re-emerged. But this time he was smarter, constantly changing his appearance, sometimes as the Silver Flute Scholar, other times as the mountain-moving Taoist, and he was even once the northern immortal of the four great healers. And most recently, he took on a name that struck fear into the entire martial world. Could it be Huan Mo? That's him, the demon who vanished after the battle at Demon Spirit City. I can't believe he's reappeared. Here in the guise of a young man. Back at the battle, Huan furiously attacked with his breath. The gale winds howl. Old trees were uprooted and dust and rocks flew everywhere. Faced with that terrifying power, Xiaoma's Tianlong seemed to be at a disadvantage. Amidst the cloud of dust, Xiaoma emerged unscathed, without a single scratch after Huan Mo's lion's roar. Was stunned. Impossible. He took a direct hit from my attack and is completely unharmed. Xiao Ma ignored his opponent's astonishment. His voice is cold as ice. "I've just realized that people like you don't deserve to exist under this sky. I must eliminate you to protect the world. Call my sword style the Infinite Sword. I don't remember any about it. But I understand that all martial arts are limited by form and technique, by the human body. But the Infinite Sword is different. It is endless, without form or shape, like the stars in the sky." A chill ran down Huan Mo's spine. Xiao Mai. God's words seemed to have a magical power, causing the space around them to transform. Countless invisibles, all pointed directly at Huan Mo. Felt his entire body go rigid. He couldn't even blink his eyes. "What is this?" Huan Mo panicked. "See anything?" Xiao Ma asked. "If before your eyes is a sky full of stars, then that means your time to die has come. It's it. The legendary Infinite Sword technique." Mo screamed desperately in his mind. No, he can't have reached it. This realm so quickly. This must be just an illusion. Thinking this, he channeled his energy to break the illusion, roaring, "How dare this heretical trick fool me!" But it wasn't an illusion. Invisible swords pierced straight through Huan Mo's body, and he collapsed, and pain and disbelief. "How is this possible? Could it be that you've been hiding your true strength all this time? When did you—" Xiao Ma get in front of him. He raised his sword and coldly declared, "I told you, I have no reason to let you live." The blade swung down, then stopped. A figure rushed out to block Huan Mo. It was so thin. Xiao Ma quickly retracted. Did his sword, but it was too late. Sharp blade grazed her arm, leaving a trail of blood. This fool? This girl. Xiao Ma worried. Huanmo laughed, maliciously. Her soul is already under my control. Now you'll have to face both of us. With that, he and Sothian attacked simultaneously, putting Xiao Man in a difficult position, having to fend off Huanmo while also avoiding Sothine so as not to hurt her, damn it. I have to find a way to separate her, Xiaoma thought, unleashing a sword strike. Push them both back, then he focused his internal energy to create an invisible barrier around Sothine, intending to restrain her movement. You think you can neutralize the girl that easily? Huanmo sneered. He also his internal energy, unleashing a crimson blast of chi towards Sotian. Action turned Shalma's protective barrier into a death trap. Sothien was trapped between two massive streams of internal energy, one blue and one red, clashing against each other. Bob broke into a cold sweat. If he retreated, Huanmo's energy would kill her. But if he continued, the pressure would make her explode. He had only one option left: to use his own internal energy to push back Huanmo's blast. Two energy streams collided violently, creating a destructive vortex, sending serenity, landing earth and rocks flying and snapping trees in half. Watching from distance, Bok Taoyi said worriedly. This is bad. That place is like a bomb about to go off. If one of them falters, this entire forest will be leveled in sister. Sotin will be turned to dust. Their power has far exceeded imagination. I'm afraid in the martial world today, the number of people who could intervene in this battle can be counted on one hand. Thou Ni asked anxiously. What if the balance is broken? Thien Tu Yet Huang replied. Everything will vanish into thin air, but I believe great hero Xiao Ma has the upper hand. Huan Mo Fellow is hanging on by a thread. At this moment, Huan Mo also realized the problem. How could this be? He is his internal energy on par with mine? That's right. He possesses a void spirit body, capable of endlessly absorbing external energy. Damn it, I miscalculated. I can't believe I'd capsize in a ditch like this. Suddenly, a malicious idea came to him. Wait, I still have the girl Sothim to use. Under his control. Sothien slowly advanced towards Xiaoma. No, don't. Come over here, Sothine! Xiaoma shouted in panic. What are you doing? Any closer and your body will shatter. But Sothine didn't stop. Stop! Her two fingers were already right next to Xiaoma's eyes. He quickly, damn it. In this situation, if I withdraw my power or push Sothin away, we'll both die. This! Huanmo laughed cunningly. Ha ha ha. Let's see what you'll do now. Failong, at this rate your defeat is certain. Xiaoma ignored the provocation and hugged Sothin tightly. Don't worry. I won't let you die. My life has belonged to you for a long time now. With that, he took a full brunt of Huanmo's attack, you fool. Huanmo burst out laughing. Who would sacrifice their own life for a girl who's already dead? Your kindness will only get us both turned to dust. He poured all of his internal energy into his final move. A terrifying explosion erupted, staining the entire sky red and leveled, pulling the forest and the nearby demonic sect's fortresses. Even Hoenn, Ban Taoyi's group were thrown back by the aftershock. When the dust settled, the ground had transformed into a giant crater. In the middle of the crater, I was holding Sothine tightly. He had taken the full front of the damage, thank goodness, as long as you're... Okay, that's all that matters. With that, Jaoma unconscious. Huan Mo was also completely unable to move. Is that bastard still alive? Only because that girl Chu Tian took the blow for him at the last moment. Just then, a subordinate rushed over. Master, are you all right? What happened to him? He's unconscious, but I don't know if he's dead or alive. Huan Mo commanded. If he's still alive, just bring Chu Tian back and spare his life. But why? This is the perfect opportunity to kill him. Don't ask why. Huan Mo snarled. If he is to die, it will be by my hand. I'll consider today my loss. Then Huan Mo's subordinate approached Xiao Ma. So this guy isn't dead yet. How pathetic. Risking his life for a soulless corpse. He recalled his master's order, but then thought to himself, my master said to spare him, but it would be better to eliminate this threat now. As his hand was about to come down, Chu Tian suddenly shot her hand out and grabbed his. The subordinate was stunned. Huh? What are you doing? What is this? This girl is just a corpse controlled by goo poison. But Chu Tian's grip was firm and she wouldn't let go. Oh, it was unbelievable. Could her will to protect this man be so strong that it overpowered the goo poison and death itself? The demonic subordinate placed a hand on Chu Tian's chest, his voice cold as ice. Your kindness is commendable, but you can't save Failong. Go take a nap over there. That, he ruthlessly swatted Chu Tian away like a toy. Luckily, Erguai managed to dash in and catch her. Thank goodness. Yes, you're all right, the demonic subordinate. But his eyes at Uruguay. Who are you? Uruguay gently set Tian down and replied curtly. Can't you tell? Then he unleashed a powerful kick, sending the man lying straight into a cliff. He struggled to crawl out from the rubble. The subordinate dusted himself off. Now I remember. You're one of the 8 heroes of the Divine Dragon. So why did you change your name to Ergui of Mengshan and become a common thing? Thief. I don't remember. Ergui replied nonchalantly. But I have no reason to fight you. Whether Failong lives or dies is none of my concern. My only mission is to take this girl back as per my master's orders. We'll meet again. Because my master and Failong are destined to clash at a thatched cottage in the forest. Tian Shuxiang was performing puncture on Xiao Ma. His condition appeared to be extremely serious. While Chao it anxiously. Guai calmly sat there munching on a chicken leg. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the demonic cult, Huan Mo was soaking in a hot bath, when suddenly Tian Mo, Ling Chen Hun appeared. Master, everything is ready. Huan Mo stepped out of the bath, placing a hand on Tian Mo Ling Chin Hun's head, his eyes glinting with greed. The heavenly martial body. I have no other choice but to absorb your power. Outside in the Ho and Tian Shuixiang were talking. Tian Shuixiang began to tell a story from long ago. It's true. On that day, your sister was run through by the Yama sword. That first blade is incredibly vicious, without profound internal energy to treat the wound. The wound will fester, leading to death. I still don't understand why Gigui used the extreme cold yin art to freeze your sister's body. Perhaps it was to prolong her life, for a short while. Afterwards, the Martial Arts Alliance took her body to their underground ice vault for preservation. Her body remained there for many years, until last year, after she died. Ma brought down Demon Spirit City. Someone broke into the ice vault and stole Chu Tian's body. Who was it? Cao asked. In the Jianghu, he's known as the Northern Immortal, Bei Xian. But his real name is Huang Mo. Flashback shows Huan Mo using a finger technique to heal Chu Tian, then placing a red goo poison bug into her body from this. Be forward, you belong to me. Your very life is mine. A soulless Chu Tian replied, Yes, master. Kor was puzzled. That's strange. I've been to the Northern Martial Arts Alliance, but I never heard them mention this. Of course not, Tian Shuxiang explained. They were afraid of being held responsible, so they kept the whole thing a secret. Sour fumed, so then Huang Mo's entire reason for stealing her body was to use her against Xiao Mao. Ah, exactly, Tian Shuixiang confirmed, but there is another reason as well. Are you aware that some people are born with incredibly special constitutions, allowing them to master martial arts far faster than ordinary people? Tian Shuixiang began to list them. For Yang arts, there is the extreme Yang body. For Yin arts, the extreme Yin body. For poison arts, the saintly Gu poison king body and the myriad poisons blood god body. For demonic arts, the heavenly martial body and the demon spirit body. For an indestructible physique, the heavenly steel body. The purple star, extreme spirit body. For Jiangxi transformation, the skeletal blood spirit body. And for absorbing natural energy, the void spirit body. It was then that I realized what all the masters killed by the star-absorbing grand technique had in common. Every single one of them possessed one of these special constitutions. The Shuashan Swordlord had the extreme Yang body. The great immortal Huohun had the myriad poisons blood god body. Liang Yuding possessed the indestructible heavenly steel body. And last year, when Demon Spirit City fell, everyone thought the heavenly demon was dead, but his body disappeared without a trace. Now I understand why, Thao Ni interrupted. Puzzled. I don't get it. The star-sucking great art is incredibly dangerous. So how does he dare use it on masters like Shui Sun Kim Quan? Theme 2 Yet Huang. Theme. Explained Ms. Bach. Have you forgotten the power of the Demon Sword Emperor? Hoan Ma's star-sucking great art is not what it used to be. He stole and modified it with the absorbing purple mist art. Now, he can absorb an opponent's innate true chi without any side effects. Thaoni's expression changed. Absorb innate true chi. Could it be true? Niantu Yet Huang confirmed that Hoan Ma is collecting special constitutions to achieve the infinite body, the realm of a god. He's only missing the extreme Yang, extreme Yin, myriad poisons, blood god, indestructible, heavenly steel, and Tuma's void spirit body. Meanwhile, in another place, Huan Ma had just finished absorbing Tian Ma, leaving behind a withered corpse. He put on his robe, his voice filled with ambition. One day, I will surpass you, Failong. I will reach a realm you can never touch. He turned to it. Subordinate, How are the preparations? My lord, everything is ready. We just await your command to take control of the martial world. Ridiculous. Huanma dismissed the idea. With the Sword Emperor, the Blade Emperor, and Failong still around, what will you use to control them? Stop dreaming. To complete my dream, I need the final pieces. Now, we head straight for Ghost Soul Valley. A few days later, Tuma woke up from his coma. Thing he asked was about Ho and Ma. Where is he? Dian Tuyet Huang replied, if I'm not mistaken, he's heading towards Ghost Soul Valley at Soul Valley. Ho and Ma and his subordinate had arrived. My lord, what if we run into Dashoa? He's no pushover. I have never feared anyone. Huan Ma replied, I came here for one single purpose, Kwai Kwai's extreme yin body. He ordered its subordinate to cause a commotion to draw Dajua's attention. The plan went smoothly. The subordinates quickly slaughtered the guards, forcing Dashua to appear. You dare! The loiter in front of me again, does Showa sneered. Seeing that does. Showa had taken the bait. Ho and Ma snuck off to find his target. He easily found Kwai Kwai standing pensively by a window. Pleasure to meet you. Kwai Kwai! A loud explosion, and rang out. Darshowa, who was in the of a fight, turned back in shock. At that moment, taking advantage of the moment, distraction, Huan Ma's old subordinate launched a sneak attack. You dare get distracted while fighting me on the other side. Kwai Kwai was sent flying out of the building by one of Ho and Ma's palm strikes. But after her like an arrow, in an open space like this. Let's see where you can run, from within the dust. Cloud Kwai Kwai emerged like a white-robed ghost. Who are you? Who am I? It doesn't matter. What matters is that your destiny ends at my hands. Just as Ho and Ma's hand was about to touch her, Quick-wise suddenly, he split her body in two, one real, one up, but attacking him simultaneously. The humanoid doll technique is quite impressive. Ho and Ma smirked. But it's nothing in front of me, he easily shattered. Her attack and kicked her sword, breaking it, and then quick as flash, his hand was tightly clasped around Kui-Kui's neck. Let's see now if you are the real one. Kui-Kui suddenly lunged from behind, unleashing the ice-white divine art on Ho and Ma. A puppet? She was shocked when her attack only hit a substitute doll. Instantly, Ho and Ma appeared and grabbed Kui-Kui, preparing to use the star-sucking great art. But he paused. Strange, why can I still feel the aura of an extreme yin body nearby? Suddenly, another Kui-Kui dove down from the sky, attacking fiercely. Ma vanished again, then reappeared and grabbed both of them. Whatever, it doesn't matter who is real and who is fake, he sneered, intending to absorb them both. Us then! A voice rang out. Wait, what do you think you're doing? Ho on my turn. Around in surprise, Dashoa, when did he get here, seizing the opportunity? Kui-Kui used a skill to lock Ho and Ma's hands. Sensing danger, he let go and retreated to maintain distance. Are you all right, Kui-Kui? Dashoa asked. Kui-Kui rubbed her neck, the wound already healing. I'm Fine. Daxua turned to Huanma, his gaze sharp and cold. Now tell me what's going on here. At a bustling market, Tuma's group stopped to rest. Tuma, your revenge against the Diet Mandai Hoa Palace is almost complete, Tan, and Mao is dead, and you, one of Kim Kwan Vokwan's hands. This should be the end of it. Tuma held a skewer of grilled meat. Neat, but his face was full of resentment. Not yet. There's still the bastard who controlled Sothin. Bak Tao Ni advised. I understand how you feel, but there are other ways to resolve my sister's situation. You could negotiate with Van Amqui to have him release her. There's no need to fight to the death. No, Tumas said decisively. I don't believe he would release So Theme that easily. Huang interjected. Thao Ni isn't wrong. To Van Amqui now, his own life is more important than Sothian's. After his clash with you, he definitely wouldn't want a second confrontation. But Tioma remained unmoved. No way. That guy has to die. I've looked into his eyes and it's pure evil. If we let him live, he'll become a great disaster for all living beings. Neither you nor Thao Ni can stop me. In a foul mood, he handed the meat skewer to Nikwai. Go on and eat, I'm not hungry, and you haven't eaten in days. Thao Ni looked on worriedly. I don't feel hungry, Tuma replied, his voice a bit strange. It feels as if I'll never be hungry again. Thien Tu Yet Huang sighed and continued her analysis. Tao Ni, you probably don't know this, but Van Amqui has long dreamed of conquering the martial arts world. He's been secretly building up his forces for years. But 10 years ago, he was still hiding out in Malin City. That's right, Tien Tuyet Huang nodded. But even from there, he was able to pull all the strings outside. This plan was prepared a very long time ago. He used his identity as a divine doctor, using venomous goo worms to lure and control those who craved power, turning them into his minions. The goo worms helped them unleash their power, but also turned them into his slaves. She continued. That year I sent Xiao Ma back to Heyuelong, partly because it was his hometown, but more importantly, to provoke Mo Ling Chung and thereby probe Wan Yingui's intentions. Xiao Ma nodded. Her plan had been a complete success. Yes, but the remaining problem is Wan Yingui's network of followers. No one knows how powerful his forces have become. The Wan Yingui and Gui Hungu was actually just a body double implanted with a goo worm, meant to deceive the world so he could act freely. For 300 years, who knows how much power he has amassed. So is there any basis for Of course, Tian Shuixiang affirmed. First, a master like the Demon Sword Emperor Dugu Tian is merely his subordinate. Second, even if Wan Yin, Gui borrowed Dugu Tian's strength, it would be difficult to kill the Snow Mountain Sword Lord. This suggests he either has stronger subordinates or a formidable force backing him, powerful enough to confront major powers like Wu Huangcheng. The enemy has planted spies deep within the high ranks of the major sects. The Lord of Wu Huangcheng, the Snow Mountain Sword Lord, or the Living Soul. Great immortal of the Sichuan King's manor. They were all supreme masters. Yet they were lured out and mysteriously assassinated. It could only have been orchestrated by an inside mole. To be honest, even within the Wulin Alliance I dare not trust anyone. That's why I must act alone at the Wulin Alliance headquarters. In an ancient temple, the Grand Elder asked in a deep voice. The report says the demon and the 5 families of the demonic sect all died at Failong's hands? Yes, Grand Elder, a subordinate replied. The evidence at the scene indicates the Demon Sword Emperor died from the star-sucking great technique. The culprit might be Huan Mo, one ranked 5th in Mo Ling Chung, however. This intelligence is a bit hard to believe. The Grand Elder saw. What I feared most has finally come to pass. I'm afraid this report is true. General Manager Jun Mo has confirmed that 8 months ago, Chu Tian's body, which was stored in the ice vault, was stolen. That was Failong's daughter from years ago. The enemy is clearly using her as bait to target Failong. Song Dahu, another elder, added, This is undoubtedly the work of Wan Yin Gai. Has been in hiding for 300 years, constantly changing his identity. Who knows how many minions he has planted throughout the martial world. It's even possible that one of his minions is right here among us elders. These words made the atmosphere tense, and an elder angrily slammed his fan on the table as suspicion cast a shadow over everyone. On the way back, Song Dot, who was still fuming, he said to his companion, Elder Shiji Tian, I can't believe Wan Yangui is so insidious. I must go and ask the Sword Emperor and the Blade. Emperor to come out of seclusion. If they miss this battle, they will surely regret it. The Sword Emperor. In the Blade Emperor, Shijiaqian asked. I heard they've been in seclusion for many years. Is Wan Yingui really so powerful that both of those masters are needed to deal with him? Song Dahu looked straight at Shi Jiatian, his gaze sharp. We won't know until we fight. But Jiatian, your inner power has progressed so rapidly these past few years that even I can't see through it. You haven't been using goo worms to enhance your strength, have you? Dahu or You suspecting me? Shijiachin asked coldly. Ha ha! I was just kidding. Shigea Tien sneered. You can still joke in a situation like this, as he finished. Speaking, a cold spear suddenly pierced through Song Dahu's body. My apologies, Dahu, Shijia Tian said, his voice devoid of emotion. The Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor, I don't think those two old geezers should show up right now. Song Dahu clutched his wound, growled. Why? With your talent, why would you need to be Wan Yingui's lackey? That's because you've never witnessed true power, Shijachin replied. I saw with my own eyes the earth-shattering martial arts of Failong back then. Song Dahu gathered his last bit of strength and swung his blade, but Shijia Tian easily dodged it. How can you cut me with that speed? He sneered before thrusting, twisting his spear into Song Dahu's chest again. But Song Dahu laughed. That slash wasn't aimed at you. Look behind you, startled. Gatian turned around. Too late. The other elders had appeared surrounding him. The rat has finally shown its tail. To think the traitor was you, Shijia Tian. And Shijia Tian looked up at the sky inside. Heh. I miscalculated one step, but it doesn't matter. The master has already begun to act. According to his plan, even if the Blade Emperor or the Sword Emperor showed up, it wouldn't change a thing. At the same time, at Huayuelong, Xiao Ma's group had arrived. After settling in, Xiao Ma turned to ask Tian Xuexiang. Miss Tian, I still have 4 of the Demon Emperor's soul restraining needles in me. Can I pull them out myself? Xuexiang explained about the needles in Xiao Ma's body. These are the Demon Emperor's soul restraining needles, inserted into the 9 severing governor meridians to seal one's true qi. No matter how powerful a master is, once struck by these needles, their internal energy will be completely locked. I used them back then to stop you from suffering a qi deviation, but removed them is another matter entirely, she continued. Removing them requires a master with at least 300 years of internal energy to use the levitating object manipulation technique, and they must be pulled out in the exact order they were inserted. If there's a mistake, your blood and qi will flow in reverse, causing you to bleed from all 9 orifices, leading to memory loss, or even turning you into a feral beast. Xioma wondered, then why have several needles been removed already, and I'm still fine? I'm not sure either. Xuexiang admitted that 5 needles had been pulled out, yet his body was still stable. The only explanation is that the residual power of the immortality herb protected you, but it definitely still left side effects. Xiao Ma nodded. It was true. Every time a needle was lost, my memories would get fragmented. Like when I encountered Yecha, or when I went berserk fighting Tianmoi. No, Zuisheng deduced. Yecha's King Yama's demonic wheel art and Tianmo's Dragon's Beard annihilation can both generate power equivalent to 300 years of internal energy, which is why they could remove the needles. So if I fight Huanmo again, do I stand a chance? Xiao Ma asked. If Huan Yin Gui, Huan Anmo absorbs Guigi's extreme yin body, you will surely lose. But right now, Guigi is in the Ghost Soul Valley, a place filled with monsters. He won't get his hands on her easily. Ghost Soul Valley, the green IDHHA was confronting Wan Yingei. Who in the world are you? Yecha asked in the blink of an eye. Yecha had grabbed Wan Yingui by the head, enraging him with the humiliation. Thanks for delivering yourself to me, Yecha, Wan Yingui sneered, grabbing Yecha's hand and using the star-sucking great art, but Yecha remained unfazed. The star-sucking great art. Interesting. 2 terrifying streams of internal energy collided. You think the star-sucking great art works on me? Yecha asked. Wan Yingui recognized it as the King Yama's demonic wheel art. You know your stuff, don't you? Cha replied. This martial art can alter all the acupoints and energy pathways in the body. Before you can even absorb I'll have already torn you to shreds. Wan Yingui knew he had run into his nemesis. The King Yama's demonic wheel art was the ultimate counter to the star-sucking great art. He had to escape immediately. He quickly played the familiarity card. Yecha, don't you recognize me? It's me, Huanmo, Gui, standing near. I was also surprised. Huanmo, have you forgotten? Who planted the goo poison in you, helped you clear your meridians, and gave you a new life, Yecha pondered. Though this man's face and build were completely different, seeing it hesitate, Wan Yingui knew his trick was working and quickly broke free. It really is you, Cha said. Your aura, though mixed, is unmistakable. I'll be blunt. Stay of this. I only need Guigi's extreme yin body. Once I have her, I'll leave immediately. Yecha stood protectively of Guigi. What did you say? You barge into my home, cause a ruckus, and then tell me to stay out of it? Who do you think you're talking to? Wan Yingui gritted his teeth. It seems capturing the extreme yin body will be difficult. I have no choice but to use my trump card. You can't defeat me. The queen goo poison I planted in your head has already burrowed deep into your flesh and blood. He raised his hand, activating the goo poison. Yeah, child. Immediately clutched his head in pain. Your head is like an extension. Of me, you must obey me absolutely, Wang Yangwei said smugly. Cha was writhing in agony. Wan Yingui launched a powerful kick, sending him crashing into a cliff face. Wan Yingui placed a hand on Yecha's head, his voice filled with greed. Although your demonic spirit body is useless to me, your nearly limitless internal energy will be very useful. Yecha gritted his teeth. Damn it. To be controlled by the very goo poison I used to get stronger, I was too careless, as the star-sucking great art began to drain his life for it. Each child let out an earth-shattering roar. He would rather die than submit. I refuse to believe I can't break through my current limits. A terrifying of power erupted from Yecha, creating a deep crater beneath his feet. Horrifying Wan Yingui. What? How could his power level increase to this extent? If this is what you want, Yecha roared, I'll kill the parasite you planted in my body with my own 2 hands. If this is what you want, Yecha roared, I'll kill the parasite you planted in my body with my own 2 hands. Possible! Wan Yingui screamed. This guy's martial arts have reached the divine realm, the entire ghost. Soul Valley trembled violently from the power of the 2 titans. The battle to the death had begun. Dashoa had the advantage in explosive power, but Van M. Kui controlled the poison goo inside his body, creating a deadly stalemate. It's useless, even if you achieve godhood or become a true god, Van M. Kui growled. With my enhanced star-sucking great art, and facing my 1,000 years of power and purple mist absorption divine art, you're nothing but prey. With the poison goo tormenting your mind, you have no chance of winning. Give up now, and your power will become mine, standing on the brink of life and death. Dashoa suddenly froze. Phenomquis neared. Has the poison goo finally kicked in? No matter what you try, it's too late. Your power is already mine. Van Imquai thought victory was his. A razor-sharp ice spike suddenly pierced through his back. Kwai Kwai emerged from the shadows. Are you blind? You bastard! Van Amquai roared in fury. How dare you sneak attack me while I'm circulating my... He hastily broke off his technique and leaped away, and at that very moment, Dashoa, his strength completely brained, collapsed unconscious, smoke rising from his higher body. Van Amke's savage laughter echoed as he calmly pulled the ice spike from his back without a hint of pain. What a shame. A little higher and you would have pierced my heart. But no matter. I've already absorbed most of Dassault's power. And what's left? I'll just take from you. He stared at Quay as if she were prey. With Dashoa in this condition, who's left in Ghost Soul Valley to protect you? Without a word, Kwai lunged forward to attack, but Van Amquay was now leagues stronger. A mere flickered of his wrist was enough to deflect all of her strikes. Seizing the opening, Van Amquid bunged forward, pinning Kwee to the ground. Well now, so this is your true form. He once again unleashed the star-sucking great art under the sinister. After demonic aura, Kwee's beautiful features rapidly withered away, turning her into a skeletal old hat. Just then, Tuma's group had just set foot in Ghost Soul Valley on the anyway theme 2, yet Huang had to stop because her lightness skill wasn't fast enough. Tao Ni and Ni Kui decided to stay with her, leaving Tuma to rush towards. With Soul Valley alone, he felt the powerful auras clashing, and then abruptly disappearing, which made him grow even more anxious. At Ghost Soul Valley, an internal rebel, William, had erupted, and the sounds of killing filled the air. 2 masters, Kumon and Amon, Lactan, were locked in combat when Lactan realized something was amiss. I can't sense Valley Master Kwai's presence at all. Meanwhile, in another battle. Fakwan, along with Tafu and Hubat, were confronting the black and white twin ghosts, a pair of undead corpses that were immortal, unless beheaded. After coordinating to defeat them, Fakwan was preparing to deliver the final blow, when suddenly, Tafu and Hubat stabbed him through the heart. From behind. You too? Fakwan exclaimed in horror. We're spies, they answered coldly. Witnessing this, Locked was also stunned. But before he could react, he was stabbed from behind by his own ally, Q Monday. Human sneered. You guessed it. I'm a spy too. This plan has been in the works for a very long time. You can die knowing that. Meanwhile, at the center of the battle, Hoenma Van Am Kui was using the stars in great art to drain Kui's internal energy, and she realized in despair that no one was coming to her rescue. Has the entire Ghost Soul Valley fallen to them? She gathered the last of her strength using the white ice divine art to resist. But Huan Ma easily dispelled it. Her puppet lunged to attack, only to be effortlessly tossed aside. Enough of this, hero. You will become a part of my power and help me achieve the body of infinity. In the end, Ho and Ma drained all of Kui's innate truchi and threw her to the ground like a lifeless husk. He muttered about his plan to collect enough special physiques to become the undisputed champion of the world. Glancing at the barely breathing Kui, he paid her no mind, but when his thoughts turned, Dashoa, his eyes glinted menacingly. That bastard Dashoa dared to use his own internal energy to incinerate the poison goo in his head. Someone so ruthless, even to himself, is too dangerous. He must be eliminated to prevent future trouble, just as Van Kui was about to strike. I'll show it down. An earth-shattering shout echoed, "Stop!" The infinity sword shot forward like a lightning bolt. Ho and Ma quickly leaped to dodge, but the sword instantly split into countless illusions, forming a sword formation that surrounded him. I can't tell which is real and which is fake. Could this be the invisible sword? He was terrified as he landed. On the ground, Tuma's figure was already standing there, holding the infinity sword. So it was you, Van Kui growled. Tuma glanced over and saw Kui lying unconscious on the ground, still breathing. Thank goodness. He turned to look at Daejoa, a complex emotion welling up inside him as memories of the Black Moon No Night clan resurfaced. He looked directly into the eyes of his former leader to show I never thought I'd see you again. You're incredibly strong, so strong that I'm not even sure I could beat you. Then he turned to Van Kui, his gaze as cold as ice. And yet you were able to take down a monster like him. I have to give you credit for that. Van Kui, calculated inwardly. I need time to fuse the 5 types of true chi, and so the in isn't here. This brat will definitely fight to the death. What's wrong trying to stall for time? Tumor roared. Give Sothine back. Then Kui decided to retreat. My goal has been achieved. There's no need to fight you right now. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Used a sound transmission technique to give an order. Everyone, retreat from Ghost Soul Valley. Then he looked at Tuma, Tuyangxian. Let's postpone our duel for now. 10 days from now at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, you and I will determine who is truly #1 under the heavens. Don't forget. With that, he channeled his energy to create a terrifying explosion. Destructive energy spread everywhere, destroying everything. I'm sorry, Dashoa, Tuma whispered, grabbing Kui and rushing out of the blast zone. I can't save everyone. Dashoa behind in the rubble. That day the Ghost Valley headquarters was razed to the ground. When Thien Thuyet Huang group arrived, they only saw a scene of devastation, and Tuma supporting Kui Ghost Soul has fallen. This person is Kui. It seems she's been subjected to the star-absorbing grand technique. And Tweet Huang analyzed. That's right. Van MK has absorbed Kui's innate true ki, an extreme yin body, along with Tuma's void spirit body. He now possesses 5 types of constitutions. What about Dashoa? Tuma replied, his voice calm. His breathing is weak, but he's still alive. A guy like him won't die that easily. Easily. He paused and then continued. From now on, I'll be acting alone. Everyone was stunned. I need to find a master to help me remove these Demon Emperor soul-controlling needles. That person must have at least 300 years of internal energy and be able to manipulate objects from a distance at will. Tien Tweet Huang reminded him. Tuma, if possible, don't rush to remove the needle at the Bai Hui acupoint, or you might lose your memory and revert to your old self. Just then, Kwa weakly regained consciousness. Failong. You awake now? I kept my promise. I waited for you. Please help Dashoa. Help him get back. On his feet again. Tuma turned his back, his voice cold. Kui, our fate together has ended. I am no longer the assassin Failong of the past. From now on, we will likely never meet again. Again, Tao Ni said to Team Tuyet Huang, you stay here and take care of Kui. Freaks and I will go inside to check on Dashoa. Elsewhere, Van Kui's subordinates were retreating. Li Quan Mak, the vice manager of the Martial Arts Alliance, was secretly tracking them. I found the right place. I must report back to the Martial Arts Alliance immediately. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from behind him. A hand had already caught his mate. We've known each other for a long time. Well then, I suppose I can prioritize. Is giving you an early death without another word. Li Quan Mak roared, swinging the great diamond mighty cudgel straight. Van Kui. But Van Kui simply raised one hand, stopping the 1,000-pound cudgel as easily as catching a dry twig. I wasn't even afraid of the thunderclap cudgel from the master of the past, let alone this thing. He scoffed. In the blink of an eye, Van M. Kui disappeared and reappeared right beside Lee Quan Mak, throwing a single punch. Quan Mak collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The power gap between the two was as wide as the sky and the earth. Meanwhile, on a cloud-covered mountain peak after killing Tom, Dai Ho Thak Geothean sought out a remote cave. The closer he got, the heavier the air became, like lead, an invisible pressure making each of his steps feel as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even though I've reached the step of returning to simplicity and truth. Before these two individuals, I am still someone who can only look up to them. Inside the cave, the Sword Emperor, and the Blade Sovereign were sitting in meditation. The power, hating from them, made it difficult to even breathe. They both opened their eyes, recognized, using the visitor as Thasgiatian. Thasgiatian bowed his head respectfully, pretending to deliver an urgent report. Your Excellencies, this thought has taken the liberty of disturbing you. It's an emergency. Van M. Kui has returned to the martial world. We already knew that, the Sword Emperor replied calmly. They already know? Could someone have gotten here before me? Thasgiatian was momentarily surprised. The Blade Emperor added, We are in a critical stage of seclusion. It's difficult for us to act. If we force our way out of seclusion, it will take a long time to regulate our chi before we can recover to our peak. We are powerless to help with this matter. Hearing this, a flash of joy flickered in Thasgiathian's eyes. This one naturally understands the situation of you two. In fact, the reason I came here was not to ask for help. Before he could finish, he blurred into a shadow, the cold, sharp tip of his spear thrusting straight towards the Sword Emperor. You, the Sword Emperor, cried in horror, hastily raising a hand to block. The spear was stopped, but the true chi within him immediately fell into chaos. No. Known as the Sword Emperor. And you blocked one of my surprise attacks, Shijiachin laughed cruelly. Damn it. If I overexert my internal energy, I'll suffer from chi deviation. The Sword Emperor sent a telepathic message to the Saber Emperor. Don't act rashly. Regulate your chi quickly. Do you think I'll give you time? Shijiachin roared, thrusting his spear again. A terrifying experience. Explosion shook the entire mountain to the Saber Emperors. Shijiachin's spear had pierced through the Sword Emperor's chest. You back. The Saber Emperor roared in fury, and although he knew drawing his saber now was extremely dangerous, he had no other choice. He swung his saber, and a destructive wave of saber energy slashed towards the traitor. The scene shifts to Osal Valley. The place had been reduced to a pile of ruins, and from within the rubble, a hand reached out. It was Yaksha, the Valley Master of Ghosts. Soul Valley, Valley Master, his subordinate, shouted joyfully. Yaksha gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Huan Mo, you damn bastard! The next time we meet, Yaksha, swear I will tear you into 100 pieces. Back on the mountain peak, the Saber Emperor and Shijiachin were locked in a... The more Shijiachin fought, the more horrified he became. He's suffering from a reverse flow of true chi, and should only have half of his power left, so why are his saber techniques becoming heavier and more powerful? On the other side, inside, the Saber Emperor was also secretly gritting his teeth and enduring. For although he temporarily had the upper hand, his internal energy was running out. Shijiachin, and realized this was a God-sent opportunity. Die. He put all his strength into a finishing blow with his spear. At the moment of life and death, another wave of saber energy tore through the air, stopping the fatal spear thrust. The newcomer was Liu, Failu. You dare stand in my way? Shijiachin roared furiously. Infinite Divine General Shijiachin. Failu replied coldly. I never thought the traitor to the martial arts alliance would be you. Shijiachin let out an arrogant laugh. Traitor? Your master, Song Dahu, said the exact same thing before he died. He shrugged. My lord has already said it. All of you must die. It's just a matter of sooner or later, so why bother fighting over it? Provoked, Failong rushed to attack Shijiachin. A lightning, fast saber strike came down. And by surprise, good thing I reacted in time, he thought to himself, as the slash cut a distant mountain in half. The power of the attack made the traitor tremble. His saber force isn't on par with Song Dahu's yet, but it's enough to make my hands go down. He spun his spear to regain his composure, you brat. I didn't expect your strength to far exceed my expectations, but a brat is still a brat. With that said, he attacked. The Saber Emperor, sitting on the side, could only watch helplessly. Failong is still young, yet he has already mastered 80% of the firm Dragon Heaven shattering saber. In the future, the student will surely surpass the master, but it's still too early for him to face Shijiachin's spear techniques, which have reached a divine level. While fighting, Failong was hit by a spear thrust. Luckily, it only grazed him. The infinite divine spear, Shijiation, is rumored to have cultivated to the point of returning to his youth. With a cultivation level nearly equal to the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor, he's too strong. Just facing him makes it hard to breathe. Is that all you've got? Shijiachin continued to overwhelm him, his elusive movement technique allowing him to easily take down Fei Liu. Finish you off early to save myself the trouble, just as his spear was about to strike down. The Saber Emperor's saber blocked it. You dare to look down on this Emperor? With just one slash, Gaetian's spear broke in two, and he hastily used his movement technique to dodge by a hair's breadth. I was too close. My head was almost severed from my neck. Fei Liu, you stand up? The Saber Emperor asked. Yes, my lord Shijiatian, even if I only half my power left, the three of us joining forces is enough to take you down. 3 people? Shijiation was confused. Count me in as well. Another voice rang out. Anyway, the Saber Emperor and I have no hope of reaching the true God realm, so it doesn't matter if we die. Is that the Sword Emperor? The Sword Emperor stepped out, looking incredibly serene. As soon as his sword left its sheath, the 100 Annihilation Sword C. Heaven and Earth technique was unleashed, and sword energy filled the sky. Shijiachin was terrified. Impossible. He took a fatal spear thrust from me. I was too naive to think the Sword Emperor was so easy to kill, and with that brat Fei Liu here too, I have no chance of winning this time. Thinking this, he plunged the 2 broken ends of his spear into the ground, causing a massive earthquake that collapsed the cave to create an escape route. Damn it, he's targeting the cave! Meanwhile, elsewhere, Li Junmo had been defeated by Wang Yingui. Why don't you kill me? He asked, barely breathing. Killing you now is Go back and tell the Martial Arts Alliance that in 10 days Wang Yingui, we will pay them a visit as for the Sword Emperor and the others. The Saber Emperor and Fei Liu, all of them were seriously injured. The Saber Emperor gave an order. Liu, go back and report to the Martial Arts Alliance leader. I will take the purple gold saber and find Wang Yingui myself. A life and death duel with the demon, the Sword Emperor added, and I will give up my dream of becoming a true god to deal with. With him. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor coughed violently. Lord Sword Emperor, just in time, Fei Liu, perhaps this is fate. My lord, what do you mean by that? I will now transfer my entire life's cultivation to you. Don't refuse it. Take it. An immense stream of true chi began to pour into Fei Liu's body, causing him to scream in agony in a cave. John Amquai began to merge the 5 bodies, circulating his chi to Midi Tsaye, and he quickly succeeded. The fusion process was complete at that very moment. Li Quanmac, who had been secretly watching, lunged out to attack. This was his only chance. Die, Van Amqui. He unleashed his strongest attack, but the staff in his hands shattered upon contact. They already told you, Van Amqui said coldly. After easily sending Li Quanmac flying, Van Amqui stood in the middle of the cave, his aura soaring. The time is ripe, he declared. This venerable one will re-establish order in the martial world. Go inform the old brothers. The demon sect has returned. Let the entire world know that I, Van Amqui, will inherit the Grandmaster's last wish and rule over the entire martial world. In 10 days, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, in front of everyone in the world, I will take the head of the world's #1, Failong, to raise the flag for the rise of the demon sect. A subordinate stepped forward, my lord. What about the child, Sothene? Van Amqui glanced at the unconscious Sothene. What a nuisance, but just let her live. This subordinate hastily entered. Rejected. My lord, the 1,000-year grand plan cannot have any flaws. We should eliminate all variables. You're right, Van Amqui nodded. Bring the girl with us. With that, the group departed, leaving Li Quanmac alone in the desolate cave. The entire martial world seemed to hold its breath before the impending storm. News of Van Amqui and the demon sect spread like wildfire. Everywhere, members of the demon sect who had hidden for years within the major sects began to reveal themselves. On a distant mountain, the Blade Emperor had just finished carving the words "World's #1 Sword" onto the Sword Emperor's tombstone. Suddenly, a flyer flew by. Van Amqui in a if in death duel with Failong, the Blade Emperor mumbled and turned to the young man beside him. Fei Liu, if you master the Ganglong Po Tien Dao, your saber techniques will become even stronger than mine. You praise me too much, my lord. Who is this? Arrogant fool! The Blade Emperor crumpled the paper, daring to challenge Failong is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Let's go, Filu. A heavy rain is about to fall. The flyers covered the martial world like dark clouds, signaling a bleak future. 7 days before the duel, at Hong Kim Thon, thanks to the network Van Am Kui had established a month prior, the news spread at an unimaginable speed. From Kuchao, Thapdia to Tuhai Bat Huang, not a single martial artist was unaware. Who is this Van Am Koi to be so arrogant? At Koi Hon Koi, Thapdia, 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 Thapdia. Yaksha and Bak Thao Ni received the news. Is it the night of the red moon? Then there are only 6 days left. Thao Ni worried. Yaksha gazed into the distance, his voice deep. That's right, in 6 days it will all be over. Before the duel, the Martial Arts Alliance was in an uproar. At the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, a subordinate rushed in to report the shocking news. Many renowned masters in the martial world are actually spies for Van Am Kui. Long Ho Fong Van Kiem Loi Tren Tien is a descendant of the demon sect. Taemon Sui Tu, Viet Cong Tio Du is a member of the demon sect. Tan Hoa Tien Tu Nyok Yao Nyok is also a descendant of the demon sect, and even one of the 10 great masters, Thak Gyatien, is a subordinate of Van Am Kui. Everyone was stunned. Long Dai Ho, despite his injuries, tried to rally their spirits. We haven't suffered great losses yet. We still have the Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor. Then, Failu burst through the door, shouting in a panic, "Master! Are you all right, Master?" The Blade Emperor replied, "Do I die that easily?" Failu burst into tears. "Thank goodness. I was afraid you would pass away even before Lord Sword Emperor." We lose unintentional words left everyone stunned. What happened to Lord Sword Emperor? From the doorway, the Blade Emperor walked in. Is heavy. My old friend is no longer in this world. 4 days before the decisive battle, the 10,000 Yin demons forces gathered. Shiji Tian bowed before his law. "My lord, it has been 10 years seeing you like this. Does this mean you have officially made your move?" The 10,000 Yin demon replied, "That's right. 3 days before the duel at the Martial Alliance, Fei Lu was training like a madman." The Great Elder worriedly asked the Blade Emperor, "Are you really all right? Your aura seems unstable." The Blade Emperor was calm. "I have no regrets. The hope of the martial world rests on the younger generation like Fei Lu. What I worry about most now is that the #1 under heaven, Failong, has lost his memories. I don't know if his martial arts are still as they once were." 2 days before, for the duel in the bamboo forest, Xiao Ma was training diligently. He could feel that his fists and his control over his power had become much stronger than before. The old monster appeared and attacked relentlessly to test his strength. After the exchange, the old monster acknowledged that he had become much stronger. Xiaoma replied, "It's still not enough. Compared to the Failong of the past, I still haven't mastered the limitless self-form. The one thing I lack most right now is time." That night the moat was as red as blood. At the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Thousands of fellow martial artists had gathered, holding their breath, waiting for the battle of the century on the night of the blood moon. Will we get to witness the face of the #1 under heaven, Failong? I heard he once suffered from chi deviation, lost all his memories, and had to work as a servant named Xiaoma in Heilong. That's the truth. The Martial Alliance itself confirmed that the Xiaoma, who leveled Demon Spirit City last year, is indeed the Failong of the past. So between Failong and the 10,000 Yin Demon, who do you think will win? Is that even a question? Even with amnesia, Failong is still Failong. He is the only person in history to be hailed as the absolute supreme one. Standing in the crowd, Tan Lang looked up at the blood moon, thinking to himself, no matter how strong the 10,000 Yin Demon is, he's only on par with a Grandmaster of the Demon Sect. How can he possibly compare to Failong? His martial arts have long since surpassed the realm of mortals reaching the level of a god. Like being, the auspicious hour has arrived, but neither of the main combatants have appeared. Could it be they're afraid of this life and death battle and don't dare to come? Impossible. The Failong I know is definitely not one to run away. Just then, a scout rushed in hastily, reporting to the Alliance leader. The 10,000 Yen Demon has been spotted on the other side of the Purple Sea. In the middle of the Purple Sea, a ghostly boat was slowly approaching the Martial Alliance headquarters. On the boat, the 10,000 Yen Demon smiled arrogantly. The terrain is excellent. This place is worthy of marking the first step on my path to unifying the Mar. My lord, I heard you once fought Failong. What was the outcome of that battle? The 10,000 Yin Demon glanced at Chu Tian, who was standing motionless beside him, his expression showing a hint of displeasure. There's no need to hide it. In that fight, if it weren't for this girl acting as a shield, I probably wouldn't be alive to stand here today. But he laughed loudly. But things are different now. I have obtained the 5 elements body even against Failong and his prime, I am confident. To victory, my body is now invincible. Suddenly, gigantic iron chains erupted from the shore, tearing through the water's surface and hurtling towards the boat. Oh, in such a hurry, the 10,000 Yin Demon sneered. It's Elder Qinlongji's Yama's soul. Snatcher! Let's see where you can run, Elder Ken roared, the iron, chains creating ferocious waves and piercing the boat's hull. But the vessel remained suspended in the air, not sinking at all. At all. My lord, please take your time. We subordinates will go ahead and clear the path. A swarm of the 10,000 Yin Demon's underlings leaped to the shore, and the battle instantly erupted. The two sides clashed. The sound of weapons colliding echoed through the heavens. Shijia Tian, I should have recognized you sooner. Old man, your fist techniques are not bad either. The black and white twin ghosts, 2 zombies, charged in to attack the master and disciple duo. Feilu, this place is not for you. The swordlight of the master and disciple flash, and the experts of the Martial Alliance began to grow terrified. Elder Qin's internal energy is so powerful, yet even he can't move that boat. The 10,000 Yin Demon's internal skill is truly to— All of a sudden, the 10,000 Yin Demon's boat accelerated, shooting towards Feiliu like an arrow. That's the Death God's demonic blade of the Special Forces captain. The 10,000 Yin Demon recognized Feiliu. Being this! The Blade Emperor screamed frantically. Feiliu! Get back, you are no match for him. In the blink of an eye, a demonic voice sounded right behind the blade. Li Changtian. It's been a long time, the Blade Emperor was horrified, spinning around and swinging his blade. Who are you? You, I know you very well, the 10,000 Yin Demon laughed, and then his figure vanished. Instantly, he appeared in front of Feiliu, his movement technique so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. He snatched the Death God's demonic blade from Phaelius's hands in a mocking tone. Brett, do you really think you're worthy of possessing this demonic blade? He let out a maniacal laugh. If the Death God's demonic blade must belong to the strongest, now that I've mastered the infinite body, and with this demonic blade in hand, who in this world dares to stand in my way? With that, he casually swung the blade towards the mass of the Martial Arts Alliance. You arrogant bastard! The Blade Emperor roared, hastily unleashing a technique to deflect the blade's energy. Heaven-slaying single slash. Today, I'll show you what true power looks like. A colossal beam of blade energy. The blade Burr's ultimate technique shot straight towards Van Amqui. However, the demon merely flicked his hand. Crack! The beam of blade energy shattered like glass. An invisible force struck the Blade Emperor, sending him flying and crashing to the ground amidst the horrified screams of everyone present. People, Lord Blade Emperor, impossible. How could the ultimate heaven-slaying slash be broken so easily? All right, let the feast begin. Wan Yingui sneered. He channeled his power, releasing a terrifying aura that suppressed everyone, rendering them unable to move. Either way, you're all going to die. He placed his hand on the Great Elder's head, activating the energy-draining art. 1. Come at once. Resist. Struggle. That will make my conquest of the martial world so much more interesting. Failong clutched his stomach. Watch. The scene before him in despair. It's over. From the Blade Emperor to the Elders, no one can stop this monster. Just as Wan Yingui was reveling in the slaughter, a furious roar echoed across the battlefield. Stop right there, you bastard. Guan Yingui turned with a smirk. Oh, that voice. You're late, Failong. If you're here for Chu Tian, then... Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoma shot forward like a bolt of lightning, landing a devastating punch right in Wan Yingui's face. Shut your damn mouth, Xiaoma roared, with killing intent. Her name isn't something your filthy mouth gets to say, the punch deformed Onion Guy's face, sending him flying like a cannonball, tumbling across the ground several times before he staggered to his feet in the middle of the river. Before he could recover, another punch flew at him, then another, and another, a relentless barrage of strikes. Nothing fancy, no techniques, just pure rage. And Gui, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, could now only take the beating. What the hell is this? He thought in horror. Why can't I defend against these simple punches? In the distance, the Blade Emperor to ask Failong, is that person Failong? Yes, my lord. It's him, in the middle of the river. The water began to swirl violently, forming a massive waterspout. Wan Yingui finally escaped the barrage of blows, filled with both hatred and excitement. Excellent, just excellent. Today, one of us will fall to decide who is the true supreme ruler of the world. It's dangerous. Everyone get back, Failure yelled. But it was too late. Countless blades of energy shot out from the waterspout, wiping out the remaining masters of the martial arts alliance. Watching from Bah, Shijia Tian said coldly. It seems my lord is truly furious now. From beneath the river, Wan Yingui burst up. Upward, wielding the death god's demonic blade, and roared, Failong, I will tear you to pieces. He unleashed a fatal strike, but as the blade energy was about to hit Xiaoma, it was suddenly diverted in another direction. Wan Yingui was stunned. It's happening. Why can't my blade energy reach him? You're too loud shit, Alma said coldly. Let's find a quieter place to fight. With that, he grabbed Wan Yingui by the collar and hurled him into a nearby forest. This brat. That must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter, Wan Yingui yelled bitterly. I don't care what luck you stumbled upon, but today I'll... Before he could finish, Xiaoma's hand clamped down on his face. He dove down, like an arrow slamming one, and with his head into the ground he was completely overpowered, impossible just over 10 days ago. He could only use illusions to replicate the formless sword. How is his power now on par with mine? Even after I absorbed the 5 types of true chi, he struggled. My body is indestructible. Your attacks are useless, and your empty spirit body will soon be mine. Wait a minute. Why can't I absorb his power? This is ridiculous. If I weren't experiencing it myself, I'd never believe it. It's not that I can't absorb it. It's that his body doesn't have a single trace of power within it. Wan Yingui swung his blade to break free, and Xiaoma retreated to dodge the blow. If I'm not mistaken, Wan Yingui said, except for the one in your Bisui acupoint, all of the Demon Emperor's soul restraining needles have been removed from your body, correct? Alma smirked. You're pretty slow. I've been playing along this whole time waiting for you to notice. Earlier, inside a thatched hut, haha. The sky-grasping technique? The old geezer laughed loudly. You've already reached the realm of the heart sword, far surpassing the sword control art. Yet you're asking me about this? The sky-grasping technique is nothing profound, kid. It's simply something that happens naturally once your internal energy is powerful enough. It's just a minor aspect of the sword control art. If the sky-grasping technique requires chi to move objects, the sword control art doesn't require any chi at all, Xiaoma asked. So, by that logic, I can remove the Demon Emperor's soul-restraining needles myself, right? Let's see now. It's not entirely impossible. That afternoon, under a forest canopy, the old geezer started. I have to say this up front, if you end up dying, it's none of my business. The old man started to walk away. Xiaoma, getting impatient, said, That's not going to happen. What you lack is an understanding of the principle behind the sky-grasping technique. I'll give you a hand, but the rest is up to you to figure out. The old monster explained, I will channel my ki into your body and circulate it through all your acupuncture points. In that brief moment, you must comprehend and use your internal energy to remove the needle yourself. I warn you, once the needle is out, your sealed internal power will be unleashed, and your body will experience a pain like being torn into 100 pieces. A fate worse than death, I know. Old man, just do it. I'm no stranger to pain the moment the old monster. Venus bulged all over Shalma's body, his eyes rolled back, and he screamed his lungs out in agony. It's starting, old monster said tensely. If you can't take it, give me a signal, and I'll strike your pressure points to stop your power from going berserk. Remember, don't force it. If you suffer from chi deviation and lose all your memories, turning into a wild beast, I'll have to kill you with my own hands. Maz's scream tore through the sky. His rampaging internal energy shook the entire area as his body expanded, ripping his clothes to shreds. This is bad. He's undergoing chi deviation. The old monster rushed to strike his pressure points, but it was useless. He then struck Xiaoma's arm with all his might using the flying dragon sword, but the sword just bounced off as if hitting solid steel. A terrifying burst of energy erupted from Xiaoma, sending the old monster flying, but right after that, as the berserk fury subsided, Xiaoma called, only looked up at the sky and said casually, "Old man, I need a new set of clothes." On the other side, one yin and yin. Wei looked extremely interested. Truly extraordinary, as expected. In that case, I have to get serious too. Witness my infinite body. He took a deep breath and let out a lot. Hands roar, a visible sound wave swept through like a hurricane, flattening several knee. By mountains, his subordinates were astray. Such terrifying power, the master's martial arts have surely reached the divine realm. Yet Xiao Ma, stood at the epicenter, completely unscathed and unmoved. He said coldly, "I think you should change the text on your flyer." As he finished speaking, Xiao Ma raised his hand to the sky, and a massive bolt of lightning struck down, gathering in his palm. Like this, on the night of the blood moon, Wan Yingui was slain by the sword of the number one under heaven, Failong. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, countless masters from various sects had gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, they felt an earth-shattering aura from the distance. Is that Wan Yingui? How strange. There's clearly a fight happening, but why do we only sense the aura of one person? Tan Long, one of the few who could see the truth, explained coldly. It's not one but two auras. One belongs to Wan Yin Gui, his yin cold evil energy, and the other belongs to Failong, his powerful pure yang energy. The reason you can't sense it is because Failong has not yet fully recovered his peak power from the past. He concluded, Wan Yin Gui has perfected the 5 elements physical body, while Failong has not fully recovered. This is a true battle between a dragon and a tiger, and the outcome is hard to predict. Back at the battle, Wan Yin Gui began to feel uneasy. He had already used 50% of his power, yet Xiao Ma remained unharmed, worthy of your title as number one under heaven. You've restored your void spirit body, but that soul-suppressing demon emperor needle in your Bai Hui point is your fatal weakness, he roared. As long as that needle remains, you will never defeat me. With that, he unleashed a series of fatal sword strikes aimed directly at Xiao Ma, but they all passed through an afterimage. Wan Yin Gui was surprised by Xiao Mao's stillness. Oh, using stillness to counter motion? But you can't keep up with my speed in a flash. He appeared behind Xiao Ma and swung his sword. Xiao Ma swiftly turned to parry the blow. Wan Yin Gui handled his energy to attack with a lion's roar, but he only hit an after image from below. Xiao Ma looked up, his voice full of mockery. Wan Yin Gui, I think your obituary needs a rewrite. Instead of died after a fierce battle, it should say, was killed by a lightning-fast strike from the Failong sword. That would be more accurate. Lightning-fast? Wan Yin Gui sneered. Are you planning to use a flying sword? That's right. Dodge this if you can. Xiao Ma shouted and threw his sword. The flying dragon sword transformed into a bolt of lightning that forward piercing through Wan Yin Gui. How is this possible? Before he could even react, that lightning bolt split into two. Wan Yin Gui was put on the defensive and was immediately closed in on by Xiao Ma, who landed a blow to his stomach. Damn it. But that wasn't all. From 2 swords, they multiplied to 10. Then hundreds, then thousands of illusory swords surrounded him. Damn it. Which one is real and which is fake? He frantically swung his sword to defend himself. They will become the stars in the night sky! Xiao Ma yelled. Thousands of invisible swords rushed forward, like a meteor shower. Each one, the sword moved like a living entity, instinctively finding its opponents' weaknesses. Venom Kwai defended himself in vain, and was ultimately struck down by a decisive blow, crashing straight to the ground. All the onlookers were horrified. Fi Lu thought to himself. This is what a true battle between the absolute top masters looks like. The great elder of the Martial Arts Alliance exclaimed in awe that this swordsmanship was no longer the common practice of controlling energy with a sword. It had surpassed even the state of man, and sword as one. A sword that leaves its master's hand yet can still attack freely with unpredictable transformations. Each phantom sword wields the power of a mystic realm master. Such swordsmanship is powerful enough to overturn heaven and earth. In my entire life of watching the Sword Emperor perform his swordsmanship, I've never seen a realm like this. Curiously. But didn't you fight Lord Failong once? To be perfectly honest, back then, neither I nor the Sword Emperor could fully comprehend his swordsmanship. It has far surpassed the godly entry or life and death realms that we know of. I can only call it the mind-intent kill, a formless and shapeless realm that is both there and not there. In the history of the martial world, only the 10 Absolutes Martial Emperor and the Iron Mountain Great Emperor have ever reached it, and now Failong. Tuma crossed his arms, coldly, watching Van Emque stagger to his feet after the attack. He smirked. Get up. I know that's not enough to kill you. From a distance, the masters of the Martial Arts Alliance watched with bated breath, their hearts in turmoil. Failong's realm had surpassed all human definition. Fists, kicks, palms, and swords all merged into one with the power of nature. That was the legend. From Derry, 4 infinite forms, a realm beyond even the invisible sword and the mind-intent kill. But unbelievably, Van Emque had taken a sword strike as powerful as a thunderbolt and was still standing firm. Could he have broken through the life and death realm and entered the true god realm? Van Emque looked down at the death god's demonic blade now broken in two at his feet, and his voice grew heavy. If this demonic blade hadn't blocked that for me, I would have become a ghost under your sword. He's tougher than I thought. Tuma thought to himself. Van Emque snorted, coldly, his confidence returning. But do you think this is over? I have the indestructible diamond body, you know. Within my 5 elements body is the indestructible heavenly steel body from the Haidong sword sect. Even if you use your void spirit body to counter my star-absorbing grand technique, I still have countless other ways to deal with you. However, he calculated inwardly that fighting against the void spirit body consumed too much of his 5 elements energy with the Blade Emperor, and the Martial Arts Alliance leader nearby. He couldn't let them take advantage of the situation. You talk too much, roared, recalling the Failong sword and launching it at Van Emque. Why, once again, show me everything you've got. The sword hurtled forward, stopped dead just before it reached Van Emque, blocked by an invisible wave of internal energy. He merely had to clench his fist, and the legendary sword was instantly crushed into a mangled piece of scrap metal. Ah, my fire-long sword! Tuma cried out in shock. Van Emque began to walk towards him, unleashing a storm of attacks. Failong, I wonder, are you unable or just unwilling to remove that final needle in your Bisui acupoint? Even if you remove all the demonic soul-restraining needles, you can never return to your former peak. How will you defeat me? You will pay the price for your arrogance amidst the barrage of fists and kicks. Tumaya secretly contacted Filu using telepathy. Filu, I'm counting on you for this. Tuma, what are you talking about? Out, Filu asked, confused. I need to separate Vance. Why, from so thin, your mission is to rescue her while I keep him busy. Just one moment is enough, but that girl is heavily guarded. I have to get past Thach Gethian first, but having overheard their conversation, Thach Gethian glanced at Filu and charged forward. The master is busy. I'll take care of the flies around here, the Blade Emperor who was being held back. Helplessly. Damn it, he's making his move at the worst possible time. Master, let me hold him off. Tong Dihu tried to rush forward, but was stopped by Filu. Blade Emperor, sir. Filu turned with a determined voice. Please allow this junior to borrow the golden blade. Master, he said. To Songdae Ho, my body is in its prime right now. Just let me deal with him. Are you crazy? Filu, the Blade Emperor stopped him. You are no match for him. Just trust. The kid, an elder, spoke up. He has received the true teachings of the Sword Emperor. But Seo Gachion is a master who has reached the state of returning to youth. Filu is still too young, despite all the warnings. Filu took the golden blade, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Don't worry, master. I will definitely bring the golden blade back, so Gachion roared. You foolish brat. Where do you get the confidence to face me? But a sharp slash from Filu's blade. Cut him off. I have more than enough confidence. Filu replied coldly. To take you down, a single moment is all I need. Back to the main battle. Xiao Ma moved continuously, luring Wan Yingui deep into the forest. What's wrong? Wan Yingui sneered. Chasing closely behind you were so arrogant just a moment ago now. All you can do is run like a dog. His hand. A blade-like gust of wind energy cut down a row of trees. Xiao dodged, calculating in his head, this place is far enough, there's no escape. Even to the heavens! Wan Yingui roared and launched a devastating kick, Homa flying straight towards the main square of the Murim Alliance, where hundreds of martial artists were gathered. He crashed onto the center of the stage, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wan Yingui Li, his voice echoing everywhere. Excellent. The former number one under the heavens. Today you will be defeated by me in front of the entire martial world. Your legend will crumble right here. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Look, is that Wan Yingui? Why does he look so young? Then the one who was just sent flying. Could it be Failong? It is Failong, but why does he have such a youthful appearance? The Lion King, despite having only one arm, Asasai, affirmed with certainty, there's no mistake that is the very hero who defeated the heavenly demon back then. In the middle of the stage, Xiao Ma dusted himself off and stood up, completely unfazed. All right, this should be enough. Wan Yingui was stunned. How is this possible? He took continuous hits and is completely unharmed now that you mentioned it. Xiaoma looked around. It's quite crowded. It has to be crowded. Wan Yingui roared. So everyone can witness me taking everything from you and becoming the new number one under the heavens. He channeled his energy. A swirling black aura enveloped his body, making him look like a true demon. Xiao Ma simply replied coldly, then give it your all lest you have regrets in hell, you damn braggart. Wan Yingui furiously unleashed the Asura's imperial god-shattering palm. Two destructive forces struck directly at Xiao Ma's chest, but he managed to raise his hands to block it. Immediately after, he appeared in midair. Asura's great son a giant flaming hand descended from the sky, crushing Xiao Ma flat against the ground, with terrifying heat radiating everywhere without stopping. Wan Yingui suddenly switched to the ultimate yin body, a deathly cold aura spreading out. Dozens of nearby martial artists were impaled by countless ice spears before they could even scream, turning into horrifying ice statues. The crowd was terrified. First extreme yang, now extreme yin. How can he switch so easily? Got any other tricks? Xiao Ma Chen, if you're so great, try using both at the same time. Provoked, Wan Yingui roared, gathering two opposing energies in his hands, the Asura's yin-yang blood demon. The sight was beyond everyone's comprehension. Tamrang finally spoke up to explain to those around him, because what he wields is the power of the five elements qi. This is the ultimate demonic art of the old demonic sect, Asura's great annihilation calamity. The orthodox martial arts originate from the 10 Absolutes martial emperor, while the heterodox martial arts come from the great Grandmaster Bi-Chan Pike of the demonic sect. He is the successor of the demonic sect. He let out an arrogant laugh, proclaiming himself the reincarnation of the demonic sect's Grandmaster. Today, I will use all of you as witnesses to the return of the demonic sect. Now, all of you turn into a pool of blood under my poison arts. Asura's calamity wave flame dance poison. A swirling dark purple poisonous mist, carrying both fire and ice, surged towards Xiao Ma and all the martial artists. Wan Yingui's poison arts spread everywhere. The watching crowd screamed and panicked. It's dangerous. Get away. That's the ultimate hard poison art. It melts flesh on contact. Cam Rang and the Lion King were lucky to escape, but the rest were instantly reduced to dry bones. Unbelievable. His poison arts are too terrifying. Even the supreme Failong would have a hard time remaining unharmed. In the middle of the arena shrouded in poison. Gas, Wan Yingui burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, how does it feel? Dalma remained calm. Is that all you've got? Van Emqua? I gaped in shock. How can this be? Huma suddenly grabbed his head. You've killed far too many people. He channeled his internal energy into him, causing Van Amqui to scream in agony. Stop. Stop it now. I should just end you right here, Van Amqui thought to himself. Once I the Asura's all-poisoned hegemonic blood art, even 10,000-year cold iron would melt. So, what in the world is your body made of? He controlled metal sphere, forming the 2 Phi longsword, attacking 2 Ma and Si. Instead, if extreme yang, extreme yin, and extreme poison are all useless, I have no choice but to use my ultimate technique and exhaust all my power. He used his internal energy to melt the sphere, forging it into a great saber. Now I'll show you my true power, the Asura's great annihilation. Calamity, the ultimate martial art of the demon sect. He unleashed an earth-shattering slash with power that surpassed even the Blade Emperor. Xiao Ma remained unharmed, but the fortress behind him was split in two. Fighting here is too dangerous for everyone. Seeing Xiao Ma distracted, Wan Yingui charged forward like a madman. How dare you look away while fighting me? He unleashed another slash, splitting the entire arena in half. In this state, you don't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Failong, newly empowered, unleashed the heaven-shattering adamant dragon blade technique, Heavenly Dragon Slash. His speed was still too slow, and Shijiachin easily countered. Failong, even with the Blade Emperor's guidance and the Sword Emperor's power, you're still too green. A single thrust of his spear generated immense pressure. He leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of strikes like a descending dragon forced, failing you to struggle to dodge. Every one of his moves pushes me to the brink of death. I can only dodge and block, not counterattack. To win, I have to wait for an opening. A stray slash from Wan Yingui's battle flew towards Shi Jiatian. He turned to look, momentarily losing focus. Has my lord resorted to using Asura's great annihilation calamity already? Failong seized the opportunity. This is it. Even if my body shatters, I must He mustered all his strength and swung his blade. But the result was the same. Failur's right arm was shot, and he plummeted to the ground. Just when it seemed he was defeated, Failong unexpectedly stood up again. Teen said coldly, to prevent any future trouble. I'll send you on your way. Give my regards to the Sword Emperor when you see him. Just as his spear was about to deliver the final blow, a sudden tremor shook the ground. A figure appeared. It was the green-eyed Yaksha. The Yaksha looked at Shijiachin and said, Infinite Divine General Shijiachin, I've heard from my lord. Most of your power has been drained. Right now, you're just putting up a brave front. Agro-furious, a brave front? We'll see about that. That he charged in, turning fade. Yu's match into his own personal stage. In the blink of an eye, Shijiatian, one of Wan Yin, his strongest henchman, was beaten to a pulp. It's him, the master of the ghost. Soul Valley, the green-eyed Yaksha, the crowd exclaimed in horror. Now this is a fight where, of my attention, the Yaksha roared, plunging into a life-or-death battle, seeing the situation turn unfavorable. One of Wan Yingui's subordinates stroked his chin. The Yaksha is here, plus the Blade Emperor and the Martial Alliance leader are waiting. I must bring that girl to our lord immediately. But before he could leave, a devastating kick from the second freak sent him crash. Back to the ground, you can go alone. The second freak coldly blocked his path, but don't even dream of taking Chu Tian with you. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, Wan Yingui roared, his voice filled with rage and self-righteousness. Failong, don't blame me. Your existence is a disaster for this world. You possess great power but are irresponsible. The Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor are nothing but hollow, rotting trees. And you are just a shooting star, shining brightly before vanishing. This martial world belongs to someone with a grand dream like mine. Therefore, it's time for you to die. Die, Failong! A fatal blow was unleashed. A body flew backward, pushing through the entire arena before landing motionless amidst the wreckage. Wan Yingui stood above, arrogantly declaring, Now do you understand? All of you are merely stepping stones for me to build a new martial world. But then, from the middle of the rubble, Xiaoma slowly rose to his feet. What the hell are you talking about? He dusted himself off. Grand dreams? Justice? Someone like you has no right to say those words. Your existence is just a nuisance, and to stop you, the only way is to crush you right here. Then he looked up, his voice echoing everywhere. Everyone, if you can hear my voice, leave this place immediately, as far away as possible. Wan Yingui maniacally talking nonsense. You can barely stand and you're giving orders. You'd be better off accepting your death, Shao calmly replied, but his words sent a chill down everyone's spine. I'm warning you because when I use this power, even I cannot control it. It stands. He simply stomped his foot lightly and the ground bit him. Beneath him cracked open, forming a giant crater. Wang Yingui's attack was completely neutralized as a terrifying tremor spread out. The arena collapsed completely, horrifying everyone. Wan Yingui was stunned, speechless, unable to believe his eyes. What is this? How can a single stomp have such terrifying power? Xiaoma raised his hand to the sky, his voice echoing across the battlefield. This is just a simulation of an old technique, but even I can barely control its power. I implore everyone to retreat. Further, everyone was terrified. Could that be the legendary Four Infinite forms of Failong? My god, those are no longer individual swords. They're merging to form a universe of swords. The crowd panicked, screamed in chaos. The greatest under heaven has returned. The infinite sword. Everyone run. Once this move is unleashed, this entire island will be leveled. Yama's hand descended. Millions of surged towards Wan Yingui like a cosmic tsunami. He raised his head and laughed, arrogantly. So what if it's the infinite sword? Open your eyes wide and watch me destroy it. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted where he stood, with smoke and dust obscuring everything. Meanwhile, in another battle, Shijia Tian was being overwhelmed by the yaksha. Suddenly, Failong charged. From behind with a thunderous attack, Shijia Tian's spear snapped in half, and he was sent flying into a cliff face. Damn it, I was too careless, but he had no chance to correct his mistake. As Failong poured all his into one final blow, the immeasurable slash, a terrifying blade path cut out, not only finishing off Shijia Tian, but also slicing away the mountain behind him. After avenge, the Sword Emperor and exhausted Failong returned the purple gold blade to his master before fainting. Cha turned to Wan Yingui's old subordinate. Now it's your turn. The old man was lacking cocky. Shijia Tian's death was just an accident. Once my master deals with Failong, you all will, before he could finish his sentence. Geisha sent him to the heavens with a single punch. Back at the main battle amidst the storm of sword chi, Wan Yingui desperately defended himself, his mind roaring. Impossible. I possess the chi of the 5 elements. My physical body is perfectly peerless. I cannot be defeated by this move. He gathered all his strength and swung a destructive blade, successfully shattering the infinite sword storm. Is that all you've got? He burst into laughter. You've exhausted all your power. What do you have left to use another ultimate technique? Us have reached our limits. Xiaoma replied. When do you think I raised my fist? He unleashed one final punch, the infinite fist, a colossal energy dragon, materialized, roaring as it lunged forward to devour Wan Yingui. Absurd, impossible, were his last words. Xiaoma's punch pierced through every obstacle, buildings, mountains, and rivers. Bring Wan Yingui into the void. Wan Yingui collapsed. His breathing was ragged and his gaze unfocused. What have I done? The dream I've always cherished. Xiaoma stepped forward, giving him no chance to say more. He's punched after punch, a flurry of cold attacks, channeling all his resentment and pain. Give it up, Wan Yingui! He roared. This martial world has no place for someone like you, from the stands. Tanlong stared blankly, witnessing the terrifying power of the infinite art. It reminds me of the guy, he mumbled. So high, so far away, the domain of the gods, a place mortals cannot reach. But today, I've seen a man ascend to that very height. Yi Cha, standing nearby, scoffed. Is that so? To me, the distance between him and me is far closer. The battle had ended, and people from all over swarmed in, cheering thunderously. Great hero Failong is incredible. Even Wan Yingui was powerless against the infinite art. Xiaoma still hadn't stopped, furiously unleashing his rage on Wan Yingui's life. Corpse! Baikal Air rushed forward. Stop it, Xiaoma. He's dead. It's over. Please stop. Only then did Xiaoma snap back too. With senses, he looked down at Wan Yingui, then at his own hands. He's dead, so it's finally over? His gaze slowed down, totally turned towards Chu Tian. His steps were, each step feeling like he was dragging 1,000 pounds of stone. He stood before her, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. It's because I was so useless that you had to suffer this much. Now I'll set you free. Don't worry, it won't hurt. He hugged her tightly. Gentle blue light emanated from the two of them. Xiaoma, what are you doing? King! Tower screamed, about to rush over. Tian Juxiang quickly held her back. Despite don't, the great hero is trying to remove the goo poison from Sister Chu Tian's head. But if he does that, she'll. The only reason Sister Chu Tian has survived this long is because of the goo poison's power. Tian Shuixiang explained sadly. Now that Wan Yingui is dead, the goo poison will die with him, and it's unlikely the host can survive. Since she can't be saved, it's better to use internal energy to incinerate the goo poison, so she can pass on peacefully. Perhaps the great hero knew this would be the outcome all along. Xiao Ma held the woman he loved tightly, tears streaming down his face. Chu Tian, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Eyed Chu Tian's brain, the goo poise, thrashed one last time and then exploded at that exact moment. A sweet, faint voice rang out, one that was painfully familiar. Long, I'm okay. Xiaoma froze. Tower was also stunned. Silent, impossible. She hurried over Big Sister. A small, cold hand gently wiped the tears from Xiaoma's cheek. Don't cry. I'm really okay. How? How is this possible? Xiaoma trembled. I can't sense a single trace of true qi from you. How is this any different from being dead? He smiled, a serene smile. That's true, but now I can see this world for myself. It's so much more beautiful than I ever imagined. Just opening my eyes and being able to see you is happiness enough for me. So Tian, don't say any more. Xiaoma said in a panic. What's really going on with your body? Tao Ni called out, her voice choked with emotion. Sister, it's me. Tao Ni, do you recognize me? So Tian smiled weakly. her gaze gentle. Of course I remember you. My Tao Ni is the best. A miracle. It's true. Truly a miracle. You're really alive. Thou Ni burst into tears of joy. No, Thou Ni. So Theon's voice grew fainter. I'm afraid I won't make it. This is just my last bit of strength. I can feel my life force draining away. I just want to sleep for a while. I've been so tired for so long, so Teen looked at she. Oma then turned to her sister, her eyes full of reluctance to part, long, being able to see you in Tao Ni one last time. I'm truly content now I can close my eyes in peace. Tao Ni, if only I could hug you one more time. Her words faded, and her eyes slowly closed. Sister, no! Thou Need scream tore through the air. We were just reunited. How can you die now? Open your eyes. I'm begging. You. Xiaoma gently supported Thao Ni. Let me take care of her. I'll take Zothi into a peaceful place. His voice was low, when filled with pain. Yes, this is the last thing I can do for her. At the Dihua Palace, this scenery was still as ruined as before. Xiaoma, buried so thin next to her mother's grave, he turned and said to the two women, Don't look for me for a while. If fate allows, we will meet again. Sometime later, at an inn themed to Yet, Wang and Bak, Thao Ni sat facing each other. Miss Bak, have you been able to contact the great hero Zhao Ma since then? Tian Tuit Huang asked. No, Thao Ni shook her head. After my sister's funeral, he disappeared. But isn't everything over now? Van Am Kui has been defeated. Why are you still looking for him? Tian Tuit Huang's sighed. It's not over yet. Van Am Kui's lackeys are still in hiding, and their true power is still unknown. Think about it. Van Am Kui was hidden for 300 years. Why would he suddenly reappear? To openly declare his ambition to unify the martial world, it's too strange. I suspect someone is pulling the strings from behind. Someone behind. In Van Am Kui, Thou Ni frowned. I think you're overthinking it. With his personality, who could possibly be strong enough to control him? Does your father think so too? The person who suspects this is my father, Thian Thu Yet Huang replied, her expression turning serious. The item used to control the great hero Xiao Ma was the Demon Emperor's soul-controlling needle, a treasure of our Thian family. When I asked for it, my father gave it to me without any hesitation. She continued. I asked him, why would you trust someone you've never met? Father only said that the martial world needs to be rebuilt. It shouldn't be a place where the strong devour the weak, but a place where everyone can live in peace. To achieve that, sometimes you have to tear it all down and build it anew, even if the price is bloodshed. Perhaps my father had already predicted this situation. Creation back then. He believes there is someone else who shares his ideology of building the martial world, and that person is the one behind Van Am Kui. Why I said this isn't over yet, because in this world, my father has never been wrong. You must have heard the rumors in the martial world that there are countless difficult things in this world, but nothing is too difficult for my father. Tin Kotu, Thao Ni. He nodded. I've heard that if your father wanted to, he could conquer the entire world with his intellect alone, in a hidden force. Teen CO2 was conversing with a mysterious masked man. This time things went beyond my plans, the masked man said. Honestly, I didn't think Failong could defeat Van Am Kui, even if he regained all his strength and memories. This victory of his will caused that person to awaken soon. I advise you to start preparing because that person never forgives mistakes. With that, the mask man vanished into thin air. Thien Kotu muttered to himself. Long. You've exceeded my expectations. It seems I'll have to redraw the entire picture at Ma Lin Chung, an ancient and desolate place not Vongon entered. Dark secret passage on a stone platform. Gaunt figure was sitting in cultivation, not Von Gaun spoke. I never expected to meet you here, the Grand Master of the Demon Sect, Tat Tran Foch, at the same time at the Volam Men, the Great. Elder was painting when Li Quan Mak entered, Alliance leader. Is your arm all right? It's just been reattached. It'll be hard for it to be like it was before. He sighed. Right. What is it? Reporting to the Alliance leader. There's strange news from the north. Half a month ago, the Mo Dian demonic sect of the demonic spirit race was suddenly in turmoil. Our people went to investigate and discovered that the body of Bichanpa had vanished into thin air. The great elder stroked his beard. Isn't Bichanpa's body just a pile of dry bones? That's right. But we don't know who stole it or for what purpose. After all, Bi Chan Pa was once a Grand Master of the demonic sect, so we can't help but be concerned. Xiaoma returned to Hailong, the place where he used to be an errand boy. He's flooded back. The days when Failong stole his business, when he is bullied by the villagers and all sought. The time Tao Ni came to find him. Walked past the children he had once helped. Then he stopped in front of the police. Of Gui Gui's house. I heard you defeated one? Yan Gui. I also heard about what happened with Chu Tian. Gui Gui said, Were you waiting for me here? Alma asked. Failong, I know you never had me in your heart. Gui Gui said sadly. I can't keep you here either. Maybe I should just let go of all my romantic thoughts about you. She hesitated. Can I give you a hug? Never mind if you don't feel this. Same, we shouldn't force it. Our starting points were all different. In the future we'll be like two parallel lines that never cross. You don't need to apologize. And you don't need to pity me. Oh, Failong, perhaps you will walk the path of your past again, just like you did before. Xiaoma bowed to Gigi, Valley Master. I came here to thank you. I will never forget your kindness, even in death. After saying that, he left, stood there, her figure gradually fading away. There's no need for thanks. You are no longer the Failong of the past, and I am no longer the Gui Gui of the past. I'm glad I don't have to let you see my old and ugly appearance at the end of my life. I want that in your memory. I will forever be the most beautiful image of my youth. The sound of forging weapons rang out fiercely. That's right. I'm still too weak. I must become stronger. Twice as strong. No. 4 times stronger. I must reach the realm of the great Emperor Taishan, create my own death god demonic blade, an immortal blade, it is said. To achieve eternal life, it needs to drink its master's blood. And I will give you my blood. From now on, you and I are one. At a waterfall, Ye Chao was training. Back then, the goo poison gave me strength, but I worked hard to overcome it. When the goo poison disappeared, the seal within my body was also released, awakening the power of the body of the demonic spirit. Now, my power is constantly growing. It has surpassed the peak of humanity, even surpassing the Failong of the past. After comprehending the 4 truths, time, space, mind, and matter, I have reached the divine realm of martial arts. No, this is the martial art of Yecha, because I have become a god, the following. Spring. Xiaoma was once again wandering the martial world, and Yecha appeared from behind. You're a little late. What's with the scar on your face? I ran into some powerful experts, Xiaoma replied. They are immortals who live in the Far East. Immortals? It's hard to believe there's someone in this world who could injure you, Yecha said. By the way, do you know why the 10 Absolutes Martial Emperor was able to defeat Grandmaster Bishan Pa back then? Isn't it because Bishan Pa was weaker? Xiaoma shook his head. No, he didn't lose because he was weaker. It was simply because he went to a place where there was no other choice but death. This is completely different from the rumors in the martial world. Yi Cha was surprised. Soon enough, you'll be able to confirm it yourself because Bichangpa will reappear in the martial world, Yi Cha said confidently. Back then, I didn't understand what you meant. But now, whether it's you or Bai Chanpa, I can defeat either of you. A while later, in another place, a little boy, an old man. Mr. Who are you? That old man was Fei Liu. You're asking the wrong question, kid. You shouldn't ask who I am. You should tell me who you are back to. The battle, Yi Cha was defeated by Xiaoma. Why? Failong, the last needle in your Bai Hui Aku point, hasn't even been removed yet. Just what realm has you reached? You might not believe me if I tell you, Xiaoma replied. But whenever you want to challenge, I will accept. I'm not the same as I used to be, Yecha. I found a reason to keep getting stronger. That's all for this video. If you guys enjoyed it, please hit the like button to support Gao.